Chapter 1 Does really want to call me? Get up, stop lying the pretending to it. Wedded to ven touch you, so quit playing the victim. A harsh voice suddenly pierced through her. Yuka lay curled on the ground, body racked with intense pain. Cold sweat beating on her forehead. Slowly opening her eyes, she felt as though her internal organs were about to shift from the rightful places. Her hands pressed against their abdomens, a tight light at her fingertips turned pale. As the onlookers noticed at her awakening, they breathed a sigh of relief. Only to be led with a vein greater free. See? I told her she was just faking shit. Disgusting, she always makes it seem like some of your eyes bullying. If they were clearly sisters, yet how can she be sewing for your toya? Why can't she learn from her? Can we please get this trash out of for school? I don't understand, she was admitted here. Before long, the crow dispersed entirely, leaving Yuka alone. When the pain subsided slightly, she leaned again stautry and surveyed her surroundings. The soon filtered through Helia Ficanope, casting dappled shadows along the path. On the playground, some students continued to play basketball under the blazing sun, while it sounds so enthusiastic voice echoed from the 6 or 7-story classrooms. Yuka pressed her lips together, her faces belisic host, heiress reveal in gap profound gloom and despair. She had less count off how many times she had been reborn. Yuki had eat from illness, only to find herself inexplicably transported into a novel tight let the fake daughter is the beloved Darlingafell. Before entering the book, Yuka's family was also prominent local family, quite affluent. Regrettably, she had suffered from her health and childhood, spending 18 years in the hospital. She had hardly experienced a moment of happiness, constant light tormented by pain. On Thevio's 18th birthday, she succumbed to her illness and passed away. After her death, she unexpectedly found herself inhabiting another person's body, endowed with health, and she was overjoyed. However, the shappiness was short-lived, as she soon realized that she had entered a store tight let the fake daughter is the beloved Darlingafell. Fedital was blunt and straightforward. I twice evident that the fake daughter was the protagonist, with all the plotline scattering to her. As the true daughter, Yuki was more lit the fierce off to supporting characters to meet a tragic end, inadvertently aiding Thiessen Tofty fake daughter. No tonla was Yutekas decide, but their entire family was also legate Tamara stepping stone nescent the fake daughter's path to success. Yuya leveraged the familis famitos and the entertainment industry, obtaining top-tier resources effortlessly. Shintareta I-profile ramen swiftshinshwa, the hero the prestigious Shen family, and that we maintained an extravagant relationship for 3 years. Countless fans and onlookers showered them with blessings, culminating in their marriage. After thudding, Yuya drew from the entertainment Sinato focus on being a devoted wife and mother, living harmoniously with Shunjua. Despite facing samimi nor setbacks, these hardly impacted Yuya. Even in her light years, she passed away peacefully in her yep without suffering. And what of Thew family? Thie's brother, a top-tier celebrity, was embroiled in scandal due to Yuya, ultimately leading to his downfall, forcing him to leap from the hospital rooftop, meeting a tragic end. Third sister, a prestigious lawyer, always rushed to Yuya's defense, sending countless adversaries behind bars. In the end, she was kidnapped by Yuya's enemies and sent to Southeast Asia. Her fate remains as the book does not elaborate. Yet we can imagine a tegram outcome for a beautiful woman sent to such a place. The fourth brother, Yu, was a high school senior Anthian Leonu hosted by Yuka's side. He harbored a deep disdain for and steadfastly defended Yuku. However, as a mere supporting character, Yuka's fate was sealed, and a tuperish shortly after her death, making them the fierce 12 victims within the family. After a long period of denial, Theold's brother finally awakened to Thegrim relative fatal Thew family member perished, leaving him utterly alone. The fam libusiness Shajon bankrupt and was being acquired at Talo Pricebith Shen family. He found himself a solitary figure, devoid of wealth or power, buried under debts, with no single blood relative left. He was soon willing to accept such a fate but felt powerless, ultimately driving himself to crash in with the intensity. The outcome was tragic, with Theold's brother meeting a gruesome Shinzo left disabled. Yuya Wokia saved 2 years later, with no memory of purpose. This conclusion could be seen as a form of retribution. Yet, it was disheartening to reflect on how the family had come to fate for Yuya. Indeed, none among the family members possessed a full brain. By sheer coincidence, Yuka found herself reborn into such a tragic family. Upon discovering her no life within the family, an overwhelming chill coursed through her. In her previous life, she had spent her days in the hospital, Withe euphemly lie, covering the necessary expenses, leaving her utterly neglected. Thuff the wear a herfamly, they felt taskudas non-existent. She had longed for a family member genuine likert for her. Finally, endowed with a healthy body and surrounded by relatives, she resolved, without hesitation, to protect their hard-won family from repeating the tragic path laid in the book. Determined to act, she concluded that the misdirect method would be to eliminate Yuya. These was the quickest and most effective way to liberate the family from their grim fate, preventing a potential calamity as from arising. She carefully plotted to Yastomize, ensuring that their own life remained untouched. Itways arsk she could no tafor to take the cost to benefits. However, just as her plan was set in motion, she was inexplicably pushed from a building gone metherend. Upon the Ingensemmer, she was reborn anew, determined to learn from her previous mistakes. Yuka resolved to remain inconspicuous this time, avoiding the glaring behaviors of her past life. She had taken great care to present herself as harmless, yet she still met tan and timely and at the hands of an assailant. During her subsequent rebirth, all she felt was pain. The sensation of the blade piercing air bata was so excruciating that heaven thought fit, made her tremble. Yet she refused to render after shedding tears, she steeled herself on some more. Heiress was to save you family to rescue you. Yuya was the only person in her life, past or present, who had shown her kindness. Even if she could not save a Theathers, she at least thought she could escape a their tragic fate in Livian. Buton Segan, she failed after being kidnapped by the Lidit fans. She was discarded into the Cedo Faith the fish. Several times, she nearly succeeded, only to be discovered by her family, who trampled her down, reducing her to state worse than death, living like Yadoj in despair. Shekimito aerialization. Noon cold savith eufamila noon. Let them outbrush, stay away from her would no longer intervene. If she couldn't confront them, she could ultimately estevidet them. Yet she underestimated the power of the narrative even after flaying the family. She found it was not so easy to escape her destiny. During her first attempt to escape, she was doused with acid by foolish fans, resulting in her demise. Upon being reborn again, she reflected apply and concluded she hadn't fled fair enough. Sashi size do undran to theater set off Ocean. By the time, aside from Yukindu, their staff the family had perished. Enemy estraventimatness be Yasektions learned off her surviving relative and revealed great distances to kidnap Thetwo. Thus, Yukindu met the Rendensmore, brutally tortured Todiath. Yukivan witnessed at her captor's cut pieces from Yu's flesh, forcing her to consume it. Even after Counsel's attempts to explain that they had no connection to Yuya, her captors remained unmoved. In her next rebirth, Yuku, filled with rage, stormed into the living room and, in front of the entire family, stabbed Yuya to death. She was sentenced to death for her crime. After luring Yuya to Adizala location to quietly eliminate her, she was crushed by a boulder the trolla down to mountainside in her way back. She entered the nation's research institution alongside you, surrounded by bodyguards for protection, only for the laboratory to explode mysteriously, killing them both. Each time she either awaited dead Hatchuashans, was caught in her whip, or killed only to meet their own demise, for various reasons, never achieving a peaceful conclusion. You casted on Theshit path, feeling gas thoughtero to head wash rowdy din darkness she had no idea how to protect you. How many times must she do before she and you could escape this cursed fate? All she desired was alive, why was it so challenging? You felt like he droning person, utterly devoid of hope. A ray of sunlight filtered through Heliaves, casting gauge until glow into her vacant eyes. Lying in the infirmary, the discomfort in her stomach finally began to subside. Ina days you drifted off to sleep. When she woke, she found a boy in uniform seated by her bedside. Ingra said in a book of English vocabulary, oblivious to her awakening. His eyes were a bright and clear, his slender frame full, with a hint of naivety adorning his face. Upon seeing him, Euchesius reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yu, sensing something, turned to her, on light to find Yuka Hadrason and pounced into his embrace, tightly wrapping harems around his waist. Yu was taken aback, blinking in confusion as she lightly touched to his hooter with his fingertips. Unmoved, Yuka bared her face and hissed, quietly sobbing. Hekuden lippeth her back in comfort, saying it's okay. Donkra brother will buy some milk to ya. How ants milk to ya? Yuka's voice was muffled, and it took high lettergan her composure. As he lifted head from Yu's embrace, Shanada set hat natanli was represent, butyl so a boy standing against Yu's desmatindramate, Payen. Payen sto dynashido y corner, his long bangs obscuring his eyes, lending high manero of somberness hat belit mouth, Having perished countless times, the family had long ceased to be her home. For Yuku, Theplis where Yuri cited washer true sanctuary, who with a sense of resignation remarked, "All right, class is about a begin, will you head to the classroom or remain here?" He sked no questions, for he'll read I understood the circumstances without needing to inquire. As Yukaro Sephiromerbed, she cautioned, "Don't attack me Harry Haven twashadite in 3 days, and it's squitigri." Upon entering, she immediately felt the collective gaze of air piercing through her, cold and mocking, as if fetch stare worried agramedeth her. Those were laden with scrutiny and derision, as if the wish had hurt 'em eyes, akin to a judgment rendered upon any demedlowly. In times past, such scrutiny would have saddened Yuku, prompting her to seek camaraderie with them. However, after facing death so many times, she had grown indifferent to Thierscorn just Lyshift to distance to shield her from the smallest gaze Zisindal Jukefer there inside. After taking just a couple of steps, a boysiate in the front row abruptly stood, his eyes fixated in Yuka with palpable disdain, who, our class can to accommodate those with all kid heart go apologize to her. This was class 12 of the 3rd year, comprised of 30 students, all of whom were either wealthy or influential, yet equal a mediocre in their academic performance. It was inconceivable that some young like Kuya, the epitome of fashios and heroine, would be in the same class belonging to class 1 of the 3rd year. Sunvi had audaciously commanded Yuki to apologize to in class 1 to sunwise words echoed, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted, thistle and sepulpa esifapin could be heard dropping. Alleys widened, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Indeed, Yuku Yorzister Saftiro widow you persist in targeting her. Jealousy, of course. Yearings among the top 5 in her grade, is strikingly beautiful, and well-liked. In comparison, TSK, it's almost unbearable to look at one house raised in Thew household, on Danather wo appears to have emerged from nowhere. How can they possibly compare? Laughter erupted in the classroom, Thirgazestawards you kellest with mockery at thigh envisioned her groveling before Yuya, begging for forgiveness like he dog. If they were in her position, they would surely wish for a holotohidian. Yuyu's expression darkened, his gaze toward Sunway growing increasingly frigid. Sunway arised brow in disdain, asthma curling Yapanops, Thetan Shanine theorem escalating sharply. Mannion Luker's bory expression so fetch anticipation, some even retrieving their phonostor court the spectacle year least educationed, the coldness in his eyes dissipating. With a light chuckle, he suddenly swung a powerful fist toward Sunway's face. Sunway was utterly unprepared. You had always been Percy of Dasaluf, disinterested in others and reticent, never imagined you'll dare strike him. After all, he was the misfavored son of Sun family. No Tonla was Sun Whitekin aback, but the entire class was rendered speechless. Oh, it was truly happening. How thrilling. The crowd erupted in excitement, relishing the drama. Wow, Sunway, you finala metsimyonuho can hit back. Is you jarrissing to prominence? As you advance further, Yukikwa restrained him, brother, calm down to nodal to yourself being injured by some unworthy. Sunway felt a sophistith michiter after the intense pain, half off his face a still sensation. He spat out he blood in his mouth, his gaze toward frosted at Sunway was no coward to us well first in brawl and gond had never been he any toe, suffering a fight, if you direct to strike him, he must be prepared to retaliate. Bracing himself against aids, he stood, preparing to face you when a melodious female voice rang out beside him, Vikful du hinder, fearing Sunway might lash out tandarmum, yet she remained oblivious hifting perception soft hosey around her, particularly Sun Wiendu, who seemed to have caught some athinge in her words. Had the just theored Hermanchin cannon fodder? What did you just say? Yu could not contain his curiosity, turning to Hister, his anger morphined into confusion. What did she mean by cannon fodder? What did she imply by suggesting Ganesh Hudziai's thema meant, while still alive? Was Hainsinuitan Jiminant death? How ominous. It was not only you at that moment, the previously boisterous class 12 fell a natural isolent, each student turned at his eighth seemingly innocent too, as if they had witnessed a ghost. I didn't say anything, Yukese dismissively, Heiress led with pitches he looked at Sunway. Hernon Kalen sending shivers down his spine. Then another voice each ed in their minds with the fet of cannon fodder. Why both are with a life or death struggle? In the end, we shall allow service Marie garments for the heroine when not simply embrace the futility. This time, the voice was soon mistakably clearer, sending a tremor through Sunway. Bainsa close, he recognized a distinct light Hachuki hadn't move her lips. Yet, the voice was soon doubtedly hers, a sound they had grown accustomed to for the past month. Previously, her voice had often conveyed frustration and anger, but no it bore an air of indifference, as if she had resigned herself to fate. Was she truly hearing you consider most hots? Sunway considerate absurd if the relationship had not progressed to an extent. If an yonu to her thoughts it should behiscadus, yuya he hold no interest in yukital. Asha swallowed hard, Heffel this previous lie boiling gonger dissipates with tis distraction, yet the found himself earning to hear more from her. If he could indeed hear her thoughts, would hat not grand thymen sight into her intentions? Should she ever contemplate harming Yuya? He could preemptive lith warther plans. Immersed in's tartling grievation off being able to hear just hot santhi hope of exposing her malevolence. He entirely overlooked the implications of her previous statements. Meanwhile, there is off the class, each list in their own thoughts. Were processing the bizarre occurrence. They to realize that they could genuinely hear Yuka's internal dialogue. It was rather intriguing. Yuku oblivious to theory silence seemed flopping the classroom, turned to reassure. Don't bupsit you. The short-lived wretch will like cly race tomorrow when dendangeri's own life feathers na point in being gongri. Justle them sooner parts, the better. Don't outsoil your hands. You. Other students. Yuyu's pupils dilated inch. What that they just heard? Sun why was destined toady? And tomorrow no less? How called it be so soon? They wary of sun why splansterous, but there in club have frequented was not arias lysef, frequented be thiefluent and delete how could a tragedy possibly occur? Even if onuer to interten to notion of an accident, surely it will befiddle how could a possible endangers life ever racing. The collective apprehension intensified ast regarded Yuku. Wo appeared utterly convinced of Sunway's impending demise, exuding an unsettling calmness while soothing. Sunway, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine, his face flushed with indignation as Sheila appeared to confront at what me and him going to do? Why misdiaperish? Her demeanor suggested had to an inevitable fate for him. Did she realize herself as a harbinger of death? Quitted she belly f deserved such ain't? Her cruelty was unfathomable natan litit torment Chuya, but now she was cursing Jaime swell. Just as Sunway was about to voice his protest, two boys from the front row exchange land seasoned, hurried lie restrained him, dragging him away while muttering, Oldson, what's wrong with you? You don't even understand the situation and dorblaming. You brought it on yourself. As they spoke, Sunway was forcibly expelled from the classroom who? She furrowed her brow at the retreating figures. Having been reborn countless times, while she may not know every detail about their classmates, she certainly grasped their personalities. In the past, whenever Simeone sought to trouble her, they wouldn't lie at vulta the fire twas unfathomable they tenyon would come to her defense. And what of Sunway? Was this truly his nature? Shouldn't the havery to lie it against you? Is something felt amiss that given Sunway's temperament, Hesh who'd have retaliated when you struck him, what did he hold back? You can arrow at hurries, glancing at you, wo appear dutter lie stunned and of sorts. Could they have ulterior motives? Erith the plotting to confront him private? The crowd know, the whereas impliestonish Sunway was genuine lie intimidated be her thoughts. Those twa boys were equally perplexed was, so suspicious? Such trivial matters should noteless its choverthin king. However, before they could ponder further, Ukesnik's towards and tackled down her spines. Her gaze fixated in Sunway's departing figure, her expression darkening deminously. The crowd. Their pupils dilated, fear creeping into their expressions as they regarded you. They had always known her to believe but had never realized that her mentality had warped to a degree. She was contemplating murder over mere words. In their school, they merely joked around they had never witnessed such a grave spectacles murder that would you catch her liherber such murderous thoughts over something so trivial? Why must Donselin set their dotes before they have even been validated? What manner of trentis? What dread fault hots occupy theme and off Yuku? Could it be thattic to metastude with you atopper to her? She hadal ready contemplated where to beareth them. Upon this realization, a shiver coursed down her spines, leaving the mutter liner that they couldn't help women's gratitude for his mercy in sparing their lives, or perhaps not. You kaistrela terrifying. How all Doretto be your classmate after these? One could without ever knowing how. Yuya Wei's initial line gulfed in shock that Haijian sister referred to him as you instead of brother. But upon turning ish to her intentions to eliminate Sunway. Hishert skipped a bit, he gazed at you keen disbelief when had Dee's inkegental sister develop had such fearsome thoughts. In Yuyu's mind, Yuka had always been the fragile atter get forbeling bimini, including Yuya. Yet now, it appeared she was not tweakerther. She had us indeed in stat off psychological turmoil. Yuyu's mud darkened Ashbendered that Yuka's motivations were to protect them, leaving Ishiart in a tumultuous state. It seemed it had held a significant place on her heart so much as that would risk taking Gaul live for him. But it was entirely unnecessary, the matter between him and Sunvi hardly warranted such extreme measures. Yuyu's mind receded she tempted o delicate lie remand Yuket that murder was wrong. Just as she contemplated how to broach the subject, Heffel touch Agathis leave. Looking down, ha saw Yukes was flushed crimson, her voice is strained and uncomfortable. Yuyu. Everyone. Sunway, how was not present in the classroom, felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine, as if something malevolent that ficetted skiz upon him. The sensation was profoundly eerie. Meanwhile, two boys near Arby continued to catter incessantly. Sunway, don't go racing tomorrow, just take ya look first. Also Didoria Lesia near lie exposed to yourself used now? Right? I don't know if it's true, beautifitus, that's terrifying. Could you carry Lee possibly? The boy sees what, and suddenly, his words got in his throat, rendering him flesh a dan speechless. In any case, let's keep this under wraps, especially from Yuka. If it's true, then Yuki has since saved your life. Hecka stay significant glance us Sunway, Asmala dancing in his lips but polite to our savior from now don't believe everything you says. William Boyerge Sunway to avoid conflict with Yuku. The latter was preoccupied with how to discreetly eliminate Sunway, as Yuka's hot spirit led into plans for murder, contemplating how to dismember the body and where to bury to evade detection. Yu Fultnum, hissily increasingly strained. Heckled Manageowan smile but Theather sword or lit avoid off mirth. Yuki was not mer liffen sizing was genuine lion tenton killing Sunway. It wasn't deflating impulse. She had devised several methods to exonerate herself how to create an alibi. The students of class 12 were left feeling gas thought they had encountered a ghost that they admired Dukas meticulous and cooning nature while simultaneously fearing for their lives, sensing that they could be next to metagram fate. A metaphorical sword hung over their heads, redito philatiny moment. The class monitor, in a swift and decisive manner, established in a group chat, adding gal classmata except they grow up wasipla named cherish life, stay away from Yuku. You no matter what, you must stay close to it today. Watasheso McKindoff psycho? Iandir. A murderer. Goodness, Anito Calthopolis. Dante Outhing Qs mental status quite concerning? The size incredible antisocial u wodantiak herdoseep psychiatrist? Please ill cover the cos. I cannot bear to baransamionuzimshin tinton murder. Could it just be thought she was spachet to far today? Sunvi has been utter lie unreasonable son's grandfather. Come out and face the music luquatively driven herto. On the other side, Sunway felt Thisfina vibrating incessantly. Upon checking, his face darkened, mottled with hues of purplined blue, his teeth chattering. Although he'fin engaged in fights, he had never suffered kill Lanyon. Seriously, am not deserving of a death sentence. Brother you in Kalinja brother Ranboing before you please. I admit me temper flared, but Tivi always been straightforward, confronting me fosapen line never resorting to underhanded tactics. I never intended to fleece aim, take your sister way and begin gia. Those near be exchanged lances, prompting you to check his phony again that heckled and felt but smirk at Sunway's messages. Sunway, so accustomed to obeying Garagant, had never displayed such cowardice before. You glanced at Yuka but found no joy in themament. Itis natural for new ho has been wrong to seek revenge, but revenge has its limits and release surpasses a certain threshold. Yet, what if Yuku? Her mind was consumed solely with the desire to eliminate Sunway for Kudek against her. This wasn't normal. Far from it. Such thoughts were anothosofe healthiment. At this moment, a question lingered in Yuzman for how long had Yuka been this way? Chapter 2 I have saved Sunway so many times. Did he not still meet his demise? As Yuka's thoughts began to take shape in her mind, she was merely a step away from putting them into action. Yu quickly interrupted her. Shall I take you to the hospital? Upon hearing Yu use words, the tempest in Yuka's mind finally subsided. Why Yu let out an almost inaudible sigh of relief. And the entire class followed suit, for Yuku was indeed terrifying. They all hoped that Yuku and Yu would leave promptly, granting them a moment to collect themselves and contemplate their next course of action. It felt as though if they hesitated even for a second longer, they would wake to find the gruesome news of Sunway's dismemberment splashed across the headlines the following day. First Sunway, then perhaps themselves. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying the implications became. The chat group erupted once again in a flurry of messages, the speed at which they were sent creating a blur on the screen. I beg you, you must stay close to Yuku today, never leaving her side. Why not report her? Just claim that Yuku poses a serious threat to the safety and mental health of young people. She is a concealed murderer. And what proof do you have? When the police question you, are you going to tell them you heard Yuku's? Rolling eyes.jpg I was just about to say. We can't even utter those two characters, let alone write them. Go ahead, try it. Those who read this message were skeptical, yet many decided to attempt it. They quickly discovered that they could articulate every other word. Yet the phrase heart's voice seemed to be cursed, each one turning red-faced and struggling to utter it was utterly uncanny. Not only could they not say heart's voice, but any related expressions eluded them as well. Why does it feel like she wields incredible power? Is it possible that Yuka can influence so many of us effortlessly? This is no mere influence, she is toying with me. What a terrifying force. It's too frightening. I don't want to be forced into this game. I'm a bit curious, can everyone hear her? If everyone can, it wouldn't be impossible to send her straight to the police station. That is indeed a valid question. How about we test it to see who can hear her? Once this suggestion was made, it garnered unanimous agreement from the group. Yu had glanced at his phone earlier but had since focused his attention entirely on Yuku. Unaware of the discussions occurring in the chat, however, he understood that he could not allow Yuku to leave his sight for the rest of the day. Otherwise, he might truly wake up to find the news of Sunway's gruesome end splattered across the social media headlines. Moreover, if her heart's voice were indeed prophetic, Sunway would be dead by the end of the day. Why would she need to act herself? Sunway's complexion fluctuated from red to pale as he glared at Yuku with a fierce expression. Yuku narrowed her eyes. So you do intend to harm Yu? If that is the case, then I shall not allow it to happen. Sunway, no, why would he want to harm Yu? Does he think everyone is as twisted as she is? He was merely unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. The two boys behind him felt their scalps tingle upon hearing Yuka's heart's voice. One of them, in a fit of panic, slapped Sunway on the back, urging, if you have something to say it quickly. Afraid Yuku might misunderstand, he exerted all his strength to offer Yuku a friendly smile. Yuku, we have already sternly reprimanded Sunway for his actions. He has recognized his mistakes and is here to apologize to you. He shot Sunway a glare, signaling him to hurry up. With no other option, Sunway steeled himself and apologized to Yuku. Yuku, I'm sorry, I should not have taken Yuya's word at face value and made things difficult for you without knowing what had transpired. I apologize. After uttering this, Sunway's face was flushed with embarrassment. He had never anticipated a day when he would bow his head to Yuku. Although he had apologized in his heart, he did not believe he was in the wrong. The fact remained that Yuku was indeed malicious. She was even more malevolent than he had imagined. Otherwise, how could she contemplate murder over such matters? He could only imagine the torment Yuya was enduring in his absence. Sunway mentally cursed the Yu family from top to bottom. In his view, apart from Yuya, the Yu family was composed of nothing but wretched individuals, especially Yuku and Yu. Although the others were unaware of Sunway's thoughts, his defiant expression was tantamount to courting disaster. They recognized his obstinacy, yet urged him to temper it for the sake of his own safety. The room fell silent until that infernal voice rang out once more. Yuka scrutinized Sunway with an inscrutable gaze, sensing that something was amiss about him. Not only him, but also the two boys beside him. Sunway is actually apologizing. Has the sun risen from the west? Something's off. And Chan Wangjin and Su Ming, are they truly allies who would stand by me? Perhaps it would be prudent to wait for the storm to pass before devising a plan to eliminate Chan Wangjin and Su Ming. Sunway. Chan Wangjin Su Ming. How could he be so foolish as to involve himself in a good deed? Sunway's eyes widened, his face flushed with rage. He had already apologized. What more did they want from him? If they had the capability, let them come at him. Did they truly think he was afraid? At worst, he would die alongside them. After 18 years, he would still be a valiant man. The class monitor could see that Sunway's expression foretold trouble and hurriedly intervened before Sunway could speak. He turned to Yuku, his tone as stiff as could be. Yuku, weren't you feeling unwell and planning to take a leave? You should go now. You accompany your sister. She is not safe alone. Yu nodded, and before Yuku could say anything further, quickly pulled her out of the classroom. The moment the two left, Sunway could no longer contain himself, shaking off the class monitor's grip and shouting, if you have the guts, come at me. Do you really think I'm afraid of her? He had longed to say this, but since Yuku had been unable to stand up for herself, he had lost the will to do so. Little did he know it was not Yuku who lacked the strength. It was her heart that harbored something formidable while Yuya was still alive, and he firmly believed that it was the heavens aiding her. Otherwise, with Yuka's volatile nature, it would have been impossible for her to maintain dominance over Yuya for so long. Surely, the ancestors of the Yu family were in turmoil. This line of thought did not sit well with Sunway. What else should I do? Just watch as she bullies Yuya? Enough already. He understood Sunway's affection for Yuya, but for the sake of his own life, he ought to exercise some restraint. The class monitor, having exhausted his patience, snapped, every time it's Yuya who comes to you in tears. Have you seen Yuka bully Yuya with your own eyes? What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting Yuya is lying? Sunway's temper flared, and the situation spiraled out of control. The onlookers exchanged glances between Sunway, the class monitor, and their phones, momentarily unsure of where to focus their attention. The class monitor's patience had completely worn thin, and his expression turned icy. Fine, I won't stop you. Let him go find Yuku and confront her. Tomorrow, I shall see who among you makes the news. The others quickly intervened, urging Sunway to refrain from acting recklessly. At this moment, Their primary concern was not only Yuku's potential ambush on Sunway, but also another matter. Yuku had claimed that Sunway would die while racing the next day. Whether or not this was true remained uncertain. Did Yuku truly possess the extraordinary ability to predict the future? After all, just one day remained. They could afford to wait and ascertain the truth of Yuku's words. The class was eager to discover whether Yuku truly had prophetic powers and began brainstorming strategies for Sunway. Unbeknownst to Yuku, the classroom drama unfolded without her knowledge, while Yu only learned of the messages exchanged after leaving the school. He scrolled through the group members and, upon not seeing Yuku, breathed a sigh of relief, putting away his phone to look at Yuku. "Shall we go to the hospital?" Yuku pouted, her claim of feeling unwell serving merely as an excuse. Now that she was unable to shake off Yu, she had lost interest in going to the hospital. No need. She was aware that Yu had purchased a house outside, but this matter had been kept discreetly from her. Given the timeline, she was oblivious to Yu's acquisition of the property and found herself at a loss for words after a brief pause. She suggested, "Brother, let's rent a place outside." Upon hearing this, Yu did not react much. He simply retrieved a key from his keychain and handed it to Yuku. "No need to rent. I already have a house." From the moment he realized Yuku was not well regarded in the Yu family, Yu had known that this day would eventually come. As her elder brother, he could not allow his sister to have nowhere to turn when she wished to leave. Thus, he had secretly purchased a house with his own money, keeping it from the Yu family. How astute of him! Taking the key, Yuka felt warmth spread through her heart. Though the outcomes are always the same, as long as I can protect Yu, that is all that matters. Yu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. However, she would remain steadfastly by Yu's side. If Sunway dared to approach, she would ensure his demise. Observing her resolve, Yu too felt a wave of relief and hurriedly led Yuku to their new home. The following morning, when Yuku arrived in the classroom, nearly everyone was already present, their gazes subtly drifting toward her. Yuku scanned the room, but Sunway was nowhere to be seen. A smirk crept onto her lips before she quickly suppressed it, as if a weight had settled heavily upon her chest. "The wheels of fate have begun to turn from this day forth." With this enigmatic statement, Yuku expressionlessly took her seat, dropping her backpack onto the desk and collapsing onto it as though her bones had dissolved. With her eyes closed, the world around her fell silent. Class group chat, ? What does it mean? Is the wheel of fate beginning to turn? Is it implying that Sunway is about to die? Yuli, you spent the entire day with her yesterday. Do you have any exclusive news? With a leisurely gait, Yu entered the classroom, resting one elbow on the back desk while idly scrolling through his phone with the other hand. "Nothing," he replied. The others, skeptical of his message, wondered how one could possibly think of nothing at all. The class monitor, inquired, "What did you hear yesterday?" Yu smirked, a soft chuckle escaping his throat. "She said she would protect me." The room fell silent. As if sensing that wasn't enough, Yu added, "She said she would risk her life to protect me." The collective astonishment was palpable. "Yuli, who asked you that? We want to know if she mentioned anything about me." The sharpness of the remark revealed a hint of barely concealed frustration. Yu glanced at Yuku, who was slumped over the desk, her head buried, seemingly lost in slumber. Sunway, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not heard Yuka's inner thoughts, he would have been racing off in a frenzy. Yet, her thoughts haunted him, leaving him restless and uneasy, as though a grim fate awaited him. Driven by curiosity about what might transpire, he couldn't resist sneaking over to the racetrack, convinced that the issue lay here, and he wouldn't be able to focus until he witnessed it for himself. He discreetly hailed a cab, ensuring that his rowdy friends remained unaware of his whereabouts. Soon, the bell rang for class. Yuka straightened up, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she watched the teacher scribble on the blackboard, her thoughts drifting aimlessly as her mind wandered. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. "It's past 8. In just over 2 hours, Sunway will be dead." One tee. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the others perked up, their spirits reignited. She was speaking at last. Although Yuku was not one to chatter, her rare utterance sent a wave of excitement through the group, their eyes wide with anticipation. Hoping for her to elaborate meanwhile, they couldn't help but keep an eye on the teacher, who was fervently writing, oblivious to Yuka's thoughts. As the looming college entrance examination approached, the teacher was eager to cram knowledge into their minds. Unaffected by Yuku's poignant reflection, it seemed that not everyone could hear her thoughts, and the criteria for those who could remained a mystery. As they pondered this, Yuku's inner voice resounded once more. "If they knew that I was aware Sunway would die today yet chose not to warn him, they would undoubtedly label me as cold-hearted." This sentiment struck a chord with the group. However, after the events of yesterday, They understood that it was already a miracle Yuku hadn't taken matters into her own hands against Sun Wei. How could they possibly expect her to save him? Yuku lowered her eyelashes, slowly leaning back down, peacefully closing her eyes. The others were taken aback. Is that it? No more to say? The chat erupted once again. Is Yuku being overly calm? Doesn't she even want to think about it? Let South find someone close to her to probe for more information after class. Before anyone could decide who to approach, Yuku's voice echoed through the classroom, sending shivers down their spines. But what's the point of saving him? I've saved Sun Wei countless times, yet he still dies. Yuku opened her eyes and looked at Yu. Her gaze filled with unfathomable sorrow. Yu, what must I do to save you? I truly don't know what else to try. I've exhausted every possible method, yet I still cannot save you. I'm so sorry. I feel utterly useless. Chapter 3. Feed your flesh to Yuya. At this revelation, not only Yu, but everyone who heard Yuka's thoughts was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the weight of her words. What does that mean? I don't quite understand, one asked. Yuli, you know Yuka best. What did that mean? It's a bit frightening. I assent it. Are you going to die? Yu, momentarily frozen, felt a chill run down his spine as his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Yuku, who had buried her face in her arms, obscuring her expression. But Yuka's words do imply that. It's truly unsettling, evoking a sense of absurdity, as if the world were ending tomorrow and somehow I was the only one aware. Your grandpa. What? What did you all hear? Someone relay the information. Sitting in an inconspicuous corner of the racetrack, Sun Wei felt his heart race. Ever since yesterday, Yuku had given him an inexplicable feeling, especially her haunting thoughts. Hearing such statements now filled him with a surreal sense of impending doom. Lost in this thought, Sun Wei felt a wave of dread wash over him. Cars were already racing around the track, and though everything seemed fine, he gripped his phone tightly, as if holding on to his precarious fate. I have a bold hypothesis. A new message popped up in the group chat. Given what Yuku just said, doesn't it seem like she has experienced this countless times? She has tried to save Yu and Sun Wei repeatedly, yet has failed each time, although the notion was already suspected. Hearing it articulated made everyone collectively gasp. The implications were chilling. She seemed to have relived this scenario many times. While the revelation sparked intrigue, it also instilled a sense of dread. If what you're saying is true, then it would make sense for Yuku to know what will happen in the future, but the idea of her having lived through this multitude of times is absurd. Doesn't that mean she knows so much? Someone urged caution. Let us wait for news from Sun Wei's side. Fortunately, we'll soon be able to verify whether Yuku's predictions hold any merit. Otherwise, living in fear daily is unbearable. Qi Yang. Suddenly called, the class leader Qi Yang, lost in thought in the group chat, jumped up in alarm, confusion and panic evident on his face as he met the teacher's disapproving gaze, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Teacher, what did you just say? The teacher took a deep breath, his heart heavy as he realized that Qi Yang, the only promising student in the chaotic class 12 of their senior year, was currently distracted. With an exasperated sigh, he pointed to the blackboard and repeated his question. What's the answer to this problem? Qi Yang raised his eyes to see a geometric problem projected on the board. One of moderate difficulty, however. He had recently practiced this very question. The teacher nodded, a gentle smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Relieved, Qi Yang smiled back, but the next instant, he heard, "Come to the office after class." His smile faltered and he sat back down awkwardly, unable to muster any joy. Although Class 12 was notorious for its poor performance, Qi Yang's grades were decent enough that the teacher often called on him. However, the rest of the class was merely there to make up numbers. After a brief flurry of schadenfreude in the chat, someone tagged the class leader. Just don't let anything from the group chat slip outside. Qi Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did they think him a fool? Meanwhile, the catalyst for this turmoil, Yuku, remained quietly asleep at her desk, seemingly detached from the chaos around her, while the teacher, too, appeared oblivious to her presence. The group chat erupted once more, urging Yu, hurry, go probe her for information. Why? Yu rolled his eyes in response. Probe for what? Sun Wei or her other concerns? I remind you, if Yuku has truly lived through this many times, being too straightforward will only raise her suspicions. As for Sun Wei, she has already made her stance clear. That fool is destined to die. The class fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. Just then Yuka suddenly stood up, her gaze unfocused, drifting aimlessly as if in a trance. Only then did the others dare to discuss. What is happening? Off to the restroom. Yu, did you know that Yaya is in the hospital? Liemo scrutinized Yu. Wasn't it Yuku who did it? At this Yu chuckled, though there was no mirth in his eyes. Can't you hear her thoughts? Right now all her attention is on me in some way. She has no intention of dealing with you, yeah. Though he spoke with confidence, Liemo remained unconvinced. Her lips pursed. Then why is Yaya in the hospital? Yu met her gaze, falling silent, his expression suggesting, what does her hospitalization have to do with me? Should I celebrate with firecrackers? The Li family and the Yu family had always maintained a good relationship, and Liemo was quite close to Yuya, often playing together. Although they hadn't been in the same class since middle school, Liemo still regarded Yuya as her best friend. Thus, whenever anything happened to Yuya, she was the first to rush forward, often blaming Yuku the harshest. Countless times, unfounded accusations had been hurled her way. Previously, when they couldn't hear Yuku's thoughts, they were unaware of her intentions. Now that they could, they still blindly condemned her. Did Liemo bit her lip? You've always protected Yuku. Could it be that she harmed Yaya to settle a score with you, considering how you both have bullied her? Yu found this accusation laughable. He slowly stood up, towering at 185 centimeters, his imposing presence coupled with a chilling aura that made Liemo swallow hard. I do not harbor a life creed that condones the mistreatment of women. If you dare to malign Yuku again, upon witnessing Yu's murderous gaze, Liemo's heart quivered, and her feet instinctively retreated a step. Yet, the image of Yuya lying in the hospital, pale and encased in plaster, quelled her retreat, igniting a fierce defiance within her as she glared at Yu. Has Yuku not tormented Yaya enough? While previous skirmishes could be overlooked, now that Yaya's leg is broken, can you assert that Yuku is innocent? The classroom fell into a profound silence while Yu lowered his gaze upon Liemo. His eyes growing colder, the depths filled with unabashed disdain. He clenched his fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing ominously, as if he were poised to strike Liemo at any moment. The onlookers felt an impending doom, yet none dared to intervene. They regarded Liemo with disapproval. Why provoke him when you could simply remain unscathed? Although Yuka's behavior is rather deranged, they deemed Liemo's suspicions utterly illogical. Given Yuka's psychological complexities, was it merely a matter of breaking Yuya's leg? Surely, she should have severed it. Not merely broken it, allowing for a potential recovery as Yu seemed ready to act. Fear gripped Liemo. In her trepidation, she faltered in her words. You are merely pretending. You saw everything yet feign ignorance. You allow Yuku to bully Yaya, and now you stand by as her leg is shattered. You two siblings are equally wicked. You ought to visit the hospital and apologize to Yaya. Seeking her forgiveness, Yu was rendered speechless by rage. Liemo appeared utterly devoid of reason. Managing to implicate Yuku in everything without justification, she dragged him into her unfounded accusations. As he raised his foot, intending to deliver a swift kick to Liemo, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, halting his movement abruptly. Yuya's leg is broken. At the sound, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, fearing Yu might truly resort to violence. Yuka strolled into the classroom, a seemingly innocent smile gracing her face as she gazed at Liemo, while her thoughts turned darker. This has never transpired before. I wonder which kind-hearted soul orchestrated this. Perhaps they were simply weary of Yuya's repugnant demeanor. As if the world owes her something, perpetually aggrieved. How revolting! Now her leg is broken. She deserves it. A sudden recollection of the countless harrowing experiences that had befallen her due to Yuya surged in her mind, inciting an escalating turmoil within her, her reason slipping away. Why did that person not simply eliminate Yuya? Are these people blind? They believe Yuya's tears without question. I shall find an opportunity to gouge out your eyes. Then you need not witness Yuya's pathetic antics. And Yuya, what are you? If you dare harm Yu, I will end you no matter how many times it takes. I've killed you countless times. What difference does a few more make? If you so much as lay a finger on Yu, I will ensure your demise no matter the cost. And that wretched Shunjua, I will see you all buried together. All of you shall perish. The atmosphere was thick with dread, as if they had been plunged into hell. The classroom was silent, no one daring to utter a word. Even Yu felt an overwhelming shock. As though he had never truly known Yukuda, he had never perceived any distinction between her and others. Yet now, he felt an acute sorrow for his sister, who had never been treated with kindness. If it had not been evident before, now the entire class 12 of Senior 3 felt the palpable madness radiating from Yuku. Not only was she unhinged, but she also exuded a disturbing proclivity for violence and destruction. She stood there, seemingly docile, her smile almost sweet, yet her inner voice screamed with madness, echoing in their minds, unleashing her suppressed fury. All were engulfed by her fluctuating roars, silencing them with fear, their bodies trembling. They understood that the current Yuku was capable of anything. They speculated that she might have been reborn countless times, and her inner voice confirmed their suspicions. their fears materializing. She claimed to have killed Yuya innumerable times. Who could trust that a madwoman would refrain from murder? Furthermore, Yuka could possibly regenerate indefinitely. Even in death, she merely transitioned to another life. But they had only this one life. Death meant the end of all. The mere thought intensified their terror. Limo's face had turned ghostly pale. Although Yuka's words were frenzied, they also indicated that she was not responsible for the incident. In that instant, her inner turmoil abruptly ceased. The cacophony of her thoughts fading with a sweet smile, she gently pressed Yu's shoulder, urging him to sit. Brother, do not be angry. It is nothing. She has accused me before, and I have grown accustomed to it. Limo's complexion darkened further. Yu turned to Yuku. His lips pressed tightly together, as if he had myriad words to express but found himself voiceless. After venting her frustrations, Yuku felt a surge of relief, gazing at Yu with a beaming smile. No matter how many times, Yu will always stand by my side without hesitation. How could I not wish to protect such a dear brother? Yu was the sole softness in her heart, her Achilles heel. Hearing her inner thoughts should have brought him joy, knowing his sister would go to such lengths to shield him, yet he found no happiness in it. Above all, he wished for Yuku to embody normalcy, to be cherished and loved, never to encounter the darkness of this world. Instead of her current state, appearing obedient while inwardly spiraling into madness. However, others perceived the situation differently. Though Yuku was terrifying, her desire to safeguard Yu was genuine. Yu also fiercely protected Yuku, and the pure bond between the siblings evoked a strange envy among the onlookers. They were unaware of Yu's thoughts, but in Yuka's heart, he was her entire universe. Contemplating this left them with the unsettling realization that Yuku was not only deranged but also a Yandra. A shiver coursed through the crowd and goosebumps erupted across their skin, intensifying their desire to alert the authorities. The school no longer provided them with a sense of security, they merely sought to summon the police. How could such an admirable brother like Yu be provoked by such blind fools? Suddenly, they felt a familiar chill. The impending sense of doom returning to Limo's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yuku. Her lips trembling, drawing blood from her bite. She had merely sought to inquire, was that too much to ask? In that moment, Limo grasped Sunway's perspective. After just a few words, she had been sentenced to death by Yuku. How could this be? Yet, Yuku remained unfazed, her mind racing. What manner of death shall I choose for her? As she reflected on the past, her agitation deepened. Time and again, it is you who incites Yu's ire. Why must you provoke him repeatedly? Are you not merely a pet trained by Yuya, obeying her whims? Suddenly, she thrust her hand down onto the desk with force, the compass piercing through the thin A4 paper with a resounding thud. Embedding itself entirely within the metal surface, the collective heart of the onlookers skipped a beat. No one dared to meet Yuka's gaze, while her desk mate trembled like a fragile blade of grass caught in a tempest. Utterly desolate. A madwoman. Yuku was undoubtedly insane. She must change seats. No amount of persuasion would sway her true to form. Yuku, with the sharp tip of the compass still lodged in the desk, began to draw a flawless circle on the paper. Removing the compass revealed a hole, a stark reminder of the desk's torment. The sharp point seemed to penetrate Limo's flesh, draining the color from her face. Her body quaking as if she might faint at any moment. Yuka's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with a deceptive innocence. Then let us slice your flesh piece by piece to feed to Yuya. You adore her so. I am certain you will be delighted that way. You shall never part from her. Chapter 4. One may provoke Yuku, but never Yu. All were filled with dread. Silenced by Yuka's chilling words, Limo's eyes rolled back as she fainted. Limo's deskmate, Sun Chichi, pale-faced, caught her as she nearly collapsed to the floor, cautiously glancing towards Yuka's direction, mentally cursing Limo for her folly. How could Limo be so blind as to provoke Yuku, incurring her wrath? Now as her deskmate, she could not simply stand by and watch. Was she not inadvertently drawing Yuka's ire upon herself? If Yuku were to assume she was allied with Limo, would she also seek her destruction? Where could she seek justice? Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Chichi pinched Limo's arm forcefully, then reluctantly called out, Limo has fainted. Someone please assist her to the infirmary to allay Yuka's suspicions. She hurriedly added, she has low blood sugar and skipped breakfast today. The students of Class 12 were well aware of the reason behind Limo's fainting. Yet none dared to expose her. A girl from the back row quickly joined Sun Chichi in escorting Limo to the infirmary, not daring to linger in the classroom. Once Limo was taken away, the others discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. However, they had grossly underestimated Yuka's perceptiveness. Their tension remained palpable, lodged in their throats, causing panic. Observing Yuku effortlessly deduce Sun Chichi's deception, their hearts sank once more. They suddenly realized that Yuku was far more astute than they had anticipated. Perhaps she truly had been reborn countless times, her understanding of those around her unparalleled. Should they engage in any actions that deviate from the trajectory of the future, Yuku might indeed begin to harbor doubts about them. Yuchichi's anxious ramblings were merely a figment of her imagination. Little did she know that Yuku was acutely aware of even the minutiae, such as whether Liemo suffered from low blood sugar. After a moment of contemplation, Yuku found herself at ease. She considered the possibility that there was indeed some truth to her thoughts and decided to no longer concern herself with Liemo, who had already been carried away. Despite having been reborn numerous times, each incarnation was not immutable. Perhaps it was her rebirth that led to subtle variations in the development of each life. These changes were inconspicuous and would not alter the narrative's trajectory, falling within the realm of reasonable fluctuations that could occur anywhere, as long as no significant deviations emerged. In the group chat, someone remarked, "Liemo is going abroad. So soon." Although this news had not been previously discussed, it did not come as a shock to them. After all, how many among their class could manage to gain admission to university and graduate through sheer talent? Aside from the class monitor, none. Most of the class comprised affluent second-generation individuals, who were accustomed to idling away their days without the burden of inheriting family businesses. However, they never anticipated that the first to make arrangements would be Liemo's family. "Oh my, I don't care whether Liemo goes abroad or not. All I know is that Yuku is truly terrifying. To slice off Liemo's flesh to feed Yuya is utterly depraved. How could she conceive such a method?" Nevertheless, Liemo has indeed acted impulsively. Knowing that Yuku has been preoccupied with Yuya these past few days, she still approached her, courting disaster. Listen, how could someone as twisted as Yuku possibly engage in such acts as breaking legs? In the past, they might have shared Liemo's suspicions about Yuku. But now they would not dare. At least not openly. Although breaking legs was indeed a brutal act, especially with the impending college entrance examination, it paled in comparison to the terrifying thoughts that occupied Yuka's mind. After all, her thoughts revolved around how to cause someone's demise, how to do so discreetly, and how to evade suspicion after the act. When weighed against Yuka's sinister contemplations, Yuya's broken leg was truly trivial. As everyone became aware of the darkness of their thoughts, an eerie silence enveloped them. Breaking a leg could warrant severe penal consequences, with sentences ranging from 3 years to 10 years in prison. Yet they found themselves feeling indifferent. A chill ran down their spines. Indeed, after hearing too much of Yuka's inner voice, they had begun to lose their sense of normalcy upon receiving the news. Sunway's eyes widened in disbelief and he began to frantically pound on his keyboard. Yuya's leg was broken? Yuka did it. It has to be her. There is no one else. 6 thumbs up. JP. The others were left speechless. Why you sent a smiley emoji? Do you know what happened to the last person who asked such a question? Recalling Yuka's terrifying thoughts, Sunway shuddered, tightening his outer garment as an unsettling feeling washed over him. Yet he mustered the courage to ask, trembling. What happened? As soon as he sent the message, an image appeared below. It depicted Sun Qiqi and Bai Shinran hastily dragging Liemo out of the classroom, their strides frantic. The way they dragged her resembled a scene from a drama where unconscious criminals were hauled away. Sun Qiqi and Bai Shinran, who typically struggled to open a bottle cap, seemed to wish for additional legs, nearly leaving a blur in the photograph, showcasing their panic as they fled. Sunway, don't court disaster. The incident with Yuya's broken leg was not caused by Yuka. If you keep talking nonsense in front of her, she might actually gouge out your eyeballs. Look at the group name. Sunway glanced at the glaringly bright group name at the top of the screen. Cherish life, stay away from Yuku, and fell into a brief silence. It really wasn't Yuku, was it? I will relay your words to Yuku. Sunway's hand trembled, nearly dropping his phone. He looked up at the sky. The sun had risen, warm and comforting. Yet why did he feel a chill creeping down his back? There was a sinister presence. He quickly sent a sorrowful emoji. I was wrong, bro. With Yuku in her current state, attacking anyone on sight, even someone like Sunway, who often got into fights, was beyond endurance. In the end, it was the physical education representative who spoke rationally. Sunway, have you forgotten? Yesterday Yuku only wanted to kill you. She had no time to bother with you. Yeah. Sunway's expression cracked. Thanks, but that did not provide any comfort. Who comforted you? No wonder you die so quickly. It's all self-inflicted. Not wishing to be subjected to further ridicule, Sunway awkwardly shifted the topic. What did Liemo do? Why did she faint? The others, always eager for drama, chimed in. Liemo pointed at Yuku, accusing her of breaking Yuya's leg, which led to Yuya's paralysis. She demanded you could go to the hospital to apologize to Yuya, bowing her head, and record a video to share with the school and major video platforms, while brutally slapping herself. Sunway felt a tightening in his chest, his lips pressed firmly together. Why Yuya paralyzed. He, like a developmental disorder patient, completely ignored the earlier conversation and became consumed by the sorrow of Yuya's paralysis. Tears streaming down his face, he squatted alone in a corner, emitting a mournful sound akin to a cow's lament. Crying pitifully, large teardrops fell onto his phone screen, his hands trembling, wiping the screen clean. He saw the following message. After Liemo made those accusations, Yuku smiled and agreed. Indeed, her expression was so innocent, completely as if she believed whatever was said. Sunway's heart tightened, and he clenched his teeth, typing furiously on the screen. Then what was she thinking? Not much. Just thought of slicing Liemo into pieces, cooking her and feeding her to Yuya to make amends. Yes, she even said if Liemo's flesh was insufficient for atonement, she would slice you up too, to make it up to Yuya. Sunway's cries grew more desperate. This Yuku, how could she be so malicious? Not only had she rendered Yuya paralyzed, but she also intended to feed her human flesh. Not only did she want to kill Liemo, but she also wanted to kill him. How could such a person exist in this world? Sunway felt a mix of fury and fear, tagging those who had spoken earlier. Let us each contribute some money to hire someone to eliminate Yuku. Being classmates with such a person is the worst luck imaginable. He would never dare to take matters into his own hands. Yet allowing Yuku to roam free made him feel his life was in constant peril. The safest course of action was to find someone to eliminate her. But he had forgotten that Yuyu was also in the group. Yuyu sent a sinister smile emoji, tagging Sunway. Don't leave after school. Sunway. It's over, I forgot about you. He quickly tagged Yuyu. Yuku is your sister, will you take any action? She's threatening to kill people, and you're just letting her roam free? Yuyu did not respond. Sheep Village undercover wolf. Alright, enough of the commotion. Are you all uncomfortable unless Sunway is dead? Yuya merely has a broken leg, we don't know who did it. But it certainly wasn't Yuku. If you want to die, feel free to provoke Yuku. But don't say I didn't warn you. Limo suspected Yuku, which angered Yuyu, and that's why Yuku holds a grudge against her. After escaping one disaster, do you really think Yuku will forget? You should be more cautious and keep a low profile. Thumbs up. JP. It is well known that one may provoke Yuku, but never Yuyu or else death awaits. Chapter 5. Oh no, something has happened. Sunway pressed down on his trembling legs, overwhelmed with anxiety, and decided to turn off his phone screen under normal circumstances. Upon learning of Yuya's injury, even if it were just a minor scrape, Sunway would have rushed over to offer comfort. Yet now, with Yuya's leg broken, he couldn't even think to call her. His mind consumed with fears of whether he had truly incurred Yuku's wrath. Sunway now fully comprehended the situation. Yuku was utterly deranged, acting without regard for the consequences, even though she had not yet taken action. In the Yu household, she was never held in high regard and had nothing to lose. Moreover, even if she died, she could simply start anew in the next life. But he could not. He had a promising life ahead. And if he were to provoke Yuku, given Yuyu's temperament, he would not escape unscathed. The matter would surely be exposed. Even if the Yu family did not defend Yuku, the Sun family would be utterly disappointed in him should they find out. Causing trivial trouble at school was one thing, but if it escalated to the point of murder, the Sun family would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation. Thus, despite knowing that Yuku would love nothing more than to eliminate him, Sunway dared not lay a finger on her. Most importantly, he believed Yuku could continuously be reborn. It seemed absurd, but Sunway felt it was a real possibility. He squatted there, hoping to validate whether Yuku's claims held any truth, yet his racing heart told him that something might indeed transpire today, if he were to offend Yuku gravely this time. Who knew how she would retaliate in the next life? Though the next life seemed distant and he would not retain any memories upon reflection, Sunway realized he had a chance. He could evade today's calamity, and ensure Yuku would not constantly fixate on his life. It all stemmed from a few heated exchanges. He had misjudged her too many times. A sincere apology and plea for forgiveness would suffice. There was no need to escalate matters to a life-or-death struggle. After all, Yuka's animosity was primarily directed at Yuya. Although he indeed harbored deep affections for Yaya, when weighed against the value of his own life, Yuya was not quite as significant to him. He was, after all, quite protective of his own existence. One must ponder, is Yuya truly as innocuous as she presents herself to be? When faced with the peril of losing his life, Sunway found himself wavering. After considerable reflection, he resolved that it would be prudent to avoid Yuyu and steer clear of Yuku in the future. This strategy should enable him to safely navigate his way to graduation. Once freed from the confines of academia, the sky would be vast and the world expansive. Yuku would surely not linger on the memory of his life. As Sunway contemplated the intricacies of life and risk aversion, in the infirmary, the doctor was already administering an futile mo after ensuring her care. Sun Qiqi and Bai Shinran turned on their heels and left without a moment's hesitation, not long after their departure. The unconscious Mo stirred awake, glancing around the infirmary, which was sparsely populated with only the doctor present. She was engulfed by a profound sense of desolation. She contemplated calling Yuya, yet as she reached for her phone, she hesitated. After a moment of staring at the ceiling, silent tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Limo was genuinely terrified that why Yuku was a lunatic. She had felt the palpable malice directed at her in that fleeting moment, and it left her breathless. Remaining in the same space as Yuku would inevitably lead to her demise, whether through sheer fright or at the hands of Yuku herself. After lying still for what felt like an eternity, the doctor replaced her final 4 bag with glucose. Limo picked up her phone and opened the class group chat, her expression shifting dramatically. "You son grandpa. What the hell? Something has happened." "What?" "Sunway, you're still alive." "What the hell? I didn't check the time earlier, but now it matches the time Yuku mentioned." "How are you still alive?" "Yuku's predictions can't be trusted either." "You son grandpa. Get lost, I don't have the energy to banter with you all right now." Sheep Village undercover Grey Wolf. "What's happening over there?" "You son grandpa." Video. The students of Class 12 of senior year quickly lowered their voices as they clicked on the video. After watching, their expressions shifted to one of horror. The video depicted several flashy racing cars speeding on the track, their tires screeching against the asphalt. However, as the vehicles had not traveled far, they suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion. The tremendous sound reverberated, causing the video to shake noticeably, indicating the videographer had been startled, and they even caught Sunway's scream. The explosion flipped the first car that sped past, while the subsequent vehicles, too close together though not overturned, were nonetheless swept into the chaos. The explosions continued to ring out, flames spreading rapidly, shards of glass and automotive debris flying far and wide. Sparks ignited, and horrifying screams erupted from within the vehicles, sending chills down the spines of those watching. Witnessing the devastation ahead, the cars behind swiftly veered away, fearful of being caught in the inferno. In the video, 3 cars blazed fiercely, their occupants trapped within. Unable to escape the engulfing flames, the heart-wrenching cries could be heard even through the screen, tightening the hearts of the viewers, as the desperate pleas for help seemed to pierce their very souls. They may not have known those individuals, yet they were undeniably lives lost. Thick plumes of smoke billowed from the windows, obscuring the view of the interior. The screams gradually diminished, but the occupants remained unaccounted for, and no rescue had yet arrived. "You son grandpa." An explosion occurred. Several cars were blown up. "Damn, I'm going down to check it out. I'll update later." "Aren't you going to run far away instead of going to check? You must be tired of living. Have you forgotten you have a death buff on you?" "Exactly, if I were you, I'd be running far away right now, not rushing to meet my end." The comments in the group effectively halted Sunway's advance. Although the classmates' words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. Why Yuku had foretold his demise today. Sunway dared not contemplate what might have transpired had he not heeded her warning and entered the fray. Today would have been. The courage he had briefly felt seemed to evaporate in an instant. Sunway felt his legs grow weak, the color draining from his face. He gazed at the raging flames on the track and the throng of individuals rushing to extinguish the fire. Trembling as he sank into a seat, clutching the railing, he forced himself not to think, to refrain from overthinking. It was all in the past. Picking up his phone, Sunway endeavored to keep his thoughts at bay. For the more he pondered, the more terrifying it became. However, as he lowered his head, he noticed the group chat was equally tumultuous. "You Lee, after class, take Yuku to buy a lottery ticket. If we win, I want my share. So Yuku knows all our fates, yet I wonder what kind of person I will become in the future. I really want to ask Yuku." "Mind your tongue. Yuku is more cautious than we think. If she discovers we can hear her thoughts, we might all find ourselves in the news tomorrow. Let us not dwell on that. I wonder how those people are faring. With the cars blown to bits, they must be dead." A brief silence enveloped the chat. Yet soon someone spoke again. "You son grandpa, Sunway, if it weren't for Yuku, you would have perished today. While she may be a bit unhinged, it's a fact that she saved you." Sunway, seated in the corner, tightened his grip on his phone, taking a deep breath. "You son grandpa. I understand. I won't trouble her in the future. When the opportunity arises, I will express my gratitude." "Yuli. No need to thank her. Just keep your distance for everyone's sake. Yu glanced at Yuku, who was quietly dozing with her head resting on the desk, a gentle smile blossoming on his lips. This world had been filled with malice towards Yuku. From this day forth might that malice be diminished. He did not wish for everyone to treat Yuku with kindness. He merely desired that they regard her as they would any ordinary person. It would suffice that as though sensing Yu's gaze, Yuku lifted her head to meet his eyes. Why Yu's gaze was warm and smiling, while Yuku appeared somewhat confused. Why are you looking at me like that? Yuku offered a sweet smile, casting a glance at the time, her smile deepening. Sunway is dead. Chapter 6. Should we be clinging to the female lead's coattails? Upon hearing Yuka's inner thoughts, the group fell silent. Were it not for the knowledge that Sunway was still alive at that moment, they might have genuinely believed he had perished. Why Yuka poured herself a glass of water to soothe her throat. Her gaze dropping to the book before her, though not a single word registered in her mind, she turned to look out the window. The sun was shining brightly, the trees lush with verdant foliage, the tender green leaves stretching invitingly. Yuka plucked a maple leaf and tucked it into her book. The plot. A word suddenly sprang to her mind. Is the plot truly so inescapable? After a moment of silence, she withdrew the leaf from the book, twirling it between her fingers. Though her eyes remained fixed on the leaf, her thoughts had drifted far away. Images flashed through her mind, her repeated struggles, ultimately leading to a tragic demise, and every attempt to protect her brother, only to witness his gruesome fate. Yuka's eyes suddenly glistened, tears welling and blurring the words on the page. Yu. I will do everything in my power to protect you. But please don't die for me again. Why are you so foolish? I've lived countless lives. I've had enough. All I desire is to see you safe and sound, far removed from turmoil. I wish for nothing else. Yu's eyelashes fluttered as he kept his gaze low. He did not look at Yuku, but his heart ached as if pricked by a needle. He had merely done what any brother would do, yet it compelled Yuku to be willing to sacrifice anything for him. If she had ever been treated kindly, would she have been this way? Ultimately, the Yu family had wronged her far too much. As if sensing his thoughts, Pei Yan gently patted his shoulder in silent consolation. Tears streamed down Yuka's face, dampening the words on the page. She resembled a fragile porcelain doll, the sunlight casting a soft glow on her profile, enhancing her delicate beauty amidst the fragility. As the beautiful girl wept, many found themselves momentarily entranced. One last time. Yu, let us strive once more, just one final time. If in this life we still cannot alter our fate, then I shall bring ruin to this world. If this world must revolve around Yuya, then in every subsequent life I will ensure to eliminate her at the very outset. Let the world cease to turn. What of the female lead? What of her divine protection? If the world cannot function, she is nothing. Yuka gazed at Yu, who held a vocabulary book in one hand and rested his chin on the other, his eyes lowered in contemplation, seemingly indifferent. One last time. But what should I do? Yuka began to ponder, and her words reignited the group chat once more. I think I just heard something extraordinary. Oh my, what plot? What female-led? It can't be what I'm thinking. Right. What kind of plot? Are you not reading novels? It's so obvious. Novels? I've read so many, none of them are written like that. What is it even about? As she spoke, she sent a photo of her bookshelf. Upon opening it, titles such as Wuthering Heights, Dream of the Red Chamber, The Red and the Black, and The Crowd were revealed. The group fell into stunned silence. Thumbs up. JP. Innocent. Oh no, it's not that kind of novel. What Yuka means is, Yuya is the darling of this world, the favored child of fate. Thus, this world revolves around her, and everyone is inclined towards her. As the words reached this point, Lee paused, gasping in astonishment, and quickly sent it out, then resumed typing furiously. Innocent. Damn, thinking it over, it really is true. All along, regardless of the situation, big or small, we seem to have stood by Yuya's side, supporting her as if one has lost their mind. Does that seem normal? Yuya is the false daughter of the Yu family, while Yuku is the true heiress. In novels, it is inconceivable for the genuine and the counterfeit to coexist harmoniously. Yuya is the favored daughter of fate, the protagonist of the story. Hence, the true heiress, Yuku, can only serve as a contrasting supporting character doomed to fail. Goodness, the very thought sends shivers down my spine. It's not just her. Many others felt a chill upon reading Li Qingqing's message. Yuka declared that she had killed Yuya numerous times, and in turn, had met her own demise countless times. Her tone was heavy with resentment, suggesting that even if she were to slay Yuya, she would not escape a grim fate herself. This is far from reality. It is utterly detached from the mundane world we inhabit. One commenter mused, additionally, Yuka mentioned that the plot is inescapable. Don't you feel that this sentiment mirrors that of a novel? Another replied, if you put it that way, I might just begin to believe it. Yet another interjected, this is absurd. Are your imaginations running too wild? A voice chimed in, isn't it frightening? How could anyone find this amusing? Even the premise of Yuka's infinite reincarnation is accepted, and her abilities are also tolerated, that if this universe is indeed a fictional one, perhaps it is not so difficult to accept after all. If we consider it this way, Yuku and Yuya are destined adversaries, with Yuya as the true protagonist of the narrative. Shouldn't we then align ourselves with her? Ah, that makes sense. While Yuka can reincarnate indefinitely, she remains a mere pawn. Is it wise to grow close to her and risk being tainted by her misfortune? Thus we should indeed cling to the protagonist. Another voice suggested, but Yuku is unhinged. I value my life more than wealth and glory. Perhaps we should find a way to extract information subtly. How do we do that? Let me think. We must be discreet, as Yuku is quite wary. She might suspect us with the slightest hint. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for lunch. They had yet to devise a plan. Pei Yan shared a close friendship with Yu. He was one of his few friends and one of the rare individuals in class who harbored goodwill toward Yuku. Yuku sat across the table, observing Yu, who was engrossed in his phone, alongside Pei Yan, who was delicately sipping water, his long hair obscuring his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Aside from his somewhat rebellious appearance, Pei Yan was exceptionally well behaved at school. Compared to someone like Sun Wei, he could easily be labeled an angel. It's worth mentioning that if Pei Yan performed well in exams, he would undoubtedly qualify for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Yet here he is, confined to the company of these privileged youths in Class 12. What a pity. Chapter 7. Pei Yan is also a victim. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Pei Yan was drinking, he suddenly heard that remark, causing him to choke on his drink, the liquid nearly sending him into Yu hastily set aside his phone to assist him. Casting an exasperated glance at Yuku, startled, Yuku quickly offered him a tissue. Disregarding the damp sleeve from Pei Yan, spluttered, Yu took the tissue from her hand to dab Pei Yan's face, one hand rhythmically patting his back. Is it really so difficult to drink without causing a scene? How could one choke on water? He behaves like a young girl. Pei Yan's face turned crimson as he struggled to swallow the water clogging his throat, and the next moment, he lamented, what a shame that Pei Yan's heartfelt affections are wasted. Yu is merely blind to it. Unless you lay everything bare before him, he will remain oblivious. Cough, cough, cough. Yuka quickly handed over the tissue. What's wrong? Did you choke again? Pei Yan coughed even harder, his ears turning red as he wished he could vanish beneath the table. Yu's hand lingered on Pei Yan's back. Caught in an awkward limbo, the tension palpable, he glanced at Yuku and then back at Pei Yan, whose face was flushed to a shade resembling liver. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Could it be that his dear friend harbored feelings for him? He considered Pei Yan a brother. Yet Pei Yan seemed to desire more than camaraderie. Though he held no prejudice against homosexuality, he had never contemplated that his close friend might harbor such feelings. How could Yuku have deduced Pei Yan's affection? This left them in an unbearably awkward predicament as Pei Yan lowered his head to take another sip of water, suppressing the irritation in his throat. He refrained from further coughing. His long hair concealed his eyes, obscuring his expression. Yet, inexplicably, Yu sensed that he appeared somewhat despondent. Indeed, it must be disheartening for a straight man to be misperceived as Yu bit his lip, unwilling to voice anything in front of Yuku. Planning to apologize to Pei Yan later when Yuku was no longer present to ease the tension, Yuku observed Pei Yan and remarked, he resembles a forsaken puppy, pitiful and forlorn. Pei Yan's hand rested awkwardly on his lap, unsure of where to place it. Yu covered his mouth, stifling laughter to spare Pei Yan further embarrassment. After 3 years of being desk mates and roommates, have you really never noticed how endearing Pei Yan is? Honestly, in all my lives, I have yet to encounter such a charming young man since graduating high school. Yuko always felt that Pei Yan possessed a unique aura, one that was indescribable. Those unfamiliar with him perceived him as aloof and moody, while those who knew him well understood that he was kind-hearted and compassionate. He would help elderly women cross the street, shield drenched stray cats and dogs from the rain, and even donate his pocket money to charity. He possessed a pure heart, combined with remarkable intelligence, perseverance, and attention to detail. However, Pei Yan's family circumstances were far from ideal. He was a special admission student, having been recruited to Ling Elite High School due to his outstanding academic performance. Logically, he should maintain excellent grades, yet he managed to scrape by for 3 years with the lowest scores without being expelled, a remarkable feat in itself. Rumors suggested he had settled the school's tuition fees, though how a high school student accomplished this remained unclear. One thing was certain. Pei Yan was exceptionally talented, particularly in the realm of finance. His future trajectory indicated his remarkable capabilities. The two young men seated across from Yuku were both engulfed in discomfort, as if nails were embedded beneath them. Pei Yan in particular was experiencing this for the first time, being described as adorable. But how could a boy be deemed cute? Surely, being handsome is the norm. Yet, contemplating his own appearance, Pei Yan fell silent. He felt insecure about his looks. Otherwise, he would not have grown out his bangs to conceal his eyes. After 3 years of cohabitation, Yu had never witnessed him push his hair back. In fact, he had no idea what his dear friend's face looked like. When Yuka called Pei Yan cute, she could have been referring to either his appearance or his character. However, it soon became clear when Yuka added, "Pei Yan, I just want to sweep your hair back." Pei Yan's hand trembled as he instinctively pressed down on his bangs, fearing Yuka might genuinely reach out to sweep them aside. Just as he placed his hand on his hair, he felt it was inappropriate, especially since Yuku was unaware they could hear her thoughts. He awkwardly brushed at his hair before letting his hand fall. While Yuku, unfazed, continued, "Pei Yan's face could easily overshadow everyone in the entertainment industry. It's a shame he is so self-conscious. He possesses such striking features yet hides them away." Yu's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Pei Yan. Pei Yan's ears were flushed, and he appeared restless. Suddenly, he comprehended why Yuka found Pei Yan charming. There was indeed something endearing about him. However, more than his charm, Yu was curious about what Pei Yan's face looked like. What could it possibly be that would make Yuku, a universally acknowledged beauty, deem him handsome? And not just any handsome, one capable of eclipsing all in the realm of entertainment. Yu felt an itch to brush Pei Yan's hair aside, to unveil the visage that had garnered Yuka's praise. But now was not the time that Yu battled his own impatience. Pei Yan was consumed by unease. He had always felt insecure about his appearance in kindergarten. His peers remarked he looked like a girl, refusing to play with him. During middle school, following his parents' divorce and his father's remarriage, his stepmother taunted that he had inherited his mother's looks, implying he was just trying to seduce others. His father echoed that sentiment, suggesting that he too sought to latch onto a wealthy individual, just as his mother had. Pei Yan had long understood that he might possess some attractiveness, yet he had always received disparaging remarks, leading him to subconsciously view beauty as a curse. Consequently, he grew increasingly self-conscious about his face, opting for long bangs to obscure his features, making it difficult for others to discern his appearance. After cutting his bangs, he found that fewer people commented on him, further solidifying his belief that beauty was a burden. What he never anticipated was that from Yuku, he would receive such high praise, not in jest nor in derogation but genuine admiration for his looks. Yet, he pondered, what significance does beauty hold? Such things cannot be consumed as sustenance, and they may even lead to scorn and slander behind one's back. Pei Yan turned to glance at Yu and, unexpectedly, caught sight of Yu's eager yet restrained expression, causing his heart to flutter as if touched by something. Did Yu fancy his face? Yu rose to serve himself 3 heaping bowls of rice, the precarious height of which seemed to require a rope to keep from tumbling down, causing Yuku's eyelids to twitch. However, she had grown accustomed to it and effortlessly picked up a bowl to begin her meal. As she ate, her thoughts wandered. I wonder when Yu will realize that Pei Yan has feelings for him. Let me think. Yu did have 2 girlfriends in college. However, one cheated and the other was incompatible in personality. Both relationships ended in disappointment. He did not wish to invest his emotions in romance and instead dragged Pei Yan into starting a business. Pei Yan has an exceptional talent for commerce. Even a hastily established studio could flourish with his involvement in this convoluted journey. Pei Yan has always been by Yu's side. Yet, Pei Yan never reveals his true feelings, merely observing Yu, who, with his wooden-headedness, remains oblivious to Pei Yan's affections. Later, when disaster befalls Yu, Pei Yan sells his company to avenge him, ultimately leading to his own tragic demise. Reflecting on this, Yuka tightened her grip on her chopsticks, a wave of violent emotion swelling within her. Indeed, with each rebirth, the victims are not merely Yu and I. Pei Yan is also among them. When Yu dies, Pei Yan seeks vengeance, only to meet a tragic end himself. Fortunately, the mishaps that befall Pei Yan are manageable as long as Yu remains safe. Pei Yan will not pursue revenge, thus avoiding entanglement in those perilous affairs that could cost him his life. Chapter 8. What reaction would she have upon seeing Sun Wei? The meal was tasteless for all 3. Yu pondered about Pei Yan. He was not obtuse. If Pei Yan truly harbored deeper feelings for him, he would sense it. Yet, after 3 years at the same table, their relationship seemed so close. Yet he never once considered that Pei Yan loved him. Even in the future, when they would be together for many years, It appeared from Yuka's words that he had always regarded Pei Yan merely as a good brother. Was it that he had never contemplated this possibility, or was Pei Yan's disguise too flawless? This oversight consumed his thoughts, causing his gaze to inadvertently drift towards Pei Yan. Upon meeting his thick bangs, an overwhelming urge to lift them arose within him. Sensing the intense gaze beside him, Pei Yan's breath hitched, rendering him so nervous that he struggled to maintain his composure in an instinctive motion. He shuffled closer to Yuku, inadvertently distancing himself from Yu. This confirmed it. With such behavior, it would be absurd for him to think Pei Yan liked him. Whether intentional or not, Yuka took a few steps, inadvertently nudging Pei Yan back beside Yu. Smiling sweetly at him, Pei Yan's ears flushed, his gaze lowered to his toes as he walked cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance from Yu. Cherish this adorable Pei Yan. Apart from him, no one else in this world would genuinely care for Yu. Pei Yan, who had been praised for his cuteness, gently pressed his lips together. Stealing a glance at Yuku, should he remind her that complimenting a boy on his cuteness was rather inappropriate? Yu fell silent, suppressing the words on the tip of his tongue. Pei Yan stood stiffly by the door, leaning against the doorframe helplessly as Yu closed it. Pei Yan, this is rather unkind. The school's dormitories primarily consist of single and double rooms, with a few quadruple ones reserved for special admissions. Initially, Pei Yan shared a quadruple room, but after paying his tuition he applied for a single room. Thus, this dormitory housed only Yu and Pei Yan, alleviating Yu's concerns about exposing Pei Yan's secret. Today, he was determined to discover what made Pei Yan so exceptionally praiseworthy that Yuku would extol him. Pei Yan felt utterly uncomfortable that he cautiously shifted to the left, only to be blocked by Yu. He then attempted to move to the right, but again Yu obstructed him. Glancing at Yu, he dared not meet his gaze. I think I'll go to sleep. This abrupt change of topic was so clumsy. Yu continued to rub his hands together, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Pei Yan instantly recognized Yu's intentions and quickly bent down, darting past him, swiftly slipping off his shoes and burrowing into the covers, wrapping himself up like a fuzzy caterpillar. The next moment, Yu pounced, pulling the blanket away from Pei Yan's face. Let me see. Pei Yan's voice trembled. Maybe not. Just one glance. Yu's eyes were resolute, his tone earnest. Pei Yan observed him in silence for a moment, loosening his grip on the blanket slightly, and gave a gentle nod at why Yu's heart soared with joy as he tugged the blanket down a little further. Extending his two mischievous hands, he slowly pushed Pei Yan's hair aside, revealing a pair of deep dark eyes that seemed to plunge into Yu's very soul. Pei Yan's features were exquisite, akin to a celestial being stepped from a painting. His brows resembled distant mountains, and his captivating phoenix eyes only intensified the depth of his gaze, their inky blackness seemingly stained with ink, admitting no glimmer of light, rendering one unable to look away. Despite being mentally prepared, upon witnessing Pei Yan's stunning visage, Yu was momentarily spellbound. He realized that Yuka's description of Pei Yan's face had been profoundly inadequate. Pei Yan's appearance was simply extraordinarily striking. At least, he had never encountered anyone more beautiful than Pei Yan. Noticing the astonishment reflected in Yu's eyes, Pei Yan's lips involuntarily curled upward before he quickly suppressed it, pulling the blanket up to obscure half of his face. Yu, get down. Pei Yan remained silent, extending his hand from under the covers to push his heavy bangs down again. He seemed like a radiant jewel, his thick bangs serving as a shadowy veil, instantly dulling his vibrant presence. Yu felt a lump rise in his throat and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, Pei Yan must have his reasons for behaving this way. Suddenly, he recalled Yuka's words. She said Pei Yan liked him. This thought made Yu feel uneasy as he glanced at Pei Yan, who was curled up in the blanket. Realizing that his current position was rather compromising, he was practically lying on top of Pei Yan. Pei Yan liked him. Embarrassed, Yu sat up straight, bit his lip and cautiously spoke. Don't take Yuka's words to heart. Aware of what he was referring to, Pei Yan softly responded with an Observing his quiet and obedient demeanor, Yu felt a surge of guilt, as if he were bullying an innocent person. Feeling restless, he scratched his head and stood up, only to pause after taking a couple of steps to ask, "Would you like some water? I can get you some." Pei Yan's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as he sat up and gently nodded. Thank you. Yu. Why Yu? Don't call me Yu. Pei Yan replied with another Accepting the cup of warm water offered to him, he sipped carefully while stealing cautious glances at Yu's expression. Yu's demeanor was frosty, acutely aware of Pei Yan's gaze upon him. Yuka slumped over the table, motionless, entirely unfazed by the ringing of the class bell, sleeping soundly. The teachers who came to instruct their class had long developed a heart of steel, able to comfortably ignore all those who were inattentive. In this classroom, as long as the students did not disturb the teacher or disrupt the class, it was considered a perfect lesson. Whether students listened or dozed off or completed their assignments was of no concern to the teacher. However, today, Class 12 of Senior 3 displayed an unusually good classroom discipline as so remarkable that the teacher began to doubt themselves. Was this truly the Class 12 they remembered? Aside from a few students who were absent, the rest were remarkably present. Although most were not paying attention, there wasn't a single person slumped over as soon as class began. Except for Yuku, everyone else sat upright. This display of spirit was nearly unbelievable. While the classroom remained quiet, a small group named Cherish Life Stay Away from Yuku was anything but silent. Hey, what do you think Yuku's reaction will be when she sees Sunway? Chapter 9. Deviations Beyond Cognition. Yuku is firmly convinced that Sunway will certainly die. I can't wait to see her expression when she discovers he is still alive. Ha ha ha. Yu-sun's grandpa. I thank you all. Aside from informing the uninformed that he was unharmed, he also wished to observe Yuku's reaction upon seeing him alive. He secretly anticipated the possibility of startling Yuku into a shock. Though unrealistic, one must still harbor dreams. Why Yuku believed she held the script, understanding the future trajectories of everyone, coldly declaring their fates as if she were death itself. However, what expression would she wear upon encountering a scenario beyond her comprehension? Not just concerning Sunway, but everyone aside from Yu and Pei Yan was eager to witness Yuku's reaction. And what of Yuku? She slept like the dead. Aside from occasionally shifting positions due to a numb arm, she showed no signs of waking. The entire class glared at her with gritted teeth, only to see her sleep even more soundly. How infuriating! Finally, the class bell rang. Yuku awoke. Instantly, everyone perked up, forcibly turning their heads away from her to watch the teacher exit the classroom. This was likely the first time the teacher had received such a harmonious farewell from Class 12 of Senior 3 throughout their tenure. The teacher hastened their pace. Why Yuku stared blankly ahead. Evidently still not fully awake, Sunway's desk mate kicked him, signaling him to saunter in front of Yuku to seek some attention. Sunway. Clearly, it was a two-person play, yet I am left to face the embarrassment alone. The entire class. Yu couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he locked eyes with Sunway, who was awkwardly positioned between him and Yuku. The collective energy in the room surged as they discreetly shifted their gaze away. The moment Yuku laid eyes on Sunway, her heart was seized with astonishment and the absence of an informed individual like herself to intervene. There was no conceivable way Sunway could have survived. After so many rebirths, unless she intentionally obstructed him, Sunway was destined to perish. But why? Why was Sunway still alive? Witnessing the shock and disbelief in Yuka's gaze, Sunway finally felt a sense of relief. As if the breath he had been holding was finally released. Why Yuka fixated on Sunway's retreating figure, the daze in her eyes dissipating completely. Impossible, Sunway cannot still be alive. Sunway reveled in the moment, feeling utterly at ease, even tempted to perform a breakdance on the spot, perhaps even execute a split for Yuka. Why Yuka lowered her eyelashes, concealing the gloominess in her eyes from others. Why is Sunway still alive? In all the past lives, aside from those few times when I intervened, he has met his demise on this very day. This time I did not stop him. Why does he live? Yuka truly intervened several times? She glanced at Sunway again, uncertain of the reason behind his survival, yet she was acutely aware that the narrative had deviated. The emergence of any deviation in the plot indicated that someone must have interfered. But who could it be? Yuya is still in the hospital. It certainly isn't her who saved Sunway. Could it be that besides me, someone else knew of the impending disaster for Sunway today and alerted him? If so, did Sunway even go to the racetrack today? Or did he go but merely not participate? Yuka's mind raced, occasionally darting glances at Sunway. Each of her piercing gazes made him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles, and her conjectures sent shivers down his spine. Yuku averted her gaze again. No, it can't be. Sunway is too foolish. A mere ordinary person cannot stop him. If someone warned him of the impending danger, he would undoubtedly beat them up and continue on his reckless path. It's impossible that someone forewarned him. If there had been, it would have happened long ago, not just in this lifetime. Yuku squinted her eyes, her gaze penetrating Sunway as if it were X-ray vision, attempting to see through him. Could it be that Sunway has also been reborn? No, that cannot be. If he had been reborn with his cowardly disposition, he would have surely revealed himself, either by shouting or trembling like a frightened chick, or by exhibiting some other telltale signs. So what could the reason be that allowed Sunway to evade this calamity? Chapter 10. The entire class is full of film emperors and empresses. Upon hearing Yuka's inner thoughts, Sunway's expression turned exceedingly grim. What did she mean by him being a coward who feared the strong? What did she mean by him trembling like a frightened chick? Just moments ago, he had thought Yuku wasn't so bad, that she had her good qualities, only for her to disparage him in her heart like this. Sunway could only muster a sarcastic response. Ha! Ultimately, he had misplaced his trust. Why Yuku stared at Sunway's figure for a long while, unable to fathom how he had managed to survive. She speculated various possibilities, but the one she could not conceive was that Sunway's survival was due to having heard her thoughts, thus preemptively avoiding danger. Observing that Yuku had not discerned the truth, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Why Yuku's presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. Although they had anticipated her suspicions, they certainly did not expect her to pursue the matter to such an extent. Fortunately, she had not uncovered the truth. Otherwise, every member of Class 12 of Senior Year 3, save for Yu, would likely find themselves featured on tomorrow's front page news. As they exhaled in relief, they reminded themselves to exercise greater caution in the future. Why Yuku, having undergone so many rebirths, was a formidable entity. The moment she sensed any disturbance, she would transform into a lion, pouncing upon and eliminating any perceived threats. Yet, just as the tension began to dissipate, Yuka's inner voice resonated once more. After so many rebirths, this is the first time someone has escaped the control of the narrative and survived without my intervention. There must be variables at play. I cannot discern whether they are good or bad. Yuku had unwavering faith in her judgment. Sunway felt darkness enveloping him, nearly fainting from the pressure. Could they not let him off the hook? He was wrong. Truly. If he had been more convincing, perhaps he could have spent a couple of days in the hospital, and Yuku might not have been so suspicious. The class monitor, without a hint of hesitation, smoothly removed Sunway from the group chat titled Cherish Life. Stay away from you. He even privately messaged him to swiftly erase any chat records he had. Yuku is terrifying. I never thought she would go this far. Is she a hacker? Does Yuku possess such skills? After so many rebirths, it seems anything is possible for her. But her meticulousness truly instills fear in me. They knew that Yuku would be unsettled upon seeing Sunway alive, but they had not anticipated her desire to hack into his phone and computer. Yuku is too frightening. You must intervene. I cannot manage even a little. It's over. If she reveals any spoilers again, we may end up in unexpected plot twists. If we evade this one, will she hack our phones and computers every time? Inexperienced. This isn't how it's written in novels. Sobs. Inexperienced. In novels, the protagonist senses something amiss, and that's the end of it. They don't even think to investigate, let alone hack into devices. By the way, is this group safe? If Yuku doesn't find anything incriminating from Sunway, will she come after us too? Should we consider disbanding this group temporarily? Ugh, Yuku is indeed formidable. No wonder she has been reborn so many times. A chosen cannon fodder, truly terrifying. Inexperienced. That's unlikely. Our relationship with Sunway isn't particularly close. If she were to hack, it would likely be directed at Sunway's family or those who raced with him, not us. Indeed, strictly speaking, this matter has little to do with us. Sunway is the only one in our class who enjoys racing, so Yuku should be aware of this and likely wouldn't suspect us. This was not entirely untrue. Although Class 12 of Senior Year 3 was largely comprised of individuals who only knew how to indulge, their relationships were not particularly close. They generally formed small cliques, and each person had their own circle of acquaintances. They typically interacted only within their groups, maintaining a balance that was neither too friendly nor too hostile. Especially with Sunway, who foolishly attempted to emulate a school bully and often instigated trouble. Ready to fight at the slightest provocation, he was rather despised. There were truly no friends in the class who could call him a brother. Thus, Yuku was not currently targeting this group of classmates. She solely sought to uncover whether Sunway had simply not participated today or had participated but managed to escape due to other circumstances. Regardless of the cause behind Sunway's survival, Yuku felt an unsettling anxiety until she clarified the situation. The trajectory of her rebirths had always been unchanging. He was fated to be a doomed cannon fodder. The more she pondered, the deeper her gaze became. If Sunway can survive without my intervention, could you also? Yuku experienced an indescribable sensation. Something within her heart began to blossom, a beautiful flower rising from the depths of despair, further solidifying her determination to uncover the reason for Sunway's survival. If he can evade the narrative, why can't you? Sunway felt as if his scalp were about to explode. He desperately wished to slap himself, cursing how foolish. He was now completely under Yuku's scrutiny. Fortunately, it seemed Yuku did not intend to kill him, which was the only piece of good news at the moment. In the group, surely Yuku wouldn't be so formidable as to discover that we can hear her thoughts, would she? At this point it seems unlikely. As long as we don't expose ourselves, she shouldn't be able to figure it out. We must act more convincingly in the future. Don't constantly seek to extract information from others. With Yuku's cunning, it's highly likely that we could end up being outsmarted ourselves. This remark served as a reminder to everyone. Fortunately, they had yet to implement their plans. Otherwise it would have been uncertain who would end up entrapping whom in conversation. Though we cannot overtly pry for information, we can always find indirect ways to achieve our goals. What plans do you have? Share them so we can evaluate their feasibility. The group was buzzing with discussion while Sunway, in a state of urgency, hurried to erase any incriminating chat records. Thankfully, he had acquired some knowledge in this area. Otherwise, finding assistance would be challenging. If the group chat contents were to leak, he could scarcely imagine the uproar it would cause or how Yuku would exact her revenge. Other materials were inconsequential. It was primarily the chat records that mattered. Although he had been removed from the group, traces still remained on his phone. He needed to eliminate all records, leaving no chance for recovery. Once he completed this task, Sunway exhaled a long breath of relief. Using his deskmate's phone, he checked the group's conversation, and just a few minutes of absence, the chat had amassed hundreds of messages, revealing that while everyone appeared calm on the surface, they were likely even more anxious than he was. Sunway scanned the room, observing that everyone was staring at their phones, their faces devoid of expression. Once they graduated from senior year 3, the entire class could pursue careers as film emperors and empresses. Surely no one could outperform their acting skills in the entertainment industry. They were quite literally playing with their lives. Success would lead to a smooth graduation, while failure meant death. Who wouldn't fight tooth and nail for that? Chapter 11. A gathering of cannon fodder. Is Class 12 of Senior Year 3 all cannon fodder? Amidst the collective anxiety of the group, one class period finally passed. As the teacher exited the classroom with books in hand, the members of Class 12 of Senior Year 3 exchanged wary glances. Everyone cautiously turned their eyes toward Yuku, who was resting her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, her mind seemingly vacant. As she contemplated her forthcoming words, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet the script was already set. She had to muster the courage to proceed, regardless of her trepidation. With an awkward smile, she suddenly called out, Yushu. Her deskmate was startled by the sudden loudness. What's the matter? Are you trying to scare someone to death with that volume? And why so abruptly? Isn't that suspicious? Yuka cast a glance at Ning Wanfong and resumed her daydreaming. Ning Wanfong's lips twitched as she took a deep breath, patting her face to soften her expression. She fixed her gaze on Yushu, determined to engage in a serious roleplay. You see, I've been wanting to write a novel lately, but I only have a rough idea. Could you help me organize the plot and figure out how to write it well? Observing Ning Wanfong getting into character, Yushu also began to play along. What kind of novel? Upon hearing the word novel, Yuka shot Ning Wanfong another glance, her expression turning somewhat incredulous. You're not cut out for writing novels. You should just change your career. Ning Wanfong's expression nearly shattered. Had it not been for Yushu's firm grip, she would have turned to confront Yuku. Why should she change her career? Had Yuka even read her works to claim they were lacking? She could be mocked for her character, her fashion sense, her appearance, her demeanor. Anything was fair game. But her writing? That was off limits. Yuku had expertly hit a nerve, almost sending Ning Wanfong spiraling down to the depths of obscurity, nearly forgetting to continue her performance. The people around them were equally taken aback. They had no idea Ning Wanfong was genuinely writing a novel. They merely assigned her a character and set up some scenarios for her to act out. Yet Yuku's remark nearly broke her composure. Others wanted to laugh but held back, realizing Ning Wanfong was indeed a novelist. They were curious about what she had written to provoke Yuku into suggesting she change careers. Ning Wanfong steeled herself and pressed on it. I want to write a campus story, but I'm not interested in typical campus romance. That's dull. The protagonist I've created is a complete expendable character. Yushu gasped in surprise. Expendable? Yes, Ning Wanfong nodded. The heroine can reincarnate infinitely, but each time she is reborn, she cannot change her fate. She dies tragically every time. She is bound by the plot, yet yearns to break free from her expendable fate and achieve the ultimate goal of living a long, happy life. Why you could turn to Ning Wanfong, her eyes swirling with darkness. Infinite reincarnation. Expendable character's long life? No, she didn't hope for longevity. She only wished for you to be healthy and live long. Was that truly attainable? Her gaze fell on Ning Wanfang, where a flicker of light amidst the gloomy depths hinted at longing and expectation. Like a drowning person spotting a fragile straw, that straw reached out to her, yet felt so utterly out of reach, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't grasp it. The moment that resolve wavered, she would plunge deeper into despair. How she wished there were a way to escape this cursed fate. Yet she also understood clearly that it was beyond her grasp. Yet the bitterness lingered within her. Why must one's fate be predetermined at birth? Why are we condemned to not even have the right to live because of Yuya? We have done nothing wrong. Just because she is the heroine, must we sacrifice everything for her? No, I refuse to accept fate. Expendable. Recalling her tragic past, Yuka suddenly felt an urge to laugh, though her heart was heavy with sorrow. Expendable in the entire class 12 of senior year. Aside from Pei Yen, which family isn't wealthy and powerful. Yet, who has truly escaped the fate of being expendable? In the end, aren't they all left with ruin? Sun Wei managed to evade this death. But what of it? He still met his end eventually. Yuka continued to speak, but no one heard her. The crowd felt as though they had been struck by lightning, a thunderclap exploding in their minds. They were all expendables. The once cheerful atmosphere turned grim. How could class 12 of senior year all be expendables? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if a few were expendable, it couldn't be everyone. They wanted to refute, to deny. Yet, a voice within whispered that they were hearing the truth, the voice of Yuku, who had lived countless lives. Yuku was unaware that they could hear her thoughts, so her words couldn't possibly be false. She knew the future, and in the future she envisioned every single person present would meet their end. But why? There had to be a reason. At this moment, everyone in class 12 except for Yu and Pei Yan, who already knew their fates, desperately wished to shake Yuku by the shoulders and demand she reveal everything. Yushu noticed the strange expressions on the others' faces and, reacting swiftly, slammed her palm on the table, drawing everyone's attention. Even Yuka momentarily forgot her thoughts and turned to Yushu with righteous indignation. Yushu stood on her chair, pounding the table and shouting, "We must have a comeback. There are no born expendables. If the plot restricts me, I shall tear it apart. I demand a reversal." Sun Wei also sprang up, slamming the table and glaring at Ning Wanfang. Yes, a reversal. It must happen. Damn it, why did he have to face two death scenarios? Surviving the first wasn't enough. There was a second waiting for him? He wouldn't accept it. Ning Wanfang. Wasn't this plot set up by you all? Why are you yelling at me? Sun Wei. Meeting the teasing gazes of the others, Sun Wei's face flushed crimson, left speechless, and the next moment, class monitor Qi Yang adjusted his glasses and sat beside Ning Wanfang, clearing his throat, his handsome face slightly flushed. I also think this is unacceptable if the heroine doesn't make a comeback. The novel lacks appeal. Chapter 12 Yuku. A bunch of lunatics. Yuku. Is the class monitor's character also going off track? Qi Yang's face reddened further. The others exchanged glances. And sports committee member Chang Feng strode confidently to Ning Wanfang's side, dramatically flipping his hair. Fighting against the heavens is an endless joy. Battling against the earth is an endless joy. Struggling against humanity is an endless joy. Without striving, what's the point? Ning Wanfang. Wouldn't you agree? Ning Wanfang twitched her lips. She glanced at Chang Feng, then at Qi Yang, finally directing her gaze to Yu, cautiously asking, Yu, don't you think so? Yu? I suppose so. Yuku. What's with this madness? Even Yu has joined them. Yu lowered her head awkwardly. They weren't mad. They were simply provoked. Anyone who learned they were an expendable would lose their composure. With Yu backing her up, Ning Wanfang breathed a sigh of relief, looking expectantly at Qi Yang. Class monitor. How should the heroine make her comeback? Qi Yang, being the class monitor and a member of one of the top local families, held considerable influence, and everyone was eager to hear his thoughts. Now that their lives were at stake, they were more inclined to listen, hoping Qi Yang could devise a plan to rid them of their impending doom. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yang had an idea. If expendables were set up, surely there wouldn't be just one. The heroine could unite all the expendables. The more people involved, the greater the chance of avoiding crises, perhaps enabling them to survive into old age. Yuka scoffed. Really engaging in a serious discussion about the plot. Qi Yang is still a bit too naive. It was clear what Yuka meant. She had no regard for his suggestion. Without even discussing the flaws, she dismissed his idea outright, indicating that it was far from satisfactory to play along with Yuku. Someone immediately countered. I think that won't work, we need to think it over. Others began to chime in. How about this? The expendables suddenly awaken to the plot at a certain point and avoid the crisis. In the end, they help the heroine instead. If Yuku's thoughts could be shared, wouldn't that count as an awakening to the plot? Relying on Yuku to escape danger would make her their benefactor in the future. If Yuku faced danger, they wouldn't stand idly by. The group fell silent for a moment, not hearing Yuku's thoughts, all turning to her instead. They looked up to find a sea of eyes fixed on her. Why Yuku? What's going on? You want to drag me into this absurd discussion? The crowd. Chiyong cleared his throat. Yuku, what do you think? Are they really pulling her in? Yuku smiled sweetly, appearing exceptionally obedient. Sounds good. The crowd. This was clearly a lack of engagement. Ning Wanfang asked. If it were you, what would you do? Yuku's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. A novel infinite reincarnation expendables. Isn't this just describing me? The group abruptly turned their heads, diving back into their heated debate. Their voices grew louder, nearly lifting the roof off. Damn it, they knew Yuku couldn't be casually tested. Regret flooded them. They were filled with remorse. The discussion nearly escalated into a fight. Sunway exclaimed. If we gather all the expendables, we can avoid danger and make a comeback. Changfeng countered. The danger hasn't been eliminated yet. We must eliminate the danger first. Sunway. If we avoid danger, it's no longer danger. Whether it's eliminated or not is irrelevant. Changfeng. If it's not eliminated, it's still a ticking time bomb. Who knows when it might explode? Sunway slammed the table. What if it explodes while we're eliminating the danger? Who knows if it will take the expendables with it? Changfeng brandished a stool. Eliminating danger might cause an explosion, but not eliminating it will definitely lead to one. Yuku. Damn it, a bunch of lunatics. She foolishly believed they had uncovered some truth, and yet here they were, nearly at each other's throats over a trivial plot. Their faces flushed with anger. Sunway and Changfeng exchanged glances, and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Sunway was about to continue the act to completely dispel Yuka's suspicions, the school bell rang. Never before had Sunway found the sound of the bell so melodious. It was akin to hearing celestial music. Fortunately, Yuku had not yet descended into utter madness. Aside from the dark thoughts that occasionally crossed her mind, she remained relatively composed. As long as she was not provoked, she would not spiral into a frenzy. However, every time she recalled the tragic demise of Yu, she would go berserk, consumed by the urge to commit violence. They needed to find a way to minimize Yuka's memories of those unfortunate experiences while ensuring she remained unsuspecting, lest their secret be revealed. Sunway felt as though he were on the verge of losing his sanity, convinced that this puzzle was insurmountably difficult. Observing the group's demeanor, Yu chuckled softly to herself. They too would one day experience such a state of frustration. From now on, they could no longer isolate and ostracize Yuku. If this group did not strive to cultivate a good relationship with her, it would be considered his defeat. A sudden sense of triumph washed over Yu. In the past, they had always bullied Yuki. It now seemed that being able to hear Yuka's innermost thoughts was not such a bad thing after all. Look, had circumstances not shifted? The classroom was eerily silent, making Yu's soft laughter all the more jarring. The others cast her glances filled with unexpressed anger. Why Yuku, seemingly oblivious, remarked, Yu appears to be in quite high spirits. Has something happened? Sensing something, Yu turned her gaze toward Yuku, raised an eyebrow, and then faced forward once more. Why Yuku questioned, is discussing melodramatic novels what makes Yu so happy? Yu could only respond with silence. The others stifled their laughter, their eyes reddening from the effort, fearing they might burst out loud. Pei Yan also smirked and leaned closer to Yu, whispering, Yu, why not consider writing a novel yourself? Yu playfully hooked her arm around his neck, pulling him closer in a mock chokehold. I see your courage has grown. Witnessing this scene, Yuka's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu has finally. The moment she uttered those words, Yu instantly regretted it. The light in Yuka's eyes visibly dimmed. She nodded, refraining from further contemplation. This left Yu both relieved and immensely frustrated. Aware that Yuka harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the Yu family, how could he have uttered words that would upset her? Yu pressed her lips together tightly, and upon seeing the teacher enter, she decided against saying anything further. Her gaze swept over to Yuku, who had already slumped down, preparing to sleep. The ringing of the class bell served as her signal for slumber. Chapter 13. If you dare strike Yu, I'll end you. Time stealthily slipped away during the slumber, and the day's lessons finally drew to a close. The two entered the car, remaining mostly silent, save for the occasional echo of Yuka's thoughts. Why Yu observed the driver's expression, realizing that he had shown no reaction, indicating that he could not hear Yuka's inner voice, which relieved him. His greater concern was whether their parents, siblings, or even Yuya could hear Yuka's thoughts, as that would not bode well for her. Particularly concerning Yuyu's mood soured at the thought of Yuya potentially overhearing Yuka's thoughts, deepening his discontent. Fortunately, Yuya was still hospitalized, so this issue could be set aside for the time being. Upon entering, the entire Yu family sat neatly in the living room. The atmosphere was heavy, the cold-toned decor lending an oppressive air to the house, especially when everyone sat in silence upon hearing the door open. The Yu family turned as one to face the entrance. Yu and Yuku entered, taking their seats beside the sofa. Yu Peng glanced at his two children. Yu was tall and handsome, having inherited the Yu family's commendable genes, save for his intellect. Then his gaze fell on Yuku with her lashes lowered. She sat quietly beside Yu, neither speaking nor calling out to anyone, exuding an air of submissiveness that displeased Yu Peng. This was his greatest dissatisfaction. Despite possessing a beautiful face and being a daughter of the Yu family, her personality was far from endearing. She was neither as considerate as Yuya nor as sensible, and her academic performance was utterly abysmal, lacking in manners as well. No matter how one looked at it, the disparity between Yuku and Yuya was stark. Compared to Yu Peng, the second brother, Yu Xian, was far more direct. He regarded Yuku without pretense and asked, "Yuku, did you break Yuya's leg?" Yesterday, Yuya's leg had been broken, and they suspected Yuku was responsible. However, Yu Xian's tone did not sound like one of suspicion. He simply believed Yuku was behind it. Even if she wasn't, it would still be tied to her in some way. Aside from Yuku, he could think of no one else who would harbor such deep-seated animosity toward Yu. Yu Xian understood that Yuku had suffered greatly from being cast out since childhood. Yet he could not fathom why she consistently blamed Yuya for her misfortunes when they were exchanged. Yuya had merely been an innocent child, also a victim. She had known nothing. Yuku had no justification for placing all the blame on Yuya. Many incidents had transpired since then, with Yuya continuously being bullied by Yuku. They had scolded her and even resorted to physical confrontation, yet Yuka showed no signs of change. Now she had escalated her actions, resulting in the breaking of Yuya's leg. Yu Xian's patience had reached its limit. He had never encountered someone as malicious as Yuku. Yuya had always defended her despite being bullied by her. Yet Yuku was ungrateful, and her actions had grown increasingly severe. If she were not expelled from the Yu family this time, how could Yuya continue to find her footing within this household? Would she not be bullied to death by Yuku? Did she believe her slight connection to the Yu family granted her the license to harm Yuya without consequence? The anger that had been building in Yu Xian since yesterday surged forth. Just thinking of Yuya in pain shedding tears made him wish he could break Yuka's leg as a form of retribution for Yuka met Yu Xian's gaze, which brimmed with animosity, her expression remaining indifferent. No, upon hearing her denial, the tension in Yu Xian's mind snapped. Yuya had always defended her. Yet what had Yuka done? She merely shifted blame. She lacked the courage to even admit her wrongdoings. Yu Xian's chest heaved with rage, the pent-up fury from the previous day erupting at that moment. He stood, striding toward Yuku, pointing a trembling finger at her, his voice shaking. "You still deny it. Yuya is still speaking up for you, pleading on your behalf, and yet you say it wasn't you." Yu Xian's anger intensified, fueled by the fact that they had not yet found the culprit, which only served to infuriate him further. "You dare say it wasn't you? Who else would treat Yuya this way? Who else could be so malicious? Last time you pushed Yuya down the stairs, and the time before that you nearly drowned her by pushing her into the pool, yet she never held it against you. But now you have gone too far, breaking her leg. Are you incapable of seeing Yuya thrive? Does it not bring you discomfort unless you watch the Yu family fall apart? Is it only when Yuya is dead that you will cease your actions? Do you need to kill her to find satisfaction?" Song Jinghe wiped her tears with a handkerchief, looking more haggard than before. The incident with Yuya had hit her too hard. The thought of Yuya's leg being brutally broken made her heart ache, leading to uncontrollable tears. "What sin have I committed to bear such a monstrous child? Yuya was perfectly fine, and now she is nearly ruined." Yuku, I do not ask you to get along with Yuya, but could you at least refrain from harming her? She is so gentle and never competes with you. What more could you possibly want? To have her leg broken and suffer such pain? How could you? Yuko frowned. In her previous lives, Yuya's leg had not been broken. Something must have changed in this life. She was unsure whether Yuya was feigning or genuinely suffering. Watching Yu Xian berate Yuku and Song Jinghe cry, it seemed neither would stop anytime soon. Yuka tugged at Yu's sleeve. "Brother, I am tired. Shall we go to sleep?" Yu Xian felt as though he might explode with rage. And even Song Jinghe paused her tears, staring in disbelief at Yuku. They had worked themselves into a frenzy, yet Yuku appeared entirely unaffected. In that moment, Song Jinghe was too enraged to utter a word. Having nearly succumbed to her fury, before Yu Xian could continue his tirade, Yuka seemed to have an epiphany and looked toward him. Did Yuya tell you that I broke her leg? If she said that, I might have to fulfill her wishes. Why Yu Xian froze, as did the others. Why Yu's heart sank at the realization that the Yu family could hear Yuka's thoughts. Yu Xian slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with anger. Yuku! You did it, didn't you? You just admitted it. Yuku was bewildered. What did I admit to? I merely asked whether Yuya told you that I broke her leg. Having long known that Yu Xian was not of sound mind, Yuka felt foolish for engaging in conversation with him. You still refuse to admit it? Yu Xian felt as though he had never been this infuriated before. Yuku, how could such a venomous daughter emerge from the Yu family? Do you think that by denying it you can escape the consequences? Everyone knows what kind of person you are. I warn you. If you do not go to the hospital to kneel before Yuya and apologize, do not expect to remain in the Yu family, nor to have a smooth path to the college entrance exam. Yuka pressed her lips together, her clear eyes betraying a hint of confusion. With my grades, is there even a need for the college entrance exam? Yu Xian. You. The other members of the Yu family were left speechless. Yu Xian's ineptitude prevented him from silencing Yuku, and instead, he was left grappling for words. The third sister, Yu Qingzi, furrowed her brow, her icy gaze sweeping over Yuka's face. To take pride in such shameful behavior. You can't even get into a junior college and yet you feel proud. Yuka gazed at her third sister. Some vocational schools do not require an entrance examination for admission. Why Yu Qingzi frowned. The Yu family has no place for such nonsense. If you attend such a school, you will bring shame upon the Yu family. Do not blame us if we expel you from top to bottom. Who in the Yu family did not possess an advanced degree? Even Yu Xian, who mingled in the entertainment industry, held a master's degree. There was none lower than him. Yet for Yu and Yuku it seemed they had taken a detour, emerging as two useless individuals. As if a genetic mutation had occurred. Why Yuku replied firmly, I will not go. Why Yu Xian's forehead tightened with veins bulging. His hands clenched into fists. Do not force me to take action personally. Yuku turned to Yu Xian and inquired once more. Did Yuya herself say that I was the one who broke her leg? The eldest brother of the Yu family, Yu Xiu, pressed his lips together. What had Yuya said? Brother, it truly was not my sister. She has no involvement. Please do not trouble her on my behalf, brother. Perhaps I have offended someone outside, and this is merely retribution. It is genuinely not my sister's fault. Do not blame her. It appeared that Yuya had indeed never claimed that Yuku was responsible. They had merely jumped to conclusions, believing Yuku must be implicated. It was only Yuku and Yuya who had such a significant conflict. There was no one else. Could it be that she had been wronged? Was it truly not Yuka's doing? If it was not Yuku, then who could it be? Yu Xiu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Observing Yuka's continued denial and her attempts to shift the topic, Yu Xian, in a fit of anger, raised his hand to strike Yuku. The sound echoed sharply. Hearing it, Yu Xiu's heart raced and he looked up. There stood Yu, positioning himself protectively in front of Yuku, his face turned slightly, showing a distinct handprint on his cheek. Strangely, Yu Xiu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Grateful that the slap had not landed on Yuka's face, he quickly stood up and admonished. Second brother, the matter is not yet confirmed. Who permitted you to act out? Yu Xian glanced at Yu, then at his own trembling hand, feeling a twinge of guilt. Fourth brother, I did not mean it. He had not intended to hit Yu. He had merely been caught up in the moment, wanting to teach Yuku a lesson, unaware that Yu would leap in front of her. Yu pressed his tongue against his cheek, turning to Yu Xian with a gaze as cold as ice. The look weighed heavily on Yu Xian's heart. Yu had never regarded him with such a frigid, distant expression. Even the others in the Yu family felt it. With Yu standing by Yuku, their relations were about to plummet to an all-time low. Song Jinghe, fearing that Yu might truly fall out with the Yu family, hurriedly stood and slapped Yu Xian a few times. What were you thinking? Why did you resort to violence? Apologize to your brother immediately. Apologize to him. No, it was Yuku who ought to apologize. Just as Yu was about to speak, he suddenly recalled Yuku and felt a jolt of dread. Turning to look behind him. Why Yuku was gazing quietly at Yu, her eyes vacant. All sounds faded from her ears, as if she could hear nothing, and the world around her lost its color. Only the redness of the handprint on Yu's face stood out vividly, along with the sharp echo of the slap, resonating endlessly in her mind. Yu Xian. Hit Yu? Yuku, it's fine brother, is okay, it doesn't hurt. Yet, Yuku could not hear anything. All she comprehended was that her beloved Yu, whom she could not bear to lose even a single hair from, had been struck by Yu Xian. It was so loud. Didn't you know it would hurt? If he knew, why did he strike Yu? No, that was not right. Yu was defending her once again. It was her fault dragging Yu down. If it weren't for her, Yu would not suffer so terribly each time. He would not always meet such dire ends. Yuka's complexion turned ashen, and tears streamed down her face. She clutched Yu's sleeve tightly, trembling all over. It's me again. It's always because of me. Why? Yu felt a heaviness in his heart. Pressing Yuku into his embrace and softly comforting her. It's truly nothing, it doesn't hurt. It was just a slap, not painful at all. It has nothing to do with you. He could restrain Yuku, but the raging thoughts within him were impossible to suppress. Wretched scoundrel! Wretched scoundrel! How dare you hit Yu? How could your hands be so vile? Don't you want them anymore? If not, I'll chop them off for you. You dare strike Yu. Yuxian, you better watch out. I'll make sure you regret it. Chapter 14. Hearing how Yuku plans to eliminate Yuxian, Yu's heart raced. When he had rushed in earlier, he had not thought much. It was instinctive to shield Yuku behind him, but he never anticipated that Yuku would hold a grudge against Yuxian for this. Every time a matter involving him arose, Yuku would lose control with alarming ease. He had not considered the implications, and now Yu bit his lip, unsure how to comfort Yuko while Yuku nestled in Yu's embrace, crying uncontrollably, her pale face and the continuous sobs nearly shattering Yu's heart. Yet within Yuku a tempest of fury raged. Yuxian, you will pay for this. I swear I will kill you. What wrong has Yu done that warrants your violence? You have watched him grow up. How could you lay a hand on him? If you don't want your hands anymore, I'll chop them off for you. Yu shut his eyes in pain, no longer daring to meet the gazes of the Yu family. On one side was his fragile sister, weeping like a delicate flower that could not fend for itself. On the other side were the screams of a madman, wishing nothing more than to stab Yuxian to death on the spot. He felt as though he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, caught between an inconsolable girl and a tempestuous fury. Yet, unbeknownst to Yu, throughout this life and many past ones, Yuku had never once shattered her facade in front of him, until her very end. She remained the epitome of purity and fragility. Although she would resort to violence when saving herself, she could always cover it up. In Yu's eyes, she had to be the most innocent one. It mattered not how others perceived her. She could not allow Yu to discover the darkness within her heart. In that moment, if Yu were not present, Yuxian would have already been on the ground. All members of the Yu family stood, casting their gazes at Yuku, each face more grim and perplexed than the last. Sooner or later, they would have to confront this, wouldn't they? A sense of tragic resignation washed over Yu as he opened his eyes to look at Yu Qingzi. Yu Qingzi frowned, coldly uttering a few words. Yuku, I remind you, according to the law. Shut up. Yu interrupted her sharply. If Yuku were to discover that they could hear her thoughts, Yu could not guarantee what actions Yuku might take. Yuku looked up at the handprint on Yu's face, tears clinging to her eyelashes, appearing utterly pitiful. In her heart, she thought, Yuxian, who do you think you are to strike Yu? He is all I have. Why are you always at odds with me? I want none of you. I only want Yu. Why do you persistently cling to me? Why can't you control your hands? Do you believe everything Yu says? At your age, you can't even make your own judgments. Is your brain merely for show? Fine. If it is just for show, then I'll chop it all off. I'll send it to your beloved Yu, ensuring you two will never part. Her thoughts screamed like a madwoman in the minds of the Yu family. As the outburst subsided, her expression shifted to one of pitiful fear as she darted a glance at Yuxian. The imposing man was nearly frightened out of his wits by her gaze. Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Here it comes again. Yuku was once more planning retribution. He turned to Yuxian, his eyes filled with pity, thinking, why did you have to provoke her? However, the rest of the Yu family had yet to grasp the significance of the situation. Their surroundings were remote, and the primal forest implied something dire. One by one, they remained immersed in the shock of being able to hear Yuku's thoughts. Yushio remarked, this is Yuku's inner voice. Yuxian exclaimed, I can hear Yuku's thoughts. Wonderful. I want to hear just how venomous you are. Yu Qingzi questioned, why can I hear her thoughts? It seems like mom and dad can as well. How did this suddenly happen? Yu Peng and Song Jinghe exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. In the next moment, their astonishment transformed into terror. Yuku pondered for a moment. Though the school is far, if we hurry it won't pose a problem. Hiding our tracks there is not particularly difficult. Let us just eliminate him there. Yuxian is foolish and easy to deceive. Afterward we can simply dispose of the body in the forest to feed the wolves. Yuxian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yuku. She was actually contemplating how to kill him. Had Yuku gone mad? The others shared the same incredulous expressions. As if they were seeing Yuku for the first time, Yu's gaze swept across them. He remembered the first time he had seen Yuku declare her intent to kill Sun Wei. And they had shared this same expression. Now he had grown accustomed to it that Yu Qingzi, being a lawyer, wore an especially grim expression. Even if Yuku often bullied Yaya, she had never anticipated that Yuku would one day think of murder. The time and place were meticulously chosen, and even the disposal of the body was planned. It was hard to argue that Yuku was merely venting her frustration while Yuku continued refining her plan. It takes 4 hours to drive from here to where Yuxian operates. 11 hours. Yuku frowned. Such a lengthy duration was indeed troublesome, but not impossible. After a moment of thought, she quickly devised a new idea. I'll shake off Yu and find a hotel to check into. It's easy to tamper with hotel surveillance. As long as I appear in the footage, I will have ample alibi. Listening to her plan, Yuxian trembled uncontrollably. Akin to a fragile blade of grass swaying in a storm, how utterly tragic. Yuku had genuinely lost her mind, and she was seriously plotting against him, even considering how to dispose of the body. Yu Xiu reached out to steady Yuxian, pressing him down onto the sofa. For reasons he could not articulate, he felt an instinctual urge to prevent Yuku from discovering that they could hear her thoughts. Otherwise, they would all be doomed. He was unaware of what Yuku had endured. Her mind consumed with thoughts of murder. He was not well versed in that area, yet from the tone of Yuku, it seemed that the execution would pose little difficulty for her. In her eyes, killing Yuxian might be simpler than slaughtering a mere pig. Even though Yu Xiu was seasoned in business and managed a large group of subordinates, he could not help but feel alarmed by Yuku's intentions. Yu Qingzi, a lawyer, had seen numerous cases but was merely a rookie still undergoing her internship. From her inexperienced perspective, Yuka's thoughts were fraught with flaws. Should she dare to act, capture was inevitable. She could even lay an ambush, waiting for Yuku to ensnare herself. However, the certainty in Yuku's voice made her heart race. It seemed as if Yuku truly believed she could execute her plan without detection. Yu Qingzi could not fathom the source of Yuku's confidence, but Yuxian was her brother, and she wished to shield him from even the slightest danger. Yet, it was evident that Yuku was a volatile element. Leaving her at home would inevitably lead to trouble. Yu Qingzi found herself in a quandary. Uncertain of what action to take, Song Jinghe was utterly speechless, her demeanor akin to a wooden statue. Had it not been for Yu Xiu turning her face away, she would have been staring at Yuku in disbelief. Tears clung to her cheeks as she remained frozen in place. Yu Peng realized that he truly knew nothing of his daughter. As he listened to Yuku refine her sinister scheme in her mind, he pulled out a cigarette, his hands trembling as he struggled to light it, failing several times before succeeding. He had underestimated Yuku. She was not only unafraid and dull-witted but excessively astute. For her first foray into crime, she contemplated various scenarios, displaying greater composure than many. Yet, could her intelligence be applied to righteous endeavors? It was terrifying to have a potential murderer residing in the house. Even Yu Peng, accustomed to facing tumultuous storms, found it overwhelming. He glanced at Yuku, who was still nestled in Yu Yu's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding an air of pitiful innocence that was utterly endearing. In her presence, Yuxian, the acclaimed actor, appeared utterly feeble. Just look at what a true performer is. Were it not for the ability to hear Yuku's inner voice, who would believe that she could appear so pitiable while having already devised where Yuxian lay buried? Chapter 15. Money is the best in the world. Yu Xiu discreetly rubbed his face. Attempting to relax his stiff expression, he turned to Yuku, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Yuku, did you truly break Yuye's leg? If Yuku denied it, he would promptly order Yuxian to apologize. Given Yuku's disturbing nature, he was now fully convinced that she was not responsible for Yuye's injury. Although he was not well acquainted with the students of Class 12, Year 3 at that moment, Yu Xiu found his thoughts eerily synchronized with theirs. He believed that if Yuku genuinely intended to harm Yuye, breaking her leg would be entirely inconsistent with her twisted character and style. Yuku lifted her head from Yu Yu's embrace, biting her lip as she gazed at Yu Xiu, tears still clinging to her lashes. Yu Xiu felt a jolt, pinching his thigh to maintain his composure, refusing to be deceived by her expression. This was a person capable of plotting someone's demise while simultaneously weeping, all without attracting blame. Anyone who believed her seemingly innocent demeanor was as naive as they come. Yuxian's expression shattered. He was tempted to kick her, shouting, "What kind of plastic bag are you, that you can contain so much?" He would gladly relinquish his position as a leading actor. He was unworthy. She was the true fit. Yet, he dared not doubt why Yuku was genuinely intent on his destruction. Without a shred of exaggeration, as Yu Xiu continued to pinch his thigh, he smiled at Yuku, exerting every ounce of his strength to convey warmth. "Do not be afraid. Speak up, and your elder brother will support you with that." He turned and shouted at Yu Xian. You are not allowed to frighten her. Yu Xian. Who is scaring whom here? The other members of the Yu family. Yu closed his eyes, too weary to witness the unfolding drama. It was over as expected. The next moment, Yuka's inner thoughts echoed. What grand scheme is Yusho concocting? Could it be that he also wishes to eliminate me? Not just Yuku, but even if a stranger were to appear, they would surely think Yusho had lost his mind. He had previously seldom spoken to Yuku, merely observing coldly as others berated her. Now he seemed like a completely different person, his voice sending shivers down spines. Was this truly Yusho? This was utterly inconsistent with his established persona. Why Yuku, already suspicious by nature, would dwell on anything amiss. Should Sunwei survive, she would suspect foul play. Given Yusho's drastic change, it was only natural for her to harbor doubts. Hearing Yuka's words, Yusho felt a pang of unease, opening his mouth but ultimately refraining from saying anything further. Forcing a defense would only heighten suspicion. It was better to allow Yuku to perceive him as having ulterior motives than to risk her questioning whether they could hear her thoughts. He merely hoped that Yuku would not impulsively contemplate murder, placing him on her death list as well. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Yu sighed, ultimately unable to bear witnessing his elder brother's trepidation, and spoke up for Yuku. Elder brother, it wasn't Yuku who did it. She has been with me these past couple of days. Yusho exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Yu. He then turned to Yu Xian, launching into a tirade. Without evidence, you dare to suspect your own sister. Yu Xian, are you not aware of your own responsibilities as an adult? Yuku is our biological sister. If Yuya sheds a few tears, you seek to trouble your own sister. Are you truly a worthy brother? You show no sense of brotherly duty towards your own sister. Apologize to Yuku immediately. Each of Yusho's statements reiterated the words biological sister, as if attempting to awaken the precarious bond of kinship within Yuka. Yu Xian, yielding, bowed deeply with sincere intent. I am sorry. Sister, it was my fault. I apologize, and it shall not happen again. Upon uttering those words, Yu Xian felt a profound sense of relief. His tone was so earnest, his demeanor so humble. Surely, Yuku would dispel any murderous intent towards him. Right? Without allowing Yuku a moment to ponder, Yusho gazed at her with affection. Yuku, your second brother has already apologized. Would you consider forgiving him? Yuku looked at Yusho, then at Yu Xian, and finally at Yu, her expression one of bewilderment. What role is this? Why can I not comprehend? The butterfly effect from Yuya's broken leg is so significant. It has transformed the Yu family? They are actually apologizing to me. No. Even if Pengu were to create the world from today, Yu Xian could never apologize to me. The Yu family. To say the least, she truly understood Yu Xian. However, given that matters had escalated to this point, further actions would be inappropriate. Fortunately, with Yu as an ally, Yusho exchanged a glance with him. Yu turned to Yuku, uncertainly proposing, how about forgiving your second brother? Yuku glanced at the lingering imprint of a slap on his face, her gaze darkening. Yu immediately turned to Yu Xian. Second brother, the harm you inflicted on Yuku was not limited to this slap. There is also emotional trauma. Mere words are insufficient. Yu Xian gritted his teeth, forcing himself to say, what do you want? Whatever it is, second brother will provide it. Consider it an apology. The parents of the Yu family sat silently, each more reticent than the last. Even Yu Qingzi remained quiet, observing the four leading actors perform live. Yu turned to Yuku once more. Is there something you desire? Yuku pursed her lips, remaining silent. Yu does not understand me at all. Why can't you grasp that I do not want his apology? I merely wish to see him dead. Yu looked at Yu Xian. Transfer 30 million to Yuku. Consider it an apology. Yu Xian's expression shattered once more. 30 million? Why not just rob a bank? Truly, you are my dear younger brother. Having you as my fortune from a past life. Yu paid no mind to his thoughts. Turning back to Yuku, is that enough? Should we add a bit more? Yusho also looked at Yuku, his eyes filled with expectation. Yuku realized she could no longer remain silent. If she did, her carefully constructed persona in front of you would collapse. Reluctantly, she said. I do not want his money. I only wish for him not to bully me in the future. Yu Xian was elated. Yu turned to him. Second brother, did you hear that? 30 million, and you must never bully Yuku again. Yu Xian. I heard. Yu Xian's voice faltered, and as he processed Yu's words, he inhaled sharply, shooting a furious glare at Yu. Yu raised an eyebrow. Rescue money 30 million. Do you buy or not? Yu Xian gritted his teeth, silently uttering a single word. He swiftly requested Yuka's account number, transferring 30 million without hesitation. his posture straightening as if he had secured his very life. Yuku observed the bank notification of the transfer, and without hesitation, she transferred the entire sum to Yu's account. Yu frowned. Why are you transferring it to me? This is from second brother to you. Yuka smiled at him. I will keep it here. Yu need not keep it. Spend it as you wish. When it runs out, just let me know, and I will transfer more. Yuka gazed at him, her eyes sparkling. Yu is so wonderful. Yu is the best person in the world. Hearing Yuka's inner monologue, Yushio furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is the standard so singular? Money is the best in the world? Chapter 16. A call from the hospital with Yu's assurance. Yuxian finally managed to relax, albeit barely. Yu affectionately ruffled Yuka's hair. Aware that the Yu family had countless questions they yearned to ask. It served no purpose for Yuku to linger here any longer. So he took the medicinal ointment from her grasp and closed it, sending her off to bed. It's getting late. You should rest, he advised. Yuka glanced at Yu and then at the other members of the Yu family, whose watchful eyes resembled that of a protective wolf, causing the veins on Yushio's forehead to throb. Yu was his younger brother. How could he possibly be a threat? Yu rubbed his nose and said, Go on, we have an early start tomorrow. Only then did Yuka nod and head upstairs to rest, her mind still pondering. I am the most obedient. I always listen to Yu. Yushio stood up and addressed Yu. Let us move to the study. He had many questions he wished to pose to Yu. The living room was not the appropriate venue for such discussions, especially considering that Yuka might emerge at any moment. Thus, the Yu family crowded into the study, eager to uncover the truth behind Yuka's significant transformation. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Yu opened her laptop and began typing furiously. After half an hour, Yuka departed from her computer, locked the door, and retrieved a black cap from the closet. She turned off the lights, opened the window, and leaped from the balcony, swiftly vanishing into the night. In the study, Yu calmly recounted the events of the past few days, disclosing everything except that Yuya was the protagonist, and that this world might be a fictional one. The Yu family fell into a peculiar silence, momentarily at a loss for words. The notion of infinite reincarnation was utterly absurd. They were uncertain whether to believe Yu's words, yet subconsciously felt that he had no reason to fabricate such a deceit. The worldview they had constructed over decades was on the brink of collapse, a reality difficult to accept. Most affected was Yuxian, whose face turned ashen, having endured a harrowing evening. His speech faltered as he stammered. You mean Yuka said you would die? That can't be true, can it? They would inevitably learn the truth by spending time with Yuku. Yu had not concealed anything from them. He had already been shocked, yet now appeared unfazed as he replied, It should be true. Yuka said Sunway would die, and if Sunway had not heeded her warning, he would already be dead. The fact that Yuka cared so deeply for him, striving desperately to save him, indicated that her words were not mere fabrications. However, he remained in the dark regarding the specifics of his demise. If only he knew, perhaps he could avert it. Song Jinghe's tears began to flow again as she clutched Yu, refusing to let go. What do we do? We can't just stand by and watch you die. Yushio pressed his temples, urging, Let us process this information. Yu Peng looked at Yu, unable to fathom that he could die. He was still so young, with limitless potential ahead of him, completely healthy. How could he possibly perish? Song Jinghe wept more fiercely. What do we do? We should ask Yuku. She cares so much about Xiaoxi, she wouldn't just let him die. Yu sighed in resignation. Mom, do you think Yuka doesn't want to save me? She simply has no means to do so. Moreover, we cannot let Yuka know we can hear her thoughts. Song Jinghe was taken aback. Yu was right. Yuka cared for him more than anyone else, unable to bear seeing him suffer in any way. That if the second brother hurt Yu, she would wish for the second brother's demise. How could she possibly watch Yu perish? Yet if Yuku was powerless, what could they do? Yu, unaware of his mother's thoughts, turned to Yushio, eldest brother. Yuku has reincarnated so many times. She is no longer the Yuku of the past. She has lost the moral compass of an ordinary person. That if she discovers that you can hear her, not only will she refuse to divulge anything, but she might also resort to silencing everyone aware of the truth. Yushio pressed his lips together. Yu's words were harsh, but they resonated with the unsettling truth. From Yuka's recent sentiments, it was evident that during her infinite reincarnations, she had been driven to madness. Whenever the subject of Yu arose, she would instantly become unhinged, even against the Yu family, her own parents, whom she might not hesitate to kill. If she learned that they could hear her thoughts, it was indeed possible that she would recklessly seek their mutual destruction. Not only Yushio but also the others were astute enough to recognize this reality. Song Jinghe cried even harder. What do we do? Are we truly to watch Xiaoxi just? She wept uncontrollably in Yu Yu's embrace. Yuku was far too cautious. Even her probing had to be approached with utmost care. A single misstep could lead to detection. A lesson the students of Class 12 had learned well over the past 2 days. If one intended to act, Yuku was never adverse to risking everything against the Yu family. She could reincarnate endlessly, but they had but one life. Yu Qingzi furrowed her brows. What do you take me for? Do you think I cannot bear to see Yuku thrive? Her expression was somewhat grim. She contemplated reporting the matter to the relevant authorities, hoping they would take Yuku away for research. With such a dangerous individual in the house, she could hardly sleep. However, she had yet to decide whether to pursue this course of action, and now that Yu had exposed her intentions, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. The future Yu attorney could silence opposing counsel in court, yet the current Yu Qingzi was merely an intern. Lacking such prowess. Yu lowered his eyelashes, his voice softening. Moreover, I have a hypothesis. The others turned their attention to him. What is it? Yu pressed his lips together, based on observations over the past few days. Those who can hear Yuka's thoughts are all familiar individuals in her vicinity, and they may not be in the best circumstances. The Yu family felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt. Previously relieved to hear Yuka's thoughts, they now felt an ominous cloud hanging over them. Yu continued. Everyone in Class 12 has been directly warned by Yuku that their families would be ruined. I do not know what will become of the Yu family, but we cannot afford to be careless. The only confirmed case was Sun Wei. It was difficult to ascertain whether luck played a role. With too few examples, Yu was hesitant to assert that those who could hear Yuka's thoughts were certainly doomed. Silence fell over the study once more. After a moment, Yu Qingzi was the first to rise. This is nonsense. I have no interest in such topics. I am going to bed. With that, she opened the door and left. How much of Yu Yu's words she believed remained a mystery. Yu Xiu was equally uncertain. Yet, one thing Yu had stated was undeniably true. They could not afford to be careless. After saying all he needed to, Yu did not linger. That is all I have to say. Whether you believe it or not, I am going to sleep. Once he departed, only 4 individuals remained in the study. Yu family's parents, Yu Xiu and Yu Xian. They sat in silence for a long while, uncertain whether they had absorbed Yu Yu's words. At 4 in the morning, Yu Peng was still seated in the study, ashtrays overflowing with cigarette butts, and Yu Xian had yet to retire for the night. The father and son sat on opposite sides, neither speaking. Suddenly, Yu Peng's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he frowned. Once connected, Yu Peng's expression changed dramatically. What did you say? You wait there. I'm coming right away. With that, he snatched his coat and hurried out. Yu Xian, alarmed, stood and followed. Dad, what's going on? Yu Peng halted, his expression a mixture of emotions as he looked at Yu Xian, unsure whether to divulge the truth. He never expected matters to escalate to this point. Sensing his father's demeanor, Yu Xian felt a sense of dread welling up within him. Dad, before he could finish, Yu Peng placed a hand on his shoulder. The weight of his emotions palpable, as if he bore the weight of a mountain. Although he understood that Yuku was ruthless, he had always held on to hope that she merely fantasized about such violence. He never anticipated her to be capable of such cruelty. Yu Peng felt a dryness in his throat, and after a moment managed to choke out, "The hospital just called. Yaya's leg has been chopped off." Chapter 17. Yuku can no longer continue like this. A dull thunderclap struck Yu Xian's heart, causing him to stumble back, nearly losing his balance. His eyes widened, bloodshot with fear, as though he had witnessed something horrifying. In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He glanced toward Yuka's room, where the door was shut tight, darkness enveloping it, with not a glimmer of light seeping through. Yet, he felt as if Yuka stood at the threshold, baring her sharp teeth, offering him a malevolent grin. Yuka opened her mouth, silently uttering a few words. "Don't worry, you're next." Yu's assurances provided him no sense of security. Yu Xian's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling erratically, as beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. The exhaustion from a sleepless night, compounded with fear for the future, stretched his fragile nerves to their breaking point. He envisioned the silhouette of a demon, brandishing a scythe that swung menacingly. Suddenly, it seemed to sense his gaze, whipping around to lock eyes with him. Upon seeing him, its grin widened, stretching from ear to ear. As it raised the scythe with a forceful swing, Yu Xian could no longer hold himself together. He screamed, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Yu Peng. Yu Peng rubbed his temples, exasperated by the chaos at home. Wishing for a moment of peace reluctantly, he summoned the housekeeper, issuing a few urgent instructions before rushing to the hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, he found it cordoned off, police officers searching inside, forbidding anyone from entering. Upon witnessing the throngs of people outside the ward, the blood-soaked floor, and the blood-drenched bedding, Yupeng could not suppress a wave of nausea. How could Yuku have descended to such brutality? Madness. Although Yupeng had long been aware of Yuka's insanity and her perverse nature, the delusion persisted in the minds of many that as long as a lunatic did not lose control, they would never truly go embedded. It was only when that madness erupted, heedless and wild, that he felt genuine fear. Why Yuya had already been wheeled into the operating room, the lights still aglow. As doctors fought valiantly to save her. Why Yupeng sat on a chair outside the emergency room, his very essence seemingly siphoned away, his gaze vacantly fixed ahead. What sins had he committed? He had heard Yuka's inner voice. She had questioned multiple times whether it was Yuya who had uttered those words, and she had spoken of revenge. Why had he not taken her words to heart? Deep down, he had subconsciously believed that Yuku would never act upon her threats. She was merely venting her frustrations internally. Yet, knowing Yuka's madness, why did he ever trust that a madwoman could possess reason? The true transgressors were the Yu family, himself, Yupeng. Why did Yuka choose to unleash her wrath upon Yuya? What wrong had Yuya committed in this affair? She had said nothing, even defending Yuka during their misunderstandings. Why would Yuka not relent? Tears streamed down Yupeng's face. The Yu family, with its century-old legacy, had already begun to wane by the time it reached his generation. It was he who, through sheer will and capability, had salvaged the family business from the tides of time, allowing it to flourish anew. He had always believed himself quite successful. The next generation's education had not faltered either. Yu Xiu was already capable of sustaining the Yu clan independently. In no time, he would retire, bequeathing the family legacy entirely to Yu Xiu. In the latter half of his life, he and Song Jinghe could travel the world, free from the burdens of corporate affairs. He had always been meticulous in his arrangements. Never before had he felt such a profound sense of failure. If only he had managed the relationship between his two daughters, if only he had taught them to treat both Yuku and Yuya with fairness, perhaps today's calamity could have been averted. Why Yuku loathed the Yu family, and now Yuya lay with a severed leg, had he not been so consumed with work, investing all his thoughts in Yu Xiu. Might today's events have unfolded differently? All the children, save for Yu, had favored Yuya, and he had seen the harshness directed at Yuku. Why had he not intervened? Had he done so, would Yuku harbor such hatred for Yuya, to the extent of resorting to violence? The patriarch, seemingly stripped of all vitality overnight, now bore a stooped posture. Soon, apart from Yuku and Yu Xian, the rest of the Yu family arrived. At Yu Qingzi's face was ashen, her teeth clenched, her eyes crimson. Yuku! Yuku! How could she do this? I demand she faces the consequences, that she spends the rest of her life in prison, never to see the light of day again. Yu, his gaze cast downwards, found himself at a loss for words. In just one night, he had not anticipated Yuka's swift and decisive actions. His fists clenched in frustration, he chastised himself for his complacency, angered by Yuka's reckless disregard for the aftermath of her actions. He had never expected Yuku to possess such ruthlessness. No, he should acknowledge that he had been aware of her cold-hearted nature, just never witnessed it firsthand. Like everyone else, he had assumed her maliciousness resided solely in her thoughts. Before the incident, Yuka remained the innocent and pure girl they all knew. Yet they all understood the danger she posed, and still they had let their guard down. Even he had done so. When Yuku had repeatedly asked Yu Xian if it was Yuya who claimed she had broken her leg, he should have been on high alert. Yu felt utterly lost, torn between Yuku, the injured Yuya, and the concepts of fairness and justice, along with the education and laws instilled in him since childhood. So many conflicting ideals. Reason dictated that he could not allow Yuku to continue down this path. She had lost all sense of right and wrong, disregarding the law, trampling over boundaries without a second thought. She no longer contemplated how to commit murder or evade justice. This was wrong. Even for him it was unacceptable. Yet, the moment he recalled the way Yuka looked at him, her starry-eyed gaze filled with trust, he found himself unable to utter words that would harm her. Thus, she could act without hesitation, recklessly inflicting harm upon others. She had done so before. Yuya had been slain by her countless times. Perhaps in Yuka's mind, she believed that by merely severing a leg and sparing her life, she was exhibiting mercy. However, Yu understood that this life was unlike any other. That if Yuka sought to alter her fate, this life must serve as a pivotal turning point, perhaps even her only chance. Thus Yuka could not persist in this manner. She must enact change. Yet he remained at a loss as to how to facilitate such a transformation in Yuku. For her, this life had ended, and there would still be another. However, how many more would hear Yuka's inner voice, genuinely understand her, and be willing to offer her trust? Yu could not guarantee there would be another opportunity. His eyes brimmed with confusion, struggle and anguish. He truly did not know what to do. Why Yu Qingzi suddenly turned her gaze towards him, her eyes ablaze. You won't shield her, will you? Yu gripped his hands tightly. His gaze fixed on the red light that illuminated the emergency room. Remaining silent, Song Jinghe wept uncontrollably, unable to comprehend their words. Why Yu Xiu's eyes were equally red. His jaw clenched, astonished that Yu Ke could be so ruthless. Acting without hesitation. Chapter 18. Yu Xiu, what right do you have to criticize me? Yu Qingzi raised her foot, intent on kicking down Yu Ke's door, only to be stopped by Yu Xiu. He inhaled deeply, lifting his hand to knock at. Why Yu Xiu's emotions were tumultuous. If Yu Yu's words held any truth, then Yu Ke's transformation into this version of herself was inextricably linked to them all. He was uncertain how to confront this sister of his. Yet he still wished to hear her genuine thoughts. After a minute, Yu Ke's door creaked open, clad in a loose brown bear pajama set, her hair disheveled and eyes bleary. It was evident she had just risen from bed. Still not fully awake. Why Yu Ke gazed at the individuals blocking her doorway, perplexed, blinking as she inquired, "What's the matter? Did you come to see me this early in the morning?" A compliant smile graced her face. Innocent and harmless, typically, she bore this expression under normal circumstances, it would be unremarkable. Yet considering the horrific plight of Yuya, all orchestrated by this seemingly sweet sister, combined with her smile, it was utterly chilling. How could she commit such an act and still smile? Yu Qingzi's eyes blazed with fury, her pent-up rage finally finding an outlet as she shoved past Yu Xiu and, with a swift motion, slapped Yu Ke before Yu Xiu could react. Though Yu Ke sought to maintain her facade in front of Yu, she would not permit anyone to strike or scold her. She swiftly grasped Yu Qingzi's hand, looking at her with feigned bewilderment. "Third sister, what's wrong? Why are you hitting me?" It was as if she clutched Yu Qingzi's wrist with the grip of a vice. Upon witnessing Yu Ke's expression of confusion, Yu Qingzi gritted her teeth. Having already had a restless night and receiving such distressing news, she struggled to maintain her usual aloof demeanor. After several failed attempts to break free, Yu Qingzi erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Ke. "It was you? You severed Yaya's leg, you demon. I will ensure you rot in prison for life, never to see the light of day again." Yu Ke stared incredulously at Yu Qingzi, tears welling in her eyes. She released Yu Qingzi's hand and glanced at Yu. Her heart sank at the sight of his complex expression. "Third sister, you can say whatever you like about me, but breaking someone's leg is a crime. How can you accuse me of such a thing?" Did she even understand the concept of criminality? Yu Qingzi was on the verge of losing her last shred of reason. Why Yu Ke's eyes brimmed with tears as she approached Yu, tugging at his clothing, gazing up at him with trepidation. "Brother, you don't believe me either, do you?" Yu's expression looked so awful. Wouldn't he think I was the one who harmed Yuya, would he? It's normal for Yu Qingzi to suspect me. She always does whenever Yuya encounters trouble. But why must Yu doubt me as well? Yu Ke's agitation grew. She clutched Yu's sleeve with increasing force, bewildered by the sudden turn of events that had led even him to question her. Yu's feelings were equally conflicted. Listening to Yu Ke's inner voice, it seemed the events had not transpired as she had claimed. Yet, after hearing her express those thoughts the previous night, Yuya had encountered misfortune shortly thereafter. No matter how much he cared for Yu Ke, he could not dismiss his suspicions, seeing her still attempting to exonerate herself, even dragging Yu into her defense. Yu Qingzi's anger flared. "Do you dare deny it? Yu Ke, you madwoman, you dare commit such acts yet shy away from accountability." Yu Ke looked at Yu Qingzi, her tear-filled eyes momentarily revealing a flicker of ruthless intensity. "Is it because of Yu Qingzi's words that Yu no longer believes me? Then she truly deserves to die." Yu Qingzi's eyes blazed with rage. She was about to demand that Yu Ke end her life right then and there when Yu Xiu swiftly covered her mouth. He turned his gaze to Yu Ke, observing the malice hidden beneath her tears, and asked, his lips pressed together, "Did you truly not harm Yuya's leg?" Yu Ke bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. "Whatever I say, you will always blame me for everything, so does it even matter what I say? Yu Xiu, if you wished to expel me, you could have just told me directly. I would have left on my own accord. Why resort to such means? You know it will leave a mark on my record, that I could go to prison, that it would ruin my life. Can you not bear to see me suffer? I am also a daughter of the Yu family. I am your real sister. Why must you treat me this way?" After speaking, Yu Ke could no longer hold back her tears. As though she had suffered the greatest injustice, those present were well aware that Yu Ke was lying, putting on an act. Yet only Yu Ke understood that her words contained truth she had withheld for countless lifetimes. "Yu Xiu, Yu family, how many times must you harm me before it is enough? When I did nothing in the past, you poured all your filth upon me. I wanted to protect you, to help you escape your tragic fate. Yet how have you treated me? For the sake of Yuya, you have ruthlessly tried to kill me time and again. You hired people to break my legs, filmed it, orchestrated gang rapes, sent me abroad, and even forced drugs upon me. You surrounded me with people who, upon seeing me, would come and beat me, preventing me from even calling the police. Even the beggars around know I am a worthless being to be toyed with, and even if I were to die, there would be no punishment. This is barely a fraction of the evil you have inflicted upon me. Do you even realize how many atrocities you have committed? What right do you have to accuse me? I ask you, what right do you have to accuse me? What do you think you are? Listening to Yuka's heart-wrenching words, Yushio's face turned pale. He stepped back, barely steadying himself against the wall, unable to believe that the actions Yuka described could be attributed to him. Even Yu Qingzi stood in stunned silence, turning to Yushio with disbelief in her eyes. Though she had never liked Yuku as a woman, she could not tolerate the idea of a female being treated as a mere plaything and subjected to such humiliation. The thought that Yushio could indeed commit such acts against Yuku, hiring people for gang rapes, filming it, leading Yuku into drug addiction, was a revelation that shattered her worldview. In that moment, she found herself believing in the possibility of Yuka's infinite rebirth, wondering if in each life, she would endure similar torment. This realization struck at the very core of her hatred for the Yu family. Yu Qingzi looked back at Yuku, who was still crying, appearing so small and pitiful that it was hard to believe this delicate girl had suffered so much injustice, especially at the hands of her own family. The words she had intended to hurl at Yuku faded away, and her unwavering resolve to see Yuku imprisoned wavered. Chapter 19. Yuku was the one nearly driven out. Tears streamed down Yu Qingzi's face as she covered it in anguish, feeling an unprecedented sense of confusion. Just how evil can a person be? This was something Yu had never contemplated before. He had thought that Yuka severing Yuya's leg was the peak of malevolence, the worst act he had encountered in his 18 years of life. Yet, in comparison to the suffering Yuku had endured, those acts seemed utterly trivial. Gazing at the girl before him, who continued to sob softly as if she might shatter at any moment, he found himself unable to voice any accusations or questions. Yu reached out and embraced Yuku, gently patting her back in silent comfort. He had not experienced the horrors Yuku had faced. No, perhaps he had, but unlike Yuku, he could not remember due to the absence of endless rebirths filled with memories. Because he could not recall, he could let go lightly. But Yuka could not, having experienced countless profound pains and deaths. She knew that such wounds could not be easily assuaged with mere words. She harbored resentment, loathing everyone except Yu, despising a world that revolved around Yuya. This world was filled with malice towards her. How could she maintain her kindness? Yuka lifted her gaze to Yu, relieved to see the pain and regret etched on his face. I knew you would believe me, Yu. She nestled against Yu, turning her head to glance at Yu Qingzi and Yushio, a glimmer of triumph and provocation flashing in her eyes. This time you cannot accuse me unjustly. I did indeed sever Yuya's leg, but what of it? Even if you know it was I who did it, what can you do to me? Bring forth your evidence if you dare. Yu Qingzi and Yushio stared at Yuku, taken aback by the mockery and defiance on her face. Unable to continue blaming her for her heartlessness, they were oblivious to the roles they had played in Yuku's countless rebirths. Yet, even the mere revelation she had shared had begun to shake their convictions, plunging them into an indescribable turmoil. Yuka's gaze shifted to Yu Qingzi. If Yushio was purely evil, then to Yuku, Yu Qingzi was a parasite, feeding off the suffering of others to uphold her so-called virtue. Among this family, it was Yu Qingzi who disgusted her the most. Yu Qingzi, what pretense of compassion do you put on before me? When you righteous confront me with your questions, have you ever considered what kind of person you truly are? While you exploit legal loopholes for Yuya, did you forget you are a lawyer? You cannot truly believe you are a good person, can you? You do not think of yourself as fair and just a paragon of virtue defending the law, do you? You do not believe your actions are commendable, do you? Ha ha ha. The room fell silent as they stared at Yu Qingzi's face turned ghostly pale. Swaying precariously, the piercing truth of her heart echoed in their minds, each question striking at their core, sending chills down their spines. What sent shivers through them even more was her uncontrollable laughter, a most blatant mockery of Yu Qingzi. Can you hear their lamentations? Can you hear them calling for you to descend into hell to atone? How many lives have you ruined for Yuya? How many families have been shattered? Do you deserve to be a lawyer? You are merely Yuya's lackey, a compliant, unpaid dog, obediently following orders. To put it plainly, you should be grateful to me. Yuya's leg is broken, and even if it is reattached, she will suffer lasting repercussions, likely preventing her from debuting. If she does not debut, she will not offend many. If she does not offend anyone, You will not need to defend her in court. To silence those who threaten her. How many souls as corrupt as yours have you bought off with money? How many innocent people have you sent to prison? You should be relieved I severed Yuya's leg. This way, you will not be sold to Southeast Asia as the most wretched of prostitutes, subject to the same fate I once endured. Ha ha ha. Yuka chuckled briefly, expressing her delight. Yet, her series of heartfelt revelations left the expressions of those present increasingly grim. Especially Yu Qingzi, she could not believe it. She refused to accept that she would exploit legal loopholes for Yuya. She could not fathom using money to bribe others. That was simply not how things worked. Her reason for becoming a lawyer was to tear open the veil of darkness, to restore fairness to those truly in need, to punish the wicked and uphold virtue. She could not accept that she would do the things Yuku accused her of, becoming such a hypocritical person. This was a complete betrayal of her initial intentions in becoming a lawyer. What she found most unbearable was the thought of being sold to Southeast Asia by Yuya's enemies. What kind of place is Southeast Asia? It may be sweetly termed Southeast Asia, but harshly it is known as the Golden Triangle, rife with criminals and one of the most chaotic regions in the world. How could she ever be sold to such a place? No, that would not happen. Yu Qingzi trembled all over, while Yu covered Yuka's eyes, preventing her from witnessing Yu Qingzi's distress. Yuka pushed at Yu. Brother? Why are you covering my eyes? Let go. Yu dared not release his grip. He exchanged a glance with Yu Xiao, who found an excuse to pull Yu Qingzi away. The two figures appeared desolate, akin to wilted eggplants. Once they entered the study, Yu finally let go of Yuka. Yuka pouted in dissatisfaction. Brother, what are you doing? Yu smiled. They are too wicked, I did not want you to see them. Yuka's eyes sparkled. They do not care about me, and I do not care about them. Yu nodded. You should go wash up. I will check what breakfast Auntie has prepared. Yu turned and entered the study, observing Yu Xiao and Yu Qingzi, each sitting at opposite ends of the sofa. Neither spoke. He cleared his throat, yet they did not lift their heads or spare him a glance. Unbothered, Yu walked in and casually closed the study door. After a moment of silence, the two still did not speak, their expressions resembling those of the world collapsing around them. Yu sighed. Since you know you have wronged Yuku, do not just sit there, speak up. How is your repentance going? Yu Xiao raised his gaze to Yu, unable to accept that he had become the person Yuka described. I do not believe that is me. Yu Qingzi also looked up. I feel the same way. That is not me. Yet Yu disagreed. You can now falsely accuse Yuku without any evidence. I do not believe you will not escalate your actions in the future. Observing their woeful expressions, Yu showed no mercy. Let me share my feelings. He sat down on the opposite sofa, facing them. For the first time you saw Yuka slap Yuya, claiming Yuka hated Yuya for occupying her life. But what I saw was Yuka standing alone in the corner, Yuya approaching her, then stumbling, while all of you rushed to Yuya's side, expressing concern for her, and hurling accusations at Yuku. You claim Yuku is petty, unable to tolerate Yuya, wishing to expel her from the Yu family. But the truth? The one who was nearly driven out was Yuku. Chapter 20. She was merely lost. Yu continued. The second instance you said Yuku pushed Yuya into the swimming pool in the dead of winter, causing her to catch a cold and suffer a high fever. But what I know is that you rushed over without a second thought to pull Yuya out, denying Yuku even a moment to speak. Just because Yuya glanced at Yuku, you pushed Yuku into the pool as well. You watched Yuka struggle in the water, then turned away. If it were not for me, do you know what would have happened that day? The faces of Yu Xiao and Yu Qingzi grew increasingly pale as he spoke. They wished to retort, but upon reflection could find no words to counter his claims, because everything Yu stated was true. It was indeed they who pushed Yuka down, and it was also they who turned away without a glance at Yuku, who was struggling in the pool, while witnessing Yuya shiver and embrace her. Upon seeing them turn their backs, Yuka must have felt a profound sense of disappointment in them. It seemed they had never truly believed in her. When Yuku insisted it was not her, they accused her of lying. Over time, they had lost sight of the countless grievances Yuku had endured, of the many things she had never done. Now, as Yu brought up her name, the once intact mirror shattered abruptly, revealing the sordid truths behind it, and they were forced to reflect on the absurdity of their past actions, observing the two of them unable to lift their heads. Yu had no intention of letting them off easily. He pierced through the veil of deceit they had long been unwilling to confront. If I had not passed by the pool that day, if I had not heard Yuka's voice, if my curiosity had not compelled me to take a second glance, Yuku would have long been lost to them. He looked at Yu Xiao and Yu Qingzi's pale faces, his eyes reddening. Do you still believe the things Yuka said could never happen? Whether intentional or not, your actions have nearly cost Yuku her life on several occasions. Regardless, it is still infinitely better than the life she led in the orphanage. Yu struggled to contain the sting in his eyes, his voice trembling. But in the orphanage, Yuka did not have to worry about dying suddenly. She lived safely to the age of 17 there. Yushio listened silently, his hands clenched tightly. He recalled the disappointment in Yuka's eyes every time they scolded her, remembering that she had not always been this way. She had been filled with anticipation for her new home and had cherished her parents and family. Yet, her affection for them had gradually eroded under the weight of Yuya's favoritism. The children in the orphanage had no parents or family. The headmaster could only teach them to love themselves. The treatment Yuka received in the Yu family was starkly different from what the headmaster had preached, leaving her lost and bewildered. Unsure of how to cope, he still vividly remembered the look in Yuka's eyes back then, dull, despairing. At that time, he had thought her overly sensitive, that she could not handle even a few words from her family. Now in retrospect, Yushio only wished to slap himself. Why Yu was not wrong. Each of them bore responsibility for Yuka's transformation into who she was today. Why Yu Qingzi wanted to retort, but as she opened her mouth, no words emerged. She wanted to argue that Yuku indeed did not like Yuya, and that it was true she wanted to drive her away. But who dictated that Yuka must like Yuya? The course of Yuka's life had been irrevocably altered because of Yuya's parents. They had never experienced the struggles Yuku had faced, so what right did they have to demand her magnanimity? Yet, she felt that things should not have unfolded this way. However, she was also unclear about what should have been done instead. Yu turned away from their grim expressions and gazed out the window, softly reiterating his earlier statement. Thus, in the future, I would not find it surprising at all if you all became the very image Yuka described. After a brief silence, Yu stood up. I will take my leave for now. You both should reflect on this. He refrained from hurling accusations, recognizing that such words would be futile. They needed to come to their own realizations. He merely hoped they would consider Yuka's feelings a bit more in the future. Even if just a little, it would prevent them from committing acts as heinous as pushing her into the pool nearly to drown. Although Yu spoke thus, he himself felt lost as well. He did not know how to alleviate the hatred festering within Yu. He wished for her to release the burdens of the past and rediscover her love for the world. Yet, Yu understood profoundly that the current Yuku was beyond anyone's ability to change, at least not in the short term. Not even his OWNI. In order for Yuku to fall in love with the world anew, to genuinely feel alive, she needed to see a glimmer of hope. Without hope, her actions would only grow increasingly extreme. But what if she witnessed the transformation of those around her? As this thought crossed his mind, Yu raised his gaze toward Yuka's room. The door remained firmly shut. Yuka had yet to tidy up. Even if she sensed something amiss, if she were to see those she believed to be dead miraculously alive, would she not reignite her hope for life? Wasn't that how Sunway had survived? As long as Yuka could believe that this life differed from the others, that she had the potential to alter her fate, might she not relinquish some of her burdens? The heavy atmosphere began to lift as he glimpsed the dawn breaking through the clouds. The door swung open, and Yuka stepped out, smiling as she waved. Brother, what are we having for dinner today? After which, she dashed down from the third floor to his side, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In that moment, she had looked at her family with such hopeful eyes, yet had been so deeply wounded. Now, though she bore countless scars, she still managed to offer such a warm smile. Why Yu smiled in return, playfully tousling Yuka's freshly styled hair into disarray. Yuka widened her eyes, clutching her head. Brother, what are you doing? Yu grinned. This looks good too. Why Yuka pouted, as if struck by a thought, and then burst into laughter. You said so. Then I shall go to school with this messy hair today. If anyone asks, I will tell them you did it. Upon hearing her words, Yu's expression darkened. I will redo it for you shortly. Watching her skip away, Yu's lips curved upward. He sighed, pressing a hand over his eyes to wipe away the moisture gathering at the corners, realizing he had been overthinking things. Regardless of how Yuka transformed, her heart had always remained pure, both in the past and now. Chapter 21. Unlocking the switch of death. Ultimately, Yuka did not go to school with her disheveled hair dye in the car. Yu had restyled it for her. He fashioned a high ponytail, parting her bangs to either side, and after a final inspection, he deemed it perfect. Satisfied, he tucked the comb into Yuka's backpack. Yuka took out a mirror to check, finding it relatively neat. Still pondering where Yu had honed his hairstyling skills, the atmosphere in class today felt somewhat peculiar. Everyone was silent, their faces taut, exuding a serious demeanor. Though it was strange, Yuka thought little of it, as this group had a habit of acting erratically every few days. She had grown accustomed to it. At why Yuka adeptly tossed her backpack onto the desk and laid her head down to sleep. Only once she had settled did the others dare to move. Those who had just been pretending to play games now quickly switching to chat groups. The group chat was already ablaze with activity. How terrifying, she actually went through with it. Wasn't it already known? What's surprising about that? I'm more curious about how Yuka managed to pull it off without anyone noticing. Regardless of how she did it. Let's keep our distance. That I used to think she was just mean, but now seeing her, she is truly malicious. I thought she was merely imagining it. Who knew she would actually commit such acts? You Sunwei, why are you silent? Weren't you the one who defended Yuya the most? Sunwei had indeed defended Yuya, and was furious at Yuku for injuring Yuya's leg. However, Yuka's ruthlessness was undeniable. She had casually severed Yuya's leg and walked away unscathed. He harbored resentment but knew he could not outmaneuver Yuku. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to provoke her. Lest he become the next victim that if you could targeted him, it would certainly be more severe than merely injuring Why Yuya was the female lead. She was untouchable, but as a mere supporting character, what was to stop her from eliminating him? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, and he shut his phone off to avoid seeing it. Sensing his phone vibrating incessantly, Yu pulled it out to check the group chat. His expression impassive as he observed the messages scrolling past. The incident involving Yuya had escalated far too much, its severity too grave. The police had been involved, making it impossible to keep it hidden from the class. While the others might be clueless about who was responsible, those who could hear Yuka's thoughts in Class 12 of Senior 3 could hardly miss the truth. The moment they received the news, their first response was disbelief, followed by a chill running down their spines as they inwardly cursed Yuku for being insane. They cursed Yuku in their minds 1,000 times over, continuing to berate her in the group chat, unleashing layers upon layers of vitriol. Naturally, Yuka remained oblivious to all of this. As she lay on her desk, on the verge of sleep, she suddenly felt as though she had forgotten something crucial. She propped herself up and blinked in confusion. What was it that I forgot? Everyone instinctively halted their actions. Why Yuka's gaze swept across the classroom, and those who met her eyes felt as if they were being pricked by needles, goosebumps rising, terrified that her gaze might linger on them for even a second longer. Fortunately, Yuka quickly remembered what she had forgotten. She fixed her eyes on Sunwei's back and smacked her forehead. Look at my memory. I forgot to hack Sunwei's phone and computer. Sunwei immediately broke out in goosebumps, cold sweat trickling down. Who would have guessed that Yuka hadn't hacked anything the previous night? He had spent the entire night refraining from using his phone, obediently waiting for Yuku to inspect him. Yet now she was telling him she hadn't hacked anything. Sunwei's face darkened ominously. Qi Yang's eyelids twitched violently as he swiftly kicked Sunwei out of the group once more. Why Yuka fell silent for a moment before reaching into her backpack. Forget it. I can still hack now. Thankfully I brought my laptop. Damn it, didn't you promise you would check last night? Can't you have a bit of integrity? Sunwei cursed Yuku in his heart anew, hastily deleting the chat records on his phone. He feared that if Yuka saw the thousands of layers of insults he had hurled at her, he would surely face dire consequences. Observing Sunwei's frantic demeanor, Yu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. While Yuku had already pulled out her laptop and was powering it on, he helplessly placed a hand on his forehead. Glancing at Yuku, Yuku turned her attention to Yu, pausing her actions. What is it? Sunwei felt a surge of joy in his heart, realizing that Yu was merely buying him time. And he dared not delay in the slightest. At Yu, at a loss for words, recalled the news she had seen that morning and remarked, Liamo has gone abroad. Yuku was taken aback. So soon? Yu nodded. The plane departed at 8:30. She has already arrived at the airport, and I can't fathom why she left in such haste. Perhaps she wishes to familiarize herself with her new surroundings. Yuka didn't dwell on it further and typed a few keys on the keyboard. That must be it. Meanwhile, the individuals seated behind her subtly shifted their positions to fixate on Yuka's computer screen, eager to witness how she would compromise Sunwei's device. Sunwei was already drenched in sweat, his hand trembling around his phone. Why Yuka shook her head. I don't know. She furrowed her brow, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, and her fingers paused over the keyboard. The intensity of Yu's gaze on Yuka made his heart skip a beat. Could it be that Yuka suspected him? Before he could ponder further, he saw Yuka pour herself a glass of water, murmuring to herself, how strange, why has Liamo gone abroad so early this time? The tension in Yu's chest began to ease. Liamo's travel schedule is usually quite fixed. There have been a few occasions where it deviated, but never this early. Yuku, one arm crossed over her chest while the other raised her cup to drink, leaned back against her desk relaxed. Is this yet another butterfly effect? She bit her lip. Even if it is a butterfly effect, it shouldn't be this severe. The only purpose of Sunwei's existence in this narrative is that his death serves as the catalyst for a series of swift demises. Within less than a decade, everyone in Class 12 of the third year will perish one after another. Although he has escaped this fate for now, he will still meet his end in a week's time. Whether he dies early or late, he will always be the first. Why has it changed to Liamo this time? Yuku was utterly perplexed. The magnitude of this alteration instilled a sense of unease within her. She could not discern whether these changes were fortuitous or ominous, nor could she grasp their origin. She had a premonition that she must uncover the truth, or she would remain in a state of passivity indefinitely. Yuku fell deep into contemplation. Meanwhile, the members of Class 12 were collectively petrified. Chapter 22. I dreamed we all died, especially Sun Wei. Having just cleared his chat history on his phone and still reeling from the shock, he was rendered completely dumbfounded upon hearing Yuku declare that he would die in a week. So soon? He was to die again? Damn it, when would this end? Sun Wei genuinely felt like crying. A tall boy standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches sat in the classroom with reddened eyes, feeling utterly aggrieved. Why was his fate so tragic? What was worse, he had no idea why he was destined to die. As Yuku had revealed nothing, he felt as though a sword was hanging over his head, poised to strike him down at any moment, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The others were equally tense. What had they just heard? Sun Wei's death was the trigger. Once he died, the entire Class 12 would follow suit until none remained. What kind of hellish script was this? Among them, the longest-lived could only survive for another decade. They all collectively gasped in horror. Those who had previously suggested distancing themselves from Yuku now fell silent, their hearts growing cold. What should we do? I really don't want to die. Some clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps Yuku's words aren't accurate? Sun Wei's case might have just been a guess. Have any of you seen that Japanese anime called Another? I can't shake the feeling that we are quite similar. The only difference is that we might drag our families down with us. In Another, only the classmates perished. I've seen a bit of it. I remember a girl falling down the stairs, impaled by an umbrella and dying on the spot. Did I manage to endure that? But then the homeroom teacher came in with a knife and committed suicide in front of the class. Splattering blood on the students. It was too gruesome. I couldn't watch anymore. However, I've heard that Another culminates in a massacre. The classmates become distrustful and turn on each other, and it all unfolds in a short span of time. In the end, they discover that the male protagonist's aunt is already dead. It feels like a nightmare. Their timeline is short, yet we have to endure for a decade to reach the conclusion. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, soon engulfed in panic. The duration of their predicament was indeed too prolonged, especially as graduation loomed near. We have just a few months until graduation. What do? We can't possibly attend university and still be with her. So, being mentioned early on isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sun Wei, consider yourself fortunate. Sun Wei, initially despondent, found solace in this perspective and instantly brightened, smiling broadly. Hey, isn't the key issue right now that Yuku said the first person to die has changed to Liamo? What does that mean? Does it imply that Liamo will encounter trouble abroad? Seated in an airport massage chair, Liamo's expression momentarily blanked. She felt she couldn't confront the madness of Yuku, but surely she could evade it. But what did this mean? What did it signify that the first person to die had transformed into her? Did Yuku's words imply that she shouldn't have left for abroad? Surely, going abroad would lead to trouble. Liamo's heart raced with anxiety as she frantically typed on her phone. Annoyingly verbose, Yu, please find out how I will die. I beg you. Although Liamo was indeed bothersome, a life was at stake. Moreover, Yu had long been determined to alter Yuka's fate by starting with those around her. So he certainly wouldn't stand idly by and allow Liamo to perish. Why? Yuku inquired, perplexed. Why do you ask that? Yu replied with a smile, isn't Liamo already abroad? If you wish to go abroad, you could accompany her to the same country for mutual support. Why? Yuka fell silent, her gaze towards Yu conveying a myriad of unspeakable sentiments, as if to say, do you really think Liamo and I share a supportive relationship? She quickly dismissed the idea. I don't want to go abroad. Liamo won't survive the journey abroad. Her flight met with disaster, and all 57 individuals on board, including the crew, perished. The collective expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Yuka continued, Liamo's parents were also on that flight. The tragedy that befell the Li family stemmed from this incident. After the death of her parents, all their shares fell into the hands of her uncle, who was nothing more than a frivolous heir, lacking the ability to sustain the Li family's business. Caught off guard by such a windfall, he could only think of indulgence, not even providing a proper funeral for his brother, sister-in-law, and niece. The Li family's legacy was vast, yet squandering it proved to be an intoxicating temptation. Who would believe that such a reckless individual could squander the wealth accumulated by the Li family over generations within a mere 5 years? The extent of this waste was truly astonishing to Yuku. The last person she knew to be so wasteful was Yang Guang. Once again, chaos erupted in the group chat. Annoyingly verbose. Oh my god. Your flight is going to encounter trouble. Everyone on board will die. Annoyingly verbose. Don't board the flight. You absolutely mustn't. If possible, ask your father to have the staff recheck the plane. They should heed his words at the airport. This is terrifying, but didn't you say that Liamo hadn't traveled this early before? If the plane isn't the same, how can you be certain that Liamo's flight will meet with disaster? Is it possible that the danger lies not with the plane, but with Liamo herself? I'm getting goosebumps. Is fate really playing a deadly game with us? Damn it, I hate this. If Yuka's prediction comes true again, I will sever ties with Yuya. Smiling and waving. What does Yuya have to do with this? It's not her fault. Yuya is the female lead. The fated one. Why should I have to be courteous to her when I'm merely a disposable character? The life of a sycophant may be a life, but so does that of a disposable character. Thank you very much. That's actually quite reasonable. The group chat descended into further chaos. While at the airport, Liamo clutched her phone, her complexion pale, unsure of how to communicate with her parents. Noticing her distress, Li's father asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Liamo shook her head, glancing at the scrolling announcement indicating that boarding would begin in just a few minutes, then looking at her gentle and kind parents, her eyes reddening. Li's mother observed her daughter. "What happened? Why are you crying? Are you going to miss your classmates?" Liamo shook her head again, tears streaming down her face. She could not bear to contemplate that her parents might face disaster simply by accompanying her abroad. She gripped her phone tightly, unable to voice her fears. Seeing their daughter in such distress, Li's father and Li's mother grew anxious, asking where she felt unwell and if they should take her to the hospital. Liamo shook her head through her tears, choking on her words. She looked at her parents and then at the other passengers waiting to board, an array of elderly individuals, children, and fellow students carrying their luggage for study abroad. Although she did not know any of them, each face appeared so vivid. She could not fathom those individuals closing their eyes for the final time. The mere thought left her breathless. She pulled her parents into a secluded corner. "Mo, what is wrong with you? If you don't speak, how can I help you?" Li's father, equally anxious, gazed at her. Despite her shortcomings, her parents always supported her, providing her with the best of everything. Liamo sniffed, her voice hoarse after crying, "Dad, I had a dream that I dreamt that our plane had an accident, and we all died." Chapter 23. Has the plot changed now? Li's father's face turned ashen. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a perfectly good plane have an accident? Li's mama hesitated, casting a dubious glance at her daughter. Liamo in a state of urgency. Liamo clutched her father's sleeve and implored, "But that dream felt so real. Dad, I'm frightened. Could you please have them check the plane again? It won't take much time. Just a few hours." Li Baba regarded her silently, then asked in a grave tone, "Are you truly unwilling to go abroad? Is that why you've concocted such a ridiculous excuse? It is well known that while planes fly at great altitudes, their accident rate is the lowest among all modes of transportation. How could one claim that an incident could simply occur?" Liamo turned her gaze toward the boarding gate, where passengers had begun to queue for departure. Desperately, she tightened her grip on her father. "No, Dad. I genuinely want to go abroad this time, but that dream was terrifying. Please, just let them check it, would you? If everything is fine, we can board the plane right away." Upon witnessing the pleading in his daughter's eyes, Li Baba's expression darkened. Liamo, having been pampered, had often changed her mind at critical moments, eroding her credibility with her parents. To him, her heartfelt pleas were merely evidence of his indulgence, leading her to become increasingly unruly and deceitful. Liamo clung to her father, afraid to let go. "Dad, it won't take long for them to check. Please let them do it." Li Mama observed the two, one with tear-streaked cheeks, the other resolutely unyielding. She understood their stubborn natures. Both were equally obstinate. Turning to Liamo, she inquired, "Mo, do you really want them to check? If the plane is fine, will you truly go abroad?" Relieved by her mother's support, Liamo nodded firmly. "Mom, this time it's my own decision to go abroad. I won't regret it. But that dream was so frightening. I dreamt that our plane met with an accident, and we all perished. Uncle took Dad's shares and squandered them away within 5 years." Li Baba's countenance grew even graver, not merely because Liamo mentioned the dream again, but because he knew his brother's character. If the family business fell into his hands, it could indeed be squandered in no time. He glanced at Liamo again. After all, she was his daughter. Looking at him with a combination of pity and hope that softened his heart, he took a step back. "You best remember your words." Seeing him relent, Liamo eagerly nodded and wiped her tears away, breaking into a smile. "I will definitely remember." Li Baba turned and walked away. Li Mama patted Liamo's back. "Look at you. You always manage to infuriate your father. With her mood lightened, Liemo embraced her mother tightly. Thank you, Mom, that I promise I won't be so headstrong in the future. Mama paused. Taken aback, have you really changed? The thought of their family nearly facing a tragic fate sent a shiver of dread through Liemo. Gazing at her mother's lively features, she nodded vigorously. Yes, I won't let you and Dad worry anymore. Mom, I love you both. You are the most important people in my life. Mama scrutinized her daughter. Sensing a newfound maturity in her, she reached out to stroke Liemo's head, sighing, silly child. Your father and I only wish for your safety and health in this life. We seek nothing else. Tears welled up in Liemo's eyes again, I know. Just then, the airport announcement chimed, revealing that their flight had been delayed by an hour. Liemo felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Li Baba was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard his daughter express love for him, leaving him both astonished and delighted. He reached out to touch her forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Liemo huffed, turning her back on him. The family sat together, exchanging mundane chatter, when the flight announcement sounded again. This time, the flight was cancelled. A shadow fell over Li Baba's face as he regarded Liemo with a complex gaze. If it hadn't been for her dream, they would have boarded the plane, and all three of them might have perished. They exchanged glances, a wave of apprehension washing over them. On the way home, Li Baba made a phone call to inquire about the cancellation. After hanging up, he looked at Liemo, his feelings even more complicated. Typically, planes are inspected for issues before takeoff. Generally, there should be no problems. I never expected the staff to be negligent, just giving the plane a cursory glance. In the past, when there had been no incidents, he had sometimes conducted thorough checks, while at other times, he had merely glanced over things. Who would have thought that this time, the very plane they were supposed to board had encountered a problem, and coincidentally, it had not been properly inspected. Had they boarded, none of them would have survived. He turned to Liemo, scrutinizing her seriously, and after a pause asked, How did you know the plane would encounter trouble? Liemo's smile faltered, and she forced out a laugh. I dreamt it. I never expected I could have prophetic dreams. Li Baba replied, Those words might deceive others, but do you think you can fool me? He knew Liemo's character all too well. Given her overwhelming fear at the airport, it was evident she believed an accident was imminent. Liemo stubbornly insisted it was just a dream. Seeing she had no intention of elaborating, Li Baba chose not to press further, opting instead to impart wisdom to her. Regardless of how you came to know, or who informed you, Momo, one must learn to be grateful. We have escaped a calamity, and we must remember to express our gratitude. Liemo's expression turned serious, and she nodded at her father. Dad, I understand. Lying in bed, she opened her phone to check the group chat, which had been inundated with messages about her condition. She sighed, wiping her face. Enough of the incessant chatter. The flight has been cancelled. Oh my. Did you actually predict this? In Village Undercover Grey Wolf. Liemo, please provide the details. It was essential to heed the class monitor's words. Liemo organized her chaotic thoughts and began typing. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. My dad requested a reinspection of the plane, and it turned out they hadn't conducted a thorough check, leading to the issue. Silence fell over the group once more. Enough of the incessant chatter. Yuli, thank you, and I apologize for the past. If it weren't for Yuku, I, along with my dad and mom, wouldn't have made it back. I will remember this kindness. If you ever need my help, just let me know. Though Liemo might be Navi, she was deeply loyal. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caused Yuya so much trouble over trivial matters. Defending Yuya's honor. Why Yuyu smirked, glancing at Yuku, feeling a sense of delight. See, hasn't the narrative shifted? Chapter 24. Can they hear what I'm thinking? In Class 12 of Senior 3, Yuku was unaware of the happenings in the group chat, nor did she know that Liemo had been unintentionally saved by her. After pondering Liemo, she set her cup down and began typing on her keyboard. No need for her to intervene directly. Liemo would handle her own demise, saving Yuku the hassle. Why Yuku worked swiftly, her screen flashing with incomprehensible pages to outsiders. The few classmates at the back watched intently, some even surreptitiously recording videos. Why Yuka effortlessly breached the firewall on Sunway's device, scanning through his various social media platforms and call logs with remarkable speed, unperturbed by any risk of exposure. Those who understood the intricacies were few and far between in Class 12. Within a mere 10 minutes, Yuka snapped her laptop shut. Sunway felt like a condemned prisoner, watching the executioner sharpen their blade for over 10 minutes, awaiting his fate. Drenched in cold sweat, he had no idea that the pressure of being publicly scrutinized by Yuku was far greater than being investigated behind closed doors. To him, Yuku was a formidable force, and he was but a small helpless chick, facing away from the formidable figure. He feared that at any moment, she might devour him if her mood soured. Yuku's gaze fixed on Sunway's back, her eyes glinting with suspicion. What has he deleted? Sunway's forehead beaded with sweat. Fortunately, he was seated in the front, allowing Yuku only to see his back. Otherwise, he feared he might not maintain his facade. He couldn't comprehend her actions at all. The only sensation he felt was that Yuku was incredibly skilled, indeed worthy of being a character capable of infinite rebirth. No, a formidable presence internally. Yuku felt a surge of anxiety alongside wariness. Yesterday I attempted to hack into Sunway's device and he had just cleaned it. Now I try again and he has cleaned it once more. Is he toying with me? What kind of coincidence is this? Yuku narrowed her eyes. The entirety of Class 12 held its breath, not daring to make a sound. How could this perverse individual be so suspicious of every little thing? Was there no mercy left for them? Some students were busy on their phones, some were reading, others sleeping, yet not a single soul dared to meet Yuku's gaze. Fearful of revealing any hint of guilt, they silently lamented their misfortune at encountering such a bizarre character as Yuku. If only it were anyone else, they could easily brush it off. But with Yuku, there was no simple evasion. Yuku squinted, her scrutinizing gaze sweeping across every individual in the classroom, even pausing on Yu. Tension filled the air, their toes gripping the ground, never having felt the days in Class 12 so torturous. They wished to flee, but escaping now would only raise further suspicion. Yuku's mood plummeted, and a bewildering thought crossed her mind. Could they possibly hear my thoughts? Boom! A collective shockwave hit the students like thunder, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Her feet felt uncontrollable, yearning to whisk her away from the classroom, to distance herself from Yuku. Even the usually composed Pei Yan and Chi Yang found Yuku utterly terrifying. Could this truly be a formidable figure capable of infinite rebirth? Indeed, her strength was astonishing. They believed they had concealed their apprehensions seamlessly, yet Yuku, with her keen intuition, managed to deduce their unease from the most chaotic of clues. Even Yu widened his eyes, sensing impending doom. Previously, he had contemplated altering the fates of those around him, dismissing the possibility of Yuku noticing. But now he could only think, no, it mattered. His sister was far too clever, and he felt overwhelmed. Why couldn't she be a bit dim-witted? If only she were, they would have had much more room to maneuver. The group of unruly second-generation heirs in Class 12 of the third year fell into an eerie silence, with the more astute ones resting their heads on their desks, their faces entirely concealed save for a pair of ears peeking out. How on earth did Yuku's mind work? It was terrifying. How could she be so intimidating? Chi Yang's hand trembled as he wrote his assignment, the words crooked and distorted. Yuku's gaze swept over everyone, as if she possessed X-ray vision, penetrating through their aids. Each individual fought to suppress the tumultuous thoughts swirling in their minds, desperately maintaining composure under Yuku's piercing gaze, which felt like a death sentence. If they were in any other setting, every member of Class 12 would surely be awarded a little golden statuette for their exceptional acting skills. They all longed to tremble, to flee, yet dared not show a hint of fear. They could not allow Yuku to continue her line of thought. Almost synchronously, the idea blossomed in the minds of all present in the classroom. If Yuku were to ponder further, they could not guarantee that everyone would remain unexposed. Yuku was indeed frightful. The moment one person exhibited even the slightest abnormality, she would immediately take notice. At that point, they might not even comprehend how their demise occurred. Just look at Yuya. She was a living example. Even while lying in a hospital bed, Yuku had managed to sever her leg, and the police had yet to trace the incident back to her. The minds of everyone raced at full throttle, nearly smoking from the exertion of thought. After 18 years of barely moving, they sought a solution that would both prevent Yuku from continuing her contemplation and evade her suspicion. Simultaneously, they secretly lamented that Yuku should not be in school. With her capabilities, she ought to be in the criminal investigation department, where she could make substantial contributions to the nation. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the room. Everyone looked up in unison toward the door. The boy standing at the entrance was startled by the multitude of eager eyes fixed upon him, nearly fleeing in panic. What was wrong with this group? They were terrifying. It was positively spine-chilling. A classmate near the door forced a sincere smile, his tone so sweet it could almost be squeezed for juice. "Classmate, is there something you need?" The boy felt goosebumps rise on his skin, not daring to glance at the classmate with a slipper stuck in his mouth, wishing to escape this land of turmoil as quickly as possible. "Your homeroom teacher sent for your class monitor to go to the office." With that, he turned and fled. Chi Yang stood up, striding out of the classroom with his head held high, basking in the envious gazes of his peers, his demeanor radiating confidence. In an instant, the atmosphere became refreshing. The oppressive tension dissipated, and the suffocating sense of dread vanished. Indeed, distance from Yuku brought immense relief to both body and mind. Chapter 25. Her book is rubbish. Chi-Yang had fled, but the others remained. They were genuinely terrified of the plague that was Yuku. The sports representative, Chang Feng, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and inquired, "What did old Yang want with the class monitor?" Su Ming replied, "I have no idea. Could it be that the school is extending our break?" Chang Feng responded with a silent pause. Wai Yushu chimed in, "How is your novel coming along?" This single remark redeemed countless individuals from their plight. All eyes turned toward Ning Wanfang. "Right, what is the plot like?" Yuku, who had been sizing everyone up, found her thoughts derailed by their conversation. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't you feel fatigued from studying?" The group collectively responded, yes, love is what truly matters. That is our youth, after all. Youth is meant to be exuberantly expressed. I in the future will reminisce about having had a vibrant youth, rather than just recalling 3 years filled with study. Yuku. A vein throbbed on Yuka's forehead as she struggled to comprehend who had taught them to speak in such a manner. If this were not class 12 of the 3rd year, if she were not surrounded by a group of second-generation heirs who had never touched a book, she might have believed their absurdity. What nonsense was this about 3 years of high school being solely about study? If this was the result of their relentless studying over 3 years, Yuku had no choice but to concede that they were a bunch of fools. However, aside from Chi-Yang, which of these second-generation heirs ever read? Did they even know the formula for an arithmetic sequence? Did they understand the concepts of intersection and union? How could they shamelessly proclaim that their high school experience was solely about study? Even she, a person who had experienced countless rebirths, felt embarrassed for them. Hearing Yuka's inner thoughts, the second-generation heirs blushed with shame. Yet, they had no choice but to divert Yuka's attention. They had to bombard her ears with their absurdities. Were they truly unaware of how they had spent their 3 years of high school? Ning Wanfang glanced around and raised her hand, coldly shattering their illusions. High school students can't date. It's prohibited. Chang Feng coughed. So what about shipping our teacher CPs at school? Damn it, Chang Feng, can you keep your mouth shut? Have you not rinsed your mouth after smoking? Are you trying to suffocate me? Chang Feng pointed at Sun Wei. He smokes too. Why don't you say anything about him? Sun Wei grinned. We're far enough apart that she won't smell it, and besides I'm chewing gum. Chang Feng. It stinks. Get away from me. You're bad luck. Sooner or later, I'll die from your secondhand smoke. If I get lung cancer, I'll make sure to take you down with me to pave the way. Chang Feng, is it really necessary? Haha. Depending on whether you have any self-awareness, do you find it disgusting? Can you not breathe on me? No slap. You could turn to look behind her. Chang Feng, holding his head, glared at his small, thin deskmate. Chang Feng's deskmate, Song Rui, was a petite figure at 1.50 m, needing to shop in the children's clothing section. She appeared cute and delicate but had a temper even more volatile than Sun Wei's. However, she didn't like to cause trouble. As long as no one provoked her, she was the kindest and most gentle person in the world. Unlike Sun Wei, who was so unpleasant that when he was in a bad mood, he would kick a stray dog on the street, lacking any manners. With Chi-Yang gone, let us roast his equipment. Everyone's hair stood on end. As if struck by lightning, why Yuku wanted to roast Chi-Yang's equipment? They all felt a wave of darkness wash over them, and a voice echoed in their minds. It's over. Each of them wished they could faint on the spot. Yet they could not. Not only could they not, but they also had to continue performing in this farce despite all precautions. They had not anticipated Yuka's cunning ambush. That if they had known, they would not have created that group. Or at the very least, they would have registered a small account using someone else's identity to join. Why Yuka scrutinized the expressions and reactions of everyone. Under her gaze, their acting skills reached new heights. Song Rui, if you ever smoke again and don't air out the smell properly before entering, I'll break your legs. Chang Feng, is it really necessary to be this ruthless? I'll pay attention next time, okay? Sun Wei, don't hold back. Song Rui, break them. I'll testify that he fell by himself. Ning Wanfang, ha ha ha, you're the king of roasting. Chang Feng glared. Are you looking for a fight? Sun Wei waved his hand. No fighting, no fighting. I'm afraid one punch will send you to the underworld, and I want to know how to explain why you shoo. You're all so noisy. I still need to brainstorm plots for Fang Fang. Sun Wei, her lousy novel sounds like a total flop. Just don't write it. Ning Wanfang's eyes nearly bulged out, and with a bang, she slammed her hands on the table and stood up. Say that again, Sun Wei. He had inadvertently spoken out of turn and provoked this fierce female tiger. Ning Wanfang pointed at Sun Wei's nose. Who are you calling a flop? Who are you telling not to write? Have you even read my novel to say that? If it were Yuka saying it, she could tolerate it. Yuko was a madwoman, she could endure it. But why did Sunway have the audacity to say such things? He hadn't even read it, yet he dared to speak so casually. Did he think she had no temper? Sunway immediately backed down. I haven't read it. Ning Wanfong swiftly pulled out a hefty stack of books from her drawer, estimating more than 10. The covers were colorful, all printed after she had written them, with illustrations done by her favorite artists. She slammed the books down in front of Sunway, pointing at them and bellowing, "Look at them! Right now, Sunway!" His expression nearly split open. He glanced at the cover of the topmost book, which depicted a golden-haired, charming young girl leaning against a young man. The girl had a slight blush under her eyes, gazing up at the boy, her large eyes adorned with circles, while the rest was filled in with glittering black, absolutely lacking in artistic skill. The boy, with his jet-black hair, had it styled to fall over his forehead, looking down at the girl in his arms with a devilishly charming smile. The sunlight was splendid, and the two on the cover gazed at each other with deep affection. The strokes were wildly exaggerated, nearly consuming the entire lower half of the cover. The title read, "The charming school hunk fell in love with me." Sunway could hardly believe it, his hand trembling as he pointed at the cover. You want me, a grown man, to read this?" Ning Wanfong crossed her arms, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Sunway's lower half, snorting coldly. "A grown man? Are you?" Seeing the disdain in her eyes, Sunway's face flushed crimson, unsure whether from embarrassment or anger. Where was he looking? Ning Wanfong slammed the table once more, exclaiming, "Stop meandering. Finish reading the books by the end of today, and write a 500-word reflection on each." Sunway trembled with anger. He realized that the once formidable school bully had lost all semblance of authority, and was now subjected to bullying himself. Was there no justice left in the world? Not a chance. Sunway vowed that he would rather perish than read such trite novels. Moreover, Yuko had declared that Ning Wanfong's writing was nothing but a heap of nonsense. A Mary Sue character was bad enough, but this was pure rubbish. He simply would not read it. Chapter 26. You will not allow her to kill us. Chung Feng clutched his stomach, laughter bringing tears to his eyes. Sunway, how can you not read a book that someone spent so long writing? Ning Wanfong turned her gaze towards Chung Feng, narrowing her eyes. She was no one's pushover and addressed him equally. You must read it too. Chung Feng, now unable to muster a smile, clutched his abdomen in discomfort. I need to visit the infirmary with that. He hastily exited the classroom, running as if pursued. Sunway widened his eyes in disbelief. Is that even allowed? He too stood up abruptly, fixing his gaze forward with indignation. I have a few words to exchange with Chung Feng. I'm going to the infirmary as well. With that, he followed suit out of the classroom. The onlookers were left speechless. Once outside, the smile on Sunway's face radiated brighter than ever. He had never felt the sky above the school so blue or the morning air so refreshing. He spread his arms wide and closed his eyes, feeling truly alive, before swiftly reopening them and racing after Chung Feng. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions visibly collapsing in despair. This was dire. Yuko was indeed a monster. Who says otherwise? Being in our class is truly a waste of talent, Sunway remarked. I am somewhat of a talent myself now. Perhaps I should consider entering the entertainment industry. With my current acting skills, winning an award for Best Actor would be a piece of cake. Chung Feng sighed. Who isn't a Best Actor these days? The students of Class 12 in their senior year had been driven by Yuko to attain an average level of acting prowess worthy of Oscar contenders. In this class, acting was a fundamental skill. Sunway retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Chung Feng before taking one for himself. Just as he was about to light up, a booming voice interrupted. Sunway. Smoking again? Startled, Sunway quickly thrust both the cigarette and lighter into Chung Feng's hands and spun around to offer a disarmingly innocent smile to their homeroom teacher, Lao Yang, who stood not far behind. Lao Yang, you must have seen wrong. It was Chung Feng smoking, not me. Chung Feng was left speechless, the cigarette and lighter suddenly feeling unbearably hot in his hands as he shot Sunway a glare, who pretended not to notice and eagerly approached Lao Yang, massaging his shoulders. Lao Yang, look, witnesses. He pointed to himself, then to the contraband in Chung Feng's grasp. All the evidence is here. Lao Yang's expression was one of incredulity mixed with amusement. Do you take me for a fool? Sunway fell silent, standing alongside Chung Feng as they endured a lengthy scolding, too intimidated to flee. Though Lao Yang was advanced in years, he seemed remarkably spry. Despite the academic shortcomings of Class 12, the students held a profound respect for Lao Yang, primarily because he was formidable, a retired expert in nuclear research from the Northwest. He was genuinely a top-tier talent. Had it not been for his connections with the principal, he would never have stooped to teach here. As to why he took on the role of homeroom teacher, It was simply because no one else dared to handle Class 12. Other teachers had failed to control these unruly youths, leading the principal to plead with Lao Yang to step in. While Lao Yang retained a commendable spirit, his energy had waned significantly. Being a homeroom teacher was merely a title. He would occasionally stroll through the classroom and keep the students in line. The true management of Class 12's chaos fell to others, unbeknownst to the students, who only recognized Lao Yang as their homeroom teacher. The title of nuclear research expert alone was enough to keep these rascals in check. Though Lao Yang was strict, he was also quite kind when he chose to be. Occasionally he would even prepare meals for them, albeit the taste left much to be desired, yet the sentiment was appreciated naturally. The students listened to him. Of course, one must not overlook the fact that he had promptly dealt with the most disruptive students upon his arrival, bringing them into line with a firm hand. After a lengthy tirade, Lao Yang, nearly hoarse, handed Sunwei $1. Go get me a bottle of water. Sunwei, taken aback, accepted the money and dashed off, even adding 2 of his own to buy a $3 bottle of mineral water. After drinking, Lao Yang felt his throat ease and continued his reprimand. Sunwei was nearly on the verge of tears. So, the reason for sending him to fetch water was simply to prolong the scolding? Had he known, he wouldn't have contributed his $2 and would have returned the money instead. After 10 minutes of scolding, Lao Yang finally finished his water and felt relieved. The 2 boys ran off swiftly, disappearing in a flash. Lao Yang cursed under his breath, taking the empty bottle and meandering out of the school. He was well aware of the incident when Sunwei took a day off to go racing. Nearly meeting his end. It seemed he would have to keep a close watch on Class 12 students when they asked for leave. With the impending college entrance exams, who would be responsible if any of them perished outside? Though they were a bunch of good-for-nothings, they had not committed any heinous acts that if these little scamps could not grow up properly, he would not find peace of mind. Tomorrow would be the weekend. And with no classes today, Lao Yang hummed a tune as he glanced at the cigarettes in his hand. This rascal smoked even better than he did. He pulled one out, lit it, exhaled the smoke, and welcomed another pleasant weekend. Sunwei and Changfeng ran until they turned a corner, finally escaping Lao Yang's line of sight. Changfeng, with a chilling gaze, asked, "Where's my cigarette?" Sunwei chuckled awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic. We really are quite unfortunate, frightened by Yuku in the classroom, and now scolded by Lao Yang for trying to relax outside. Frustrated, Changfeng knew Sunwei's character well, and given that Lao Yang was fair in his scoldings, he did not hold a grudge against him. Oh, you think this will blow over with Yuku? Has she hacked Qi Yang's phone? Sunwei's expression shifted as he replied, "If she is this fast and ruthless, she has probably already done it." Despair crossed Changfeng's face. What are we going to do? We're definitely exposed. They hadn't thought much of it before, speaking freely in their group chat. If you could caught a glimpse, she would surely discover they could hear her thoughts. Both Changfeng and Sunwei felt their doom approaching, and Sunwei's fear of Yuku was evidently deeper than Changfeng's. Will she really kill us? Sunwei asked. Without a doubt. You know how ruthless and twisted she is, Changfeng stated. Sunwei felt utterly helpless. Let us fight back. I refuse to believe we can't take down one person with so many of us. Changfeng shot him a look of disdain. Have you forgotten that our entire class is cannon fodder? It would be best to maintain the status quo. Let you cannot provoke us, and we one team make a move against her. The cannon fodder of Class 12 were oblivious to how they would meet their demise or how their families would fall. They would never agree to eliminate Yuku. Sunwei's face turned pale. But we've already been exposed. Sunwei understood that if Yuku had hacked Qi Yang's devices, she would undoubtedly discover the group chat, thereby revealing their ability to hear her thoughts. Once exposed, Yuku would not show them mercy. Chapter 27. Yu. I have a strong aversion to foolishness. The 2 exchanged bewildered looks, directly inquiring a girl seated in the front row. Where is Yuku? Zhuo Wei glanced up at these 2 cowards who had fled from the battlefield. Rolling her eyes in annoyance, she was taken away by the police. Sunwei gasped. Her actions have been exposed? Changfeng was equally startled, regretting his earlier decision to step out, missing out on the unfolding drama and receiving a scolding for nothing. Zhuo Wei shook her head. Not sure. It seems they just wanted to ask her questions. After saying this, her gaze shifted to Sunwei and Changfeng with a complex expression that made their eyelids twitch involuntarily, surfacing a sense of foreboding that if you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that, it's quite frightening. Zhuo Wei looked at Sunwei with pity, letting out a sigh. Sunwei felt a chill run down his spine as he cautiously asked, Is she going to target me again? Zhuo Wei replied, No, it's just that Yuku's hacking skills are even more formidable than we imagined. Sunwei's heart skipped a beat as he listened to Zhuo Wei continue. That day, Yuku tampered with both the Yu family and hospital surveillance footage. She even altered the street cameras. If it weren't for Yuku's thoughts inadvertently revealing themselves, they could hardly fathom her technical prowess. Altering the Yu family's surveillance was one thing, but how had she managed to modify the street and hospital cameras? Sunway's expression stiffened, his lips curling into a forced semblance of calmness. Is that so? But what does it have to do with me? Zhou Weiwei's gaze turned even more sympathetic. She said she would restore the data you deleted. Sunway, are you certain that your data cannot be recovered? Zhou Weiwei was uncertain about Sunway's technical abilities, but she was acutely aware of Yuka's skills. Anxiety surged within her. It felt as though Yuka genuinely could recover the data Sunway had erased. If that were the case, they would be exposed, and the danger wouldn't just loom over Sunway, but over the entire Class 12 as well. How could Zhou Weiwei not be worried? Under Zhou Weiwei's pitying gaze, Sunway felt his confidence wane. It should be unrecoverable. The thought that Yuka might truly restore the records he had deleted sent Sunway into a panic. His complexion paling as he felt as though he could meet his end at any moment, killed for reasons unknown. Noting Sunway's distressed demeanor, Chang Feng suddenly asked, didn't she hack Qiyang's equipment? Why would she still want to restore Sunway's data? Zhou Weiwei remarked, I barely had the chance to act before the police summoned me. Chang Feng furrowed his brow. What prompted such a sudden call? How would I know? Zhou Weiwei retorted, turning to Yu, do you possess any insider information? Yu, clutching his phone and scrolling through the screen, wore a troubled expression. Initially reluctant to share, aiming to keep family matters private. He soon recognized that with Yuka's loose lips, it was futile to conceal the truth. This group would inevitably find out. My mother informed the police that it was Yuku who did it. The classmates who had been eavesdropping collectively gasped in shock. This was a case of sacrificing familial ties for the greater good. Yu, can your family hear what Yuku has to say? Wei Huai, Qi Yang's deskmate, posed a pivotal question. All eyes turned to Yu, their curiosity piqued. Was it only the students in their class who could hear? Or could the Yu family also listen in? Yu tightened his grip on his phone and murmured a quiet yes. A heavy silence descended as disbelief erupted into sharp, incredulous exclamations. Goodness, she truly must be tired of living. How could she confront Yuku knowing she could hear her? Does she really think that just because Yuku is her daughter, she will be spared? Yuku is no longer a rational person. If your mother dares to expose her to the police, Yuku will not let her off lightly. Yu remained silent, his gaze downcast. These individuals were only aware that Madame Yu had accused her daughter of injuring Yu's leg, oblivious to her intentions of accusing Yuku of attempting to murder Yu Xian. Had it not been for the intervention of Yu Peng and Yu Xiu, she would have pursued charges against Yuku for attempting to kill Yu Xian. If she truly pressed charges without any evidence, it would not only expose their ability to hear Yuka's innermost thoughts but also raise suspicions about whether Yuku suspected them of eavesdropping. Should such a significant vulnerability be revealed, Yuku would undoubtedly confirm her suspicions. What actions Yuku might take then was something Yu could hardly predict. For the first time in his life, Yu felt a surge of disdain towards his mother, not mere annoyance, but a deep-seated resentment for her reckless disregard for consequences and her impulsive nature. While Yu was indeed a victim in this scenario, each of them bore some responsibility for Yuka's current state. Yuku was indeed headstrong, but she possessed the means to ensure her own anonymity. However, Song Jinghe seemed utterly oblivious to the potential repercussions her actions could have on the Yu family. Harboring a naive desire to completely crush Yuku and see her imprisoned. It was laughably immature. Did she not consider that without any evidence, the police would not act? Although the situation was currently under control, it was evident that Song Jinghe was unwilling to let Yuku off the hook, thus informing the police that Yuku was suspected of intentional homicide. Consequently, she was not being questioned for intentional injury, but rather for murder. The police, lacking evidence, merely took Yuku to the station for a statement. Yu took a deep breath and directly messaged Song Jinghe. Mom, do you wish for Yuku to die? Do you realize that your actions will only plunge the Yu family into peril? Song Jinghe quickly sent 2 photos in response. One depicted Yuya in a hospital gown, unconscious in bed, while the other showed her foot bandaged like a mummy. Look for yourself. What has happened to Yuya? If you still acknowledge me as your mother, cease your protection of Yuki. Yu inhaled deeply, anger bubbling within him, yet he stifled his rage, striving for a calm demeanor as he replied, what I mean is, without evidence to prove Yuka's involvement, it will only breed suspicion. Song Jinghe scoffed. Am I afraid of her suspicion? Can she kill me, her mother? If she has the guts, let her come. I want to see what kind of monster I have birthed. Yu was rendered speechless, his frustration palpable as he turned off his phone screen, flipping it face down on the desk. Noticing his distress, Pei Yan cautiously inquired, "What's wrong?" Yu closed his eyes. "I'm suffering from a case of irritability." Pei Yan, oblivious to the identity of the person Yu was conversing with, could only speculate why his usually amiable deskmate was so agitated. The once lively classroom fell into an abrupt silence as everyone sat up straight, their expressions grave as if awaiting an inspection from school authorities. Chapter 28. Do you all intend to keep letting Yu act as a shield? The students exchanged furtive glances, discreetly messaging in their group chat. What's happening? What's going on? What did the police find out? Is she going to prison? Others hesitated to inquire about Yuku, but Yu had no such reservations, lowering his voice to ask, "How is it?" His tone was laden with concern, although he knew Yuku was unlikely to face any real trouble, and that she had long since given up on the Yu family. Indifferent to Song Jingha's feelings towards her, Yu felt that Song Jingha was only pushing Yuku further away. Not just Song Jingha, but the relationship with the Yu family was becoming increasingly strained. Observing the worry etched on Yu's face, Yuku quickly masked her expression with a smile. "I'm fine. The police are merely conducting routine inquiries." Why? Yu remained apprehensive. "You won't get into trouble, will you?" Yuka shook her head. "No, it wasn't me, so whatever accusations they make are futile." Song Jingha, why? Yuka silently repeated the name twice, a faint smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Tinged with mockery, a chill crept up the spines of those present, causing them to shudder involuntarily. At that moment, a singular thought crossed their minds. Song Jingha, fully aware of Yuka's unstable nature, still dared to provoke her. What audacity! They couldn't help but admire her courage. Yet from Yuka's thoughts it was evident that she harbored resentment, which did not bode well. However, contrary to their expectations, Yuka did not erupt in anger. Instead, she appeared somewhat mocking, contemplating, "Even if you know I did it, what can you do about it? No matter how many lives I live, you shall always remain ineffectual. All you do is lament on behalf of your adopted daughter. If I were you, I would find a way to gather evidence. If there's none, I would fabricate it, rather than whine incessantly. Can your tears compel the police to forcibly arrest me?" Pathetic, hearing her disdain for her mother. The others dared not raise their heads. Yu's expression darkened considerably, yet he remained silent, walking over to Yuku and offering her a piece of candy. The candy, wrapped in colorful plastic, nestled in the palm of his hand. Yuku accepted the candy, smiling at Yu. "Brother, I'm truly fine." As she unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth, she exclaimed, "So sweet." Hearing her thoughts eased some of the tension in Yu's heart, and his gaze softened unconsciously. Yuka gazed at Yu's retreating figure. Her earlier vexation dissipating, she reminded herself, "Yuku, do not waste your anger on those who do not merit it. They are not worth your ire. Focus instead on those who do deserve your attention. He has never let you down, therefore, you must strive to protect him." Yu lowered his eyelashes, a pang of sorrow stirring within him. The group chat was equally poignant. "You must protect him, my dear brother. This time I will ensure your safety. Yu. Do not let your anger be provoked by the inconsequential. Yu is the one who deserves my protection. Fighting. Yu. The candy Yu sent is truly delightful. Sweet to the core. I want to eat too. Share some with me, or I shall throw a tantrum. Yu. Yu took a deep breath and, unable to bear it, exited the chat group. Just then the class bell rang, prompting everyone to compose themselves out of respect for the teacher. The language teacher, a humorous middle-aged man with neatly combed hair styled in a side part, was named Sunday. Mr. Sun was one of the most popular teachers in class 12 of the senior year. Second only to Old Yang, due to his wit, he possessed a unique ability to captivate attention through his humor. Even the most indifferent students found themselves engaged in the lesson, seamlessly following his train of thought, lingering on even after class ended. As soon as the bell rang, Mr. Sun hurriedly gathered his books and made his exit. Su Ming called out, "Teacher, I still don't understand this part." Mr. Sun quickened his pace. "Class time is over. No further assistance will be provided." The classroom erupted in laughter. Each time they witnessed Mr. Sun, impeccably dressed and dashing, sprinting away with his books, they couldn't help but chuckle. Thanks to Mr. Sun, the oppressive atmosphere in class 12 of the senior year lightened considerably. Limo sent a message in the group chat. The previously relaxed atmosphere came to a halt as those who saw the message instinctively turned their gazes toward Yuku, eager to share a song of lament. Annoyingly verbose? What happened? What did Yuku say? As soon as this topic arose, the mood soured, and before they could share the day's events with Liamo, a half-asleep Yuka suddenly sat up, as if jolted from a near-death experience. She swiftly rummaged through her backpack for her laptop, tapping her forehead. "My memory is getting worse. I was sidetracked by the police and almost forgot to hack Qi Yang's equipment and recover the deleted messages from Sun Wei. Sun Wei. Qi Yang. Qi Yang shut his eyes in anguish, finally understanding the heavy and helpless feeling Sun Wei experienced during Yuka's surprise inspections. He had no desire to manage how Yuka planned to hack his equipment. He knew he would be suspected regardless of what he did. Moreover, given Yuka's meticulous nature, he genuinely feared that they might inadvertently reveal their secrets. Ever since they had begun hearing Yuka's thoughts and recognized her true nature, Qi Yang had sensed that it was only a matter of time before the truth would be exposed. They would inevitably reach a day when they could no longer conceal it. However, he had not anticipated that the revelation would come so swiftly. It had only been 2 or 3 days before everything unraveled. Sun Wei frantically tagged Qi Yang in the group chat. Yangsuan Wodi Hutalang, what should we do? Hurry up and leave the group. The rest of us need to buy some time quickly. Qi Yang sat motionless, his heart ashen. Yu suddenly turned towards Yuku, flashing her a smile. Yuku, let us go, I'll treat you to some snacks. Yuku paused, her hands hovering over the computer, casting a suspicious glance at Yu. Undeterred, Yu approached her, closing her laptop gently and gazing at her with concern. Don't blame Mom. I'm sorry on her behalf. It turned out he felt she had been wronged. Why should Yu apologize for Song Jinghe's mistake? Though Yuka wanted to voice her thoughts, she held her tongue. Rising, she stuffed her laptop into her backpack, offering Yu a sweet smile. Then I'll need to buy yellow. Yu nodded. You can clear the entire stock as long as you can carry it. With that, they left the classroom together. A collective sigh of relief escaped the others, who gave Yu a thumbs up. Before stepping out, Yu glanced back at Qi Yang and Sun Wei, signaling them to hurry up and not dawdle. Yet Qi Yang did not spring into action immediately. He watched the pair walk away, his voice calm as he remarked, if this continues, we will inevitably be exposed. The group fell silent, only to hear Qi Yang continue. Yuku is far too cautious. Can you truly guarantee that you won't be exposed forever? Moreover, she has begun to harbor suspicions. You may distract her once or twice, but a third time she will grow wary even of him. Are you really planning to have Yu shield you indefinitely, catching you off guard each time? Chapter 29. A gamble must be taken. Upon hearing Qi Yang's words, the others were taken aback. Goodness, class monitor, don't give up. We can still strive for a solution. Indeed, Yu was still buying them time. They could not simply abandon hope, lest they betray Yu's efforts. Yes, let us just get through today, and tomorrow we can discuss how to resolve this matter completely. Qi Yang closed his eyes, took a deep breath and asked Wei Huaisu, who sat beside him. Do you think the same? Wei Huaisu and Qi Yang shared a close bond, having grown up as brothers. Qi Yang's academic performance was decent, but Wei Huaisu truly struggled. His interests lay elsewhere. He excelled at gaming and was a bona fide professional player. Leaning lazily on the desk, Wei Huaisu lifted his eyelids with effort, propping himself up with one hand while gazing at Qi Yang. Are you confident that deleting the data will prevent Yuku from recovering it? His question struck at the heart of the matter. Everyone ceased their discussions, turning their attention to Wei Huaisu and Qi Yang, their hearts sinking to the depths. Even if Qi Yang deleted the information right away, this action might raise Yuka's suspicions. Should she manage to recover that data, they would be in peril. Qi Yang shared this sentiment, which was why he had hesitated. He looked at Wei Huaisu, replying earnestly, I lack confidence. Wei Huaisu then turned to Sun Wei. What about you? Sun Wei, with a stiff expression, replied, I also lack confidence. What is there to deliberate then? Wei Huaisu picked up a pen, holding it before Qi Yang, lazily resting his chin on his hand as he yawned. Since you lack confidence, being discovered is just a matter of time, so why bother? Qi Yang was taken aback, as were the others. Wei Huaisu's words opened a new avenue of thought for them. Considering Yuka's obsessive concern for Yu, they couldn't help but applaud, like despairing souls catching a glimmer of hope. Chang Feng exclaimed, Wow, you've uncovered a blind spot. Yuku, who acts so obediently before Yu, surely cannot bear for her true nature to be revealed to him. Thank goodness, at least we still have time. Sun Wei scratched his head, but I still want to buy some time. Moreover, if Yuka knew we could hear her thoughts, would she still be willing to help us? For once, Sun Wei, typically dim-witted, had a moment of clarity that caught everyone's attention. Sun Wei blinked. What's wrong? Am I wrong? They needed to earn her trust, to assure her that they stood together, that she could rely on them. This notion, while simple to articulate, was fraught with difficulty in execution. Given Yuka's cautious and suspicious nature, how could she be easily convinced? If she truly realized they could hear her thoughts, she might intentionally think of things for them to overhear, leading them to their own demise. They shuddered at the thought. I fear this approach is unwise. Chi-young was acutely aware of the challenges ahead, but what alternative did they have? They could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. It was impossible to eliminate Yuku, and there remained too much they wished to uncover. After some contemplation, Chi-young sent a message to Yu, outlining the conclusions of their discussion. The reply from Yu indicated she was typing, yet after a lengthy pause, no words appeared. It was evident Yu was equally at a loss, as if all avenues had been blocked. Chi-young stowed his phone and addressed the group. For now, we can only take a gamble. There were no other options. If there had been, Chi-young would not have placed himself at a disadvantage. The others fell silent, their moods as heavy as if they were attending a funeral. Yuka entered the classroom carrying a large bag of snacks, promptly depositing them into her desk drawer. Everyone watched her closely as she deftly retrieved her laptop and powered it on. Yu closed his eyes. The others sat rigidly, expressions grim, as if awaiting their fate. The classroom fell quiet. The sound of her fingers striking the keyboard resonated like a heavy hammer, striking their heads, rendering them dizzy and on the verge of fainting. Yuka continued typing, her delicate fingers dancing gracefully over the dark keys like a butterfly in flight. Half of her face was illuminated by sunlight, while the other half lingered in shadow. A beam of light playfully illuminated her nose, obscuring its contours. Her brow furrowed deeper, her thin lips pressed tightly into a line, resembling a small beast on the verge of anger. Cold sweat trickled down foreheads, pooling in their eyes, yet they dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. The atmosphere was as frigid as midwinter. Their breaths slowed in unison. Yu opened his eyes and turned to Yuku. Finally, Yuka's inner voice echoed once more, like an executioner wielding a great axe, severing the taut strings of their anxiety. This is Chapter 30. If we cannot be friends, we must not be enemies. Yuka's lovely brows knitted together, her gaze complex as she looked at Chi-young. He sat with his back to her, feigning calmness as he continued his homework, as if her gaze was non-existent. Yuka glanced at the computer screen, disbelief creeping in. I truly am quite ignorant. Who would have thought that the seemingly earnest Chi-young was in fact a sycophant behind the scenes? A loud ringing echoed in Chi-yang's mind, his hand gripping the pen beginning to tremble, his face flushed visibly, and he bit down hard to suppress the urge to rise and flee this place of scandal. Even Wei Huaisu, who had been expressionless beside him, turned to look at Chi-young, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Having grown up together, Wei Huaisu prided himself on knowing Chi-young well, but when had this fellow become a sycophant behind his back? Who was he fawning over? Noticing Wei Huaisu's gaze, Chi-young avoided looking in that direction, repeatedly reassuring himself that being a sycophant was no crime. Moreover, he had prepared for the possibility of being discovered ever since he learned that Yuku intended to expose his equipment. Yet when Yuku actually revealed it, Chi-young realized he was not as unfazed as he had thought. He did care about being labeled a sycophant, especially with the subtle, mocking glances from those around him, which only heightened his discomfort. Fortunately, Yuku was not so deranged. After a quick scan of the screen and finding nothing amiss, she swiftly turned her attention elsewhere. Chi-young sighed with relief. The atmosphere grew tense once more. 10 minutes passed, each second stretching interminably for the 12th grade class. During that time, every student felt as if they were in a slow torment. Yuka closed her laptop, her eyes filled with confusion. The others held their breath, unsure of what she had discovered. They feared they had been exposed. With Yuka's skills, it was impossible she couldn't locate that group. But why was she so calm? Shouldn't she be furious, intent on their destruction? Yet no one dared to gaze at Yuku, afraid of meeting her piercing, murderous stare. The seconds ticked by, sweat cascading down their brows, their breaths becoming shallow. In this suffocating atmosphere, finally, Yuka's inner voice resonated again. Nothing? How could there be nothing? Did I miscalculate? Yuka remained incredulous. She had examined files on Chi-young's phone, WeChat, QQ, various browser histories, and even notes, yet found nothing. Chi-young habitually cleaned his phone every 3 months. The last cleaning had occurred before her rebirth, but why did it feel so wrong? Yuku was baffled. The others, upon hearing her words, momentarily blanked, struggling to comprehend her meaning. What did she mean by nothing? That vast group was clearly visible, yet she couldn't see it. Or was Yuka's supposed expertise not as formidable as believed? Thus, they did not notice. Although the reasons remain unclear, the outcome is sufficiently surprising to them. They believed they had reached a dead end, certain that today would be the day when Yuku would unveil their greatest secret. Subsequently, they would bow and scrape before her, enduring months of subservience and humiliation, treating her like a revered ancestor. They even feared for their lives, uncertain if they would survive. Who could have guessed, however, that amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope would emerge? Yuku, the living embodiment of retribution, had failed to uncover anything? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Their hearts raced with exhilaration, their hands trembling. They had been granted a reprieve. The formidable Yuku had not discovered their secrets? Ha 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 ha. Everyone was liberated from the suffocating silence, brimming with excitement, contemplating rushing outside to set off firecrackers in celebration. Why Yuku had found nothing. Ha 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 ha. Yet, they had to restrain themselves, curbing the uncontrollable upward curve of their lips. Even Yu exhaled in relief, glancing around, and upon witnessing the exuberant expressions of his peers, could not help but chuckle. Why Yuku, lost in her thoughts, remained oblivious to their unusual demeanor. She turned to Sun Wei, perplexed. What an idiot Sun Wei is, clearing his phone twice just to remove a few emoticons. Sun Wei? Who are you calling an idiot? Wait, what do you mean he only cleared a few emoticons? Sun Wei was momentarily stunned, tilting his head to gaze out the window. He was well aware of what he had deleted. It was far from merely a few emoticons. The emoticons were merely the most inconspicuous elements nestled within the chat. The fact that Yuku could see those emoticons indicated her ability to recover the deleted chat records. Yet, she had only noticed the emoticons. Moreover, having hacked Qi Yang's device, she had also failed to see that group. A suspicion arose in his mind, and not only Sun Wei, but all the students in class 12 of the third year exchanged stunned glances. Some even took out their phones to send messages in the group. Is it as I suspected? It seems there's no other explanation. So has the heavens opened a backdoor for us? Granted us a lifeline? No, I believe it's a divine intervention, allowing us to avoid the fate written in the book. Indeed, it resonates with the old saying, of the great way there are 50, heaven takes 49, leaving one to amanda in places we least expect. Heaven has carved out a path for us. Oh heavenly deity, you are my cherished grandfather. All right, now that we've dispelled Yuku's suspicions, we must not act impulsively in the future. We must think things through. The heavens have granted us a backdoor and the opportunity to foresee the future. If we still end up following the path written in the book, then we will indeed be beyond redemption. Let us all await our demise together. Having weathered the storm, the previously taut strings of tension relaxed, and the atmosphere in the group became remarkably light-hearted. While I also wish to be cautious and subtly alter Yuku's perception of us, I must utter a rather disheartening remark. Graduation is approaching. Indeed, this remark dampened the mood, and the spirits of the group visibly diminished. Hyang also sent a message. All members, let us maintain the status quo for now. Do not disturb Yuku. Moving forward in matters concerning Yuku, no matter what we do, we must remember not to make drastic changes. Subtle adjustments are key, and we must strive to align with our established personas. I understand everyone is eager to uncover those matters, but for now we have no other recourse but to proceed gradually. Moreover, it is crucial that we find ways to improve our relationship with Yuku. Even if we cannot become friends, we must not be enemies. Qi Yang's words received unanimous agreement from everyone, and soon a flurry of messages praising the class leader's wisdom filled the chat. Yuku, of course, remained oblivious to all this. She was merely vexed that she had misjudged the situation, pulling out a bag of chips from her recently purchased snacks to munch on. Have I been reincarnated too many times, rendering my brain inept? The crowd wanted to shout, no, no, no. If your brain is inept, then what hope is there for anyone else? Just as Yuku was lost in thought while crunching on her chips, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Turning her head, she saw 4 or 5 students striding purposefully into the room. Each bore a serious demeanor, their eyes cold and resolute, heading directly towards her. Chapter 31. Do you think I'm dead? The boy at the forefront wore only a sleeveless athletic top and shorts, his muscular arms and thighs taut, embodying raw strength. The 2 boys and 2 girls following closely behind were also prominent figures within the school. Not a single person in class 12 of the third year was unaware of their identities. Du Jiao, one of the top 3 scholars in the school, had grades even superior to Yu Ye's. More importantly, she was the eldest daughter of the Du family, already destined to enter the power center of the Du Corporation. During winter and summer breaks, she studied management for the Du family. Qin Song, although also from a wealthy family, could not compare to the likes of the Yu or Qi families. If one were to assess family backgrounds, any of the second-generation heirs from class 12 could easily overshadow him. Yet, Qin Song was a loyal attendant to Shanju. Shanju, the perennial top student, was backed by the Shun family of Huasher City, the same family to which the male protagonist Shanjua belonged as a collateral descendant. Though merely a collateral descendant, he was still part of the Shun family, and given Shanju's excellence, it was only a matter of time before he entered the true Shun Corporation. Unlike the second-generation heirs of class 12, These individuals were assured of wielding real power in the future, firmly outside their circle. Even the second-generation heirs of Class 12 would rarely provoke them. The crowd watched as these academically distinguished students boldly entered their classroom. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Du Jiao and her companion stood before Yuku, regarding her with a mixture of scrutiny and disdain. Why Yuku, still pondering other matters, momentarily failed to grasp the significance of their presence. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, the muscular boy furrowed his brow suddenly. He reached out, seizing Yuku by the collar and hoisting her from her seat, leaning in to scrutinize her. Why Yuku, still clutching her chips, finally snapped back to reality. The haze of confusion in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fierce determination. Why Yuku, you are far too ruthless. The muscular boy's gaze turned menacing, having drawn near. He caught the glint of ruthlessness hidden in Yuka's eyes. He could hardly believe that this petite girl could indeed commit acts of violence, though he held the upper hand in presence. The muscular boy remained tense and alert, prepared for any sudden retaliation from Yuku. Qinsong stood diagonally behind the muscular boy, wearing black-framed glasses that obscured his sharp features, creating an impression of an innocent demeanor. He regarded Yuku, his tone soft. Yuku, you have gone too far. Why Yuku turned to Qinsong, blinking innocently. Oh, I almost forgot about Qinsong. The students of Class 12 exchanged glances. Qinsong, Qinsong. Yuku silently repeated the name twice. He is certainly more interesting than Sunwei, that brute who only knows how to fight. Sunwei. Damn, he was worried about Yuku. And yet she still found time to throw shade at him. What a waste. What a pity. I have other plans tomorrow, and with the police keeping a close watch lately, otherwise I would truly enjoy this little encounter with you. Yuku regretfully set down her chips, helplessly attempting to pry away the hand gripping her collar. Evidence requires proof. On what grounds do you accuse me? The police haven't arrested me. Yet you pass judgment? Du Jiao glared at Yuku, her anger simmering, yet her exterior remained haughty and indifferent, though her gaze was sharp and filled with palpable disdain. Oh, you realize your mother has accused you of attempted murder? If your own mother doesn't believe in you, it's clear what kind of person you truly are. As soon as Du Jiao finished speaking, a fist unexpectedly landed squarely on the muscular boy's face. The muscular boy had been entirely focused on Yuku, wanting to discern the true nature of the demon residing within her petite frame. Little did he anticipate that Yu would launch a surprise attack. Delivering a solid blow, the muscular boy staggered back several steps, releasing his grip on Yuku's collar. Why Yuku stumbled but was steadied by Yu, looking up into his worried eyes, and smiled. Brother, I'm fine. I in public, they won't dare to do anything to me. They merely wish to intimidate me. Moreover, when it comes to combat with such harmless theatrics, I could easily dispatch him without breaking a sweat. Yu was momentarily taken aback. The students of Class 12 found it acceptable if Yuku possessed formidable skills. After all, she was a powerful figure capable of infinite reincarnation. If she were useless in every lifetime, what was the point of her reincarnating? After dying so many times, isn't it only fair for her to gain some advantages? The muscular boy spat, blood and a tooth flying from his mouth, illustrating the power behind Yu's earlier punch. A flicker of intrigue passed through Qinsong's eyes, his lips curving upward as he remained motionless in the background. In contrast, Du Jiao's face flashed with impatience. Stop. They had already entered the scene under dubious pretenses. If they were to injure anyone further, they would be at a complete disadvantage. Hearing Du Jiao's voice, the muscular boy, despite the fury boiling within him, dared not express it outwardly, shooting a fierce glare at Yu before retracting his fist. The girl behind Du Jiao wiped her tear-streaked eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Yuku, you are a monster. A lunatic. What did Yu do to deserve this from you? It's one thing to bully her regularly, but now, just before the college entrance examination, you not only broke her leg but also, you severed it. You are sisters. How could you? Bang! The sudden loud noise interrupted the girl's words. Even Qinsong and Du Jiao were taken aback, turning to look behind them as the classroom momentarily fell silent. Qiyang placed one hand on the desk, clenched his fist, and slowly stood up under the gaze of the crowd. He turned to face the uninvited guests who had burst into Class 12 of the third year. His eyes sharp and commanding, as he strode towards them with deliberate steps, his demeanor was calm, yet the icy glint in his eyes was terrifying, locking onto the gazes of the intruders, showing no sign of intimidation even when faced with just one of them. Du Jiao furrowed her brow. Is there something you need? After all, they were part of the same circle, and Du Jiao was not oblivious to Qiyang's identity. However, her impression of him had always been negative. She did not expect him to stand up for Yuku. Qiyang lowered his gaze to Du Jiao. This is Class 12's territory. You barged into my domain and laid hands on my people. Do you think I am to be trifled with? Yuka froze. Yu was stunned. The entire Class 12 was left speechless. Even Du Jiao was taken aback. Once they collected themselves, they were almost enraged to laughter. Your people? You intend to shield Yuku? Qi Yang's eyes flashed with coldness. I was unaware that you could determine guilt when even the police have not. Or is it that the judicial system in Luochuan operates solely under the Du family's decree? Do the police bend to your will? Should I release the classroom surveillance footage for everyone to judge whether Luochuan truly belongs to the Du family? Chapter 32. Offending her, you've kicked a steel plate. Qi Yang's words landed heavily, darkening Du Jiao's expression. Luochuan was home to many powerful families. It was impossible for any one family to dominate entirely, as others would not permit it. Setting aside the fact that they were not in the right regarding this incident, should it escalate, Du Jiao would forfeit her internship at the Du Corporation after the exams. Moreover, that was not her intention. Qi Yang was clearly exaggerating the situation, making it evident that it would be best for her to leave now, lest he take action against her. Du Jiao fixed her gaze on Qi Yang, seemingly trying to glean something from his eyes, but after a prolonged stare, she found nothing but his chilling demeanor. Her expression darkened further. Today, she merely intended to teach Yuku a lesson. She truly did not anticipate anyone would come to her aid. Who did not know Yuka's reputation? Wherever she went, she was met with disdain. Even Class 12 held her in contempt. When had Qi Yang begun to protect her so fiercely? Yuku also did not expect Qi Yang to stand up for her. She glanced at him and then at Du Jiao, silently sighing. Qi Yang is surprisingly decent. Qi Yang discreetly cast Yuku a glance, the corners of his lips curving upwards only to be immediately suppressed. It seemed winning Yuka's favor was not as daunting as he had thought. Du Jiao's expression remained grim. She understood that continuing to escalate the situation would yield no benefit for her. Yet, having lost face so significantly, she was unwilling to leave empty-handed after coming all this way to Class 12. Suddenly, Du Jiao turned to Sun Wei, her eyes blazing with fury, her previously aloof demeanor nearly slipping. Sun Wei. Yaya is still lying in the hospital. The culprit is right here, and you just stand by and watch? Aren't you afraid that if Yaya finds out, she will be heartbroken and never speak to you again? In the past, whenever there were issues involving Yaya, Sun Wei was always at the forefront. Just days ago, for reasons unknown, Yuka had scolded Yaya, leaving her in tears. Sun Wei had confronted Yuku, nearly coming to blows, had it not been for the school's environment restraining his impulsive nature. Now with Yuya injured, he was shockingly indifferent. Having shrunk into himself, Sun Wei looked up at Du Jiao, barely containing his rage. Damn it, I've been trying to keep a low profile, and now this ugly mess has to come up. Seeing Yuka's gaze on him, Sun Wei's hair stood on end. Without a second thought, he slammed his hands on the table and stood up, indignantly pointing at Du Jiao. Who are you? Which class are you from? You think it's reasonable to barge into our class and lay hands on our people? Haven't you heard our class leader's orders? Either present your evidence and let the police take action, or get the hell out. Sun Wei's brain momentarily froze. He belatedly realized he might have broken character. He gasped, not daring to even glance at Yuku, and hurriedly strode to Qi Yang's side, placing a hand on his shoulder, effectively shifting the blame onto him. I in Class 12, the class leader's word is law. You'd best get out of here quickly if the class leader orders me to throw you out later. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Xiang. The crowd. Wow, who knew it could be like this? Suddenly brilliance sparked in everyone's eyes as they turned their intense gazes toward Qi Yang. Changfeng was the quickest to react. He immediately stood up, hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely to Yu's side, revealing an impeccable smile from every angle. Indeed, the class leader has spoken. Either present your evidence or leave, or we can broadcast the video and create a trending topic for you. Du Jiao's face turned a shade of iron, and those who accompanied her wore equally grim expressions. Du Jiao had typically only exchanged barbs with Yuku when they crossed paths. She had never stormed into the class like this before. She was unsure whether these people had lost their minds or if Qi Yang was simply unwilling to allow anyone to cause trouble in Class 12. But remaining any longer would only lead to further embarrassment. Du Jiao shot a resentful glare at Yuku. Just wait, this matter will not end here. After delivering her threat, she departed swiftly, her companions following suit. Yuku watched Du Jiao's retreating figure, a shadow of gloom passing over her eyes, and the next moment, Yu turned her head to face her. What are you staring at? They're gone. Stop looking. Yuku responded with an "oh," and quietly thanked Qi Yang. Thank you. Qi Yang raised an eyebrow. No need for courtesy. Yuku paid them no mind, her gaze fixed on Chi-young's back, her chin resting on her hand as her thoughts wandered. In her impression, Chi-young had never been a bad person. Even in the matter concerning Yuya, perhaps it was due to his affections for someone else that Yuya's charm had no effect on him. He could view events objectively, unlike Sun Wei, who often lost his temper at her without reason. Yuka pondered, noticing that Chi-young, seated in the front row, had straightened his back among this group of privileged heirs. Chi-young indeed stands out as a breath of fresh air. What a pity he is not fortunate. Chi-young perked up, feeling a surge of excitement. Was it finally his turn? As long as he knew what the future held, he could avoid it. He listened intently. Then there was silence. Chi-young twitched his lips, casually glancing back, only to see Yuku had already laid her head down, sound asleep like a pig. Young. The crowd. Wow, poor guy, he was just about to find out. Ha ha ha, your majesty, don't worry, there will be more opportunities. Sheep Village Undercover Wolf has changed the group name. Those looking at their phones paused, glancing at the new group name. Support group for the big shot. The crowd. Sheep Village Undercover Wolf. Ahem, let us be discreet. It's less obvious this way. Alright, you are the emperor. Whatever you say goes. Ha ha ha, your majesty, next time you must promote your servant. Don't let only Sun Wei and Chung Feng reap the benefits. Did you all notice that just now didn't seem to think Sun Wei and Chung Feng's reactions were odd? Doesn't that imply that, in Yuku's eyes, listening to Chi-young isn't a breach of character? Chi-young did not share this sentiment. Sheep Village Undercover Wolf. Perhaps there's just too much happening. She hasn't thought of that yet. Regardless of whether you listen to me, regarding Yuya's broken leg, Sun Wei's lack of confrontation with Yuku is indeed a bit out of character. Sun Wei trembled. Should I go now? Chi-young frowned. The matter has passed. Since you didn't act immediately, you should refrain from doing anything now, or it will appear even more suspicious. Moreover, you just confronted those troublemakers. For now, let us hold back. Once Yuku wakes up, we'll see what she says. Even if she has suspicions, she probably won't doubt our ability to hear her thoughts. Instead, she might suspect whether you want to harm her secretly. Sun Wei gasped. Is it that serious? Otherwise, Yuku has always viewed others in the worst light. Haven't you realized that by now? She never suspects that someone merely wants to scold her. If she has doubts, it's whether someone wants to do her harm. Sun Wei thought carefully and realized it was true. He had been a victim of this himself. His hands trembled as he held his phone. Then what if she wants to kill me again? I only have a week left to live. I really only have a week. It can't be any shorter. The crowd exchanged sympathetic glances with Sun Wei, feeling that the towering figure now resembled a fragile porcelain doll, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. TSK, poor Sun Wei. Why did you have to provoke Yuku? You've truly kicked a steel plate. Chapter 33. Sibling Showdown. The unpleasantness caused by Du Jiao and her companions did not dampen Yuku's spirits in the slightest. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed out the window, her index finger mindlessly tapping the desk as she began to contemplate. Speaking of which, I almost forgot about Qin Song. As of now, it seems no one is aware that he is Shanju's most obedient dog. This dog, when it bites, truly inflicts pain. Qin Song is Shanju's dog? The crowd was astonished, their ears perked up, listening intently to Yuka's inner thoughts. Fearing they might forget, some even took notes intermittently. Only Chi-young wore a pained expression. To be honest, he would rather Yuka sleep during class than let her mind wander, as it severely impacted his own studies. While others were slacking, he had to focus. Just moments ago, he had been called upon, unable to answer, and even clueless about what the teacher had asked. The teacher kindly requested him to visit the office after class. If there was a next time, he dreaded the thought of a call to his parents. Chi-young felt like crying. Unbeknownst to Yuku, who was lost in her thoughts, it is said that barking dogs do not bite. And in certain respects, Qin Song is quite to my liking, especially when dealing with irrelevant individuals. I wonder how Shanju will instruct Qin Song to deal with me in order to avenge Yuya? The crowd gasped at the revelation. Shanju intended to target Yuku? Who is Shanju? Setting aside his academic prowess, considering his status within the Shen family as the prince of the Shun clan, he was destined to manage the Shen family's branch in Luochuan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he might even ascend further, taking a slice of the pie at the Shen group's headquarters. Shanju was the most accomplished child of this branch in decades. Although still a student, he held a position in the company and had even managed several affairs. Unlike the idle second-generation heirs of Class 12, Year 3, who merely awaited a handout, Shanju was a formidable figure wielding real power. A genius beyond their reach. To target Yuku for the sake of avenging Yuya? Surely not. Even if they were not closely acquainted with Shanju, they understood his character. He was always gentle, greeting them with a smile, occasionally stopping to chat. Moreover, his reputation was impeccable. Elders praised him endlessly, wishing he were born into their families. Would he truly go after Yuku for Yuya's sake? Despite his friendship with Yuya, Shanju's nature should preclude such actions. The second-generation heirs felt a complex mix of emotions. Believing Yuku was overthinking, however, they found it disheartening. They needed time to reconcile this reality. Completely unaware of the turmoil within Class 12, Year 3, Yuku continued gazing out the window, her expression tranquil. Gradually, however, her brow furrowed, and her mood soured. It is often said that while the king of hell is easy to see, the little devils are troublesome. That if Qi-yang is a gentleman, then Shanju must be a rogue. He presents himself as refined, polite, and humbled. Why Yuku was oblivious to who had laid hands on her. Shanju concealed himself too well, relishing the chaos he orchestrated behind the scenes, which brought him immense satisfaction, especially when he conducted his clandestine affairs without detection. He experienced unparalleled joy. He thrived on this feeling. Although it had driven some to despair, he had yet to descend into sheer depravity, wishing for the complete ruin of those he disliked or to render them miserable. If Yuku was coerced into madness, then Shinju was a born deviant. Perhaps it would be wise to find an opportunity to eliminate him. After all, today, Shinju had not sought trouble with me. At least on the surface, there was no conflict between us. Even if suspicion arose, the police would never trace it back to me. The crowd's emotions grew more intricate, with many furrowing their brows. They wanted to warn Yuku that unlike their group of second-generation heirs, the Shin family regarded Shinju as their most prized possession. If she dared to harm Shinju, the Shin family would dig 3 feet into the ground to find her. Although Yuku was formidable, they doubted she could stand against the entire Shin family. Certainly, the Yu family would not confront the Shin family for Yuka's sake. If a confrontation occurred, Yuku would surely be the first to be abandoned. They wondered what confidence Yuku possessed to consider eliminating Shinju. Or had she truly lost her mind, no longer contemplating the consequences of her actions? Unless something unforeseen occurred, it was likely that after school, Chin Song would arrange for someone to teach her a lesson. The crowd sighed in relief, their anxious hearts settling. Although Yuka's little gift might not be anything pleasant, it was certainly preferable to outright killing Shanju. Yet, before they could fully relax, Yuka's alarming thoughts echoed once more. Given Shanju's character, he would undoubtedly devise ways to push me to the brink, and at that moment I shall eliminate him. After all, she had other plans for tomorrow, leaving her no time to dwell on Shanju. She could only spare a moment to deal with him. The crowd's anxiety surged once more, their hearts caught in a tumultuous state, feeling more stimulated in these few days than in the previous 18 years combined. As the day's classes concluded amidst the trepidation of Class 12, Year 3, the joyful weekend arrived. Groups formed, discussing weekend plans and outings. Yu interjected, his heart skipping a beat. Where shall we go? Brother will accompany you. Yuku lowered her lashes, her eyes reddening. Yu twitched his lips. Had he not known Yuku was plotting her approach to deal with their second brother tomorrow, he might have believed her words without hesitation. Yu seized Yuku's wrist, gazing at her with unwavering determination. If they dare to say anything, if they dare to blame you for Yuya's incident, I will move out with you. The crowd. Chapter 34. Yu. I don't believe I can hold her down. Yuka stared at Yu in astonishment, opening her mouth but finding herself at a loss for words. Had this been another time and place, Yu's stance would have moved her deeply, leading her to exclaim how wonderful he was, but not now. She had other matters to attend to. How could she implement her plans if she didn't shake off Yu? Relishing her discomfort, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yu's eyes, his resolve only strengthening. Yuku, rest assured, no matter when, your brother will always stand by your side. Yuku. The smile on Yuka's face was nearly extinguished. Is that so? Yuku. Though reluctant, she understood that her plans for tomorrow were likely thwarted. Yuka nodded in acknowledgement. Wait for me a moment. I need to use the restroom. Yu nodded, watching Yuka's hurried retreat with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Sunwei clapped Yu on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling. Impressive. This is the first time I've seen Yuka rendered speechless. Others chimed in, expressing their admiration for Yu. Yu hadn't just silenced her verbally. He had also blocked her inner thoughts. Tsk, truly remarkable. Yu waved his hand. Scram, hurry up and leave. Once the others departed, only Qi-yang, Wei Huais, and Yu remained in the classroom. Wei Huais plopped down on a nearby desk. Yuka must be up to something. Otherwise, when has Yu ever been this clingy to her? Yu's temple throbbed. Don't call me Yu. Disgusting. Wei Huais. Alright, Yu. Qi-yang, so what is it about? Yu sighed, glancing toward the hallway, but Yuku was nowhere in sight. Qi-yang's eyes widened. And even Wei Hua's eyes perked up. The two stared at Yu, genuinely surprised that their family member Yuku could act so decisively. While they had known she was unhinged, they hadn't anticipated it to this extent. The incident involving Yuya could be deemed an accident, given Yuya was not truly a member of the Yu family and had always been at odds with Yuku. It made sense for her to take action, but Yu Xian was her blood relative. Could she truly go that far? Qiyang pondered for a moment, his expression tense, his complexion not good. It seems we overestimated her moral boundaries. Yu looked at him. No, it's not that you overestimated her moral boundaries. You all know she is capable of such actions. You are merely in denial. You refuse to believe she could be so ruthless. You are afraid that Yuku will truly take action against the people of Class 12, afraid that one day, you too will face the consequences. Thus you subconsciously avoid confronting what terrifies you, leading to the illusion that Yuku retains some sense of reason and kindness. Why you use word struck a chord. Qiyang frowned, neither confirming nor denying his statement. Perhaps, but we must be more cautious in our dealings with her. You could trust you the most and relies on you. If one day she discovers we can hear her thoughts. Qiyang didn't finish his sentence, but Yu understood what he meant. If it came to that, he would be the only one capable of restraining Yuki. Why Yuku was devoid of reason. Her actions were extreme, and she had little regard for life and death. Even if she were told to jump off a building, she would do so without hesitation. To her, death represented rebirth. She would simply start anew in another life. But for them, death was final. Why Yu leaned against the desk, his irritation apparent. I know what I need to do, but Qiyang, if it truly comes to that, I don't believe I can hold her down. Following his statement, Yu fell silent. There was something he refrained from sharing with Qiyang, and Wei Hua said if that moment were to arrive, and Yuku realized that everyone could hear her thoughts, knowing that the persona she presented to him had long since crumbled, she might become even more reckless, potentially driven to harm him. Such a scenario was not out of the realm of possibility. Perhaps she would tread carefully, seeking to confess to him, regardless of how he contemplated it. Yu felt that any of these possibilities could very well become reality. Qiyang discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Yuku indeed could not bear the shattering of her image in your eyes. Upon further contemplation, he too realized that once exposed, the likelihood of Yuku going on a rampage would be significantly heightened. At that juncture, they would be left with two choices, either to strike first and eliminate Yuku, then helplessly watch their family crumble, leading to their own demise, or to be killed by Yuku themselves. Though they would not witness the destruction, their family would inevitably follow suit, regardless of the outcome. Qiyang found it unacceptable. He recognized that he had previously underestimated the situation, believing that as long as Yu was there to keep her in check, Yuku would not act recklessly. Up to this point, no matter how unhinged she became, Yuku had maintained a semblance of rationality. But what if she truly lost her sanity completely? The three of them fell silent. For them, the best course of action was to maintain the status quo, ensuring that Yuku remained unaware of their ability to hear her innermost thoughts. Then they could leverage Yuku to alter their fate. Even if there was some suspicion, as long as they did not expose that fact, there would always remain room for maneuver. This was the only path available to them at present. Otherwise, they must prepare for potential changes to come. Though no one could predict when that day would arrive. It could be tomorrow, the day after, next year, or perhaps it might never be discovered in a lifetime. The situation had not yet reached its nadir. They still had ample space to maneuver. Apart from this, there were no other alternatives. Qiyang nodded. Chapter 35. I won't let them bully you. Suddenly struck by a realization, his expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to speak with Qiyang and dashed towards the restroom. A sense of foreboding washed over Qiyang, prompting him to hastily pursue. Wei Huai's followed closely behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst into the restroom, pushing open the stall doors one by one. Upon reaching the final stall, he found no sign of Yuku, and his heart sank to the depths of despair, rendering him momentarily unsteady. Yuku was gone. Qiyang rushed inside to help Yu out, his face pale. This is bad. Who could have taken Yuku away? Yuku must not resort to violence. After listening to Yuku's thoughts for so many days, he was uncertain about many things, but one thing was clear. Yuku would heed Yu's words without question. Now that she had suddenly disappeared, it was impossible for her to have left of her own accord. The more he contemplated Yuku's innermost thoughts, the more intense his feelings of unease grew. He did not worry for Yuku. Rather, he feared that she might escalate the situation beyond control. Yu's previously anxious heart was momentarily calmed by Qiyang's words. Although Qiyang's tone was not particularly soothing, his reasoning was sound. Those who had taken Yuku were not the ones in danger. It was they who had chosen to provoke her. The classroom was not far from the restroom. If Yuku wanted to escape, she could have shouted, and they would have heard her. Yet, they had not heard a single sound, leading them to conclude that either Yuku was unable to voice her distress, or she had willingly gone with them. Yu and Chiang exchanged a glance before turning towards the surveillance room. Wei Huai's, the pampered heir with no practical skills, rolled his eyes skyward but had no choice but to follow suit. Why are you two in such a hurry? The ones in danger are not Yuku, and besides, she knows how to cover her tracks. Yu's expression darkened further. The two of them dashed to the surveillance room, conjuring a flimsy excuse to placate the attendant inside, and once granted permission, they began to search through the footage. Yuku had been in the restroom for 5 minutes, and upon exiting, she was confronted by several students in uniform. Both male and female, the corridor's surveillance could not capture sound, rendering their conversation inaudible. A minute later, 2 girls positioned themselves on either side of Yuku, linking arms with her as they departed the school. Yu's complexion grew increasingly grim. Chiang pursed his lips, pointing at the footage of Yuku, his voice lowered. It appears that Yuku left with them voluntarily. Given the time that has passed, she could have easily created a commotion if she had wished. Although Shirling Noble High School was filled with affluent second-generation students, the principal's background was even more formidable, and the management was relatively strict, forbidding any form of bullying. If Yuku had made a scene, it was unlikely those individuals could have taken her away. Yu's heartbeat quickened, and his unease intensified. He turned and exited the surveillance room at a brisk pace, rushing out of the school. Chiang hurried after him. Where do you plan to search? Yu shook his head, glancing at the nearby surveillance. Let us check these cameras to see where Yuku was taken. Chiang nodded. The surrounding cameras were mostly installed by local residents and merchants, meaning they would have to ask for permission from each homeowner to review the footage. Fortunately, both Yu and Chiang were financially well off, and a small bribe would likely secure their agreement. Wei Huai's, who had just exited behind them, was panting heavily, while Chiang focused on the surveillance, and he leaned on the table, gasping like a beached whale. I say, can you go a bit slower? Wei Huai's exclaimed. This is really taxing. Who are you doing this for? Soon Chiang pinpointed Yuku's figure in the surveillance footage. She had been taken to a secluded alley, devoid of cameras, a favorite spot for local delinquents to settle scores. Students often resolved their personal grievances there. Chiang called out, directing Yu towards the location before turning to Wei Huai's, frowning. You wait here for us. Wei Huai's reached out with trembling hands to grasp him. I want to go too. Chiang refused. You should catch your breath before speaking. I'm worried that if a fight breaks out, I'll have to look after you. Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if Chiang was dismissing him. Watching Chiang sprint away, he gritted his teeth, purchasing 2 ice creams and sitting down to eat one. If they didn't want him to go, then he wouldn't. However, after a moment of reflection, he felt uneasy and decided to follow after Chiang. Ice cream in hand, he would keep his distance to avoid getting covered in blood. If things went awry, he would need to call the police. He couldn't allow Chiang to get hurt. Yu and Chiang ran swiftly, quickly darting into an alley. In the distance, they heard a blood-curdling scream, chilling them to the bone, prompting them to accelerate even faster. There was no mistaking it. The voice belonged to a male. They feared that Yuku might seriously injure someone. When they finally reached the end of the alley, they found Yuku standing there like a vengeful spirit, exuding an aura of menace. The ground was strewn with moaning figures, blood pooling around them. Yu recognized that among them were the students who had just escorted Yuku out, as well as several local thugs, his expression darkening significantly. What were they planning? Had they brought these thugs to confront Yuku? Were so many gathered just to deal with her alone? Yu dared not imagine what might have happened if Yuku were not so formidable. If she were merely an ordinary girl with no means of self-defense, would she have been left to their mercy? He turned to look at Yuku, his eyes reddening, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced. Yuku stood with her back to them, wielding an iron rod that dripped with blood. Chiang's heart raced. He knew Yuku had no regard for restraint if the rod could draw blood. He dared not imagine the extent of the injuries inflicted on the people lying at his feet. He glanced at Yu, who was fixated on Yuku, his eyes brimming with tears of concern. Chiang. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was witnessing something surreal. Looking at the moaning figures on the ground, he questioned whether he was having an illusion. Nonetheless, he felt no sympathy for those people. They had brought this upon themselves. Yu called out to Yuku. Yuku froze, her eyes widening in shock. It was as if she had heard Yu's voice. No, it couldn't be. He wouldn't have arrived so soon. Reassuring herself repeatedly, the iron rod slipped from her grip, clattering to the ground. She turned to look behind her, her expression transforming into one of sorrow, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Chiang. In the realm of acting he had lost. Brother! Yuka suddenly cried out, stumbling towards Yu, collapsing into his embrace and sobbing uncontrollably, trembling all over. Brother, I'm so scared. They rushed at me to hit me. I'm so scared. Yu held Yuka tightly, feeling a surge of anguish welling up in his eyes as he comforted her. It's all right, brother is here. I won't let them bully you. Chiang. Chapter 36. He won't call the police. Chiang felt as though he had turned to stone. He glanced at the moaning figure sprawled on the ground, then at the tear-streaked face of Yuku, and finally at the heartbroken expression of Yu. For a moment, he was unable to discern who the true victim was. Why was Yuku crying more pitifully than the people on the ground? Chiang rubbed his face, approached, and picked up the iron rod that lay abandoned on the ground. Squatting down, he looked at a yellow-haired thug writhing at his feet and asked sternly, "Who sent you?" The thug clutched his leg, howling in agony. His leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, blood streaming from the knee, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. Without prompt medical attention, it was likely he would lose the limb. Chiang could hardly bear to look, quickly averting his gaze. The thug was on the verge of passing out. Oblivious to Chiang's question, Chiang shifted his attention to a girl whose injuries appeared less severe. Asking, "Who sent you?" The girl, clad in a school uniform, was one of those who had taken Yuku away. She looked up at Chiang, tears streaming down her face. Chiang, please save me. Why, Yuku is a madwoman. Help! She cradled her arm, which was swollen and bruised from the blow she received, and she feared her wrist was broken, as Yuku had shown no mercy with her strike. Chiang did not attend to her injuries. Instead, he thrust the bloodied iron rod before her. Upon witnessing the brief constriction of her pupils, he repeated his inquiry. "Who sent you here?" The girl trembled uncontrollably, instinctively shrinking away from the rod, her eyes wide with terror, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she dared not utter a sound. Suddenly, the rod in Chiang's grasp was snatched away by another, and upon looking up, he saw Yu standing beside him. His expression darkened, eyes radiating a ferocity that startled even Chiang. He hastily rose to restrain Yu, urging him to remain calm and avoid escalating the situation, should this group decide to alert the authorities. Yuku could claim self-defense. However, self-defense is often a gray area, easily misconstrued as excessive force. At 18, a misstep could lead to imprisonment for Yu. Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. He constantly reminded himself to stay composed. Either he or Yuku had to maintain their rationality. Yuku approached, taking the iron rod from Yu's hand, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Brother, let us leave." Yu glanced at her, then at the group on the ground, pursed his lips, and ultimately acquiesced. As the trio emerged from their hiding spot, they collided with Wei Huais, who was panting and clutching an ice cream cone. "Are you all right?" he gasped. Chiang shook his head. "We're fine, let us go." Wei Huais sighed in relief, taking a few deep breaths to steady himself before offering the extra ice cream to Chiang. "Here. It's on me." Chiang declined. "Eating ice cream in early spring, you're something else." Wei Huais then turned to Yu and Yuku, and upon seeing their refusals remarked, "Actually, winter is the best time for ice cream." The others ignored him. Although Yu felt resentment, he was still somewhat concerned and asked Yuku, "They won't cause any trouble, right?" Yuka shook her head, confidently assuring him, "No, I was merely startled. Back at the orphanage, the matron often had us perform manual labor, which made me quite strong. Otherwise, I would be the one lying there now." After saying this, she glanced at Yu and noted the concern in his eyes, prompting a subtle smile to play on her lips. To distract Yu, she needed to shift his focus, just as she was doing now. He would automatically fill in the gaps and rationalize the events. Yuka turned her gaze away, a shadow flickering in her eyes. "I won't kill them. I held back. It's unfortunate that Yu arrived so quickly. I didn't have time to sever that thug's hand. Otherwise, I would have given Shunju a grand gift." Just moments ago anxious, Yu's hair stood on end. Not only him, but even Chiang and Wei Huais quietly distanced themselves from her. Earlier in class, when Yuka mentioned wanting to give Shunju a little gift, they hadn't understood what she meant. It seemed she intended to give someone a hand. Madness. It was terrifying. Chiang felt a chill run down his spine. He had already endured too much excitement for one day. He thought it prudent to keep his distance from Yuku for his own safety. Yuka looked towards Chiang and Wei Huais, biting her lip. She inquired, "Class monitor, why are you here as well?" Chiang momentarily halted, his heart racing. Yuka nodded in acknowledgement, quietly thanking the two for their presence. Relieved they bore no grudge for disrupting her plans, the four of them walked quietly through the alley, Yuka pondering the events of the day. No need to wait until tomorrow. This incident will likely reach Shunju's ears shortly. Shunju is narrow-minded. Upon learning that not only am I unharmed but also that I incapacitated his people, he certainly let this slide. However, he is so arrogant that he would never suspect I know he is behind this. Shinju was like a grasshopper in autumn, particularly spry, yet if push came to shove, it would be quite troublesome to deal with him, which was precisely why Yuku had no intention of provoking him just yet. Yu and the others were already numbed. Is it truly acceptable to act so recklessly just because of his computer skills? Breaking into others' computers without hesitation. Not wanting Yuku to dwell on this further, Yu quickly changed the subject. They won't report this to the police, will they? He referred to the gang from earlier. Yuku pondered for a moment, then replied, it's possible. Yu's expression shifted. Noticing this, Yuku smiled reassuringly. But there are no surveillance cameras here. With that, she lowered her gaze to the iron rod still in her hand, meticulously wiped away the blood with a piece of paper, and after ensuring it was clean, casually tossed it into a nearby drain. Yuku's lips curled into a smile. As for physical evidence, none exists. As for witnesses, even if they did, what could it matter? We don't know each other. They cannot logically explain why they attempted to take me, nor why they called upon several thugs. Would they dare to claim someone instructed them to teach me a lesson? If they were bold enough to say so, given Song's character, he would never take the blame himself but would shift it onto his underlings. However, he would definitely remember this grudge. Song is vengeful and will not let them off easily. Furthermore, even if those thugs claimed I was responsible for their injuries, without evidence, how could the police believe that a defenseless girl like me could overpower so many? Moreover, those thugs frequently find themselves in trouble with the law. Would the police trust their testimony or mine? I could easily fabricate a story, attributing their aggression to some unknown cause. Which scenario holds more credibility, that I single-handedly defeated them or that they were engaged in a brawl? Those thugs will either settle the score with Song's men or swallow their grievances in silence. It's their choice. Listening to Yuka's inner thoughts, even Chi-young couldn't help but glance at her anew. He knew Yuku was unpredictable, but he had never realized her mind was so meticulous. As if she had accounted for numerous contingencies, she even disposed of the weapon before them, unafraid of exposure. The tempest in Yuku's mind had yet to settle as she reached a final conclusion. One last point, the most crucial one, Song will not allow them to report this. Chapter 37. Has the blind man regained his sight? Her thoughts were infused with confidence and certainty, as if she had already discerned Song's true nature. Yu looked at Yuku. A flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He was unfamiliar with Song and could not understand why Yuku had drawn such a conclusion. Unbeknownst to her, Yu had already prepared for the worst. While she, in high spirits, smiled brightly, her gaze lingered momentarily on Chi-young and Wei Huai's, both of whom broke into a cold sweat, fearing Yuku might suddenly declare that they had all witnessed the events and suggest eliminating them. Biting her lip, Yuku let her smile falter. Chi-young instantly stiffened, resembling a schoolboy caught when his name was called. After a moment of contemplation, Yuku remained indecisive. Chi-young is generally loyal. He helps whenever Yu seeks his assistance. However, his family situation is rather complicated. I have previously jeopardized myself to assist him multiple times. Should I help him again? Wei Huais remarked, it seems aiding you is indeed perilous. Chi-young nodded. It appears so that if Yuku is capable of entangling herself in such predicaments, it's no wonder Yu prefers she remain uninvolved. Observing Yu's grim expression and his warning gaze, Chi-young felt a sense of foreboding. He was uncertain of what the future might hold, compelling even Yuku, who possessed foresight, to steer clear. That if the danger were indeed that significant, he would prevent Yuku from taking risks. Yet, he needed to ascertain what had transpired to be prepared for any eventualities. Otherwise, they would only hasten their demise in a state of unpreparedness. After a lengthy pause, Chi-young suddenly realized, is my family situation truly that complicated? Wei Huais tossed aside his ice cream stick. You don't know your own family dynamics? There are fewer than 10 people in your household. How complicated could it possibly be? Chi-young was puzzled. Then why did she say my family situation is complex? Wei Huais shook his head. No idea. Aside from Yushio, who was at work, the rest were at the hospital with you. Yu glanced at Yuku, who was absorbed in her phone. Appearing completely unfazed by the situation with Songjing, Yuku turned her gaze from the screen to Yu. Are you afraid Mom will scold me? Yu nodded. Having purchased a home in Xingyue Bay, where all units were spacious, Yu couldn't go over. Yuku could remain there to do as she pleased without a second thought. Yu understood Yuku's intentions and decisively refused. It's unsafe to go out at night. Rest assured, if Mom scolds you, I will shield you. Yuku. After all that talk, he still wouldn't allow her to leave. Yu glanced behind him. There was no one around at Yu Xiao, having changed his shoes, sat down opposite them. Weariness etched on his face. Yu Ku observed Yu Xiao as he drank water, leaning back against the sofa with his eyes closed in rest, having had a restless night and spent the day preoccupied with thoughts. His work efficiency had plummeted, leaving him utterly drained. Yu Ku lowered her eyelashes, somewhat puzzled. Has Yu Xiao changed his ways? In the past, even if Yuya had merely scraped her skin, he would insist on checking on her. Regardless of how exhausted he was, leaning on the sofa, Yu Xiao, without opening his eyes, seemed to grasp that this was undoubtedly Yu Ku's inner voice. Listening to her thoughts, Yu Xiao pondered carefully and realized this was indeed the case. He used to be excessively anxious about Yuya, fearing she would suffer even a slight injustice, as if he were bewitched. Even when fatigued, he would prioritize soothing her. This realization only added to his fatigue. Yu Ku chose not to dwell on Yu Xiao any longer, lowering her head to play a game on her phone. Song Jinghe and Yu Peng appeared haggard, as if they had aged a decade, their heads peppered with gray hair. Upon entering, Song Jinghe glared fiercely at Yu Ku, her eyes brimming with an intensity that suggested she wished to devour her whole. The animosity concealed within her gaze was laid bare. A stark and unabashed expression of her disdain and hatred. Yu Peng grasped Song Jinghe's hand firmly, managing to coax her into a semblance of calm, guiding her to a sofa where he poured her a glass of water and whispered something in her ear. Causing her attention to finally shift away from Yu Ku, Yu Xian lowered his head, a look of dejection settling upon his features as he took a seat beside Yu Xiu. Yu Qingzi appeared equally haggard. Joining Yu Xian at his side. It was a rare occurrence for the entire family to be seated together in such an arrangement, yet not a single soul uttered a word, the atmosphere thick with a suffocating heaviness. Ironically, Yu Ku's malicious glee was palpable, audible to all, as if she were deliberately taunting Song Jinghe's precarious grasp on sanity. It seems that the incident with Yuya has hit you hard. Tiskes, look at you all, your face is so grim. Knowing you are not faring well brings me joy. Song Jinghe's eyes widened, her chest heaving violently as she trembled, raising a hand to point an accusatory finger at Yu Ku. Ready to unleash a torrent of invective, Yu Peng quickly restrained her, rising with her before she could utter a word. After a long day, you all should rest early. We shall retire as well. With that, he unceremoniously pulled Song Jinghe away. Yu Ku squinted at their retreating figures, secretly grinding her teeth. What was Song Jinghe about to say? Was she going to curse me? Tsk, has the old blind man regained his sight? Realizing he must stop her? Quite a feat. The old blind man, Yu Peng, stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. Song Jinghe pinched him hard, suppressing her urge to explode in anger. Yu Xiao opened his eyes, his expression complex as he remained silent, head bowed. Had Yu Ku always referred to her parents in such a manner? It seemed she had never truly acknowledged them, nor any of her siblings. Save for Yu. Chapter 38. The widening chasm of sibling relations. Reflecting on the past, Yu Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yu Ku's rejection of them was not without justification. Yu Xian wouldn't even glance at Yu Ku, feeling a profound fear towards her. Just yesterday, he could dismiss Yu Ku as mere fancy, but today, he could not afford such luxury, especially given that Yuya's leg had indeed been severed upon awakening and visiting the hospital. He had witnessed the gruesome scene of her bloody ward. Yu Ku had even declared her intent to kill him the following day. The mere thought sent tremors of fear coursing through Yu Xian's body. He yearned to escape, to distance himself from Yu Ku, yet he feared her uncanny ability to appear beside him unannounced, ready to end his life. Yet, he dared not act, terrified of attracting her attention. A reality that tormented him deeply, leaving him somewhat distracted even while at the hospital. Yu Ku's gaze swept over the three of them, ultimately landing on Yu Xian upon sensing her scrutiny. The dread of death overshadowed all else, and Yu Xian found himself oddly calm. He continuously adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to betray no signs of panic. However, he did not dare to meet Yu Ku's gaze, opting instead to shut his eyes and feign weariness as he slumped onto the sofa. Yet the darkness did not alleviate his fear. Rather, the inability to see magnified the terror within him. Yu Xian repeatedly reinforced his mental fortitude, managing to withstand Yu Ku's murderous gaze without revealing his trepidation. Uncertain how long had passed, just as Yu Xian felt he was beginning to acclimate to this terror, that disquieting gaze finally shifted away. Nevertheless, the taut string of his nerves did not relax. He felt akin to a fish stranded in a desert, every moment an agonizing trial. Yu Xian, just this once, should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy. The tension that had held Yu Xian captive finally slackened. Yet he still dared not open his eyes, fearful that if Yu Ku perceived any discontent in him, she might decide to act against him. Thankfully, Yu Ku seemed to have abandoned her lethal intentions. allowing Yuxian to feel a semblance of hope for a restful night. The living room bore an eerie silence, the atmosphere so oppressive that Yu broke the stillness. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare some noodles for you? Yuxiu opened his eyes. Yes, thank you. Realizing he had narrowly escaped danger, Yuxian felt his body and mind relax, recalling that he had hardly eaten all day. He nodded towards Yu, murmuring his gratitude while Yu Qingzi also nodded in agreement while Yu turned to Yuku. Would you like some? Yuku stood up from the sofa. Yes, let us add some vegetables. Brother, you cook the noodles and I will wash the vegetables. Yu nodded, and the two entered the kitchen. Yuku opened the refrigerator, finding a plethora of vegetables inside. She casually pulled some out and asked Yu, why haven't I seen Auntie? I don't know, perhaps she took a day off, Yu replied, pouring some oil into the pot. Once it heated, he cracked in some eggs, and when they were nearly done, he scooped them up and placed them on a plate. After repeating this, he had fried eggs for everyone, including Yupeng and Song Jinghut, at a plate of golden eggs piled neatly together. He added water to the pot, covered it, and then took the chopped scallions and cilantro that Yuku had washed, placing them in a separate dish. After completing these tasks, Yu inquired, what vegetables did you wash? Napa cabbage and pea shoots, Yuku replied. Yu glanced into the fridge and pulled out some oyster mushrooms. Let us wash some mushrooms too. Yuku declined. No, they don't taste good. Yu raised an eyebrow. You don't eat mushrooms? No, I can't stand fungi. Are you allergic? Not allergic, I just don't like them. Just as Yuka finished washing her vegetables, she rolled her eyes, hummed a tune, and began to sing, Red umbrella, white stick, when we finish eating we lie down, lying down we bury the mountains, friends gather for a feast. Initially, Yu listened attentively, but quickly realizing her nonsensical singing, he playfully thumped her on the head. What nonsense are you singing? Where did you learn these absurdities? Yuku, holding her forehead, retorted. What absurdities? These are the life lessons of the working class. Yu took a deep breath, pulling the mushrooms he had put away back out. Look closely, there are no red umbrellas or white sticks. These are oyster mushrooms. Oyster mushrooms. They are not poisonous, they won't kill you. Yu sighed. Fine, if you don't like them, then you don't have to eat them. Besides mushrooms, what else don't you like? Without hesitation, Yuka rattled off. Pumpkin, bitter melon, cilantro, lettuce, asparagus, celery. She listed an array of vegetables, nearly exhausting the inventory of a supermarket. Yu was genuinely taken aback by her pickiness, chuckling in disbelief. I asked the wrong question. I should have asked what you actually like to eat. Yuka blinked innocently. Napa cabbage, tofu, pea shoots, carrots, eggplants, tomatoes, there's quite a bit. Really? Yu fell silent for a moment, sincerely asking her. Are you planning to become a nun? Yuka paused. Actually, I do like to eat meat. What kind of meat? As long as it's well prepared. I'll eat anything. If it's poorly made, I want to eat anything. After a moment of silence, Yuku emphasized. I would rather starve than eat. Yu. After contemplating, Yu looked at Yuku. My cooking isn't bad. Tomorrow is the weekend. Come with me to the market, and I'll make you a meal. Yuka's eyes lit up instantly. Eagerly nodding, great. What time do we leave? Are you worried about not waking up? Don't worry, sleep in, I'll wake you. Yuka nodded again. As sounds emanated from the kitchen, the three siblings of the Yu family sat in silence in the living room. Yuku had never been this lively in front of them. Even their parents had never witnessed such a side of her. It seemed that only in Yu's presence did she behave like a sister, obedient and eager to share everything. If Yu were upset, she would cheer him up. If he were hurt, she would unhesitatingly stand up to protect him. Regardless of her own safety, she valued Yu above all else, placing him first in her life. Even Yuya, who had grown up alongside her, could not claim even a fraction of that sibling bond with Yu. A sudden pang of envy struck Yuxiu, a longing for the pure, untainted relationship that existed between Yu and Yuku, devoid of any ulterior motives. Despite being her brother, Yuku had never acknowledged him. Were it not for Yu, she likely wouldn't even deign to call him elder brother. She was merely Yu's sister, not theirs. Yuxiu lowered his eyelashes, a wave of indescribable despondency washing over him. It was clear that things had not always been this way, but when had it changed? Yuxiu struggled to recall, feeling as though it had been a long time. The chasm in their relationship had only widened. Yuku had declared her desires clearly. She wanted none of them. She only wanted Yu. Chapter 39. Tell us about your childhood. As the water in the pot began to boil, Yu added seasonings, tossed in some cabbage stalks, and then added the noodles, ensuring they separated before covering the pot once more. Yuku watched with keen interest. Yu asked her, do you want to learn how to cook? Yuku quickly shook her head. I don't want to learn. I've learned before. When we were wandering outside, you were afraid that one day you might die and no one would take care of me, so you taught me how to cook. I didn't want to learn. And you were mad at me for several days. Yu pursed his lips, realizing that Yuku was reminiscing about their previous lives. Even without her saying it, he could guess why she was reluctant to learn. Each time Yuku was reborn, she had a singular purpose: to save him. If he were to die, she would not wish to live alone. Believing that life would hold no meaning for her, she would undoubtedly choose to die alongside him without hesitation. Yu turned his head to stir the noodles in the pot, and when the time was right, he added the cabbage leaves and pea shoots. After preparing several bowls of noodles, each topped with a fried egg, he sprinkled cilantro on them, handing the only bowl without cilantro to Yuku. Here, take this, be careful, it's Hoto. Yuka smiled brightly, carrying her noodles to the dining area, even cheerfully calling out to Yushio and the others, "Time to eat." After a while, several individuals emerged from the kitchen, each carrying their own bowls of noodles, and settled around the round dining table, bowing their heads to eat. Yu took a tray with 2 bowls and ascended to the second floor, delivering them to Yupeng and Songjing. By the time he returned downstairs, Yuka had already consumed half of her noodles and gave Yu a thumbs up. "Brother, it's delicious." Yu chuckled softly, sitting beside Yuku with his bowl of noodles. "Then wake up early tomorrow and we can buy more ingredients." Yuka replied with a hum. "Let's buy a fish too, I want to eat fish." "Sure," Yu readily agreed, inquiring, "Do you like seafood?" Yuka nodded. "I do, but I can't eat that much tomorrow." "What about the day after tomorrow?" Yuka's eyes sparkled with a smile as she took a bite of her fried egg, the golden yolk spilling out, and exclaimed, "So tasty. Your cooking is amazing. Everything you make is delicious." Yu glanced at her, his expression softening. Did she truly enjoy his cooking that much? Perhaps it was due to Yuku, but even Yu Xian, who usually didn't favor noodles, found today's dish particularly delightful. The siblings not only polished off their noodles and dishes but also drank a considerable amount of soup. Yuku, sitting in the dining room watching him bustle around, rested her chin on her hands, feeling exceptionally content. It was always like this. No matter how downcast things got, Yu would meticulously take care of every detail. Others couldn't help but glance towards Yu. He removed his apron and approached Yuku. "Don't just sit there. Come on, let's go for a walk and digest." Yuku nodded, and as the 2 siblings were about to head outside, Yushio suddenly stood up. "Wait for me, I'm going to." Yuka pouted. "Who wants to go with you? Can't you wander off by yourself?" Yu Xian and Yu Qingzi also stood up. "We'll be down in 3 minutes." Yuka felt even more displeased. "Brother, let's go. They're not children. Are they afraid they can't find their way?" Saying this, she pushed Yu towards the exit. Yu sighed helplessly, turning to her. "Just a moment. I haven't walked with them in ages. Can we wait a little?" After pondering, Yu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Tomorrow after dinner, I'll take you out to have some fun." "Where to?" Yu thought for a moment. "Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" Yuka had no particular destination in mind. However, since Yu wanted to go out, she could accompany him. "I'm fine with anything." "Where do you want to go?" Yuka's eyes widened. "Is it far? Do you want to go?" Yuka shook her head. "I don't have a passport. I forgot about that," Yu quickly said. "Let's find a time to take care of it. The weekend is free. Then take a day off on Monday. The immigration office is a bit far, and I'll go with you." Yuka looked at Yu, her gaze tinged with sympathy. "No, you can't take a day off. After that incident with Sunway, Old Yang is monitoring the leave requests in class. He won't approve yours. Yu. Old Yang is desperately trying to prevent you all from getting into trouble. Yet your knack for it is unparalleled. While he was conducting nuclear research in the Northwest, he didn't lose nearly as many people as you all have. You've set a new record for him. At his age, he thought he was done with you, only to see you all continue to get into trouble these last few months. Yu. Poor Old Yang. Yu sighed for Old Yang, quickly shifting the topic. "Let's just stroll around the nearby park." Yuku agreed, and just then the other siblings from the Yu family came down, dressed and ready. Yushio casually asked, "Are we going out to have fun tomorrow?" Yu replied affirmatively. "Just a casual walk." Yushio, without a second thought, said, "I'll join you. It's been ages since I've relaxed." Yuka's expression immediately soured. "Stay away, I'm going out with you." "What does it have to do with you?" Yu pulled Yuku along. "Alright, but don't you need to go to the office?" Yushio replied, "It's just one day, it's fine." Yushio had already learned to ignore Yuka's feelings, showing remarkable resilience. Yuku was particularly resistant towards them, preferring to be alone with Yu. Yu Xian glanced at Yuku, then at Yushio, hesitated, and finally mustered the courage to say, "I'll go too. We siblings haven't gone out together yet. Old 3, are you coming?" Yuka's expression darkened further. Yu Qingzi deliberated for a moment and nodded. "Then let us go together." She turned to Yu Xian. "Aren't you having a launch ceremony tomorrow?" Yu Xian replied, "I've taken a leave." Yuka frowned. I almost forgot about that. Given Yuya's situation, it would be strange if he didn't take leave. Truly, having been reborn too many times has muddled my brain. I need to buy some brain supplements. Or how else can I protect Yu? Yu. The other members of the Yu family. The more Yuka pondered, the more she felt the need to bolster her mental faculties. Her mind was not as sharp as it used to be in just a few days. She had already miscalculated numerous times. While she could excuse the incident with Sunway as overthinking, she had indeed overlooked Yu Xian's situation. She wondered if it was a side effect of her infinite rebirths. Why Yu rubbed his nose, the corners of his lips lifting. He realized that Yuku was even more endearing than he had imagined. The group exited the villa and strolled through the garden. Yu turned to Yuku and suddenly said, Yuku, tell us about your childhood. We've never heard you mention it, and I'd love to listen. Childhood memories? A jolt ran through Yuka's heart. Childhood memories? What could there possibly be? They're not written in the books. And I don't possess Yuku's memories. Chapter 40. Yuku has already died. Yu's heart sank suddenly, his breath changing. His piercing gaze darted towards Yuku. What did she mean by that? What did she mean by having no memories of Yuku? Why did she refer to Yuku and not to me? Contemplating a certain possibility, Yu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and was steadied by Yuka. Yuku looked up at Yu. The light was too dim, casting his face in shadows, flickering and indistinct. Yuka frowned. Brother, watch your step. As she looked down, she noticed a protruding pebble beneath Yu's foot and reminded him again. Watch your step. Yuku was too perceptive. He couldn't show any signs of weakness, or she would undoubtedly grow suspicious. There were still many things he did not understand, and he wished to grasp them all. It was only at this moment that Yu realized he had indeed overlooked certain matters. Yuku had stated that this world was one from a book, and she could infinitely reincarnate. But even if she could reincarnate endlessly, how did she know that this world was from a book? And how could she be certain that Yuya was the protagonist? Was it merely because everyone around Yuya adored her? Or was it that Yuya's life was smooth sailing? If those were the sole criteria, then there were plenty of people in the world like that. Why would Yuka declare Yuya to be the protagonist? The fact that she could make such a statement suggested that the Yuka standing before him was not truly his sister but rather someone from the world outside the book. As an observer who had read this story, she knew that Yuya was the protagonist and that the members of the Yu family met tragic ends. And for matters not mentioned in the book that she had not experienced, she of course would not know. As his thoughts began to unravel, Yu felt a chill run through him, his limbs growing cold. He had no idea when his sister had been replaced, or when this person before him had taken Yuka's place. Where had the real Yuka gone? Yu lowered his head in silence, his hands clenched tightly, managing to suppress any signs of weakness. Meanwhile, the other siblings of the Yu family dared not even breathe. They did not ponder as deeply as Yu, but they sensed that some matters seemed to exceed their comprehension. For instance, this world might indeed be one from a book, and this person before them might not be their sister. Yuka pressed her lips together, lowering her eyelashes. When I crossed over, Yuku had already drowned in the swimming pool. The Yu family never mentioned anything about Yuka's childhood. The book only states that after being swapped, she lived with Yuya's parents for 5 years. I never understood why Yuka died so early. In the book, she seemed to have died after finishing her college entrance examination or after entering university. I can't recall. But when I crossed over, Yuka's body was already stiff. I couldn't swim and was immobilized, so I exerted a great deal of effort to regain some movement, causing a commotion. Otherwise, I too would have drowned there. Yu's face turned ashen, and even Yu Xian and Yu Qingzi nearly lost their footing. Their sister was dead. They had pushed her into the swimming pool, leading to her drowning. Thus, on that day, she had not been rescued. What Yu had saved was not their sister, but rather a stranger who had crossed over from another world. The real Yuku had died? Killed by their own hands. Yu Xiao felt a buzzing in his ears, as if all sound had faded away, rendering him unable to hear anything at all that day. They had personally pushed her into the pool. Yu Xiao's legs weakened, feeling as though all strength had been drained from him. He leaned against a nearby tree, trembling, his face pale, a wave of terror washing over him, making it impossible for him to maintain even a facade of calm. He had caused Yuka's death, the death of his own sister. That was his sister. He had clearly seen Yuka struggling in the water, shouting for help. Why hadn't he reached out to her? Why had he watched her struggle helplessly in the water? Was he a beast? A living person had perished. His own sister had died just like that, and they had caused her demise. Yu Xiao stammered. His mind suddenly flooded with the image of a small figure. She wore a white knee-length dress, her smile sweet, and would affectionately call him brother. She is undeniably adorable and petite. How could he possibly bear to treat her so cruelly? as she struggled in the water, desperately fighting for her life while witnessing their departure. Did she not harbor a profound hatred for them, much like the current Yuku? Yet she was oblivious to the fact that she had one foot in hell. In just over 2 short months she perished here, never to escape again. Yu Xiao trembled all over. His eyes ablaze with a crimson. Yu Xian gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of control over himself. Perhaps it was the fear that had consumed him for the past few days that prevented him from losing his composure like UX. Yu Xian stared blankly at her, struggling to accept that she was truly gone. Amidst the flickering shadows, that figure vanished, transforming entirely into another person alongside Yuka's steps. If only they had noticed the slightest oddity in her, they could have saved her, and she need not have met such a fate. But they did not. Yuka could never leave that place again. Yu Xian longed to slap himself repeatedly, for he had been the one to cause his sister's demise. That if it were not for him, Yuku would still be alive. She could have lived. She truly could have survived, yet due to their selfishness and callousness, she perished in her own family's swimming pool. Even in death, no one was aware of it. The innocent and vibrant girl was gone. Yu Qingzi's mind was blank as she followed Yuku like a soulless being, unable to hear anything anymore. All she knew was that Yuku had died, killed by their own hands. Yuka furrowed her brows, unaware of the abnormality exhibited by the Yu siblings behind her. In retrospect, she realized she seemed to have overlooked something of great importance. Each time she was reborn, she had focused solely on saving others, never allowing herself to ponder anything beyond that. Yuka's early demise does not align with the narrative. Who is that person later on? Is she truly Yuku? Or is the later incarnation of Yuku merely another transmigrator like myself? Chapter 41. This world is too bitter. In the next life I shall not return. The narrative never mentioned Yuka's drowning in the pool, yet the reality remains, she truly died there. Since the real Yuku has perished, who then is the one who continued the story in her body? Yuka could not comprehend this and felt she might never be able to make sense of it, so she resolved to let it go and not dwell on it any longer. She turned to glance at the 3 Yu siblings, her gaze settling on Yu Xiao, her brow furrowing. What is wrong with Yu Xiao? Upon hearing Yuka's silent thoughts, Yu Xian instinctively reached out to support Yu Xiao, pulling him up. Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something but words failed him, his nose tingling with emotion. He suddenly found himself unsure of how to face Yuku. Had his sister truly died so early? He had previously felt relieved for having gone in to check, which had allowed him to save her. Yet the person he saved was a complete stranger. The true Yuku was gone, silently, without anyone knowing of her death. Yu's throat ached. So many words lodged within, yet none could escape. The light grew dimmer. The garden illuminated by street lamps primarily intended to create an atmosphere, offering little illumination, barely revealing the path beneath their feet. Previously dismissive of the street lamps as superfluous, they now obscured the Yu brothers' disheveled and pitiful state. The night sky was remarkably beautiful, adorned with countless stars. In stark contrast to the Yu siblings' mood, Yuka felt a rare lift in her spirits. She spoke. When I was little, I was very happy. The children in the orphanage were all very kind to me, and the headmistress treated me well too. We would jump rope together, study together, and cut paper together. Every day, there were many little friends to play with. I never felt lonely. After finishing her statement, Yuku paused, looking up at the crescent moon above. Yu turned to her, a tear cascading down his cheek. The gaze of the Yu siblings fell upon her. Their eyes filled with a crimson hue, brimming with suppressed anguish. They silently observed her, as if attempting to see another person through her. Yuka must have lived like this when she was a child. I do not know what life in the orphanage was like, nor how a normal child should grow up. It seems we are indeed fated. We both bear the name Yuku. Both perished at 17. We both had parents and relatives, yet it was as though we had none. She died in the pool, I in the hospital. We are like unmoored duckweed, spending our lives in pursuit of a warm home, only to find ourselves left with nothing in the end. In death, not a single tear will be shed for you. Yuku, everyone may forget you, but I shall not. This world is too bitter. In the next life we shall not return. Yu's heart constricted sharply, instinctively grasping Yuka's hand. The last remnants of his rationality restrained him from losing control and uttering contradictory words. He could only watch helplessly as tears streamed down his face. He lowered his gaze to Yuku, the sorrow in his eyes surging like a flood, threatening to drown him in the inky darkness of the night. He wished to tell Yuku that the world was not bitter, nor was it lonely. Regardless of whether she was his sister or not, he would always stand by her side. The world was vast and resplendent, every corner basking in sunlight. There was no need to seek it out. The sun would shine equally upon everyone. She was not duckweed. The effort she exerted would not be in vain. Even if no one witnessed her goodness, even if the world showed her no love, he would always be there to accompany and protect her. Therefore, she should not perceive this world as unjust, nor should she decide not to return. Even if just for him, could she not love this world a little more? Yuko looked up. Beneath the dim light, she saw the tears on Yu's face and momentarily lost her composure. Yu, why are you crying? She hurriedly reached out to wipe the tears from his face, but Yu was too tall, and she couldn't reach him even when stretching her arm. Yu bent down, placing her hand on his face. While Yuko hurriedly wiped away the tears, her heart clenching painfully. Brother, what is wrong? Yu shook his head, the scalding tears falling onto Yuka's hands, causing her own eyes to redden. Her voice trembled with emotion as she continued to wipe his tears, yet it seemed endless. Please don't cry, all right? I don't know how to comfort you, you're just a silly goose. Yu grasped her hand, preventing her from wiping indiscriminately. How could life in the orphanage be as wonderful as you say? Yuko, you can tell your brother anything. You are not an unwanted child. You need not swallow all your grievances. Yuka's eyelashes fluttered as tears streamed down her face. Perhaps it was Yu's gentle tone, or perhaps it was the memories of their years relying on each other that shattered her carefully maintained facade of strength. She bit her lip, striving not to lose her composure. Yet Yu enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back, whispering into her ear, urging her. If you wish to cry, then cry. Look, the light is so dim. Even if you cry, no one will see it. Yuka's voice was hoarse, her nasal tone alarming. What do I have to cry about? I'm not crying. No, I want to cry. Then stay with me for a while. I want to see our why. Yuka hugged him. Then cry if you wish. Yu did not sob audibly. He simply allowed the tears to flow incessantly, watching Yuka's taut features and the tears gliding down her face. His heart pierced with pain. Yuka had been reborn so many times, forcing herself to madness, withholding all her grievances and resentments from him. She had become so strong, learning to disguise her true feelings. But he was genuinely afraid that one day Yuka would suddenly falter and succumb to despair. He feared that during her next rebirth, she might completely lose her mind, becoming someone he could no longer recognize. He feared most of all that Yuka would utterly despise this world. The world was ever-changing, yet for Yuka her time stood still. She was trapped in an endless cycle of rebirths. She busied herself altering fate, helping him evade danger, while also managing the troubles that might arise, planning for the future. She was so occupied, yet still had to act for their sake. Yu was genuinely terrified that one day she would simply break down, completely becoming a madwoman. Chapter 42. The soft man living off his sister's softness. Yu Xiao, Yu Xian, and Yu Qingzi stood silently to the side, merely watching quietly. They too wished to embrace Yuka like Yu, to tell her that they could be relied upon, that she could share her unhappiness with them. This world was truly not bitter. It was vibrant and full of beauty waiting for her to discover. She could play freely without any worries. Yet, in the end, not a single word could escape their lips. They lacked the right. They had caused their sister's death, forcing the current Yuka to harbor deep resentment towards them. They had no standing to claim that they were also her family. Yuka did not understand why Yu suddenly broke down, but she did not question it further. This was her instinctual trust in him. Although Yu was strong, he often felt heartache at seeing Yuka hurt, shedding tears, and doubling his efforts to ensure she did not suffer. Yuka allowed Yu to cry for a while, but seeing him unable to stop even after a long time, she frowned. Haven't you cried enough yet? Yu wiped his face. I've cried enough. His voice was hoarse after crying in the garden for half the night. His tears had dried up, leaving no appetite for the meal. Yuka, do you want to move out? Yuka was taken aback. Although she did not understand why Yu suddenly asked this, she still nodded. I do. Yu's gaze softened as he looked at her, speaking gently. All right, let's tidy up tonight and we'll move out tomorrow. The expressions of the three Yu siblings who had just entered changed slightly. They were moving out. Yu Xiao instinctively wanted to stop them but found himself at a loss for words. Whether it was the previous Yuka or the current Yuka, to Yu, she was still his sister. They had caused Yuka's demise. How could Yu continue to feel at ease living under the same roof as them? As he watched him close the door, Yu Xiao sank helplessly onto the sofa, a sense of bewilderment enveloping him. Yu, this time it seems he has truly harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them. Yu Xian opened his mouth, at a loss for words, his demeanor more despondent than ever before. Only Yu Qingzi murmured softly, I caused Yuka's death. That gentle and quiet girl, truly gone. How could she have died? Yu Qingzi covered her face, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. The emotional turmoil of the three siblings of the Yu family was of no concern to Yuka. She was in high spirits regardless. Dragging out her suitcase, she began to pack her belongings. She turned on her phone and started to sing along to a cheerful tune. I'm a new soul, I came to this strange world. The lively melody flowed through the bright room as Yuka gathered her clothes from the hanger and neatly folded them into her suitcase. Though the Yu family had never shown her affection as their daughter, they had never deprived her of the necessities of life. She had an abundance of clothing, all new and stylish, quite expensive. She only took a few of her frequently worn outfits and a few pairs of shoes. Scanning the room, her gaze landed on a picture frame on the shelf. Yuka picked it up. In the photograph, she was smiling sweetly, radiating happiness. Beside her stood several others, some smiling, some with blank expressions. Only she seemed to exude joy so vibrant it could transcend the photograph, infecting anyone who laid eyes upon it. Whenever one entered her room, the first thing that would catch their eye would undoubtedly be this picture. Alas, the person in the photograph was no longer present. She had cherished the hard-won bonds of family, yet they had ultimately turned into the sharpest of daggers aimed at her. Yuka turned the photo face down on the shelf and walked over to her jewelry box. The box contained a modest collection of jewelry. Just over a dozen pieces. She retrieved a sapphire necklace and a pair of pearl earrings before closing the box. Placing the two pieces aside, her gaze once more swept the room. There were books, dolls, and the extravagant gifts sent by various families for her birthday celebration last year, alongside a heap of haute couture dresses in the wardrobe. She closed her eyes to clear her mind, allowing her thoughts a moment of respite. Just a few minutes after closing her eyes, a knock echoed from the door, prompting her to call out for the intruder to enter. As she sat up from the bed, Yu pushed the door open and frowned at the suitcase on the floor. Is this all you are bringing? Fearing that Yuka misunderstood his intentions, thinking they were merely going away for a couple of days, Yuka nodded, affirming this is all. Yu glanced around her room, noting that everything remained untouched, all items still in their original places. He asked, aren't you taking anything else? Yuka shook her head again. No, I'm not. Yu stared at her for a few seconds, seemingly grasping her meaning. He stepped closer and lowered his voice, saying, if we move out and run out of money, we could sell these to make some cash. Right? Then we wouldn't have to sleep on the streets. Or should we just take everything? Yuka looked at Yu, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She pursed her lips, then comforted him by patting his shoulder. It's all right, I'll take care of you. You have quite a bit of money already, not to mention the 30 million Yen transferred last time. Yu. Caught off guard, Yu exhaled sharply, deciding to disregard her remark that lodged in his throat like a fishbone. If we run out of money, will you work 3 jobs a day to support me? Yu suddenly inquired, looking up at Yuku, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yuka smiled back. Sure, I'll work 3 jobs to support you, and you can go travel the world, occasionally sending me photos as if I were accompanying you. Yu chuckled at her words, unable to contain his laughter. As the older brother, I still need my younger sister to support me. What will people think of me in our circles? Yuka pondered seriously for a moment before replying, a soft man living off his sister's fortune. Yu. Pretending to contemplate, he gazed at Yuku. That actually sounds quite appealing. Indeed. Yuka patted his shoulder again, her tone earnest. Others would want to partake, but I would only allow you to enjoy it. My soft fortune is reserved solely for Yu. Yu was amused by her candidness, and his gaze towards Yuka softened more than usual. Although the allure of his sister's soft fortune was tempting, he wasn't quite so desperate. Chapter 43. By now, someone must have called the police. Scanning the room, Yu brushed Yuka's hand off his shoulder and walked over to her jewelry box. While I would love to partake in your soft fortune, it would be best to avoid it if we can. As he spoke, he began to extract the jewelry from the box piece by piece, regardless of the others. These must be taken. As he continued, he paused, turning to Yuku. What about the necklace and earrings I gave you? They've already been put away. The corners of Yu's mouth lifted as he turned back to retrieve more jewelry. Although Yuka's collection was not extensive, each item held significant value. Especially the pink diamond, which had been auctioned for over 100 million, with bids continuously rising until the Yu family ultimately secured it for over 130 million. Yuya had gone to great lengths to obtain this gem, but Yu Peng had refused, citing that it was the first gift from the Yu family to Yuku. This led to several disputes with Song Jinghe, who even offered multiple valuable jewels in exchange with no success. Yuka's refusal to part with it was part of why Song Jinghe harbored such animosity towards her. Yu was resolute that such an expensive item could not be left behind in the Yu household. It must never reach Yuya, even if it meant donating or destroying it. He found it repugnant. Moreover, these were compensations from the Yu family to Yuku and must be taken. Even if Yuku had no fondness for them, he could still auction the jewelry to convert it into cash for her savings. With such a substantial amount in the bank, the interest accrued over a year would suffice for their expenses. allowing them to live a life of indulgence without needing to work. Yu fell silent, realizing his choice of words might have been slightly inappropriate. His ears flushing, he discreetly glanced at Yuku, relieved to find she had not noticed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Yuku was unaware of his inner thoughts. Otherwise, if she truly went to those extravagant venues and indulged in a life of excess due to his offhand remarks, who would he turn to for solace? Unlike Yuku, Yu had accumulated a lot of belongings over his 18 years in this place, making packing somewhat tedious, were it not for the late hour. He would have certainly enlisted Yuka's help. After seeing Yu off, Yuku locked the door behind him. She approached her computer, sat down, and deftly began typing on the keyboard. A smile graced her lips as a flurry of colorful data danced across the screen, illuminating her pupils like a radiant galaxy. After about 10 minutes, the brilliance faded, and Yuka closed her laptop with a yawn, preparing for bed after a quick wash. Tonight promised to be a splendid night. The temperature was just right, with no wind or rain, perfect for slumber. If all went as expected, Yuku would enjoy a peaceful night's sleep until dawn. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn was imminent. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the moon flickered in and out, sometimes hiding behind dark clouds, sometimes peeking out shyly like a coy maiden. Shanju had gone to bed early that night. Although the events surrounding Yuku had caught him off guard, he was otherwise untroubled, lying beneath his covers with his eyes closed, his breathing steady and long. A smile graced his face, indicating he was dreaming of something joyful. Suddenly, a faint blue light flickered in the darkness. The previously shut-down computer beside him turned on by itself. The screen crackled and displayed a snowy haze before revealing a woman clad in red. Her hair disheveled, she leaned forward, her long nails embedded in the earth, her hair cascading down to obscure her face. The woman twisted her neck, revealing a pallid eye beneath her thick locks, wide open as if unable to rest in peace. Her pupil seemed lost, sending a chill down one's spine and invoking an unsettling sensation. In an instant, that horrifying eye was shrouded once again by her hair. The woman used the remnants of a crumbling brick wall to rise to her feet. The hem of her red dress was tattered. As if snagged by branches, she opened her mouth, seemingly attempting to speak, but fell silent once more. After a brief pause, she opened her mouth again, taking in deep breaths. In the next moment, she opened her mouth wide, as if summoning all her strength, and let out a blood-curdling scream. In an instant, an agonizing wail erupted from her lips, resonating through the high-quality speakers connected to the computer, reverberating throughout the Shun family villa. The sound pierced through the soul, delivering an awakening jolt to anyone who heard it. Shanju jolted upright in bed, his heart nearly stopping from the shrill scream. Instinctively, he reached for the bedside lamp, his foggy mind rapidly clearing. An ominous premonition welled within him as he hastily threw off the covers and raced towards the exit. The villa's lights flickered on, and the servants, along with other members of the Shun family, emerged from their rooms, bewildered and scanning their surroundings, unsure of the source of the chilling scream. It seemed to emanate from downstairs, yet also from above. Or perhaps the garden. Shanju's gaze swept across the crowd before he hurried towards a middle-aged man in pajamas. Dad, what happened? Shun Tianda's face was grim. Did you hear that sound too? Shanju nodded, concern flashing in his eyes. He cast a glance at those around him and, lowering his voice, inquired, Is there someone? Shanju did not articulate his thoughts with utmost clarity, yet Shun Tianda comprehended his implication. He harbored suspicions that perhaps someone had committed a heinous act within the Shun household, possibly even taking a life. Should that be the case, the situation would undoubtedly become dire. Shun Tianda inhaled deeply and, after giving a command to the butler, the latter promptly began a meticulous search of the premises. Meanwhile, the other members of the Shun family sat huddled on the sofa, their expressions a mixture of fear and concern. With some appearing drowsy, Shanju's gaze swept over these individuals, yet he discerned no abnormalities. Moreover, based on his knowledge of them, they would not dare to engage in such deeds within the confines of the Shun residence. He looked at Shun Tianda and shook his head. Everywhere has been searched and the surveillance footage has been reviewed. There are no issues. The butler shook his head once more, equally at a loss. Upon hearing that all was well, Shun family's third son could no longer contain himself. If there's nothing amiss, I shall retire for the night. I am utterly exhausted. Should anything arise, do not disturb me. Inform me of the events upon my waking tomorrow. He paused, then added, Right, remember to enhance security patrols with that. He groggily ascended the stairs to his slumber. The butler had already conducted a thorough investigation. Further searches would yield no results. He would assign personnel to continue monitoring and to ascertain the source of that peculiar noise. Shanju pressed his lips together, sensing that Shun Tianda had not grasped the full extent of his concern. He spoke again, The noise was so loud. Surely everyone around must have heard it at this point. It is likely that someone has called the authorities. Shan Tianda replied with a deep breath and a wave of his hand. You should rest for now. I will handle the other matters. Shanju nodded and then proceeded upstairs to retire for the night. Just before entering his room, he paused briefly to glance down at Shan Tianda, a flicker of inscrutable shadow crossing his eyes. Upon opening his door, Shanju lay back down and reached out to extinguish the bedside lamp. However, the light in the room did not extinguish. Instead, it shifted from a warm yellow to a dark red. Shanju's breath hitched and he bolted upright, staring toward the source of the light. There, he beheld his computer inexplicably illuminated, displaying the image of a woman clad in a red dress, her back turned to him. Stumbling forward, her steps fluctuated between heavy and light, each movement fraught with difficulty. Her body leaned forward, exuding an extraordinarily eerie aura. Rigid, as though she were not alive, her hair fell forward, obscuring her face, revealing only a slender nape. Against the backdrop of her dark attire and raven locks, that nape appeared ghastly pale, devoid of any color. Shanju's hands tightened beneath the covers, creating deep creases in the sheets. He fixated on the computer screen, his throat constricting. He cast aside the covers and approached the computer, his gaze penetrating as shadows loomed in his eyes. The room was eerily silent, so quiet that he fancied he could still hear the woman's faint footsteps. The Shin family adhered to strict decorum, and the family patriarch had always insisted Shinju be thorough in his actions. Thus, from a young age, he developed the habit of shutting down his computer before sleeping. This custom persisted for over a decade. He could not possibly forget to turn off the computer. Moreover, who had entered his room? Shanju's expression darkened as he turned to retrieve his phone, intending to call for assistance, yet his motion froze as his gaze fell upon the woman on the screen. The figure slowly turned her head, her thick, ebony hair shrouding her entire face. She gradually raised her hand, her fingers slender and elongated, as if encased in a layer of skin, pointing directly at Shanju, who stood before the screen. Shanju gripped his phone tightly, forgetting to dial, his eyes fixed on the woman. She parted her lips, a raspy voice escaping. Shanju, I have found you. Shanju's heart raced. For reasons unknown, at the moment she uttered his name, he was inexplicably gripped by a chilling sensation. He forced himself to suppress the terror rising within, his gaze unyielding on the screen as he dialed a number. At that instant, the woman in the video lifted her hand, brushing aside her hair to reveal a face marred by blood yet strikingly beautiful. She possessed no pupils, her eyes, merely whites, widened and fixed on him. The moment he beheld her countenance, Shanju's complexion drained of color, cold sweat cascading down his back. The phone emitted a series of beeps. He remained transfixed on the computer, feeling an icy dread envelop him, as though he were descending into hell. Suddenly, the woman erupted into laughter, a chilling, heart-wrenching sound that abruptly ceased. She fixed her gaze upon Shanju, her red dress flowing like a river of blood beneath her, swiftly spreading across the screen as if threatening to overflow. Her voice, steeped in resentment, resonated from the crimson tide. Shanju, do you think hiding behind the shadows will keep your deeds hidden from me? Shanju beheld the scene with wide eyes, his breath quickening. Hello? Hello? A middle-aged man's voice crackled from the phone, yet Shanju appeared oblivious, his gaze glued to the computer. The blood continued to engulf the screen, tearing open a gash from which the woman's face emerged. Her tone shifted from vengeful to gentle, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Shanju, I am aware of all your misdeeds. Do you wonder when they will explode like fireworks, bursting forth for the entire world to see? Shanju trembled uncontrollably, yet in an instant, his expression transformed from terror to cold malice. This person knew everything he had done. No, that was impossible. He had meticulously covered his tracks. How could anyone be aware? Hello, young master. The voice on the line called again. Shanju stared at the computer, inhaling deeply to quell the unease within. His voice remarkably steady as he commanded. Send the head of security and the network safety personnel to my location, and also find someone skilled in criminal investigations to join us. Immediately he hung up the phone, only to see the woman on the screen curl her lips into a smile. In the next moment, the blood that had nearly consumed the entire display receded like a tide, the woman's figure dissolving into crimson. The screen darkened and the computer powered down on its own. The room was once again shrouded in darkness, save for the dim glow of Shanju's phone. A lump formed in his throat as he walked to the wall and flicked on the light. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door, and after a brief wait, 4 or 5 men ascended from downstairs. Shanju said nothing as they entered the room. Instead, he turned to the investigator and coldly instructed, "Please check for any fingerprints or traces of another person in this room besides myself." Following that, He addressed the network safety personnel, an imperceptible hint of menace creeping into his tone. Ghosts, he did not believe in. Only the destitute. The notion that a deceased woman could return as a specter to exact revenge on him was utterly ludicrous. Yet knowing this only deepened his fear. It implied that someone truly knew of his past actions, orchestrating this elaborate ruse against him. But what was the objective? They had made no demands, nor requested anything of him. It was as though they had come solely to instill fear. Shanju furrowed his brow, confusion flickering in his eyes. After issuing his orders to the two, he finally turned to the head of security. Investigate the surveillance footage, ascertain who has entered my room. Furthermore, examine all surveillance in this villa area and the surrounding vicinity for any suspicious individuals. Report any irregularities to me at once. Chapter 45. The useless brother. Yuku enjoyed a restful slumber. Awakening in the morning feeling extraordinarily refreshed, she stretched languidly, and after completing her morning routine, she stepped out of her room to knock on Yu's door. Yu had stayed up late the previous night, and when he opened the door, he appeared utterly devoid of energy. His eyes barely able to remain open, supporting himself against the doorframe, he looked at Yuku with drooping eyelids, his tone weary. What is it? Upon seeing his condition, Yuku immediately discerned that he had not rested well. She flashed a charmingly innocent smile at him and said, Good morning, brother. I came to see how your packing is going. Do you need my help? We agreed to move out today. After all. Yu rubbed his head, feeling a heaviness in his mind as Yuku's words drifted into his ears and then vanished. He opened the door wider for her to enter, then turned and dove back into the covers, falling asleep almost instantly. Yuku. It seemed he truly had not slept well. She decided to let him rest a bit longer. After all, there was no urgency today. She could wait until he was well rested before they tidied up. Yuka kindly closed the door and went downstairs to have breakfast. Just as she finished her meal and lifted her head, she spotted Yushio standing 3 meters away, staring blankly at her. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had not slept all night. Yushio suddenly called out to her, his voice hoarse. Yuku. The previously cheerful mood darkened instantly, and Yuka's expression soured. As she turned her head, she adopted a bewildered look, gazing up at him curiously. What's the matter? Yushio gazed silently at her face, his eyes meticulously scanning every inch. This person was his sister. Yet she was not. Within her resided a foreign soul. Because of him, his sister had perished. Yushio awkwardly turned his head, not allowing Yuku to witness the tears rolling down his cheeks. Yuku looked at him, perplexed. Though she did not understand what was troubling him, she sensed a profound sadness enveloping him. He was cloaked in a shadowy gloom, utterly shattering his usual composed and capable demeanor as the domineering CEO. Now Yushio appeared so fragile that it seemed mere words could topple him. Yuka clicked her tongue inwardly. Has the blow from Yuye's injury affected him this deeply? After a moment of contemplation, she raised the corners of her mouth. Well then, once she recovers a bit, I shall give her another see. Yushio lowered his gaze to the ground. In the past, hearing such words would have unsettled him greatly. Yet now, upon hearing Yuka's intention to strike Yuye's leg once more, he felt little more than indifference. And this contest between Yuku and Yuya, every participant faced a complete loss. With only that unfamiliar soul gaining the upper hand, however, it had been driven to madness. Yushio hesitated, his lips trembling as he contemplated speaking, but ultimately, no words escaped his mouth. Was there any significance in uttering anything now? As the eldest brother, had he fostered a healthy relationship among his siblings from the outset, Yuku would not have met her demise. Yet, rather than acting with fairness and impartiality, he had consistently favored Yuya, leaving Yuku to face her fate. Now that she was truly gone, her body occupied by another, what right did he have to cast blame upon the spirit that had taken possession of his sister? They had abandoned her, and thus she had grown angry, departing to the heavens. Perhaps Yuku understood the harshness of the mortal realm and the uncertainties of the future, which led her to take a fleeting glance before choosing not to linger, resulting in the Yuku of the present. Yushio suppressed the tumult of emotion surging within him, brushed away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and turned back to Yuku. He stepped forward, lowering himself to gaze at the petite girl standing at his chest, striving to conjure a smile as he reached out to pat her head. Yuka furrowed her brow and stepped back, regarding his hand with suspicion, her eyes swirling with dark emotions. What do you intend? To strike me? Yuka's frown deepened. What do you want? To give me the card and then inform others that you lost it, allowing them to discover it with me. So you can brazenly accuse me of stealing your card, is that it? The grip Yushio had on the card tightened to the point of whitening his fingertips. Was he truly that insignificant in Yuka's eyes? Even the act of handing over a card was perceived as a scheme. Taking a deep breath, He ultimately pressed the card into her hand and turned to ascend the stairs. In Yuka's presence, anything he said felt wrong, and every action seemed misguided. Why Yuka held the black gold card, perplexed by what thoughts occupied Yusho's mind. She glanced at the surveillance camera in the living room and turned to the housekeeper, instructing Zhangbo, please take a screenshot of the recent surveillance footage and send me a copy immediately. Thank you, Zhangbio. Why Yusho? Yusho closed his eyes, and when he looked at Yuku again, she had already taken his card and left. Watching her retreating figure, a faint smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Could her acceptance of his card signify that the relationship between them and Yuku and Yuyu was salvageable? Fortunately, Yuku remained unaware of Yusho's thoughts, nor did she know that the once innocent and carefree girl had perished at their hands. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly inform him that a life had been lost between them. And how could Yusho believe she had the right to forgive him on behalf of the deceased girl? Yuku instructed the family driver to take her to the largest market near Xingyue Bay before dismissing him. Now that she had decided to move here, she needed to arrange the place properly. This was her and Yuyu's home, a sanctuary meant solely for the two of them. With this thought, Yuka felt invigorated, standing to the side as she began to list the items she needed to purchase. There was already a bed and wardrobe, but in addition, there was a sofa and table gifted by the developer when she bought the house. The table was serviceable, but the sofa's quality was truly subpar, and it was small given the exorbitant price of the house. The developer's stinginess was appalling. It would have been better not to include the sofa at all, as she would have to expend effort to deal with it. Yuka glared in frustration, and after compiling her list, she began to explore the market. She casually bought a few skewers of marinated delicacies, eating as she browsed, purchasing anything that caught her eye or seemed suitable. She would leave them at the store and arrange for a vehicle to transport everything once she finished shopping. While she was perusing, she received a call from Yuyu, who seemed to have just woken up. Yuku answered the call casually. Yuyu's voice came through the receiver, laced with the drowsiness of recent slumber. Why aren't you at home? Where have you been? It's so noisy. Yuka sought a quieter spot. I stepped out to buy some things. Have you woken up, brother? Yuyu replied with an affirmative grunt. I was tidying up until around 4 last night. You must be exhausted. Yuka smiled, her eyes narrowing. Then you should sleep a bit longer. I'll call for a car soon. Yuyu asked her. What kind of car? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuka replied, Hula Yuyu. As a young master from a wealthy family, Yuyu was accustomed to being well taken care of in all aspects of life and was completely unaware of what Hula was. He initially intended to ask Zhangbo for assistance in finding a vehicle, but seeing that Yuku had already made arrangements, he decided to relinquish control and obediently follow her lead. Chapter 46. Do wealthy people really use Hula? Before hanging up, Yuka asked Yuyu, should I bring you something to eat? Yuyu was about to decline but reconsidered and nodded. Then please get me something. He was curious what Yuku would choose to bring him. Yuyu was genuinely interested in Yuka's previous life, curious about the kind of girl she truly was. However, from the few words exchanged the previous night, he could deduce that she had likely been a sickly child, unloved by her family, and had died alone at 17 on a hospital bed. In just a few short sentences, it seemed he could glimpse the essence of her life. Compared to her two sisters, the current Yuku was even more unfortunate, which made her yearn for familial affection all the more. After ending the call, Yuku placed an order on her phone and continued to shop for nearly 2 more hours until she had gathered all the items on her list. The furniture store would assist with delivery, and she paid a little extra to have them bring everything else along. After coordinating a delivery time with the shopkeeper, Yuka wandered through the snack street for a few rounds. Upon her return, she was surprised to find the Yu family gathered in the living room, all seated together. Their faces, however, were painted with varying shades of distress, as if they had all been crying. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, they turned in unison to gaze at her, causing Yuka's hair to stand on end. Even Song Jingha, who typically held the most disdain for Yuku, regarded her with an expression of profound complexity, filled with pain, regret, and helplessness. Furrowing her brow, Yuka seized the opportunity while changing her shoes to turn her back to them. I was only gone for a few hours. What happened? Did Yuya fail to survive? Did she die? Yuka gasped, quickly cutting off this terrifying thought. If Yuya had not been saved, she would have died yesterday. It can't be an infection post-surgery. Right? Even so, they shouldn't be sitting here crying. They should be at the hospital crying. Though internally skeptical, Yuka understood that it was unlikely Yuya had perished. Listening to Yuka's increasingly unreliable musings, Yuyu stood up. What did you bring for me? Yuka beckoned him from the dining room. Come over and you'll see. Though it may not be the most hygienic, it is certainly delicious. Yu chuckled as he approached the dining room. Opening the plastic bag, he was somewhat surprised to find it filled with Odin and konjac. What is this? Yuku pointed at the assorted items in the paper bowl, enthusiastically introducing. This is called Odin. Odin? Yu raised an eyebrow, spearing a fishball with a bamboo skewer and popping it into his mouth. Yuku watched him expectantly. So, how is it? Is it tasty? Yu chewed slowly, savoring the slightly unfamiliar flavor. Yuku enjoys this kind of food. He smiled at Yuku, saying it's very delicious. As he spoke, he skewered a few more items, quickly finishing the bowl of Odin. Yuku then pushed the konjac towards him. This is called konjac. I wonder if you'll like it, so give it a try. Yu obediently skewered a piece and placed it in his mouth. The flavor was even richer than the Odin, leaving a strong broth taste lingering on his palate. It was difficult to describe. Though it smelled peculiar, it was not as unpalatable as he had imagined, and the texture was quite pleasant and fresh. He nodded at Yuku. This is also very delicious. Yuku's eyes sparkled as if filled with stars, resembling a little fox that would wag its tail if it had one. She nodded eagerly at Yu. I think it's very delicious too. The first time I had konjac was when I sneaked out of the hospital without any money or phone, sitting by the roadside in my patient gown. The lady selling konjac felt sorry for me and gave me a bowl. I swear that bowl of konjac was the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. Ever since then, I've often sneaked out, and the lady would always give me a bowl without charging me. Remembering that kind-hearted lady, Yuka couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. That was the first time she had felt kindness. She wondered if the lady would be saddened by her death. Probably not. They were strangers after all. It was only because she had shamelessly begged for konjac that they had barely met. Yuka pulled out her phone to check. It's almost time. Another half hour. Yu. Then let us go move the things down. Yuka nodded. The few people sitting in the living room remained silent, each wearing a more somber expression than the last. Recently, Yu Peng's smoking habit had escalated significantly. Previously, a single pack could last him several days, but now he consumed several packs in a single day. They silently observed Yuku in the dining room. In Yu's presence, she was like a little sparrow, chattering incessantly, vibrant and enthusiastic. Yet, when faced with them, she could only muster endless silence, as if born without the ability to interact with others. The youngest son had completely distanced himself from the Yu family, with the specter of their youngest daughter's life hanging heavily between them. How had things come to this? Everything had been fine until now. Song Jinghe suddenly broke down in tears, mourning the loss of her daughter in middle age. Even if she had never cared for that daughter, she was still flesh of her flesh. Her daughter had been dead for so long. And yet she, as a mother, had remained oblivious, allowing another to occupy her body. The faces of Yu Xian and his siblings were equally grim, dark circles under their eyes as if they had not slept all night. The atmosphere in the living room was oppressive, yet neither Yuku nor Yu spared them a glance. Yu took a few steps to the door, opened it, and called out to the busy butler in the courtyard. Zhang Bo, please summon a few people to assist me in moving some items. Zhang Bo responded affirmatively. Only then did Yu turn around and ascend the stairs alongside Yuku, while Yu Xiao, after a moment of silence, followed suit. Upon hearing the footsteps, Yu glanced back, her brows furrowing instantly. What are you doing? I'm here to help you move, Yu Xiao replied. The items in the box were those that Yu had scavenged and insisted on bringing along. After carrying the items downstairs, the servants had just entered the house and quickly transported all of Yu's belongings down. Yuka stood to the side, observing. Initially, she thought Yu had an abundance of items, but to her surprise he was quite willing to part with many things, leaving behind only his favorite figurines. He also took only a few everyday outfits. There were numerous books, including various comic books and some miscellaneous reads, totaling over 2,000 volumes. Yu bundled the books together, and the time spent merely tying them up was considerable. Besides the books, there was also his computer and a multitude of electronic devices that were too many to count. Once the servants had finished moving everything down, the delivery vehicle Yu had ordered arrived. The driver stepped out, glanced at the Yu family villa, then looked at the dozen or so standing servants, his eye twitching slightly as he chuckled dryly. Even the wealthy use delivery services? Chapter 47. Are you here to be my ancestors? Yu. Yuka greeted the driver with a smile. What does it matter whether we're wealthy or not? Thank you for making the trip. The driver waved his hand dismissively. Not a bother at all. How could I call it a hassle when it's all about making money? Let them load the items. However, he added, my vehicle is a bit dirty. Would you like to find something to lay down? Although he had never dealt with a family as affluent as the Yes, he was well aware that the belongings of these young masters and ladies were likely to be quite expensive. He would be distressed if anything were to get dirty or damaged in his vehicle. Why Yuka glanced at the items and did not refuse. Firstly, Yu's belongings were indeed somewhat fragile. Secondly, the vehicle was rather dirty. The butler had someone fetch a large cloth to lay down, along with numerous foam boxes to cushion the load, and only then did they begin to transport the items into the vehicle. While the items were being loaded, the butler quietly spoke to the driver, advising him to drive slowly and avoid any jolting. The loading was soon completed, and just as Yuku and Yu were about to get into the vehicle, Yushio remarked, "Let them accompany you. You've just moved in and there are many places to tidy up. With just the two of you it might take a considerable amount of time." Yu waved her phone at him. "No need, I've summoned others." With that, she climbed into the driver's vehicle. This was the first time the eldest son of the Yu family had ridden in such a shabby vehicle, and he felt somewhat out of place. The driver started the engine and called out, "Young master and young lady, please hold on tight. We're off." Yuka found this amusing and even Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The siblings sat in the back, while the driver hummed a tune, expertly maneuvering the vehicle and swiftly bringing them to their destination. As the car halted at the roadside, Yuku and Yu stepped out, only to be greeted by a group of young masters and ladies waiting by the side of the road. Each one was impeccably dressed, their appearances stunning, as if they were about to attend a grand gathering. Who else could it be but the notorious Class 12 of the senior year? Sunwei, sweating profusely, was taken aback upon seeing the two emerge from such a dilapidated vehicle, and with dissatisfaction, he questioned Yu. "Wasn't it agreed that we would go out to eat? Why are you only just arriving? We've been waiting for you forever." After glancing at Yu, he looked behind him with suspicion. "Where's the food?" Yu grinned. "If we don't work, how can there be food?" The rest gathered around. "Work? What work? No way, you go. If you had mentioned work earlier, I would have brought people along. Why you go? Why don't we eat first and let him wait a bit?" "What work? Let us go eat first. I can have people come over in a few minutes to finish up. Look at how I'm dressed today. All dolled up. Did I come here just to clean and wipe tables?" "Exactly, our outfits aren't suitable for work either." Hearing their clamorous chatter, with each one visibly reluctant, Yuka felt exasperated. "You brought over a group of pampered young masters and ladies who are completely inept? Are they here to help or to create chaos? Who are you looking down upon? With so many of us, can they still belittle Yuku?" Sunwei declared, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward loudly. "Driver, open the trunk." Chung Feng also rolled up his sleeves. "Isn't it just work? It's nothing for me." Chung Xiao. "Exactly. Let us get to it. Yuku? Are they insane? Enough, I can't bear to see you dressed like that working. It hurts my eyes. Go change your clothes." After saying that, she turned to the others. "You two, I have prepared clothes for you. They have already been sent over. Go change first, and those needing to remove makeup can find supplies upstairs." Yu rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat guilty that he had tricked them into coming over, and they thought they were here for a gathering. Who could have known they were actually here to be laborers? It was no wonder they all looked so splendidly dressed. The driver watched the scene with amusement and quietly remarked to Yuku, "Do these young masters and ladies even know how to work?" Yuka sighed. "I highly doubt it." "What do you mean by highly doubt it? Clarify your words." The young heirs glared at her but dared not speak out, only reluctantly heading upstairs to change their clothes. The girls had painstakingly spent hours on their makeup, some even hiring styling teams for their looks. Now they all had to remove it, glaring at Yu in anger. "Why Yu? Next time be clear about your intentions. Did I get all dolled up just to mop floors and wipe tables for you?" "Exactly. Did we spend hours on our makeup to come here like this? I could have just slipped on some slippers and come over without all this fuss." Yuku also looked at Yu. That was somewhat inconsiderate. It's no wonder they are angry. Even his protective sister said so. It was indeed a bit unfair. Why Yu admitted his fault. "I was wrong. Would you have come if I had directly said you were here to work? Let us get to work first. Once everything is done, I'll treat you. Order whatever you like, consider it an apology." The Class 12 students were not truly there for the meal. They had noticed Yu's invitation in the group chat and had come without hesitation, hoping to bridge the gap with Yuku. Moreover, compared to eating, helping out would indeed facilitate a closer bond. And since Yu had apologized, they chose not to say anything further and headed upstairs to change their clothes. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, leaving Yuka standing beside the driver, who clicked his tongue. "I feel like this house will never be cleaned. You could hire a cleaner, and they'd be more efficient than these folks." Yuka chuckled. "It's just sweeping and moving some tables and chairs. Though it's a bit slow, they are here to help at my brother's request. As the host, I can't just kick them out." The driver sighed and looked at Yuku with a knowing expression. "You're still young. It's unreasonable to dismiss those here to help." The two waited downstairs for nearly an hour. Yet not a single person descended. The driver began to sigh again. Miss, I think you should really hire a cleaner. Otherwise, you won't have this house cleaned by next year. Yuku. Yuka took out her phone and gritting her teeth, dialed Yu's number. YUU. What's up? Yuka gritted her teeth. You're moving so slowly that ants will be extinct. Don't expect to see a single ant on Earth again. Give the driver extra money. Yu sighed, his tone filled with exasperation. I'm not moving slowly. Let me show you. He hung up and initiated a video call to Yuku. Once the video connected, Yu pointed the camera at the group of young masters and ladies. A cacophony of noise erupted from the speaker. Why is everything in black, white, and gray? Is there no other color? I don't like these colors. Yu, what kind of clothes are these? Wait a moment, let me check. Over 200. This entire outfit including shoes costs over 200. Where did you find these clothes? Yu closed his eyes in pain. Yuku. The driver exclaimed. These clothes are too big, not at all fitting. Yu, what were you thinking when you bought these clothes? What on earth, Yuku? Why do I feel so uncomfortable in these? Why don't you just buy new ones? Don't buy this cheap stuff. The new sports line from C brand is excellent. Get that instead and have them sent over quickly. Yu opened his eyes wide, glaring at the speaker. Do you know how much that outfit costs? I know, just over 30,000. Stop talking and hurried. Yu took a deep breath, still unable to suppress the rising anger. Gritting his teeth. Are you all here to work or to be my ancestors? Yuku. The driver. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 48. Too unrealistic. No factory wants this. Listening to the relentless mockery from the driver, Yuku's expression darkened considerably. She took a deep breath, attempting to keep her voice steady. This group would only create chaos, wasting their time. Yuku could not fathom why Yu had invited these pampered heirs to help. This was not assistance. It was pure disruption. Now was the time to send them away. Otherwise, if they stayed, she wouldn't be able to move in for the week. In the absence of Yu, who was unable to hear Yuka's inner thoughts, one could still surmise what lingered in her mind. She had never been fond of the group from class 12 of the third year, and today their incessant disruptions amidst her busyness only deepened her disdain for them. A slight smirk played on Yu's lips as he cranked up the volume on his phone, striving to ensure that every individual present could clearly hear Yuka's voice. If he could not rein in these privileged youths, how could Yuku? As anticipated, the moment Yuka finished speaking, those who had been entangled in their unattractive, cheap, and irritating clothing ceased their disarray. Hastily retreating to the room, they swiftly changed into more appropriate attire, then collectively turned their gazes toward Yu, signaling their readiness to commence their tasks. They implored him to utter a few reassuring words. Lest Yuka's impression of them sink to an even greater low. Satisfied, Yu flipped the camera to face himself. They are ready. We shall descend shortly. With that, he abruptly terminated the video call, leaving no opportunity for Yuku to decline. Her hand trembled around her phone. Her intent was not to hasten their actions but rather to distance this group from her. Was Yu's behavior intentional or merely coincidental? The elder beside her looked on with a sympathetic expression, sighing softly. Yuku suppressed the rising agitation within her, forcing a strained smile toward the elder. The elder comforted her. It matters not if you cannot settle in today. Tomorrow may not guarantee it either. Yuku replied. Your words are quite eloquent. You would be wasted not mining in Africa. When Yu declared they would be descending shortly, he truly meant it. In just 2 minutes, the group of privileged youths had all made their way down, clad uniformly in athletic wear. They strode forth with heads held high and spines straightened. The girls had neatly tied their hair back with elastics. Presenting a clean and sharp appearance, nearly 30 individuals marched confidently outward, exuding an inexplicable vigor, embodying youthful spirit. The black, white, and gray sportswear blended into the streets, yet the striking looks of this group were impossible to overlook. Drawing the attention of passers-by. Yuka's expression softened slightly. The elder nodded in agreement. Now this resembles a group of individuals ready to work. It was indeed a considerable improvement from before. However, the thought of their attire, which would be discarded after a single use, struck him as wasteful. The collective cost of their outfits exceeded 6,000. Truly, the affluent know how to indulge, treating money with such disregard. The elder felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of their disposable clothing. He proposed to Yuku, what if I assisted you? After your work is done, you could give me the clothes you no longer need. They could be sold for a decent sum, and his children could wear them as well. Without hesitation, Yuku agreed. All right, just direct from the side, and let them handle the heavy lifting. This group of privileged youths was unlikely to be of any real help. Merely avoiding destruction would be a blessing. With someone overseeing their actions, she would find it considerably less vexing. The elder chuckled at her words. Do not underestimate me due to my age. In a contest of strength, they would surely be no match for me. Yuku exchanged a few flattering remarks, just as another delivery truck approached from the distance, halting beside them. The furniture she had ordered had arrived. Unlike other items, furniture is substantial and quite heavy. As the truck's compartment opened, the elder wasted no time, immediately pointing to Sunwei, Changfeng, Chan Wangjin, and several other tall boys to assist in unloading. Sunwei and Changfeng were the first to climb onto the truck, determined to retrieve the smallest sofa. Positioned at the forefront despite its modest size, it felt inexplicably heavy as the two strained to lift it, their faces reddening with effort as they passed the small sofa down to those below. They nearly strained their backs in the process, causing Yuku to wince. The others below worked together, securely receiving the sofa and placing it on the ground. The elder shook his head in disbelief. They appear robust, yet they are lacking. In our day, no factory would accept such individuals. Upon hearing this, the girls standing nearby erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. Sun Shichi teased, "Indeed, Sunwei, exert yourself. Have you not eaten?" Bai Shinran chimed in, "Tsk, Sunwei, heed my advice. Abandon your aspirations of being a school tyrant and lift some weights. It will surely benefit you." Ning Wanfang added, "Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Soon I shall send you two to the waste disposal plant." Sunwei's face flushed crimson at their mockery. Being unable to lift anything was humiliating enough without the added ridicule. Frustrated, he shouted back at Ning Wanfang, "If you are so capable, why not come do it yourself?" Ning Wanfang rolled up her sleeves, stepping onto the truck and shoving Sunwei aside, declaring, "I will do it. Weakling, step aside and watch." She then glanced at Changfeng, who, startled, stepped back against the side of the truck. "What are you looking at?" Ning Wanfang scoffed, "Why are you so oblivious? Move aside and make space." She then beckoned to Yushu, who stood below. Yushu, "Come up." Yushu, scratching her nose, felt compelled to join as she had been singled out, quickly climbing aboard while politely asking Changfeng to make room. Afraid of inadvertently bumping into him, Changfeng remained speechless. The two towering boys found themselves blushing in embarrassment, unable to believe that these seemingly delicate girls could lift what they could not. Ning Wanfang and Yushu chose not to be selective and aimed to lift the larger sofa closest to the truck door. With a synchronized shout, they exerted themselves and surprisingly managed to lift it, albeit with considerable effort. Their hands steady. Sunwei and Changfeng's faces turned an even deeper shade of red, their jaws dropping in disbelief as they witnessed the two girls, who often struggled with simple tasks, handling the sofa with apparent ease. The elder and the furniture delivery driver observed in astonishment. "You young men are truly lacking. These two girls surpass you." Changfeng and Sunwei could only remain silent, feeling the sting of embarrassment. Chapter 49. When the day comes that you cannot afford to buy vegetables, you will no longer disdain this place. Ning Wanfang and Yushu passed the sofa down to those below. Seeing their undeniable success, the elder urged, "You two young men should come down quickly. What are you still doing up there? You are in the way." Sunwei, self-proclaimed school tyrant, found his face ablaze while Changfeng, the sports committee member, silently jumped down from the truck. As soon as they landed, the elder thrust a mop and broom into their hands, directing them toward the upper floors without hesitation. Go. While these items are not yet inside, hurry and clean up the area above. Especially in those corners, it would be difficult to clean once everything was in place. To ensure they understood, he added, "First sweep the areas where the sofa, washing machine, and refrigerator will go, then move on to the rest." Sunwei and Changfeng hurried off with their cleaning supplies, eager to avoid being treated as fools. Today had been thoroughly embarrassing, particularly for Sunwei, who prided himself on being a school tyrant yet could not lift as much as the girls. He dreaded the thought of future gatherings where everyone would reminisce about how, during Yu's move, Sunwei and Changfeng struggled to lift a mere sofa. Just imagining such a scenario made his scalp tingle. Next time, he vowed to astonish them, proving that he could lift what they could not, and would not let their mockery go unpunished. The elder, unfazed by Sunwei's feelings, called upon several more individuals to assist in wiping down surfaces and moving items around. With his guidance, nearly everyone was mobilized, and the laughter at the boys' expense ceased. Yu approached Yuku with a smile, inquiring, "How do you find it? Quite reliable, wouldn't you say?" Yuku nodded in agreement. "Indeed, very reliable. Were it not for the elder, it would not have been nearly as effective." Yuku frowned. "Let us take them out for a meal. By the time we finish cleaning, we will be exhausted, and you expect us to cook?" Yu gestured towards the group of privileged youths, unconcerned, "But look at all these helpers." It was fortunate that Yu was without companions at that moment. Had he been with others, his words would surely have sparked a commotion. They had promised a grand feast, yet it had morphed into a scenario where they would have to cook themselves and enlist the help of the others. It was utterly excessive. quite beyond the pale. They too would be fatigued after the day's work. After all, nevertheless, you could typically complied with Yu's wishes. Whatever he dictated was law. Even though she felt reluctant, she ultimately nodded in agreement, aware that Yuku preferred to avoid conversations with the individuals from Class 12. Yu spoke with a few of them before they approached Yuka. Liqing wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked Yuku, "Shall we go to the supermarket for groceries?" Yuka shook her head. "To the farmer's market." Liqing pulled out her phone. "I'll call for a driver." Yuka replied. What a group of sheltered young masters and misses. They even need a driver for grocery shopping. Liqing found herself awkwardly frozen, unsure whether to call or not. No one had taught her how to do this. She had never bought groceries or visited a farmer's market. She was always driven around. With no guidance on how to procure food, she felt lost. Yuku offered a gentle smile. "I know the way, just follow me." With that, she turned and headed toward the main road outside. As if saying to them, "Come along, there is no one over there. I will escort you." Yuku. She wouldn't suddenly harbor murderous intent towards them while on the road, would she? If she were to do so, those few little lambs would certainly not be her match. The group exchanged glances. Although fearful, they still chose to follow. Zhang Han nodded, saying, "Since Yu specifically asked us to accompany her, she surely wouldn't act against us at this moment. Otherwise, how would she explain it to Yu?" Zheng Zhuo shared the sentiment, believing Yuku wouldn't suddenly go mad at this time. Unfortunately, Yuka had no such thoughts. After listening for a long while, they heard nothing at all. After walking for about 10 minutes, winding their way behind Yuku, they arrived at a modest farmer's market. The market, while not large, offered a wide array of goods including vegetables, poultry, fish and meat. However, standing at the entrance and not yet having stepped inside, a foul odor wafted out, causing the young masters and ladies to furrow their brows in disgust and instinctively step back. They stared at the rudimentary market, which had only a few wires strung overhead for lighting, their faces a portrait of reluctance, as if entering would render them unclean. Yuka sighed inwardly, fully expecting this reaction. She covertly rolled her eyes and said to them, "Why don't you wait for me here?" "Absolutely not. What if she planned something inside while alone?" Zheng Zhuo exclaimed, pulling out a mask from somewhere and hastening to Yuka's side. Fearful of being abandoned, Liqing fixed her gaze intently on the market's entrance and exit, noticing water trickling out. The water, mixed with unknown animal blood and mud, had turned black, saturating the ground at the entrance. Moreover, the interior was devoid of tiles, and stepping on the damp ground would result in a muddy footprint. Liqing grimaced, nearly jumping back as the water approached her feet, quickly retreating several steps. I want to go in. I'll wait for you here." Zhang Han bit her lip, took a deep breath and moved beside her. "You won't be able to carry all those items later. Let me accompany you into the market." After glancing once more inside, she forced a smile towards Yuku, conceding, "Fine, I'll go in with you." Despite their decision to enter, the disgust in the eyes of the young masters and ladies was evident. Yuku nodded and turned to step inside first, internally scoffing, "You find it repulsive now, but when you can't even afford the vegetables in this market in the future, you'll no longer mind the dirt and chaos." Chapter 50. She completely sealed herself off. The three exchanged uneasy glances. Who is she referring to? Zhang Han speculated. It must be Liqing. Liqing shot back. How could it possibly be me? I could buy out this entire place with just one bag. Zhang Han countered. Then it must be Zheng Zhuo. Zheng Zhuo retorted, "First of all, I haven't provoked any of you, and secondly, I haven't provoked any of you." They all averted their gazes, unwilling to admit that Yuku was speaking about themselves. Although this farmer's market was dirty, the primary reason was not poor management, but rather that it was still under construction. The nearby residents lacked a place to buy groceries, so the person in charge had temporarily opened up a space for convenience, while another area was still being developed. Once construction was completed, the vendors would relocate and this area would be renovated. This explained why Liqing and the others encountered an incomplete market. Otherwise, the scene would have been quite different. Yuku wandered around, noting that the house in Xingyue Bay had hardly been lived in since it was purchased, and she possessed no kitchenware. She needed to buy not only vegetables but also pots, bowls, and utensils. With several young masters and ladies at her side, who were incapable of carrying heavy items, it became evident that she would struggle to transport everything she needed. Yu had sent them to help, but they were of little assistance. At most, they could stand by and ensure she didn't misplace her belongings when she had too much to carry. After a few laps around the market, she finally gathered all the necessary pots and utensils. By the time she completed her rounds, the young masters and ladies had grown pale, overwhelmed by the unbearable stench. They had never encountered such a scene before and nearly retched from the odor. When Yuku asked who wished to wait outside and guard the pile of pots and utensils, they all eagerly volunteered. desperate to distance themselves from the farmer's market. Although Li Qingqing and Zheng Zhuo looked displeased, they accepted their fate. Zhang Han chuckled, nodding at them. I concede that Yuka paid them no mind and continued to circle the market until she had acquired all the vegetables. The sheer volume of items, combined with the pots and utensils, was so substantial that even a cart might not suffice to carry it all. The three young masters and ladies stood aside, too intimidated to speak, watching as Yuka pondered over the heap of goods with a thoughtful expression upon returning home. The young masters of Class 12 were directed by the elder, all but collapsing from exhaustion. However, their efforts bore fruit. Every item Yuku had purchased was meticulously arranged. The sofa, table, stools and decorative atmosphere lights alongside potted plants, all positioned with remarkable taste. The elder's discerning eye ensured that everything Yuku had bought was utilized to its fullest potential. From the largest sofa to the smallest wind chime stickers with his guidance, the entire house exuded warmth. Standing at the doorway, Yuka gazed at her rejuvenated home, feeling inexplicably teary-eyed. She had entered this house countless times and had painstakingly decorated it, striving to make it as cozy as possible. This was her and Yuyu's home. She did not wish for outsiders to intrude. Yet, in this moment, watching the bustling activity and the elder's incessant chatter, she felt a fleeting sense of belonging among the masses. She was not a solitary reborn individual. She was merely one of the ordinary people within. Yuka lowered her gaze, carried her belongings to the kitchen, filled a basin with water, and began washing the pots and utensils. The sound of rushing water filled the kitchen, yet it could not drown out the noise from outside. The elder shouted, both anxious and irritated. To the left. A bit more to the left. You've gone too far. Shift it right a little. Oh my dear young master, just a tad to the right. Got it. Just speak calmly, don't rush me. Right here should be fine. The elder promptly dismissed this. No, move it a bit more. Yes, that's good. Set it down. Listening to the clamor outside, you could quietly wash the plates, placing them into another sink, one after another, quickly completing a sizable stack. Those sounds gradually faded into the background, and she felt the world quieting down once again. Just as she was about to clean up after washing the plates, a pair of hands reached into the sink before her, lifting a plate to rinse. You could turn to see Yuyu looking back at her, and their eyes Yuyu smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Yuka forced a smile. How could I be? I'm very happy. Then why are you here washing dishes alone? Yuku explained, we're cooking soon. If I don't tidy up here first, we won't be able to cook. Yuyu glanced outside at the bustling crowd and resumed washing dishes. It's fine. They won't starve. Once the dishes were clean, Yuka picked up the bowls that were on the floor and placed them in the sink. They still need to be cleaned. These things need washing, and we have time right now. Yuyu observed Yuku as she diligently washed the bowls, her expression devoid of any emotion. He couldn't discern what Yuku was thinking, but he felt that she was unhappy, perhaps even quite dejected. After biting his lip, Yuyu said, I'm sorry Yuka. Yuka looked up at Yuyu, puzzled. What are you apologizing for? Yuyu glanced outside. Knowing that you don't like them, I still invited them over. Yuka raised her lips slightly. I don't dislike them. Besides, they've been quite helpful. That if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have managed today on our own. You can do whatever you wish. You never need to apologize to me. Although I'm unsure why the class 12 students have changed so much this time, as long as it's what you want, it's all fine. Despite hearing Yuku's heartfelt sentiments, Yuyu didn't feel particularly pleased. Yuka placed him above all else, to the extent that she neglected her own needs, which was not a positive sign. After pondering for a moment, Yuyu cautiously asked, can you tell your brother what you're thinking? Yuku was bewildered. What do you mean? Your thoughts, can you share them with your brother? Though Yuyu's question seemed perplexing, Yuko understood his intent. A wave of emotion surged at the tip of her nose, and she quickly lowered her head to continue washing the dishes. What am I thinking? I've always said whatever comes to mind. Don't overthink it, brother. Yuyu pressed his lips together. His gaze clouded as he set aside the bowls Yuku had cleaned. Yuku had completely sealed herself off, and no matter how much she cared for him, she had never revealed her true self before him. In her heart, she believed Yuyu was the best, the finest person in the world. Yet, she was unwilling to open up to him, even to allow him a glimpse into her innermost thoughts. They were so close, and Yuku understood everything about him, knowing his future. Yet, he felt that Yuku was so distant, so far away that he could not fathom what means he could employ to draw closer to her. Chapter 51. Two useless individuals. Yuku quietly washed the dishes, while Yuyu found himself at a loss for words. Yuku, perceptive as ever, sensed the shift in Yuyu's emotions, wondering why he suddenly appeared so downcast. Did he realize she hadn't been truthful? Was it because she refused to share the truth with him? Yuka grasped the plate with a bit more force than usual, Having silently digested many matters over time, she had grown accustomed to swallowing everything down without a word. Her desires to share and to confide had long since dissipated. In front of Yu. She had developed a habit of feigning innocence, consistently presenting him with her cheerful, adorable, and naive facade. The darker thoughts were carefully concealed, as she feared that he might catch even the slightest hint of them. She dreaded that the only person who treated her well in this world would come to see her as an unmitigated lunatic, just like everyone else, regarding her with fear-filled, peculiar glances. After enduring so much together, Yuku was well aware of the kind of person Yu truly was. He was unlike anyone else. Yet, the fear remained. If even Yu were to abandon her, she could not fathom the purpose of her endless rebirth. All along, she had hidden herself remarkably well. However, it seemed that Yu did not favor her this way. After a moment of silence, with her lashes gently lowered, she murmured, "Brother, I do not particularly like them." Yu turned his head to look at her, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a glow on her pale face. He softly responded with a gentle, encouraging tone, "Who do you not like?" "Everyone in class 12 of senior year 3." Yu did not glance at Yu. After a brief pause, she added, "Except for Pei Yan and Qiyang." A twinkle of amusement danced in Yu's eyes, the corners of his lips lifting as he inquired, "Why exclude those two?" Yuka met his gaze and was momentarily taken aback by the smile and the encouraging warmth that radiated from his eyes. After a moment of silence, she averted her gaze, placing the freshly washed dishes into the nearby sink. "Why?" Yu patiently asked again. "Why don't you dislike Qiyang and Pei Yan? Is it because they are not like everyone else?" Seeing his insistence on an answer, Yuka could only fabricate a response. "We just hit it off. Pei Yan likes you and has been helping you seek revenge in every lifetime. Qiyang does whatever he can to assist you when needed. They are among the few in this world who remain unaffected by the plot while harboring goodwill toward us. Why would I dislike such individuals?" Reflecting on Qiyang, Yuka furrowed her brow. "If possible, I would still like to lend a hand to Qiyang, but those people are truly too dangerous." Hearing her dwell on the matter again, the amusement in Yu's eyes dimmed slightly as he placed the clean dishes into the cupboard. The last time Yuka mentioned that she had risked herself multiple times to save Qiyang. Yu, though unsure of where the danger truly lay, was resolutely against her taking any risks. Yet, he could not ignore Qiyang either. If there was a way to help, he wished to do so. However, the most he could do was extract tidbits from Yuku to discern what peril Qiyang might face in the future. Beyond that, he felt powerless. Noticing that Yu had ceased to press for answers, Yuku exhaled in relief. Yu, regaining his composure, turned to the now much quieter living room, only to be startled by the sight of Qiyang standing at the doorway. "Yu, when did this kid arrive? I hope he hasn't overheard anything he shouldn't have." Qiyang wore a knowing smile, raising an eyebrow at him, clearly having heard everything. He had intended to see if there was anything he could assist with, but stumbled upon Yuku expressing her strong aversion to everyone in class 12 of senior year 3. Save for him and Pei Yan. Did this mean he no longer had to worry about Yuku potentially taking his life on a whim? In high spirits, Qiyang stepped into the kitchen. Yuka's demeanor remained cool, but Qiyang was unfazed that if Yuku were to suddenly show enthusiasm for someone, that would indeed warrant caution. "Need any help?" Qiyang asked. Yu nodded, gesturing toward the vegetables piled in the corner that had yet to be processed. "First, wash the vegetables, will you?" Qiyang rolled up his sleeves. "I'm not completely useless, you know." Yu cleared his throat and glanced at Yuku, who was focused on her task, completely unaware that Qiyang was speaking to her. Yuku had expressed disdain for the pampered offspring of class 12 of senior year 3, but this did not apply to Qiyang. He picked up the outermost vegetables and moved to the adjacent sink to wash them. Thankfully, the kitchen was spacious enough to accommodate all the sinks he needed. Yu softly acknowledged this with a hum. Qiyang was somewhat surprised, never expecting Yu to go to such lengths for Yuku. If Yupeng held any affection for this son, he would have surely left something for him. However, if Yupeng were even a tad cruel, they would receive nothing. Qiyang wanted to commend Yu for his fortitude, but then he recalled that the longest lived amongst them could only last another decade, and fell silent. Yu and Yuka's assets should be sufficient. When life is at stake, who still cares about money? Yuka quickly washed the entire set of pots and pans she had purchased, continuing with some vegetables. Yu asked her, "Are you tired? If so, you can take a break." Yuka shook her head and smiled at him. "I'm not tired. In the past, I often went days and nights without sleep while escaping. This is nothing." Yu pressed his lips together, and Qiyang remained silent. Yuka then asked, "Brother, what dishes are you planning to make?" Yu turned to rummage through the remaining ingredients and soon had an idea. "Let us prepare spicy prawns, boiled pork slices, cola chicken wings, braised fish, stir-fried garlic stalks with meat, and a few vegetable dishes." Qiyang was genuinely astonished. "You can cook all that?" Yu chuckled, it's a piece of cake. With that, he tossed all the vegetables to Qiyang for washing, while he took the struggling fish from the floor, knocked it unconscious, and began to scale it. Meanwhile, Yuku grabbed a pair of scissors to deal with the lively shrimp in the bag. By the time they had processed all the ingredients, over 40 minutes had passed. The bustling sounds outside had ceased. The pampered offspring of Class 12 of Senior Year 3 lay sprawled, utterly drained. Especially Ning Wanfang and Yushu, who had done the bulk of the heavy lifting that day. While Yushu gazed at her hands, now roughened within just a day, feeling a pang of sorrow. Tomorrow? I'm sure my whole body will ache. Ning Wanfang was not faring much better. If those boys weren't so useless, would we have to do this? As she spoke, she scanned the crowd. Her gaze landing on Sunwei and Changfeng. One was a school bully, and the other the sports representative. Who would have thought they would turn out to be so inept? Chapter 52. Yu, the work is done. You may pay us now. Sunwei and Changfeng, having been scorned, had become the two with the least work to do after sweeping the floor. They began to slack off, exchanging glances. They realized that if they stayed any longer, they would face even more disdain. Just as they were about to leave, they heard an elder sitting nearby sighing while shaking his fan. Directing you all is truly exhausting. I wouldn't be this tired if I did it myself. Sunwei Changfeng. Feeling utterly humiliated, the two hurriedly fled, seeking refuge in a vacant room. They could have helped in the kitchen, but they would merely be a hindrance and would likely hear another round of scolding. When had these young masters ever endured such indignities? Yet today they had no outlet for their frustrations, feeling utterly powerless. Once the ingredients were prepared, Yu swiftly began cooking. Thankfully, there were plenty of pots. And with ample steaming, boiling, and frying equipment Yuku had bought, he managed to multitask efficiently. By the time the dishes were served, the pampered students of Class 12 of Senior Year 3 were ravenous, their stomachs growling in anticipation. They rushed to take their seats at the dining table, gazing at Yu as if waiting for a meal like hungry little kittens and puppies. As soon as Yu gave the signal, they dove into their food. Just then, Sunwei and Changfeng, having heard the commotion, stealthily emerged from their hiding spot, finding an inconspicuous corner to start eating, trying their utmost to remain unnoticed. Even the elder cheerfully sought a spot to snag a meal before departing. The day's main contributor, Ning Wanfang, had completely shed her image as a wealthy young lady. As she devoured her meal, she called out to Yu, this is all you. If anyone dares to call me again for such labor, I assure you I will not go. Yu smiled. Thank you for your hard work today. I appreciate it. While others claimed it had not been arduous, their eyes frequently darted to the neatly organized house they had tidied. A feeling of indescribable satisfaction swelling within them. They felt fulfilled and accomplished. Their parents often accused them of being spoiled, but were they really? Look at this vast house. They had tidied it up piece by piece with their own hands. Yuka sat beside Yu, sipping juice as she listened to their banter. Brother, your cooking skills are impressive. This is delicious. You could easily work as a chef in a 5-star hotel. Yu nodded with a smile. My culinary skills are indeed excellent. Everyone. Though there was truth in his words, a bit of humility wouldn't hurt. Yuku wholeheartedly agreed. Yu has always been a great cook. Whenever I feel down, he prepares delicious meals for me. Yu turned to Yuku. Don't just drink juice. You've worked hard today, eat more vegetables, and after you finish, take some time to rest. Yuku nodded. The atmosphere at the dining table was vibrant and lively. Class 12 of Senior Year 3 had never felt so harmonious. Yuku glanced at the elder still seated quietly at the side. Tugging at Yu's sleeve, she quietly shared the details of her deal with him. Yu, not wishing to be impolite to the students of Class 12 of Senior Year 3, promptly instructed everyone to change into their proper attire. The boys were easy to manage, but many of the girls had arrived in formal dresses, going out without makeup or hairstyling in a gown. Would they still have any dignity left? After calling the drivers to bring over their clothes, a group began to swarm Yu, with unwavering confidence, not only ignored their provocations but also shared a payment code in the group. Each person, please transfer 200 quickly. The crowd. Even this group of second-generation rich kids from Class 12 of Senior Year was driven to the brink of exasperation by Yu's brazen antics. Wait, we're here to help you out. And now you want us to pay you? Yu, have you lost your mind or have we? Exactly who behaves like this? Yugu, let us talk sense. Damn it, the Yu family should not be entrusted to you, Xiao. It ought to be handed over to you. You, this miserly skinflint, will undoubtedly lead the Yu family to soar beyond earth. Soon the entire universe will bear your name. Yu cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, revealing a knowing smile. These clothes are free. My sister Yuku and I moved out from the Yu family, and every penny counts. Even the landlord has no surplus grain. Moreover, don't act as if you've come solely to assist me. Cut the nonsense and transfer the money promptly. After saying this, he discreetly glanced at Yuku, indicating that they were clearly here for her. I'm merely providing you with an opportunity to shine. You're not losing out at all, understand? Look, Yuku has spent the entire day contemplating how to deal with you. This is all due to his efforts. The second-generation rich kids. They were so infuriated that their heads throbbed, unsure of what to say. While they genuinely wished to bridge the gap with Yuku, they had indeed done their fair share of work. The elder sitting aside nearly burst into laughter. He had thought this group of young masters and misses had some sense of propriety, but he never expected one of them to be so shameless. To demand labor while expecting payment from others. He had never witnessed such audacity in his lifetime. What astonished him even more was that each of those young masters and misses, though clearly infuriated, still promptly pulled out their phones to transfer the money. The elder thought the world had become surreal. This group. Are they really sane? If someone dared to exploit him like this, he would surely go at them with a stick unless age had mellowed his temperament. In his youth, he would have made sure to exact a severe reckoning. This bunch of cowards ought to have a proper discussion with him. The elder, feeling anxious while observing, noticed that this useless lot was transferring money even faster. The elder. He turned away, fearing he might die of indignation. Wealth indeed breeds caprice. He too wished to indulge in such extravagance. Pei Yan, about to transfer money to Yu, found his phone restrained by Yu. Pei Yan? Yu replied, "There's no need for you to transfer it." As the day drew to a close and the most arduous moments had passed, Sun Wei, who believed his tribulations had ended, straightened up and glared at Yu. Why does he not have to transfer? Yu cast a bland glance at Sun Wei, his words nearly choking him. Can you even compare with him? Sun Wei. Pei Yan lowered his head, his ears, hidden beneath his hair, turning crimson. He shifted to the left, quietly distancing himself from Yu Qiang, who observed all this, clicked his tongue in realization. He had never noticed before. If it weren't for Yuka's heartfelt confession about Pei Yan's feelings for Yu, he would have remained oblivious. Upon reflection, it certainly seemed true. But why was Pei Yan avoiding it? If you like him, just go for it. Life is already fleeting. If you don't act now, you'll regret it for a lifetime. With this thought, Chiang paused for a moment, his gaze darkening. Their lives were indeed short. Who knows if death would arrive tomorrow or the day after? With an uncertain future, why must he stubbornly pursue her? Thankfully, she hadn't. He agreed. It was better to have it end like this. Chapter 53. I enjoy simple yet heartwarming stories. Sun Wei was indignant, yet he swiftly transferred the money, even adding an extra 100. He glared at Yu, saying with malice, "Here's a little extra. Don't starve to death outside one day." Yu effortlessly accepted the payment, not forgetting to jab back. That's not your concern. I believe even if I starve, I will outlast you. Sun Wei. Yu's sharp retort left Sun Wei speechless, and he retreated to a corner to sulk. Yuku, however, was indifferent to their squabbling and went off in search of the small sofa gifted by the developer. Unsure of where it had been stowed, after searching for a while, she discovered that the sofa had been unceremoniously shoved into the storage room by the second-generation rich kids as if it were garbage. Yuku. She called the elder over, and together they retrieved the sofa from the storage room. Yuku asked him, "Do you want this sofa? If you do, take it." The elder immediately grew cautious. "Does it cost anything?" Yuku. No need. The elder instantly beamed. "You and your brother are such good children. I have never seen better. Yuku. She was not oblivious to the way he had looked at Yu with the countenance of a greedy capitalist. Finally settling down, Yuku let out a long sigh of relief and began tidying up the dining area. After washing his hands, Yu joined her in cleaning. Not accustomed to so many people? Yuku nodded. A little. Then let us not invite them next time. Yuku looked at Yu. Brother, invite them if you want. I'm fine with it. Yu gazed at Yuku and playfully tapped her on the head. Yuku, incredulous, exclaimed, "Why did you hit me? I didn't say anything. You deserve it." Yuku. Yu chuckled softly, pulling her hand down to inspect her forehead, which wasn't even red, and found her expression pitiful. Yu softened his tone. "Yuku, this is also your home. If you don't want them here, you can completely refuse them entry, understand?" Yuku nodded. Understood. Observing her obedient demeanor, Yu sighed silently. "Fine, we'll take it slow." They tidied up the dining area and then went to wash the dishes. While washing, Yu gritted his teeth. We should have made them wash the dishes before they left. Yu. By the time they finished cleaning the kitchen, it was already past 8 in the evening. Yu intended to head to the study but paused after taking a couple of steps, glancing at Yuku. "Do you want to go to the study?" Yuka's eyes lit up, and she hurried to follow him. At the Yu residence, Yu had a small study partitioned off in his room. and no one was allowed to enter, and no one knew what he did in there. However, Yuku, having lived through so many lifetimes, knew Yu like the back of her hand. How could she not be aware of his secret? Yu enjoyed reading comics and drawing them as well. He had started drawing in the first year of junior high. His first serialized comic had achieved decent success, although it was a children's book with a limited readership and only gained popularity in a small circle. Later, he released 2 motivational comics for children, and after accumulating a certain fan base, he boldly transitioned to creating youth-oriented action comics with a broader audience. It must be said that Yu indeed possessed a degree of talent. While his comics were still ongoing, he received numerous offers for adaptations. Those who recognized the potential of his work were eager to secure the rights. However, Yu had yet to decide whether to sell. He had kept his pseudonym tightly under wraps. Only one agent was aware of it. After all, he was too young to sign contracts when he started drawing, and didn't he want his family to find out? So he sought out an agent himself. When Yu asked Yuku if she wanted to go to the study, the implication was quite clear. Is Yu about to reveal his hidden identity to me? Excited, Yuku followed closely behind him. While Yu rubbed his forehead, unsure of how he and Yuku had interacted in their many past lives. However, in this lifetime, if it weren't for being able to hear Yuku's thoughts, he didn't intend to reveal it to her in the short term. It was simply too embarrassing. Just like a novelist who would want those around them to know they were writing, they would rather keep their identity concealed, wishing no one to uncover it. Even if they had become a great author, Yu did not want anyone to know his identity. Beyond embarrassment, he feared that someone would come to him in real life demanding updates or wanting to discuss the plot. That would be suffocating. Once inside the study, it was filled with Yu's books, with over 2,000 volumes, at least 9/10 of which were comic books. The remaining 10th consisted of professional books on how to draw comics. However, these were disguised with different covers, so anyone glancing at them would assume they were merely comic books, blending in seamlessly with the others. After entering the room, Yu took some paper and sat at the desk, remaining still for a long while. Yuku inquired, "Brother, what are you going to do? Is he brainstorming a new plot?" Yu helplessly raised his head to gaze at the girl before him, who clearly knew yet pretended not to. "I'm thinking about the plot." Yuku, perplexed, asked, "What plot?" Yu sighed, his thoughts racing, and suddenly asked her, "Did you used to read comics?" Yuku nodded, "I did. But not much. I watched more animations." "What genres?" Yuku replied without hesitation, "A bit of everything." More specifically, Yuku thought for a moment. Little Tiger Returns Home, Doraemon, Pigsy Comes from Heaven, Adventures of the Little Carp, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, The Eumarin Blooming on the Hillside, Spirited Away, quite afew. That is indeed quite eclectic. Yu pressed his lips together and asked, "If you were to write a story, what kind of story would you want to write?" Yuku instantly grasped his intention. "Is Yu seeking my creative input?" A smile crept into her eyes. "If it were me writing, I might craft some simple yet heartwarming tales. Yu. Be more specific. Yuku pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it is the florist's meticulous care for the flowers and the delightful conversations with customers that make it special. Of course, it could also be the amusing incidents that occur within a family. I have a fondness for such seemingly mundane yet heartwarming tales." Chapter 54. Could you help me devise a plot? Yu understood why Yuku favored simpler stories. After a brief reflection, he gazed at Yuku and suddenly inquired, "I wish to create a comic, yet I have yet to settle on a theme or a concrete idea. Would you assist me in brainstorming one?" Yuku was taken aback, momentarily forgetting that she was still unaware of Yu's comic endeavors. With a look of astonishment, she exclaimed, "Brother, you can draw comics?" Yu replied, "Yes, I have dabbled a bit." Yuku, overwhelmed, responded, "How impressive! You never mentioned this before. When did you start drawing? What have you created? I must see it now." Yu stammered, feeling suffocated by the situation, and awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You can find it online. My pen name is Puyuan. You can search for it when you go to bed later." Although he had long known that Yuku was well aware of his little secret, it was nonetheless the first time he had mentioned his alter ego to anyone face to face, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing, especially since Yuku was fully aware of the situation. Yet he had to awkwardly pretend otherwise. This realization only heightened his discomfort. Delighted to witness Yu's embarrassment, Yuku thought to herself, "Look at how mortified he is, wishing he could vanish into thin air. He really is a bit shy." Yu's face reddened further, and he cleared his throat to interrupt Yuku's train of thought. "So, based on your perspective, could you help me devise a plot?" Yuku resolutely shook her head. "Not really. Yu, puzzled, responded, "Why?" Seeing the confusion in Yu's eyes, Yuku straightened her posture and stated with conviction, "Since you have already drawn comics, your fans must be familiar with your style. Each artist has a unique approach, and my style may not suit you." Fans come to you for your work, and if they find a significant disparity in your new creations, they might question whether it is truly the same artist. This could lead to disappointment and make them wonder if you have lost your creative touch and resorted to seeking help from others. From any angle, I believe this is something you must accomplish on your own. While she spoke with authority, Yuka's mind was already filled with doubts. In all the lives I have lived, you have never told me about your comic drawing nor your pen name. Yet this time, you not only revealed everything but even asked me for help in brainstorming. Yuku observed you quietly, unsure of what had transpired with him, and why he had undergone such a transformation. However, in this rebirth, everything seemed shrouded in mystery. Why Yu felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze and dared not shift his eyes away to why Yuku had always trusted him. Although she had experienced doubts before, they were directed towards others, never towards him. This allowed Yu to let his guard down, unwittingly treating her like the quiet, obedient sister she once was. He believed Yuku would not suspect him. At least not in the near future. Why Yu took a quiet breath to steady himself. The conversation had reached this point, and any further discussion could prove detrimental. He hesitated to ponder how to navigate this situation gracefully and continued speaking in accordance with his previous habits. He gently ruffled Yuka's hair, smiling warmly. It doesn't matter, I haven't drawn comics in quite some time. My former pen name was registered under someone else's identity. Now that I have come of age, I intend to create a new account using my own ID. Therefore style is irrelevant. Is that so? Yuka smiled. But you can't expect me to write for every single one of your future works. So brother, you should handle this yourself. Additionally, she felt she lacked expertise in this area and was unfamiliar with the market. If you follow my line of thought, it would surely be a futile endeavor. Yu was the only person in this world who treated her kindly, and she did not wish to doubt him. Yet now she found herself compelled to reconsider and reflect on the myriad changes since her rebirth. Previously, we moved out of the Yu family home around half a month before the college entrance examination. We have never moved out this early before. Yu Xiu, Yu Xian, Yu Qingzi. Yuka sensed that many events seemed to have broken free from their constraints, evolving into a peculiarly strange state. Yet, when viewed holistically, it appeared that the plot had not diverged significantly. Sunwei had narrowly escaped a calamity but would still meet his fate within a week. Li Mo's sudden decision to go abroad occurred earlier than in any previous lifetime. The most perplexing aspect was the drastic changes in this group of people. Why Yu could not allow Yuku to delve deeper into her thoughts. If she continued contemplating, she might indeed uncover the truth, and everyone would face dire consequences. He feigned a look of disappointment and said, "Since you are unwilling to assist, then I shall ponder it alone." Yuka composed herself, her smile genuine this time. "That's more like it. Take your time to think and I will go check out the comics you drew before." Yu nodded, watching Yuka leave the study. The weight that had been pressing on his heart finally easing slightly. He slapped his cheeks, feeling the heaviness of his emotions. Her room, which Yu had decorated, was themed in soft green hues. The interplay of green and white created a harmonious atmosphere, complemented by other subtle colors, presenting a refreshing and elegant ambience. Yuka lay on her bed, burying her head in the covers, inhaling the faint, pleasant fragrance wafting around her. She glanced at her phone to check the time but refrained from looking up Yu's comics. Out of curiosity, she had already read his comics countless times, nearly memorizing them. If asked to devise a plot in his style, she could easily conceive several distinct stories with her eyes closed. However, Yuku was unwilling to do so. It was Yu's passion, and he was a person of meticulous planning, accustomed to preparing everything in advance and executing it step by step. She did not wish to disrupt that process. Moreover, she had little interest in such matters. She had barely read a handful of comics, so how could she possibly want to write scripts for them? After lying down for a while, she turned onto her back, gazing at the lamp hanging from the ceiling. It had only been 4 or 5 days since her rebirth, yet everyone she encountered seemed different from before. Yuka closed her eyes, seeking to empty her mind, allowing her thoughts to drift into a blank void. Upon opening her eyes again, she still could not discern whether these changes were the result of human influence or if the very fabric of the novel's world had shifted. Chapter 55. Are you Yuku? Yuka found herself perplexed and, after a long day, lay in bed, gradually succumbing to sleep, where she entered a peculiar dream. The dream was shrouded in thick fog. The light dim, she felt as though her feet were burdened with lead as she slowly trudged in a singular direction. There was no one around, and she could not see the path beneath her feet, stumbling along until exhaustion compelled her to stop and rest. Her hair and clothing were dampened by the mist, making her feel as if she had just been pulled from the water, droplets cascading from her attire. After a brief pause, she ventured forth once more. Yuka sensed a foggy haze clouding her mind, rendering her thoughts muddled. She could not remember anything. She did not even know who she was. why she was there, or whom she sought. She merely continued to walk until, after a considerable distance, she spotted a vague figure obscured in the mist. Indiscernible in gender. Yuko halted, staring intently at the silhouette. It seemed the figure was also observing her. Unable to discern the person's features through the dense fog, she could only infer from the blurred outline that it was a human. Yet, she had an instinctive feeling that the figure was gazing back at her through the mist. They regarded one another. Yuko took a step forward, inching closer until she stood before the figure. Although they were merely 2 steps apart, she could not see the person's face. Yuko opened her mouth, producing a parched sound from her throat. The voice seemed to be obstructed by the fog, echoing as if it had emerged from beneath the water. Losing clarity by the time it reached her ears, she was unaware of her own thoughts, feeling as though she had lost control. With vacant eyes she asked, "Are you Yuko?" The moment the words left her lips, a tempest arose, and the fog coalesced into water, crashing down upon her. The water surged, rising gradually over her calves, abdomen, neck, lips until it engulfed her completely. The air in her lungs was rapidly compressed and soon depleted, prompting Yuko to cover her mouth and struggle painfully to resurface. She swam with all her might, but the surface felt impossibly distant, no matter how hard she tried. Just as she was on the brink of suffocation, a hand seized her, pulling her from the depths. Yuko gasped for air, and once she regained her breath, she looked at the girl before her. With the fog no longer obscuring her view, she could see the girl's features clearly. The girl had long pink hair, dressed in a cropped white t-shirt paired with ultra-short shorts. Gazing serenely at the sun rising over the horizon, her demeanor was tranquil, a smile gracing her face as the gentle breeze tousled her hair, causing it to dance in the wind. The pair of eyes reflecting the morning sun shimmered with brilliance. She possessed an exquisite beauty, yet she was not the Yuko she believed herself to be. Yuko pressed her lips together and turned her gaze towards the rising sun. Half of the sun was concealed beneath the horizon, while the other half had emerged, casting a complete silhouette upon the water's surface. The sounds of the wind and the gentle lapping of the sea filled the air as Yuko gazed on. Her heart gradually found tranquility. It seemed as though it had been an eternity since she had felt such peace. When the sun finally ascended, leaping above the horizon, the girl beside her turned to face her. "Yuko," she said, her voice soft and melodic, her face adorned with a radiant smile. The sun shone behind her, yet it paled in comparison to the brilliance of her smile. Yuko looked at her and softly inquired, "Who are you, me?" She laughed lightly. "I am your most trusted friend." Yuko remained silent, merely observing her. The girl, unfazed by her thoughts, gently patted her head and leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Yuko." Her lips moved as if she were saying a multitude of things, but Yuko strained to listen and could hear nothing. She gazed at the girl in confusion, who gradually fell silent under her bewildered stare, and the once bright eyes dimmed after a prolonged moment. The girl let out a bitter laugh, a tear rolling down her cheek. Suddenly, she reached out and forcefully pushed Yuko. Yuko stumbled backward, crashing into the Esiata in that fleeting instant of falling. She caught a glimpse of the girl watching her, her gaze obscured by the shimmering reflections on the water. She stood there, motionless. The sea reclaimed Yuko, and as she held her nose and looked back at the girl through the water, she saw a beam of light seemingly acting as a barrier on the surface. Through that barrier, it felt as though she glimpsed a realm between the illusory and the real, and abruptly, she sat up in bed. Looking around, she found herself on a soft, large bed in a silent room. Light streamed through the window, revealing a sky heavy with clouds, as rain was blown into the room, dampening the white carpet beneath a chair. Yuko hurriedly jumped out of bed and rushed to the window to shut it. Glancing at the carpet, she stepped onto it barefoot, squishing water beneath her feet. Last night's rain had been quite heavy. She recalled that peculiar dream, a dream saturated with water. Yuko had never experienced such an odd dream before. And that girl in the dream who claimed to be her friend, she had no idea who she was. After rummaging through her memory, she confirmed she had never encountered her. Yet, Yuko sensed that the girl had something significant to convey, but for some reason, she could not hear it. Pondering this left her in a state of confusion. When Yuko got up, he found her looking glumly as she carried a mop to dry it, blinking in curiosity as he followed her and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Yuko turned to him, her gaze sharp and resolute. Yuko inquired cautiously, "What happened? Who upset you? What's wrong?" Yuko asked gingerly. Yuko took a deep breath and in a serious tone declared, "Starting today I am going to learn lip reading." After a brief pause she emphasized, "No one is to stop me." With that, she turned and walked away, mop in hand. Yuko, perplexed, asked, why the sudden interest in lip reading. However, he had never seen such a look on Yuko's face before and couldn't help but chuckle as he turned to prepare breakfast. When Yuko finished breakfast and came out, He was astonished to find Yuku intently sitting on the sofa with a tablet, diligently attending a class. Not only was she listening, but she was also taking notes. With numerous entries already written down, Yu was left speechless. He placed the breakfast beside her and tapped the table. Eat your breakfast first. Then you can continue. Yuku casually picked up a piece of sandwich and took a bite. Her eyes never leaving the tablet, Yu could only watch in disbelief. Chapter 56. Confrontation between Yuya and Yuku. The hospital was permeated with the sharp scent of disinfectant. An odor that clung stubbornly to the air. Yuya lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Alone in the hospital for 2 days. Aside from occasional visits from Song Jinghe and Yu Peng, no one else had come to see her. It seemed as though Yu Xiao, Yu Xian, and Yu Qingzi had all but forgotten her. Yuya did not scream or throw a tantrum to summon them. She quietly ate her meals and patiently allowed the doctor to change her dressings and examine her wounds. In just a few short days, she seemed to have transformed into a different person. The laughter that once came easily had faded, and her words had become scarce. Even when Song Jinghe and Yu Peng visited, she merely listened, mostly silent. Many from class 1 of the senior year also came to see her. Even Shunju paid a few visits, always staying for long stretches, attempting to tell jokes to lift her spirits. Yet, Yuya found no joy in their company. Instead, she felt a mounting irritation, wishing to send them all away and be left alone. After lying on the bed for what felt like ages, Yuya reached for her phone and opened WeChat, ignoring the countless messages of concern from friends. She scrolled through her contacts until her finger landed on Yuku. Pausing to open their chat interface, her finger hovered over the text box for an extended moment, as if contemplating what to say, or perhaps simply hesitating to reach out to Yuku. After much internal conflict, she bit her lip and ultimately set the phone down. After lying there for another hour, Yuya picked up her phone again, inhaled deeply, and resolutely sent a message to Yuku. I want to talk to you. Yuya stared at the red exclamation mark, gritting her teeth as she chose to add her as a friend. The verification message read, I know it was you who laid hands on me. I'm not here to cause trouble, I just want to talk. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no response to why Yuku had ignored her. Yuya glared at her phone. Growing increasingly frustrated, she hadn't expected Yuku to be so childish. Was she really going to play such games at her age? Unwilling to give up, she sent another message, her tone considerably more forceful. What's there to feel wronged about? Hurry up and accept my request. I really need to talk. Yuya laughed in exasperation. Yuku, how immature. I advise you to accept my request quickly, or when I get out of here I'll make sure to deal with you. Yuku, you're hundreds of years old. Don't you think it's inappropriate to behave so childishly? The next instant the verification request was approved, and she had successfully added Yuki. Yuya clenched her teeth. Human nature is fundamentally base. If you refuse to speak properly, then what good are you? Seeing her agitated, Yuya found herself oddly calm. It's not that interesting. I was just joking. Oh, by the way, I want to eat the steamed dumplings from that place on Yangzhou Road. Bring me a portion when you come. I need to replenish my strength. And I'm going to take a nap. So don't disturb me if I don't sleep well. My leg won't heal properly from your attack. After sending the message, Yuya turned off her phone, feeling slightly better. She smiled, noticing that Yuku had sent her several messages, causing her phone to buzz incessantly, which was quite bothersome. After glancing at a few messages, she opened Yuku's profile and blocked her. Yuya felt a sense of satisfaction. Truth be told, she was rather eager to witness Yuku's reaction. It would surely be quite entertaining. Unfortunately, Yuku was not there. Glancing at the time, Yuya estimated that it wouldn't be long before Yuku stormed into the hospital. She pulled the blanket over herself and attempted to sleep, though the pain in her leg made it difficult to find rest. After enduring the most challenging moments, she finally felt drowsy, just as she was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The door was violently flung open, crashing against the wall with a noise that startled Yuya awake. She blinked in shock at the entrance, where Yuka stood. Her expression dark enough to drip water. A stark contrast to the obedient demeanor she had displayed in front of Yuya. Yuka loomed at the door like a harbinger of doom, her dark eyes fixed intently on Yuya. Brimming with murderous intent and a chilling aura, Yuya propped herself up and glanced at Yuku. Then at her empty hands displeased, she pouted, What about the steamed dumplings I asked you to bring? Yuku's gaze remained locked on Yuya as she firmly shut the hospital door, locking it behind her, and approached the bed, her expression grim and her fists clenched. What did Yuya mean by her earlier message? Did she know something? Was she aware that Yuku could be reborn infinitely? Yuku had never considered that Yuya could uncover her secret, let alone think that it might one day be exposed. Such an absurdity was unbelievable. Even if she spoke of it, no one would believe her. Yet, it seemed that Yuya genuinely knew. How did she find out? Could it be that Yuya had also experienced rebirth? The silence in the hospital room was unnerving, with only the sound of Yuku's footsteps echoing ominously. Seeing the murderous glare from Yuku, Yuya furrowed her brow, feigning indifference as she rolled her eyes in irritation. Yuku, I told you I need to take a nap. She gestured to her leg. Napping, do you understand? Yuku did not comprehend. She had reached the edge of Yuya's bed, the distance between them less than half a meter. Yuku could easily reach out and grasp her. Facing Yuku's lethal gaze, Yuya slowly sat up. The simple motion drained her of color, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Yet she remained silent at why Yuku's eyes bore into her. Devoid of the usual pretense of gentleness, she leaned closer, locking eyes with Yuya, her voice low and deliberate as she asked, "What do you know?" Yuya met her gaze, fully aware that Yuku was genuinely intent on killing her. Even if it meant exposing her secret, she was determined to eliminate her. Upon witnessing the murderous intent igniting in Yuka's eyes and catching sight of the hand that had already ascended to her neck, intent on choking the life out of her, Yuya slowly curved her lips into a smile. "What do you know?" She chuckled softly, suddenly reaching out to hook her arm around Yuka's neck, forcefully pulling downwards until their faces were nearly touching. Instead of feeling fear at the murderous glare directed at her, an inexplicable sense of enjoyment washed over her. Why Yuya even began to think that she had become somewhat deranged. With one hand still wrapped around Yuka's neck, the other pressed firmly against Yuka's restless hand, her tone laced with mockery. "What do you know?" "I know nothing at all. I only know that you are an utterly useless waste." Chapter 57. I have told you, I am Yuya. Upon hearing Yuya's words, the murderous intent in Yuka's eyes intensified so. Yuya was indeed aware that she could be reborn infinitely. She even understood that in each of her lives, she had met a tragic end. Was this why she dared to speak so brazenly before her? Did Yuya realize that in countless lifetimes, she had met her demise at Yuka's hands more than half the time? Did Yuya truly believe that Yuku would hesitate to kill her? A smirk tugged at the corners of Yuka's lips. Her interest piqued. "Well, I do acknowledge my shortcomings, but do you dare to guess what this so-called waste of yours is?" She spoke. Her gaze drifted downward, her hand glided along the contour of Yuya's ear, sliding down gradually to her slender neck, her fingertips gently prodding before coming to a halt. Why Yuka raised her eyes to Yuya, a radiant and obedient smile blooming on her face. "Do you dare to make a move here and kill me?" As her words fell, her icy hand began to tighten around Yuya's neck, the sensation of suffocation enveloping her, compressing the air within her lungs. While Yuya tilted her head back to gaze at Yuku, and instead of attempting to pry her hand away, she began to laugh with great difficulty. She managed to force the words from her throat. "Of course you dare to kill me, Yuku. Others may not understand you, but I certainly do. You are nothing short of a madwoman. For you, killing is easier than slaying a chicken. But unfortunately for you, I am as well." Why Yuya was beginning to struggle for breath. Yet her smile only blossomed further. She released her grip on Yuka's neck, letting her hands fall to her sides, tilting her head back, allowing that grip to tighten, as if it were intent on snapping her neck. "Yuku, how about we make a wager?" The smile at the corners of Yuya's mouth deepened. "I bet my life against yours, that you do not dare to kill me." Upon hearing her words, Yuka laughed, though her eyes held no mirth. "Oh really? Such confidence?" "Indeed." Yuya closed her eyes briefly, the sensation of being unable to breathe becoming increasingly uncomfortable. After a moment, she continued, "Yuku, there is no one in this world who understands you better than I do, who knows the kind of person you are. Therefore, I wager that you do not have the courage to kill me. At least, not before you comprehend why I possess such knowledge, such certainty." Yuka's other hand also clamped down on Yuya's neck. A hint of madness began to seep into her gaze, and the smile at the corner of her mouth widened ominously. In that instant, she seemed to transform into a demon delighting in the act of murder. Leaning closer, Yuka whispered regretfully into Yuya's ear, "What a pity. You guessed wrong, you have lost, so now you may quietly await your demise." With that, without giving Yuya a chance to utter another word, Yuka's hands tightened mercilessly, leaving no room for reprieve. The sensation of suffocation surged as all air was stripped away, causing Yuya's complexion to turn a ghastly shade of purple. Instinctively, she reached up to pry Yuka's hands away, but her remaining rationality forced her down. Death loomed ever closer, and Yuya felt as if she would perish at Yuka's hands in the next heartbeat. The intent to kill was genuine, devoid of mercy. Why Yuka's expression morphed into one of madness. The exhilaration that came from killing was enough to rob her of her sanity. If there were any reason left in Yuku, she would never kill Yuya, but devoid of reason, anything could happen. Why Yuya shut her eyes, embracing the impending death as she silently counted down in her mind. 5, 4 3 2 1 each second felt interminable, as if it spanned a century to one who fears death. Every moment is an agonizing ordeal. Yuya, however, was not afraid of death. She felt its approach, a grim smile adorning her lips as she seemed to relish the process. It was as if she could see the vast expanse of the starry sky, the bustling streets and the flurry of people weaving through every corner of the city. The world was indeed vast and cacophonous, and this was Yuya's final thought. She slowly closed her eyes. Yet in the next moment, that suffocating sensation ebbed away like a receding tide. As Yuka released her grip, Yuya gasped violently, her eyes flying open as she coughed. Yuka regarded Yuya with a chilling gaze, her expression dark and foreboding. Though she was loath to admit it, Yuya was indeed correct this time. She dared not kill her before unraveling the truth of the matter. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Yuya finally caught her breath. Panting heavily, she turned to Yuku, pointing at the marks left on her neck by Yuka's grip, her expression tinged with regret. You should have applied more pressure, and simply choked me to death. Yuka scrutinized Yuya, not missing a single change in her expression yet. No matter how closely she observed, there was no hint of abnormality. Yuya appeared to genuinely lament her sudden withdrawal. Yuku fell silent, her gaze fixed on her for a moment before she suddenly stated, "You are not Yuya." Huh? A disjointed statement, yet Yuya comprehended it. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she laughed in disbelief. "You nearly killed me just now, and now you claim I am not Yuya. Yuku, are you out of your mind? If you suspect I am not Yuya, then why attempt to kill me? Isn't that a bit redundant? Or do you think you can intimidate me?" Yuka's gaze remained somber and unwavering, her silence profound in terms of her speech, demeanor and actions. There was not a trace of Yuya's essence. Even if she had been reborn with past memories, a person's true nature remains unchanged. Why Yuya could never transform into someone entirely different due to rebirth. If she were truly Yuya, she would maintain her distance from Yuka rather than approach her, intentionally luring her into this confrontation. Observing the expression in Yuka's eyes, Yuya took a deep breath and patted the edge of the bed. "Sit down. I do not enjoy speaking to someone while looking up at them." Why Yuka remained unmoved. Growing impatient, Yuya reached out and tugged her, bringing her to sit at the edge of the bed. Yuya looked at Yuku, who was radiating wariness, her gaze fierce. Satisfied, Yuya nodded, coughed twice due to her discomfort, and smiled. "It truly feels more authentic this way. You have been acting like a fool around you all day. This is not at all like you. If it weren't for necessity, I would have longed to beat you senseless." Why Yuka's eyes glinted ominously. "Who are you really? Me?" Yuya rubbed her neck, waiting for her throat to feel somewhat better. She curled her uninjured leg beneath her, resting her chin on her knee while gazing intently at Yuku, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "I am Yuya, can't you tell?" Yuka's expression darkened further, her gaze growing increasingly vigilant. "You are not like Yuya. She is not as you are." Seeing the change in her expression, Yuya's smile widened, her eyes narrowing with mirth as she inquired, "Then how should she be?" When Yuka fell silent again, Yuya took the initiative. "A pure and innocent flower? A green tea bitch? A whore? A fraud? A white lotus?" Yuku pressed her lips tightly together. Why Yuya burst into laughter, resting her head on her arm, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Once she had laughed to her heart's content, she straightened up, wiping away the tears of mirth from her eyes. "It seems your impression of her is indeed quite accurate." The smile on Yuya's face dimmed slightly. "She is truly a whore, a despicable one." Why Yuka frowned slightly. She was not inclined to listen to such ambiguous remarks and reiterated her previous question. "Who are you? Really?" Yuya faced her. "I have already told you, I am Yuya." Chapter 58. "I know far more about the despair of this world than you do." Why Yuka's gaze once again turned frigid. "If you continue to speak in riddles, I will undoubtedly kill you right now." Noting the seriousness in her expression, Yuya chuckled lightly, gradually reining in her demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her gaze back to Yuku and asked, "Do you remember how many times you have been reborn?" As expected, Yuku was aware. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the rising irritation within her, and shook her head. 127 times. Why Yuya replied, "I remember." Though she had anticipated that Yuya would also be reborn, retaining memories from previous lives, Yuku had not expected her to be so acutely aware of the number of her own rebirths. A sudden hypothesis flared in her mind, and Yuka's grip tightened. Even her breathing becoming erratic, she hesitated to delve further. The thought of Yuya sharing her fate, reborn infinitely, was too daunting to contemplate. If Yuya were also trapped in this cycle, why had she never slipped up? Was her concealment truly that flawless? How could she remain so composed in the face of her would-be murderer? If she had been hiding all along, then why had she suddenly chosen to reveal the truth this time? Yuya recognized that Yuka's emotions were undoubtedly complex, perhaps even difficult to accept. Yet she remained indifferent to Yuka's thoughts and pressed on with another question. Do you remember how many times you have killed me? Yuka met her gaze and shook her head at why Yuya stated. 73 times. As she spoke of her own demise, a hint of melancholy crossed Yuya's features. She looked at Yuku. Her tone tinged with sorrow. Why Yuku exhaled slowly, easing some of the tension in her body, rising from the bed to drag a chair over to sit down. If I do not cause you pain, how could I find any comfort? That is indeed true. Why Yuya offered a bitter smile. If I hadn't let you vent your frustrations, you would have surely gone mad long ago. Yet, I find myself truly wronged. Yuka sneered coldly. Wronged? What grounds do you have for feeling wronged? Yuya shook her head, her expression growing more melancholic. You wouldn't understand. Why Yuku, growing impatient, retorted. If you keep rambling, I won't hesitate to end your life right now. Worst case, I too would die and restart in the next life, where I would seek to kill you all over again. Why Yuya raised her hands in surrender. Alright, I won't ramble any longer. I'll speak. She lowered her hands. The reason I called you here today was to discuss this matter. After a moment of contemplation, she found herself at a loss for words. It took quite a while before she finally looked at Yuku, scrutinizing her expression, and cautiously said, if I were to say that your numerous deaths have nothing to do with me, would you believe it? Yuku regarded her, offering a brief smile that appeared exceedingly innocent. Yuya smiled in return. Why Yuku, with a gentle tone, inquired, what do you think? Don't think you can fool me with the same tricks you used on Yuyu. It's repulsive. Why Yuya rubbed her arms, feeling a chill. It's truly not me. I am equally innocent, you know? Taking a deep breath, Yuya's face turned serious. Can you believe it? The night before, everything was perfectly fine, and then after a single night's sleep, everything changed. Why Yuku observed Yuya, her expression inscrutable, silently watching her with deep-set eyes. Why Yuya lowered her head, a hint of agitation appearing in her brow. My body has been usurped by another, who uses it freely to harm my family while I can only watch helplessly as a mere spectator, powerless to intervene. She has brought ruin to the Yu family, causing countless others to suffer and die because of her. Not only does she feel no remorse, but she also believes that the entire world should yield to her, that everything should revolve around her. She revels in being adored by all, enjoying both career and love. Even in death, it is a death in slumber. As she spoke, Yuya's voice grew fierce. She uses my body to sleep with that scoundrel Shanjua and even bears an illegitimate child. Damn her! Yuya was furious. Yet despite her lengthy tirade, Yuka showed no sign of reaction. Why Yuya turned to look at Yuku. Why Yuku was silently staring at her, her gaze frosty. Why Yuya furrowed her brow. You don't believe me? Should I? Yuka nearly laughed, leaning closer to Yuya, the hatred in her eyes overwhelming, suffocating. Yuya, I have died so many times, endured so much suffering. Why Yuya, do you think your light words can negate all that pain? Even if what you say is true, that those actions were not yours, then who is that person? If you can name her, I might be able to reluctantly believe you upon hearing this, rather than feeling anger. Yuya smiled, her expression brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Yuku. So, you believe someone has invaded my body? Yuku suppressed the rising agitation within her. Are you deaf or simply foolish? Such vulgarity. Why Yuya pouted. I haven't finished speaking. Let me finish before you interject. After a moment of silence, Yuya rubbed her head. I forgot to mention, I can only remain by her side. I cannot go anywhere else. She regarded Yuku, reflecting that in the past, discussing this matter would have led her to a fit of emotion, crying out in helplessness and grievance. Yet now, apart from some annoyance, she felt no emotion at all. With a blank expression, she asked Yuku, do you know how despairing it is to be reborn once more? I had thought everything was over, that I could finally distance myself from that woman. Yet reality made it clear that I must continue to stay by her side, watching her and Shanjua in their romantic entanglements, while others suffer ruin. Why Yuku remained silent, fixated on Yuya, missing no change in her expression. Why Yuya continued, finally, that woman died again, and I thought I could find release. I stood by her, watching her wreak havoc upon this world, yet I could do nothing. I feel as though I am trapped in a bizarre cycle, repeating endlessly. I cannot ascertain how many times I have repeated this. There seems to be no end in sight. I have no expectations left. I cannot break free from this fate, forever remaining in spirit beside that woman, endlessly, without conclusion. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the hospital room falling into an eerie silence. Why Yuka still did not speak. Yuya was unsure if Yuka believed her words. After calming her emotions somewhat, she continued, however, that time seemed different. Just when I thought everything would follow the same trajectory as before, a twist of fate occurred. As I spoke, I looked at Yuku inexplicably. A hint of unutterable emotion laced her voice. Because of your appearance, everything changed, and events no longer unfolded as they once did. I clearly realized, Yuku, that you too have been reborn. I trust my judgment is not mistaken, so Yuku, do not think it is incredible that I too can experience infinite rebirth, that I have long been ensnared in this nightmare of endless rebirth, and I understand far earlier than you just how despairing this world can be. Chapter 59. Do not place all the blame upon me. Yuya's words took Yuku by surprise. She sat there, gazing at Yuya for quite some time, unable to ascertain whether what Yuya claimed was true or not. Why Yuya returned her gaze. They both fell into a silence, the hospital room becoming eerily quiet. Why Yuku finally broke the silence. When did this happen? Be specific. Why Yuya chuckled lightly, asking, when do you think she will voluntarily relinquish her body? Yuku. Yuka stared at Yuya, momentarily at a loss for words. Why Yuya raised her hand. If you wish to apologize, now is the time. Which eye of yours saw me wanting to apologize? It doesn't matter. It's unimportant. Her question. Yuya nearly laughed in anger. Of all people, you have the least right to say that. The first time I watched you lift that massive rock to smash my head, and I held back my fear without uttering a word. I thought being killed by someone would end this absurd cycle, yet I found that it did not end at all. The second time, you tricked that vile woman to the rooftop and pushed her off. She suddenly relinquished her body mid-air. Who am I to complain to? The third and fourth times, I barely had a moment to speak before being left with nothing but fragments. She maintained a serious expression, looking quite grave. Surely you must have had at least one opportunity to speak. Oh, perhaps not. Why Yuya leaned against the headboard, lowering her head to pick at her nails. I got used to dying. It no longer matters. Why Yuku? So you're just giving up? Very well. Yuka gritted her teeth. Why Yuya lifted her head to look at Yuku, her eyes sparkling. But you do bring me a different sense of tension and thrill each time. I find myself looking forward to the next. Why Yuku? How do you plan to kill me this time? Tell me so I can be happy for a moment. Why Yuku? Yuka looked at Yuya, feeling like she had lost her mind, and found Yuya appearing more sane than herself. At least she was struggling to survive. But what of Yuya? She seemed to eagerly await her own demise. So when she had grabbed her earlier, was she genuinely enjoying it? Yuka took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Then what of this time? Is this also because she relinquished her body? Yuya shook her head, her expression becoming more serious. No, she did not relinquish her body. For some unknown reason, she suddenly vanished from within me. The cause is unclear, and the event occurred abruptly. For a moment, both fell into silence as Yuka pondered. A hand suddenly rested upon her shoulder. She looked at Yuya, her gaze icy as she said, "Remove your hand." Why Yuya smiled, not only refusing to withdraw her hand but also leaning closer to Yuku. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, and pain from her leg made her complexion pale. Yet she seemed oblivious, her eyes fixed intently on Yuku. Do you think I am worse off than you? I have done nothing at all. That woman used my body for her whims, and in the end I am the one who suffers the consequences of being killed and tormented. You can at least control your body. Do whatever you wish, and if you despise that woman you can find a way to kill her. But me? I can do nothing but watch. When the time comes for death, I become the unfortunate one who is sacrificed and tormented. Yuku, we truly are a pair of star-crossed souls. What do they call it? The chosen cannon fodder. Yuku pushed her hand away and leaned back, creating distance between herself and Yuya. Keep your distance from me, and also do not misuse words. If you continue to speak recklessly. Her neck bore the marks left by Yuka's grip, her fair skin marred with bruises, a sight both shocking and disconcerting. Yuka frowned and turned her face away. Do you think that saying all this will make me believe you? Yuya shook her head. I did not summon you here for your belief in me. Besides those words, I have another question to pose. What is it? The Yu family and those in class 12 of the third year, do you intend to let them off just like that? Yuka gazed at her mockingly. Aren't you the one who cares the most about the Yu family? Aren't they your most cherished relatives? Yuya frowned. They are your family, not mine. Why Yuka replied. They care for you and love you dearly, so they must be your closest kin. She emphasized the words closest kin. Yuya's gaze turned fierce in an instant. I said they are yours. You are the ones bound by blood. So do not cast the blame upon me. I am merely an outsider. Seeing how she distanced herself so resolutely, Yuka felt her anger rising. So you intend to dump such a heavy burden on me? You grew up with them, while I have only been with the Yu family for a year. I am merely a guest. They are yours. Yours. I do not want them. Why should I accept your discarded burdens? Yuka listened quietly, not wishing to engage in such a futile debate. She regarded Yuya, genuinely perplexed. I am truly curious. Despite the Yu family's many faults, despite their inhumanity, they have never wronged you. Why do you despise them so? Although the person she spoke of may not truly be Yuya, she was still in her body. The Yu family treated her as Yuya, hence their kindness. They would even tread upon their own daughter's blood to pave a path for her. Logically, even if Yuya harbored grievances against the Yu family, after witnessing their downfall, she should not harbor such intense aversion. Yet, the disdain in Yuya's words and her eagerness to distance herself from them left Yuku utterly confounded. Why Yuya regarded Yuku with an air of indifference, gesturing towards the water dispenser across the room. Fetch me a glass of water. I am thirsty. Why Yuku replied. Yuya chuckled lightly. Thanks to you, I cannot even get out of bed now. You wouldn't refuse to bring me a glass of water, would you? Yuku stood up, retrieved a cup, filled it with water, and handed it to her. Now can we speak? After Yuya drained the cup, she returned it to Yuki as Yuku turned to set it down. She heard Yuya say in the beginning, especially when I first occupied this body, witnessing Yu Peng Song Jinghe, and the Yu family's siblings perish because of that woman, it pained me deeply. I wished to tear that woman to shreds. Although the Yu family may not have treated you well, they have never wronged me. They provided me with everything I desired since childhood, even knowing I was not their biological daughter. They never cast me away and even treated me better than before. I lived with the Yu family for 17 years. They are my family, so of course I grieve for their deaths. Unfortunately, I am but a lonely soul powerless to act, merely watching as you fools are played like pawns by her. Yuya let out a bitter laugh. Isn't it strange? After living together for so many years, how could they not recognize me? How could they mistake that wretched woman for me? Don't they know my character? How could she possibly be me? Yuya was uncertain of the reason, but Yuku grasped a hint of it. This was a story devoid of logic, where the author's whims dictated the plot. Yet, the narrative seemed to drift further away from her understanding. The story had never mentioned that Yuya had also been possessed, and Yuku was unaware if the one who had taken over Yuya's body hailed from the same world. Was there even a semblance of logic in this narrative realm? After a brief silence, Yuya suddenly laughed, whether at herself or the Yu family, she could not tell. You may find it hard to believe, but it took me a long time to gradually remove the filter I had over them. Once the filter was gone, I could view things from a more objective perspective as an observer. Yuya paused briefly, refraining from excessively criticizing the Yu family. Yet, no matter how insane we became, we would never harm the innocent. But they are different. For that woman, they are willing to do anything. Compared to our madness, aren't they the more terrifying beasts? I never associate with beasts. Yuka listened in silence. Observing Yuka deep in thought, Yuya waited a moment before continuing. Do you think we are alike? Initially, we both wanted to save them, but eventually we both gave up. Now that we see the truth, we should be less sentimental. After saying this, Yuka pressed her lips together, looking into Yuya's eyes, and asked the question that had been on her mind since earlier. Do you know who the person is that occupied your body? Yuya had been speaking of someone taking over her body but had never revealed that person's identity. Yuka believed Yuya might not know, but she certainly knew more than she let on. Upon hearing Yuka's question, Yuya's calm eyes instantly turned sharp, her demeanor shifting as though she were surrounded by a prickly aura. If there was one person she loathed most in this world, it was not the Yu family, nor was it Yuku, who had killed her countless times, but the woman who had stolen her body, used it to commit numerous atrocities, causing the deaths of so many, yet still lived to an old age. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her eyelids, a cruel smile curling at her lips. Although I do not know who she is, I am certain she still exists somewhere in this world. Why Yuku was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yuya would say such a thing. If the one who occupied Yuya's body was also a transmigrator like her, there was a significant possibility that she was someone who had already perished in the real world. Just like her, having died before entering this novel universe. That woman, now having left Yuya's body, might no longer exist. She could have vanished long ago. Why Yuka furrowed her brows, questioning her. How can you be so sure? What if she is merely a wandering spirit from nowhere? In such a scenario, could you even find her? Yuya turned her gaze to Yuku, her eyes now tinged with red veins, stating with conviction, no, she definitely still exists. Why Yuya was aware that her statement was somewhat nonsensical. Yuku would hardly comprehend, so she elaborated, I have been close to her for a very long time, long enough that I can no longer recall how many years have passed, and no one in this world understands her better than I do. Although I do not know why, I have an overwhelming intuition that she is still somewhere in this world. Yet to leave that as she spoke, the corners of Yuya's mouth involuntarily began to rise. Suddenly, she grasped Yuka's arm, her gaze fixated intently upon her. Yuku, I will surely find her, and then. Why Yuya slowed her tone, her gaze drifting downwards, gradually tracing Yuka's neck, chest, abdomen and legs. She tilted her head and said, I think it will be quite interesting. Extremely intriguing. What will I do? I am already feeling excited. At that moment, she resembled a deranged Yandra. Anyone else sitting before her, apart from Yuku, would surely be frightened by her demeanor. Yuka calmly removed her hand, her tone devoid of fluctuation. Even if what you say is true, and she still exists in this world, how do you plan to find her? If such a person truly existed, she certainly would not bear Yuya's current visage. Finding her would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, I know her very well. I am certain that as long as I stay close to Shanjua, she will undoubtedly appear. Yuka remained non-committal to her words, and after a moment of silence she remarked, I will take your word for it that if one day you truly find her, let me know. That is assured. Yuya raised her lips. After all, we both have suffered greatly because of her. After saying this, Yuya shifted the topic, asking Yuku, by the way, I have yet to inquire, why do you keep reincarnating? Logically, having killed me so many times, your latter life should be relatively smooth. Living to an old age should not be difficult. You should have long since escaped this wretched cycle of reincarnation. Yuya felt it was merely a figment of her imagination, but she sensed that the moment she asked her question, Yuka's breath faltered. Her gaze turning particularly frightening, she looked at Yuku in confusion. Entirely unperturbed by her expression, why Yuka's countenance darkened, her eyes fixated on her. Do you genuinely not know, or are you merely pretending? As she scrutinized Yuku, seeing her increasingly grim expression, she could not help but gasp. You did not die after killing me, did you? Yuka remained silent, her lack of response serving as a tacit acknowledgement. Why Yuya fell into silence, feeling an unusual sympathy for Yuka. Why Yuka scoffed coldly. Would killing you expose me? That is indeed true. Why Yuya still held a certain respect for Yuka's capabilities in matters of crime. Then how did you die? Did she still dare to ask? Yuka genuinely wanted to eliminate her then and there, yet feared it would grant her a sense of satisfaction. After much restraint, she managed not to lunge at her and strangle her. Various reasons. In short, once you died, I could not survive either. Why Yuka's ambiguous words were anything but specific, yet Yuya, with her vast knowledge and experience, understood immediately, her gaze toward Yuka tinged with increased compassion. I had always believed that the cycle of life and death was a natural progression, but it seems I was mistaken. In that light, it appears we are indeed kindred spirits in misfortune. Yuku, however, was reluctant to embrace the notion of being kindred spirits with her. It seemed that Yuya had little more to say on the matter. Don't, Yuya exclaimed, swiftly grasping her arm. I've shared my troubles with you, yet you have yet to reveal yours. Yuka frowned. What troubles? Take a seat first. After a moment's calculation, Yuka replied, it seems to be the 6th date. Why Yuya furrowed her brow. Aside from your initial surge of benevolence, you have never held back. When do you plan to take action this time? Yuka's gaze shifted to Yuya's pitiful leg. Isn't this already action? Yuya retorted, I meant against class 12 of the 3rd year and those from the Yu family. Give me a moment to think. As Yuya spoke, she began to contemplate seriously. The first time you struck at them, you completely lost your sanity, wielding a blade to slay everyone from the Yu family. The scene with rivers of blood was ghastly, and then you were shot dead on the spot by the police. The second time you were less deranged. You learned some chaotic tactics and divulged all of the Yu family's commercial secrets. You even drugged them, leaving them in a stupor, resulting in Yu Peng being hit by a car. Yu Xiu was easily persuaded by your words and jumped from a building, while Yu Xian and Yu Qingzi fared no better. One was imprisoned, facing 20 years, and the other was caught in bed with someone and killed on the spot. The third time you grew even more ruthless. Right after your rebirth, you deceived Yu Qingzi and sold her to traffickers, also tricking Yu Xiu and Yu Xian. 3 children vanished, and Yu Peng and Song Jing he nearly exhausted their family's fortune searching for them, tragically never finding them even until death. I heard that when Song Jing he died, she clutched a family portrait, and it was said that she went mad in her quest to find them. The fourth time, I don't know what kind of stimulus you received, but you sealed all exits of the villa upon your rebirth and then set it ablaze. If one were to call you insane, you still had the foresight to evacuate the servants. If one were to say you were not insane, you sat in the living room watching them burn alive, and then confessed that the fire was your doing. Yuya began to admire Yuku. That was true pain. To witness the Yu family suffer worse than death, you did not spare yourself, but rather joined them in the flames. She clicked her tongue. Fortunately, I was clever enough to end my own life beforehand, thus escaping the fire. I can endure many forms of death, but burning is truly unbearable. While she relished death, she had never gone to such extremes as Yuku, nor had she found the opportunity. This was hardly a cheerful topic, and Yuku interrupted her. You may cease your chatter. Oh no, I'm not done. Yuya beamed brightly, and then there are those from class 12. What struck me most was during a class gathering when you seized the opportunity to abduct everyone, taking them to a small island, allowing only one to leave. They were forced to turn on one another. I saw that scene on the news, so horrific, truly unthinkable, and in the end, Only 2 survived and they were sentenced to death. How tragic. Yuka's gaze turned icy. No matter how tragic their fate, can it surpass yours? Yuya fell silent, caught off guard, her eyes filled with resentment as she regarded Yuku. After a considerable pause, she finally asked, "When do you plan to take action this time?" Yuka leaned back in her chair. Closing her eyes, "I've tried every method, yet I remain trapped in this cycle of infinite rebirth. What purpose would further killing serve?" Yuya's temples twitched, and she raised her middle finger at Yuku, exclaiming in exasperation, "You can deceive me with that talk, but do not let yourself be fooled as well. Why, Yuku? I understand you better than anyone else. I know your true nature. Are you truly so soft-hearted?" "Ha!" Yuku opened her eyes again, a glint of coldness flashing within. "I am merely observing." Why? Yuya's interest peaked. Observing what? Has something amiss appeared among those in Class 12? Yuka nodded. "Not just Class 12, but also the Yu family. Why? Yuya's curiosity deepened. "Do share. Perhaps I can deduce something." Why? Yuka looked at Yuya, a smirk curling her lips as she mocked. "Why should I tell you?" Yuya widened her eyes. "We are, after all, in the same boat. We should share any intelligence." Why? Yuka replied. "And what if I choose not to? You are currently incapacitated, lying here with no means to go anywhere. What news could you possibly share with me? Will you simply discard me once you have what you need? You truly are heartless." Why? Yuya laughed in frustration. "And whom do you think I have to thank for this leg?" Speaking of her leg, Yuku inquired, "Who exactly injured your leg?" At this question, Yuya frowned, a look of annoyance crossing her face. That wretched woman broke it herself while frolicking around and fell into a pit. "Yuku." Yuya asked, "Are you really not going to share any information with me?" Yuka scoffed. "After all that you've said, do you truly think you can lower my guard and earn my trust? Let us not forget, we are sworn enemies." Why? Yuya made an okay gesture. "Understood." Then with a fierce glare she threatened, "If that's how you want to play it, then from now on, neither of us shall concern ourselves with the other. Once I find that woman, I won't tell you anything." Why? Yuka's expression darkened in an instant. Why? Yuya felt satisfied, smiling at her. "So think it over." Why? Yuka took a deep breath, suppressing the sudden urge to eliminate Yuya that bubbled to the surface, her face contorting as she spoke. "It's still uncertain. I need to conduct a small test first. I will inform you once I have the results." Chapter 62. Was there no mishap with the plane? Did Liemo survive? Knowing Yuka's true character, Yuya refrained from probing further. Even if she did, Yuku would not reveal anything. Although somewhat displeased with Yuka's evasiveness, Yuya nodded. "Very well." She then waved her hand. "You may leave." Why? Yuka rose decisively and departed. Just as she took a few steps, Yuya called out to her again. Why? Yuka turned to look at Yuya, her impatience growing. "Is there something else?" Yuya smiled, though her expression did not reach her eyes. "You wouldn't harm Shenjua, would you?" Though framed as a question, her tone brooked no denial. Her gaze was icy, with an undercurrent of threat. Why? Yuka chuckled derisively. "What? Are you fond of him?" Taken aback by Yuka's inquiry, Yuya paused for 2 seconds, the coldness in her eyes dissipating as she smiled. "Of course. He is my beloved husband. If I don't like him, who else would I?" Yuka glanced at her injured leg, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "In your current state, do you really believe you have a chance to get close to Shenjua? Previously you had your limbs intact and the Yu family to protect you, allowing you to easily pursue him. Now with your leg in such condition, who knows how long it will take to heal? You don't even know if you can get into university, let alone ascend to Shenjua Circle again. The odds are stacked against you." Upon hearing Yuka's words, Yuya remained unfazed, brushing her hair back and grinning at Yuku. "How would I know if I don't give it a try? I love him so much. No matter how many obstacles lie ahead, I will overcome them. So Yuku, do not take action against him. Otherwise, I truly will lose my mind, and you should know better than anyone what a madwoman is capable of. Why? Yuka dismissed her threat with indifference, merely giving Yuya a penetrating glance before wishing her success and turning to leave the hospital room. She locked the door behind her, confident that the soundproofing in the upscale ward was adequate to ensure their conversation remained private. Upon exiting, she spotted someone leaning against the door. Turning her head, she felt her icy demeanor deepen. Shenjua stood there, looking relaxed, quietly leaning against the wall, seemingly unaware of how long he had been waiting. When he heard the door open, he turned to see Yuka stepping out of the room. Their eyes met, and after a brief moment of surprise, Shenjua offered her a polite smile. Why? Yuka did not spare him another glance, brushing past him as she left. As she walked away, Shenjua's gaze darkened. The rain continued to fall outside, its rhythmic patter possessing a strangely soothing quality. After listening for a while, Yuka felt her agitated heart gradually calm. She stood at the hospital entrance, slowly sorting through her thoughts, then closed her eyes, striving to clear her mind. The air, freshened by the rain, was devoid of dust, and even the smell of exhaust fumes was significantly diminished by the time she reached the ground floor. The rain had intensified, so much so that even an umbrella could not shield her in just a few steps. Her shoulders were drenched from the rain that slipped beneath her umbrella upon returning home. The house was eerily quiet. Yuku pushed open the door to the study, finding Yu deep in thought at the table. Before him lay 2 sheets of paper, and despite sitting all day, he had produced not a single word. She opened her mouth, attempting to mimic the lip movements of the pink-haired girl to record them. Initially intending to sleep directly, she found herself jolted awake just 5 minutes in. Her complexion was pallid, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her hands trembled. She focused on regulating her breath, suppressing her anxiety, and decided against sleeping. Rising, she grabbed her tablet to begin studying. The joyous weekends always seem to pass swiftly. Before one knows it, Monday arrives, drawing ever closer to the National College Entrance Examination, causing a wave of anxiety among many students. Although Siling Noble High School is home to numerous second-generation rich kids, it also boasts many exceptionally talented students who have been specially recruited. For this group, education represents the simplest pathway to alter their destinies. Siling Noble High School, they have the opportunity to forge numerous connections. The remaining challenge lies in enhancing their abilities through relentless study and further education. However, the tense atmosphere has not permeated the elite students of Class 1 to end their academic pursuits. They have never felt pressure, living freely and leaving their fates to chance. Yet today their emotions are anything but calm. Early in the morning, the chat group for the Big Shot Support Club erupted in a frenzy of messages. What should we do? We haven't even arrived at school yet, and I'm already feeling anxious. Don't panic, it's not as grave as it seems. Let us think of a way to navigate through this. If we don't go to school, we won't be discovered, right? Have you all forgotten that you mentioned something about Limo's flight encountering a mishap? Now that the flight is intact, do you think that perverse Yuku won't figure it out? Don't be so Navi. So what should we do now? Quickly think of a way to cover this up. What if we say Limo suddenly decided against going abroad? What do we do now? The elite students are at their wits' end, and upon arriving at school, they have yet to devise a suitable plan. Anxiously entering the classroom, they discover that Yuku has not yet arrived, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, each wearing a face of despair, completely devoid of their usual spirited demeanor. Your grandpa. What the hell, this ain't the time to ponder that, alright? I should be the one speaking. Your grandpa. Yuku said I'm going to die this week, but she didn't specify which day. Can anyone help me out here? Your grandpa, Yulu bro. I'm begging you, Yuku listens to you. Please lend me a hand. Yulu didn't check his phone. Instead, he turned to observe Yuku. She appeared exceedingly obedient, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, neatly arranged. Upon catching Yulu's gaze, she flashed him a sweet smile. Yet, Yulu's heart was far from tranquil. On her way to school, Yuku had scoured her phone, failing to find any news of the plane crash, her heart now simmering with agitation. Why hasn't anything happened? The plane is fine. Limo is unharmed. How did she escape unscathed? Chapter 63. Transforming oneself into a thoughtless creature, Yulu took a deep breath, striving to ignore Yuku's tumultuous thoughts, and offered her a bun. You didn't eat enough this morning. You won't last until noon. Have some more. Yuku smiled as she accepted the bun. Thank you, brother. After a few small bites, however, the moment she lowered her head, her eyes turned icy, as if encased in frost. In silence, she inhaled deeply, donned her headphones, and began listening to music. The car journey to school continued, and upon disembarking, the two walked towards the classroom. The air was filled with the sound of diligent studying. Immersed in such an intense academic atmosphere, even those who loathed reading might find themselves swayed to pick up a book. Whether or not they could truly focus was inconsequential. At least their attitudes reflected some semblance of effort. Of course, Class 12 had carved out their own niche within the school. No matter how fiercely others might compete, they remained unfazed, content to coast along. Upon entering the classroom, Yuka scanned the room. The elite students were either sprawled over their desks or engrossed in their phones. Apart from Chi Yong and Pei Yan, not a single soul was studying. Yuka's gaze landed on Limo in the back row. Her eyes growing colder by the moment she walked into the classroom, lowering her eyelashes to shield her icy gaze from others. Limo. Sitting at her desk, Limo jolted at the sound of that voice, which seemed to echo from the depths of hell, draining the color from her face. If not for her deskmate, Sun Chi-Chi, pinching her hard, she might have succumbed to the impulse to respond to Yuku. Realizing she had almost exposed herself, Limo felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She set her phone aside and slowly rested her head on her desk, burying her face in her book. Fearful that Yuka might glean anything from her expression, Yuka settled into her seat, casually placing a book in front of her, glancing back with a sinister look. Liemo is already set to go abroad. Why would she suddenly back out? Did something unforeseen occur? The others dared not breathe too loudly, silently absorbing Yuka's inner turmoil, furrowing her brow. Yuka extracted a dried leaf from the book she had tucked away last week. Dehydrated and yellowed, the leaf was a stark reminder of time's passage. She pressed her lips together and turned to gaze out the window, her mind racing. Could it be that the timing of Liemo's decision to go abroad was simply ill-fated? Such occurrences have never happened before. Why is this happening now? In the class group chat, the elite students remained on high alert. I genuinely have no idea how to convince Yuku that this is mere coincidence. Can't she think of a way to deceive herself? If only she could convince herself, we wouldn't be tearing our hair out. Stop spamming, focus your attention. Let us first listen to what Yuku is thinking. After someone spoke, the chat fell silent once more. Everyone leaned in, straining to catch every word of Yuka's thoughts, afraid to miss even a syllable. Last time with Sunway was the same. He nearly perished yet inexplicably survived. Now Liemo finds herself in a similarly strange predicament. Her departure timing was already suspicious, and now she suddenly backs out. What unforeseen circumstances could have transpired? Yuka's brows knitted tighter, grappling with confusion. Could it be that someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Helping Liemo and Sunway evade disaster. But who is that person? What ties do they have with Sunway and Liemo? And why are they aiding them? Class 12 students truly did not anticipate how far Yuka's thoughts would extend, and no matter how much Yuka speculated, as long as she did not guess the truth, they still had a chance. Why Yuka slipped the leaf back into her book, discreetly glancing at the sleeping Liemo, her eyes momentarily flashing with ferocity. Forget it. Regardless of who that person is or how they came to know these events, I will undoubtedly unearth their identity. As for Liemo, Yuka pondered, a smile creeping onto her lips, radiating an innocent charm. I recall there's a chemical factory on Beishi Road that's scheduled to experience an explosion today. Let us find a way to lure Liemo there this afternoon. If she perishes in the explosion, even if the police investigate, they won't trace it back to me. However, I must devise a plan to ensure no one realizes that I led Liemo there. Otherwise, the Lee family's retaliation would be a considerable hassle. Liemo's hand trembled around her phone. The realization of Yuka's madness sent shivers down her spine. This perverse lunatic truly had no intention of letting her off the hook. Just as she had narrowly escaped one fate, Yuku was already devising another plot to eliminate her. Was she a devil? Liemo cautiously raised her eyes towards Yuku, sitting in front of her. All she could see was Yuka's back. This petite girl, appearing so obedient, harbored thoughts of murder day by day. That if not for the ability to hear her inner voice, who among the countless people in the world would suspect that Yuku was a remorseless killer? Liemo was terrified, yet the elite students of Class 12 clearly shared a different perspective. They were now relieved. Shushu Dideo Rengren-fan, thankfully, Yuka has no immediate plans to stab you. You just need to think of a way to refuse her. Just don't follow Yuku outside. Your relationship has never been good, so it should be easy to turn her down. And remember, don't let your facade crumble. No need for pleasantries. Whatever the students discussed in the chat remained unknown to Yuku. After formulating her strategy against Liemo, she rose and exited the classroom. With Yuka gone, the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably. Although Yuku was absent, the elite students of Class 12 still dared not openly discuss her. All conversations about her were confined to the group chat. They feared that a careless slip might be overheard by passing classmates or teachers, which could lead to dire consequences. When it came to matters concerning Yuku, caution was paramount. No one dared to be complacent. After leaving the classroom, Yuku paused in the corridor for a few seconds, inhaling deeply before ascending the stairs, finally allowing the tension within her to ease. Surveying the rooftop, she found it empty. Yuku removed her school uniform jacket and spread it on the ground before sitting down. Gazing at the fluttering national flag, her heart gradually finding tranquility, regardless of the reasoning behind it, Liemo would never agree to go out with her alone. Yet, she needed to concoct an excuse to deceive them. Yuku reclined, repeatedly attempting to clear her mind. It is notoriously challenging for one to suppress thoughts, particularly concerning matters of great importance, which tend to spiral out of control. If Yuku were a finely tuned machine, she could effortlessly maintain a state of mental emptiness. But she was human. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in the capacity for thought. The brain engages in conscious and subconscious musings. This ability is fundamental to human advancement. If one day all humans lost their capacity for thought, How would they differ from animals? Yuku, however, wished to transform herself into a thoughtless creature. No, at times, she needed to embody an animal. Chapter 64. Do not play with birds during class. Class 12 was eerily quiet. No one spoke, no one disrupted, and no one attended to the lesson. Even the diligent Chi-Yang occasionally drifted off, glancing over at Yuku. All eyes were on her, eager to catch another glimpse of her thoughts. From the moment the class began, Yuku had been slumbering soundly like a pig, utterly devoid of any intention to awaken. It was not only in the morning. She felt that even in the afternoon and evening, sleep was unnecessary. Brimming with vitality, she languidly propped herself up, resting her chin on her hand while gazing out the window. After a heavy rain yesterday, the weather had improved slightly today. The sun occasionally broke through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the tender green leaves. Birds chirped merrily, flitting about with carefree abandon. A fledgling, still learning to fly, awkwardly imitated the larger birds, flapping its wings in a clumsy manner. However, it must have miscalculated its flight, as it suddenly crashed through the window and landed directly in Yuka's lap. Startled from her reverie, Yuka quickly reached out to catch it. Lifting it up for a closer look, she met the terrified gaze of the fluffy little creature, its round eyes filled with fear. Yuku. A bird descending from the heavens? Taken aback by the sudden encounter with a large face, the little bird began to screech pitifully. Its sharp cries pierced the air, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the classroom. Alarm bells rang in Yuka's mind as she swiftly covered the bird's beak with her fingers, attempting to silence its cries. Yet, the sound had already escaped, and the entire class had heard it. Meeting the teacher's icy glare, Yuku instinctively shrank her neck and tucked the bird under the desk. The little creature struggled to escape, but with its beak held shut, it could only emit faint, helpless sounds. Why? Yuku forced a smile, trying to appear innocent. It's not my fault, it flew in by itself. She reasoned internally, but alas, the teacher could not hear her silent protest. Frowning, the teacher spoke sternly. Yuku, do not play with birds during class. Release it immediately. Why? Yuku. A peculiar silence enveloped the classroom for 3 seconds. Then laughter erupted, filling the air. Ha ha ha. Playing with birds. You really are something. Ha ha ha, don't play with birds during class. You're utterly disregarding classroom discipline. The room erupted into uproarious laughter, some even shedding tears from their mirth, laughing until their stomachs hurt. Others, losing all sense of decorum, mercilessly mocked her. How can you play with a bird? It's so adorable. Let go of it. Everyone is watching. What do you think you're doing in public, Yuka? Gritting her teeth, Yuka retorted. Fine, laugh away, laugh even louder. Let us see how long you can keep it up. The laughter abruptly turned dry and awkward, leaving the crowd in a state of uncomfortable stillness, yet they persisted in their antics. Upon hearing the students' ridicule, the teacher took a moment to process. His face flushing with embarrassment, he objectively instructed Yuku to release the bird. Pondering what they were thinking, clearing his throat to suppress the awkwardness, he softened his tone. Let it go, we are still in class. Yuku pouted and cautiously placed the unsteady fledgling on the windowsill. The moment she released it, the bird flapped its wings in a panic, fleeing as if for its life. However, it stumbled mid-flight, crashing into a tree and sliding down its trunk. Why? Yuku. Her eyelids twitched. Was this its fate? It won't die, will it? Why struggle if you can't fly? Oh no, it's not moving, it must be dead. The second-generation heirs of Class 12 in their senior year occasionally echoed Yuka's restless thoughts, causing them to worry for the little bird. Should I go down now? Glancing at the time. Just 2 minutes left. Only 2 minutes until class ends. I can hold on. Oh, did its wings just move? Yuka's eyes brightened. It should still be alive. Strangely enough, upon hearing Yuka's words, the others involuntarily sighed in relief. The little bird, lying on the ground, remained blissfully unaware of the concern it had stirred among the students, lying still as if lifeless. Why? Yuka cast several glances at it, noting that it hadn't even twitched its claws. It can't have really died, can it? Yu turned to look at Yuku, only to find her stretching her neck to peer down, presenting him with the back of her head, which left him both amused and exasperated. Despite the turmoil she had endured, Yuka's heart remained soft and kind. If it weren't for that dreadful cycle of infinite rebirth, she might have been a simple and joyful girl. Without infinite rebirth, Yuku would perpetually be the one bullied, never able to find happiness. Until her demise, what must be done to free Yuku from the clutches of this inexorable fate? As Yu pondered this, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Before he could react, Yuku had already sprung up and dashed out of the classroom, moving so swiftly that all he caught was a fleeting glimpse of her back. Yu. He chuckled softly and approached the window, waiting for a moment until he spotted Yuku racing toward the nearby tree. She carefully picked up the little bird, unsure whether it was alive or dead. After inspecting it, she concluded that it was merely dazed. Not being a veterinarian, she had no idea what to do, so she decided to place the bird somewhere safe to prevent it from being accidentally trampled by oblivious students. By the time she returned to the classroom, the bell for the next class had just rung, and the English teacher, clad in high heels and carrying books, strode into the room. The English teacher, Ms. Huang, was strikingly beautiful and always dressed in the latest fashions, never wearing the same outfit twice. However, her beauty mattered little. Apart from the Chinese teacher's lessons, the second-generation heirs of Class 12 had little interest in any other subjects, especially English. Despite their dismal performance in other subjects, their oral English and language sense had been cultivated since childhood. During mock exams, they could often achieve an average score exceeding 120 with their language intuition alone. Thus Ms. Huang felt no pressure in her class that no matter whom she called upon to read, they could do so effortlessly. However, aside from that, students still engaged in their usual antics during class. Chapter 65. The fate of NPCs. Everyone was on their phones or engaging in other distractions, with only a handful genuinely paying attention. Yuku, too, was not focused on the lesson. Having undergone so many rebirths, she could recite the college entrance examination questions from memory, and achieving a perfect score was well within her grasp. If she didn't get a perfect score, it must have been due to some marks deducted from her essay. Gazing out the window, she began to daydream again, the plight of the unfortunate little bird slipping from her mind. Lost in thought, Yuka suddenly recalled something. Speaking of which, Sunwei encountered his second death calamity this week. I wonder how he died. Seated in the front row, Sunwei shuddered, instantly alert, his posture straightening involuntarily. It had finally come. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. Ever since he learned that he would die this week, each day had felt like an eternity, filled with trepidation. He felt that any action could lead to his demise, especially today, the week Yuku had mentioned as his death date. Had he known which day it would be, he might not have been so anxious. But the uncertainty tormented him. It could be Monday or Sunday. Predicting was impossible. He had been contemplating how to extract information from Yuku, yet she had unwittingly brought up the topic herself. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Sunwei felt tears welling up. If he could survive this ordeal, he vowed to regard Yuku as his savior, a person he would cherish for life, and he would never trouble her again. Anyone who dared to provoke Yuku would have to contend with him. Sunwei. First, Yuku, unaware of Sunwei's thoughts, turned to glance at him. He seemed to be in some sort of fervor, his posture exuding excitement. The rest of Class 12 was equally exhilarated, all eager to learn how Sunwei met his end. Perhaps they could glean some insight that might help them deduce their own fates. I remember it happened tomorrow. He encountered someone on the path he frequently took. That fool thought it was merely a passerby and had no intention of engaging. Little did he know, that person had just committed a murder and was fleeing. In a panic, he killed Sunwei, regardless of whether Sunwei had witnessed his crime. Sunwei didn't die at the racetrack, and who could have predicted he would meet his end here? Yuka sighed sympathetically. The others who heard her thoughts gasped in shock. Sunwei? Sunwei's expression nearly shattered. This was how he was destined to die. This was his second death calamity? Because of this, he had been on edge for days, and it all culminated in such a haphazard manner. Sunwei could hardly believe that he, the illustrious son, would meet such a trivial end. Just because he encountered someone he shouldn't have on the street, he was done for. Really? A man of nearly 2 meters tall could be so easily dispatched by someone utterly unhinged after committing murder? This was his second death calamity. Sunwei's hand instinctively reached for his pocket, trembling with either fury or fear. He desperately wanted to smoke to calm his nerves. However, he caught himself before his hand could reach his pants. After all, they were still in class, smoking in front of the teacher. After spending so much time with Yuku, his audacity had indeed grown. If he dared to smoke in class, Miss Huang would have no qualms about reporting him to Old Yang. Old Yang would care little for his family's background, treating them like misbehaving grandchildren, showing no favoritism. He would likely be berated in the office for an entire day, and perhaps even have his parents summoned. Thinking it over, he decided against it. Old Yang was simply not someone he could provoke. The second-generation heirs were equally incredulous, exchanging messages in their group chat. Sunwei, this seems a bit rash, doesn't it? Who could argue otherwise? It is hard to believe that you perished so effortlessly, merely walking along, and then you were gone. Your grandfather, the school bully, quite impressive even in death, stands out from the crowd. Your grandfather. Sunwei took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of unnameable fury within him, and struggled to muster a smile. Laugh now, I shall watch you all laugh. though I wonder if you will still be able to do so in the future. Indeed, after spending a considerable amount of time with Yuku, he had managed to temper his violent temper. It was no easy feat. Far from it. Not to mention the future, even now the second-generation heirs found it difficult to smile. Sunwei at least learned the cause of his death, but what about them? Their fates remained uncertain. After a brief moment of silence in the group chat, the messages began to flood in again. Is it really that hard to avoid him? Either take a few bodyguards to subdue him or choose a different path. However, for the sake of societal stability and harmony, it would be best to subdue him with bodyguards and send him to the police station. At that point, they might even present you with a banner for being a good Samaritan. You would be the first student in our school to receive such an honor. Sunwei was suddenly enlightened. Your grandfather, damn. That makes sense. If Yuka sees me turning over a new leaf, perhaps she won't cling to me so tightly in the future. It's better to avoid trouble. What's more important, the banner or your life? Just take another route. Besides, if you have bodyguards, that murderer will likely not be foolish enough to act out in front of so many people. What reason would you have to bind him and send him to the police station? Exactly, how will you explain to the police how you knew he was a murderer? Will you say you overheard something? It's indeed hard to explain, but ignoring the situation entirely feels wrong too. If he encounters Sunwei and kills him, what if he meets someone else? At least Sunwei, being tall, has some ability to protect himself. If someone like him is dead, I cannot imagine how ruthless that murderer would be if he encountered an elderly person or a child. Then perhaps we should set a trap in advance. That seems feasible. Sunwei should take that small path. Stay vigilant and carry some self-defense items. If he attacks you, run and let the ambushers subdue him. Are you all being a bit too naive? I feel this is too risky. The strength a person can summon when cornered is unpredictable. If he moves too quickly and Sunwei cannot evade, one slip could mean death. The ambushers might not even react in time. So what should we do? Just let him go. Speaking of which, since Yuka knows that person is a murderer, why doesn't she intervene? Perhaps she has tried before, only to find herself caught in a loop of reincarnation. To her, we are merely a group of thoughtless, lifeless NPCs, endlessly respawning, with our deaths being inconsequential. Gradually, she may have come to care less about the lives of these NPCs. Chapter 66. As long as I run fast enough, Yuka's schemes cannot catch me. Sunwei, despite being a school bully, was merely an 18-year-old youth. He had not weathered great storms nor witnessed turbulent times. He had always been well protected. All the trials and trepidation he had faced in his life were brought upon him by Yuku. The previous week was the most nerve-wracking of his 18 years. Nothing could surpass the thrill of that week. If you called him to engage in a brawl, he might comply. However, if you asked him to charge at someone wielding a knife with the intent to kill, Sunwei felt he simply could not do it. He lacked the courage. One misstep could indeed cost him his life. He was not foolish, knowing that continuing down that path would lead to death. Why would he choose to tread it? It was so simple to take a different route to avoid danger. Why would he willingly put himself at risk? Was that not foolish? Yet, to leave that murderer unchecked seemed equally untenable. After some contemplation, he devised a solution that could satisfy both sides. He would let the bodyguards take the route he usually traversed while he chose a different path to school. This would allow him to perfectly evade his second brush with death. While also providing a legitimate reason to send the murderer to the police station, he could find a capable bodyguard, brief him on the suspect's general appearance, and keep him on alert, ensuring that nothing would go awry. Sunwei tapped his head, feeling increasingly clever. He was beginning to think critically in the face of adversity. He chuckled to himself and quickly shared his thoughts in the group chat, asking, "What do you think? Is this feasible? This plan is flawless with no loopholes." When the others saw Sunwei's message, they remained silent, sending a few thumbs-up emojis. Compared to before, Sunwei had indeed made significant progress. At least he had not rushed in recklessly without considering the situation, which was certainly an improvement. For the second-generation heirs of Class 12 in their final year, this was indeed a sensible plan. Now the only lingering question is, how do we placate Yuku? Last time, when Sunwei escaped, Liamo also narrowly avoided disaster, which raised Yuka's suspicions that if Sunwei escapes again, her suspicions will only deepen. Have you all thought about how to deceive her? Is there really a need for deception? Exactly, Yuku will surely find a reason to convince herself, attributing everything to that mysterious individual. I also think so. Let Yuku continue to suspect that we have a powerful ally behind us. It's better than her second-guessing everything. Ha ha ha, I can hardly imagine Yuka's expression if she ever discovers that there's no powerful ally behind us at all. Would she feel foolish? I believe you should pray that Yuka never uncovers the truth. Indeed, and while you're laughing, there will come a day when you won't be able to. Undercover in Wolf Village. For now, Let us leave it at that, but Sunway, do be cautious when you go out. However, this might raise suspicions with your family, so it would be wise to think of a way to explain without causing doubt. Also, ensure that Yuko does not see anything. Aside from your life, avoid drawing her suspicion elsewhere. Upon reading Chi Yang's message, the others fell silent. Compared to other second-generation heirs, Chi Yang's thoughts were considerably more mature. At least in the eyes of the Class 12 second-generation heirs, this was the best course of action. It ensured Sunway's safety, brought the murderer to justice, and minimized Yuka's suspicions. It was simply perfect. The group chat fell into silence, and no one spoke until school dismissed. Throughout the day, aside from contemplating Sunway's predicament in the morning, Yuka had either been sleeping or busy with her headphones, learning lip reading, leaving her no time to think about anything else. When the school day finally ended, Yuka took off her headphones and began packing her belongings. Listening to Yuka's inner thoughts, Liemo wore a blank expression. The moment the class bell rang, she flung her bag over her shoulder, and as the teacher stepped out of the classroom, she vanished without a trace, leaving no opportunity for Yuko to speak. How could she think of a way to deter Yuko from confronting her? Her strategy was simply to avoid thinking at all. As soon as the class ended, she hurriedly left this way. She neither had to intentionally humiliate Yuko and deepen the animosity nor raise Yuka's suspicions. As long as she ran fast enough, no scheme could harm her. Watching Limo's figure gradually disappear from the classroom at a leisurely pace, Yuko narrowed her eyes. Why is she leaving so quickly? The others kept their gazes lowered, engrossed in their own tasks, not daring to glance at Yuka. Yuka slung her bag over her back and took off in pursuit of Liemo. However, once she exited the classroom and glanced around the corridor, stretching her neck to look down the stairs, Liemo had already exited the building, moving with a speed that could rival an Olympic champion. Once outside, she resumed her usual pace, strolling leisurely along Yuku. It was not until Liemo reached a blind spot in the building's line of sight that she dared to sprint away. As if some unseen terror were pursuing her. Once in the car home, her heart, which had been racing, finally began to calm. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped death today. Yuku was truly terrifying. It felt as if she were after her life. Now that her life was under Yuka's watchful eye, she had the constant feeling that death could come at any moment. Sitting in the car, Liemo shook with anxiety, and once her emotions settled, she reported her safety in the group chat. Watching Yu pack his books into his bag, Yuko felt speechless. Yu, unfazed, calmly stuffed the last book into his bag. Yuko inquired, "Brother, are you staying at school tonight?" "Not that serious," Yu replied. Yuko smiled sweetly. "Besides, I will still have breakfast." Yu, "Sure, if I make it you can eat, if not you won't." "You do indeed have breakfast?" Yuko retorted, feeling momentarily speechless. Ignoring him, she turned to Pei Yen, who was looking down, lost in thought. Yuko sighed internally. Yu is truly inconsiderate, leaving Pei Yen alone in an empty room every day. How heartless. Yu. What kind of slander is this? His relationship with Pei Yen was perfectly normal. How did it morph into him leaving Pei Yen alone in an empty room? In Yuka's words. Who taught her this? Pei Yen nodded, softly affirming. Yuka waved goodbye to him. "See you." Pei Yen raised his hand in response, his voice barely above a whisper. "Goodbye." Yuka secretly clicked her tongue, so adorable. Yuyo. Pei Yen. Chapter 67. Countdown of 180 minutes. After leaving the teaching building, Yuko walked directly towards the place where she had released the little bird. Upon lifting the leaves and weeds, she found that the unsteady little bird was already gone. She rummaged through the grass nearby, but still saw no sign of it. Could it have flown away on its own? Yuyo stood behind her, feigning curiosity. "What are you looking for?" Yuko turned to Yuyo. "I let a bird go here, but now it's missing. Perhaps it flew away by itself." Observing her despondent demeanor, Yuyo pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you like birds?" He chuckled softly, reaching out to touzle Yuka's hair. "If you like them, we could keep one. Or if you have other small animals you fancy, we could take care of them too." "Maybe not." Yuka decisively brushed off Yuyo's hand and walked towards the school gate. "We're still in school. What would happen to them when we go to university? We can't just bring them to school. Can we? Moreover, Yuyo, we might not live long. Why bother raising small animals? What will happen to them if we die?" Yuyo felt a slight pang in his heart as he stood rooted to the spot. Watching Yuka's retreating figure. Yuka stepped on the fallen leaves. Slowly making her way forward, she appeared small, yet her back was straight, her frail shoulders seemingly bearing an immense weight, supporting her as she walked step by step to this point. A gust of wind swept by, lifting Yuka's hair. The treetops swayed above her, and beams of light cascaded onto her shoulders. As if sensing that Yuyo had not followed, Yuka glanced back at him. The faint light illuminated her face, making her appear like a fallen sprite. On the verge of spreading her wings and taking flight, Yuyo's eyes widened slightly as he stepped forward to approach Yuku. Trembling as he grasped her wrist, he gazed down at her, and she looked back at him, her eyes filled with confusion. With great difficulty, Yuyo managed a strained smile, almost stepped into the water. Be careful. Yuyo nodded, suppressing the unease within him as he followed Yuku. Once the siblings exited the school, Yuyo asked Yuku, "What do you want to eat today?" Without hesitation, Yuku replied, "I'd like something vegetarian." Yuku frowned slightly. "How about hiring a maid? You cook every day and also have to draw comics. It seems a bit wasteful of your time." Yuyo chuckled. "How could that be? Where's the waste of time? You're too thin. Once you gain some weight, I'll consider hiring a maid." Hearing his words, Yuku found it hard to argue. By the time Yuyo finished cooking, she was still studying. Yuyo was genuinely curious. "Why did you suddenly start learning lip reading?" Yuku was tidying up the table. "I had a strange dream where a girl was cursing at me, but I couldn't hear her voice. I wanted to learn and see what she was saying, whether it was particularly foul." Yuyo? Yuyo was left speechless, almost rolling his eyes. He truly hadn't anticipated that Yuku's reason for learning lip reading was this. Just because someone cursed her in a dream, she decided to learn lip reading to see what they said. Wasn't that just creating trouble for herself? Yuyo looked at Yuku with a mixture of exasperation and admiration. Giving her a thumbs up, he changed direction in his praise. "You're quite the go-getter. Very commendable with your execution skills. You could outshine the vast majority of people in this world." Why? Yuku humbly smiled. "You flatter me." "It's too early for compliments." Yuyo. Yuyo returned to the study. For the past couple of days he had been racking his brain, but he still hadn't figured out what theme might be suitable for his comic. He didn't wish to continue drawing in his previous style. He wanted to portray Yuku as the protagonist, illustrating a series of heartwarming and healing comics in a calm and gentle manner. However, he had never attempted this genre before, nor had he ever read a shoujo manga. He only had a vague idea of how the story should unfold and develop. After thinking for a long time without knowing how to begin, Yuyo decided to put down his pen and open a comic software. He wasn't particularly fond of the current comic software. After getting used to black and white comics, he found colored ones somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he patiently clicked on a comic that the software had automatically recommended to him. The comic wasn't very popular, with few readers, titled Countdown of 180 Minutes. The title was peculiar, leaving much to the imagination regarding its content, and it even had a hint of suspense. Unsure if it was a genuine shoujo manga, Yuyo hesitated but opened it nonetheless. After reading just the beginning, he was completely captivated. The comic opened with a curtain of rain. It was pouring, a light drizzle falling over a cemetery filled with tombstones. Among the many graves, a wilted lily lay quietly in front of a tombstone. Affixed to the tombstone was a black and white photograph of a girl, her smile bright yet gaunt, her face appearing almost skeletal. Standing before the tombstone was another girl holding an umbrella, her gaze fixed on the photograph, her expression steeped in profound sorrow. After standing for a long while, she left the cemetery. The girl wandered aimlessly through the city, unsure of her destination. As dusk approached, she realized she was lost. The number of people around her dwindled, and the light grew dimmer. Fear gripped her, and she wished to run but was blocked. Ignoring her cries for help, a group of thugs surged forward. In the comic, the girl reached out in desperation, seemingly pleading for salvation. Yet, until her last breath, no one passed by. She perished that very night. Her body went undiscovered. In the next scene, the girl abruptly awoke from her dream, gasping for breath, having experienced a terrifying nightmare. She dreamt she had died, and in such a brutal manner. It took her a while to gather herself. Once her mind was not so tightly wound, she glanced at the date. May 30th at 8:21 a.m. She pushed the dream from her mind, tidied herself up and stepped outside, planning to take a stroll and visit her good friend. The sun shone brightly outside, radiating warmth. Still shaken by the dream from the previous night, the girl found herself somewhat distracted while shopping. After purchasing a few items, she decided to stop shopping and hailed a cab to her friend's house. However, en route, a truck behind them suffered a brake failure and collided with the vehicles waiting at the red light ahead. The car she was in, along with several others that were also waiting, was crushed in the impact. The girl and the driver died instantly. Upon waking up again, she found herself back in bed, tightly hugging herself and crying to the point of near collapse. She knew her fate was sealed, yet before her demise, she vividly experienced the despair and helplessness. She would have preferred to die instantly in the crash rather than feel the gradual ebbing of life, succumbing in helplessness without even the strength to struggle. Chapter 68. The out-of-control truck. Upon encountering this unconventional comic, Yuyo felt as though something had gripped his heart tightly. He thought of Yuku. The protagonist Song Qing awakens after her death, believing she has merely experienced a horrifying nightmare. Although discomfort lingered in her heart, she did not dwell on the matter. Originally intending to visit a friend, she was unaware that she would soon face a second death. This time in such a tragic manner. The comic did not depict anything excessively gory. However, it intricately sculpted the pain on Song Qing's face and the despair in her eyes with remarkable clarity. Particularly in the final few frames, Song Qing realized she would die. Her injuries were too severe for survival. She felt her vitality draining away, lying there helpless. Had Yuko ever been in such a desperate situation countless times before? Perhaps this time was no different. She knew she would die, yet still fought to survive. She wanted him to live. Yuyo's grip on his phone tightened. His fingertips turning pale, he suppressed the rising emotions in his eyes and continued to scroll. It seemed the comic had just been released and only the first chapter had been drawn. He clicked on the author's profile, finding the pseudonym Xiaotang. The profile contained little information, even the introduction was quite cursory. Only a few simple words made up Xiaotang's brief self-introduction. I cannot see. Yuyo furrowed his brows at these peculiar words. They were quite strange, leaving him uncertain of what the author intended to convey. If they meant that her eyes were blind, it seemed impossible. How could someone who couldn't see create such detailed comics? Yuyo, puzzled, searched for Xiaotang's account on Weibo and indeed found it. However, her Weibo was quite clean, with only 2 posts made over a considerable span. The 2 posts were separated by more than a year, and the artistic style differed greatly. The first post was made a year and a half ago, facing the sea. Spring blossoms. Accompanying the text was an image of a girl in a white dress, standing before the ocean with her arms open, basking in the sunlight. Though only her back was visible, the author's good mood and hope for life were palpable. Yet the second post exhibited a stark contrast in tone. Xiaotang v. The wind blows from east to west, from north to south, disregarding night and dawn. What does the dawn you speak of truly mean? Seeing Xiaotang's Weibo, Yuyo's heart skipped a beat. His confusion deepening, he recognized both phrases, particularly the first, which had been immensely popular some years ago. Such disparate sentiments expressed by the same individual were striking. After writing facing the sea, spring blossoms, filled with hope and sunlight, making one feel the gentle caress of spring, Heisey then shifted to a tone so stark and somber. I am the twilight of life. You penned words that evoke a profound sense of despair and suffocation, questioning the very essence of the dawn you spoke of. Why Yu remains uncertain whether Xiaotang borrowed Heisey's words as a metaphor for his own existence, or simply shared them without deeper intent. He pursed his lips and set down his phone, only to reconsider and open the app to learn more about the creator behind this comic software. He shunned out a stranger, not from Luochuan. Why Yu laid his phone aside, temporarily shelving thoughts of Xiaotang, and began to contemplate his own narrative. Yet, after hours of reflection, inspiration eluded him, prompting him to retreat into slumber. Why Yu enjoyed a restful night, devoid of dreams, awakening the next day with an invigorated spirit. In stark contrast, Sun Wei's night was fraught with turmoil. He had been ensnared in a nightmare where a man pursued him with a knife relentlessly. Initially, he was oblivious, until he was fatally stabbed in his dream. Upon awakening, he realized it had merely been a dream, and he was still alive. A wave of relief washing over him. However, as he walked, familiar surroundings began to loom ominously, particularly the figure of a man charging at him with a knife. A visage all too recognizable. It was the very man who had slain him in his dream. Panic surged within Sun Wei, and he bolted, fearing that a moment's delay might cost him his life. The man behind him gave chase, moving with alarming speed. The two engaged in a frantic pursuit, one unwilling to halt, the other determined not to relent. Throughout the night, Sun Wei was either fleeing from the man or being brutally killed by him. In a mere few hours he had died 17 times, a staggering concept. He attempted to turn the tide, but each time, he was thoroughly overpowered in the dream. There was no escaping, no refuge, only a relentless cycle of death that left him utterly tormented. Eventually, he succumbed to a numbing resignation, choosing to stand and allow the blows to fall upon him once more, which he did. Upon awakening the next day, Sun Wei felt utterly drained. His body ached from the relentless pursuit in his dreams, and the countless deaths left him lethargic and unmotivated. Yet, with the obligation of attending school looming, he mustered the strength to prepare and, after a quick breakfast, made his way there. The Sun residence was conveniently close to the school, a mere kilometer away, fostering a habit of walking. Recalling Yuka's words from the previous day, Sun Wei felt a gnawing anxiety as he set out. He arranged for a bodyguard to take the usual route while he opted for an alternate path, hoping to evade the murderous fiend. To further safeguard himself, He not only changed his route but also summoned a bodyguard to accompany him with such meticulous precautions in place. He refused to entertain the notion of death befalling him again. Indeed, Sun Wei silently bolstered his resolve, assuring himself that if he could navigate this day unscathed, his future would be smooth sailing, free of peril. With this thought, he rubbed his face and steeled himself, greeting his bodyguard as he embarked on the main road to school. Were it not for the myriad suggestions from his peers in the group chat, and Shi Yang's urging to avoid any peculiar actions that might heighten Yuka's suspicions, Sun Wei would have been reluctant to attend school that day. He lamented his misfortune internally, worrying about the other bodyguard and whether he had encountered the killer, pondering their safety. Stifling a yawn, he quickened his pace. The main road was slightly longer than the side streets, and he needed to hurry to avoid being late. Minutes passed as Sun Wei walked with his bodyguard. The thoroughfare was lined with greenery, punctuated by large trees at intervals. His lack of rest from the previous night soon took its toll, and he found himself feeling increasingly fatigued. As he turned a corner, glancing ahead, his eyes widened in shock, and his heart nearly stopped. A large truck, laden with cargo, was hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. The tires screeched against the pavement, struggling for control, emitting an ear-piercing noise. In an instant, the truck seemed to lose control, barreling towards him with reckless abandon. Sun Wei's complexion drained of color as he stood frozen, transfixed by the approaching vehicle. His breaths quickened, his mind blank, rendered incapable of thought or action. He forgot to evade the oncoming truck, which bore down on him with deadly intent. His legs weakened, making it nearly impossible to take even a few steps, yet he gritted his teeth and attempted to sidestep, his gaze locked on the truck, terrified that a single blink might spell disaster. Fortunately, the truck veered sharply, narrowly missing him by less than a meter. Otherwise, both he and his bodyguard would have met their demise. The truck accelerated away, leaving Sun Wei trembling, pale as a ghost. His bodyguard rushed to support him. That was close, so very close. Sun Wei's entire being quaked with fear, the anxiety nearly overwhelming him. This marked the second time he had brushed with death. Had the driver not veered at the last moment, the speed of the truck would have rendered escape impossible. Was this the force of fate's wrath? Despite his attempts to change his path, danger still lurked. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, repeatedly assuring himself that he was safe now, that it was all over. Once his panic subsided, he turned to his bodyguard, his face grim, instructing him to call the traffic police immediately. He demanded they report the reckless driver, who had nearly caused an accident by speeding near the school and subsequently fled the scene. With that, he stormed off towards the school, brimming with indignation. The bodyguard had no choice but to comply, dialing the number while trailing behind Sun Wis long as he ensured Sun Wei's safe arrival at the school entrance. He could leave, planning to return later to pick him up after classes. However, this incident was indeed alarming. Who would expect a truck to speed through such close proximity to the school? Glancing at the time, he quickened his pace, eager to reach the school. Even his bodyguard could not provide him with a sense of security. Remaining at school felt like the safest option. Upon arrival, he intended to check in on the other bodyguard's situation as well. Given the peril he faced, he wondered if the other bodyguard had encountered any trouble, if the killer had been apprehended, or if anyone had been harmed. Lost in his thoughts, Sun Wei's steps quickened, nearly oblivious to his surroundings. As he turned another corner, he failed to notice a middle-aged man emerging from behind a wall. Neither anticipated the encounter, and they collided unexpectedly. Sun Wei, tall in stature, inadvertently knocked the middle-aged man into his arms. Given the earlier incident, Sun Wei was already in a foul mood, his temper flaring. Now with someone crashing into him, his irritation boiled over, and he instinctively shoved the oblivious man. "Watch where you're going," the words died on his lips as he abruptly fell silent. His hand suspended in midair, he looked down, and terror etched itself across his face. The middle-aged man, despite being shorter than him, was drenched in blood, his countenance a macabre display of crimson. Blood splattered across his chest and face, smeared as if he had hastily wiped it away. His expression was wild, eyes ablaze with madness, exuding a terrifying aura reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. A murderer. The taut thread of anxiety in Sun Wei's mind snapped, and he gasped, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Had he truly encountered a killer? Hadn't he taken a different route to avoid such a fate? There was no time to ponder the absurdity of the situation. The looming threat of death clouded his thoughts, leaving only the instinct to flee. Yet, just as he turned to escape, a hand seized him, and a knife was plunged into his body. Blood surged forth, staining his uniform as searing pain radiated from his abdomen, draining the color from his face. He watched in horror as the killer's expression twisted further into madness, withdrawing the knife only to thrust it into him again. The sky was clear, the air refreshing, and the cheerful chirping of birds filled the atmosphere. Today promised to be a splendid day. Yuku, donned in headphones and humming a cheerful tune, wore a gentle smile as she followed Yu into the school. A fleeting glance from Yu revealed the reason behind her buoyant spirits and her memory. Sunway's first brush with death occurred just last week, marking his initial encounter with fate's cruel hand. The second, it seemed, would unfold today. Regardless of whether Sunway would meet his end, Yuka's good mood remained unaffected. Early that morning, Yu kept a vigilant eye on the group chat for updates. The scions of Class 12 were also on edge, fretting that their unfortunate companion might not evade his impending doom. When Sunway assured the group that he had everything under control, having chosen a different route, a collective sigh of relief resonated among them. They were all in this together, like grasshoppers on the same string, wishing for Sunway's safety, even those who held animosity towards him. If Sunway were to encounter misfortune, their path of defying fate would undoubtedly become fraught with obstacles. When Yuku and Yu arrived at the classroom, Sunway was yet to appear, leaving his seat conspicuously vacant. The disquieting thoughts of Yuku only heightened the unease among the group. However, for the moment, no one seemed overly concerned about Sunway's absence from class. His arrival times were notoriously unpredictable. Sometimes he would arrive early, other times precisely on time, and occasionally he would be late, with each day differing from the last. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of him being tardy seemed minimal, yet with each passing minute of his absence, the collective anxiety intensified. All they wished to ascertain was whether Sunway was safe. The absence of his presence left them in a state of unease as time passed. Some individuals could no longer remain seated and began to message Sunway in the group chat. "You Sundad, where are you? Have you arrived at school? You Sundad, how far did you wander off? Just say something. You Sundad, at least check your phone and see the messages. You Sundad, why are you so silent? You haven't passed away, have you?" The chat for Class 12 of the senior year was inundated with messages as everyone frantically tried to reach Sunway. Chapter 70. Is she deliberately guiding them towards doom? The lack of news about Sunway caused a palpable tension among the group, their instincts screaming that something ominous was afoot. Sunway. Could something have happened? It shouldn't be, didn't they say he had bodyguards? What could possibly happen with bodyguards around? That murderer so skilled. Could he really stab Sunway under the protection of bodyguards? If he has such skills, why not become a bodyguard? I agree, it seems improbable. According to Yuku, that murderer fled in a panic after committing murder, and in his fluster accidentally harmed Sunway. With such a psychological state, how could he compare to trained bodyguards? Exactly, and didn't Sunway already choose a different route? He should have avoided the murderer, so how could anything have happened? In mere minutes, the group chat had turned into a towering edifice of anxiety as their discomfort grew. The chairs beneath them felt as though they were embedded with nails, making it increasingly difficult for anyone to remain seated. The first to succumb was Chung Feng, who stood and strode purposefully out of the classroom, his pace quickening. Following Chung Feng, several others also exited, racing after him towards the school gate. Qiyang, feeling uncertain, quickly messaged Yu. "Did Yuka say anything today?" Yu replied. No, not only did she fail to mention anything, but she seemed entirely unconcerned about Sunway's fate. Indifferent to whether he lived or died. That if Sunway were indeed dead, it would eerily align with her past experiences. That if he were alive, it would undoubtedly intensify Yuka's suspicions regardless of the outcome. The situation left the privileged students of Class 12 feeling utterly powerless. Although they appeared to have gained an upper hand by hearing Yuka's thoughts, they were, in truth, being manipulated, and one misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. After a moment of silence, Qiyang sent a message to the group. "Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf. Who has Sunway's phone number? Please send it to me." The class monitor possessed the contact list for the entire class but had not saved Sunway's number, and was too lazy to search for it, opting instead to ask his classmates. Soon, someone shared Sunway's phone number. Qiyang left the classroom with his phone in hand, promptly dialing Sunway's number. However, after several attempts, no one answered. Listening to the monotonous voice on the line informing him that the call could not be connected, Qiyang's heart sank into despair. Clutching his phone tightly, he turned to glance back at the classroom. Through the transparent glass of the wall, his cold, piercing gaze fell upon Yuka. Yuka sat at her desk, idly flipping through a book, her ears adorned with headphones, seemingly in high spirits as she enjoyed her music. As if sensing Qiyang's scrutiny, she looked up at him. Qiyang took a deep breath. Suppressing his growing agitation and unease after several more unsuccessful attempts to reach Sunway, he was nearly certain that something had indeed gone wrong. Otherwise, such a situation would not arise. Yet, the specifics of Sunway's predicament remained a mystery. Qi Yang's hand trembled uncontrollably around his phone. For the first time, he felt utterly lost. He closed his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow in the brisk morning air. Sweat trickled down his cheek, swiftly dampening his color from initial irritation to gradual calmness. He now found himself contemplating how to eliminate the students of Class 12 without reservation. Everything seemed normal, and Yuka's thoughts had not shifted. Yet, in the depths of fate, many things seemed to have changed. Qi Yang was enveloped in a fog, unable to discern what lay hidden within. Was escaping death truly so difficult, or was it all part of Yuka's deliberate design? Qi Yang was baffled, yet he understood that from this day forth, everyone in Class 12 must exercise greater caution. The class bell rang shortly thereafter, but several students were conspicuously absent when the teacher entered the classroom and noticed the numerous empty seats. He paused in surprise and inquired of Qi Yang, "So many absent today?" Qi Yang pursed his lips, unsure of how to respond. If he said they were absent, they had no leave slips. If he claimed they were not absent, that would imply they were skipping class without reason. Observing Qi Yang's conflicted expression, the teacher understood and promptly called old Yang. "Yang, several students in your class, Sunway, Changfeng, Su Ming, Chan Wangjin and a few others, are missing from class. No one seems to know where they are." After a brief exchange, the teacher hung up the phone, dismissing the absence of the missing students and beginning the lesson. The students were burdened with their thoughts, none able to concentrate on the lesson being taught. Yuku, as usual, dozed off, indifferent to her surroundings. The classroom was eerily quiet. Aside from the teacher's voice, no one uttered a word or engaged in any mischief. It was not until over half an hour had passed that a phone vibrated, prompting everyone to simultaneously check their devices. Hastily switching to the chat interface, Changfeng had sent a message. "I found Sunway." Accompanying this was an image of the emergency room door, illuminated by the glaring red words in emergency. Upon seeing the image, a chill gripped everyone's hearts. Though they had suspected that Sunway might be in grave danger, the absence of concrete information had allowed them to cling to a sliver of hope. However, now that Changfeng had shared the photo, a wave of dread washed over them. Sunway had indeed encountered calamity. But hadn't Yuka stated that he would only be in danger if he took the usual route? Sunway had changed his path. How could anything have happened? Stunned, everyone fell silent, unable to utter a word in the group chat. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, another message appeared, sending a chill through the group. "Yuku, does she know we can hear her thoughts? Is she intentionally guiding Sunway to his demise?" If Sunway had continued down his usual path, would this incident have been averted? Once more silence enveloped the group. If Yuka's thoughts were genuine, then why had the murderer appeared there? If they were false, the group dared not delve deeper into that line of thought. Their faces paling in unison, after more than a minute of unbearable tension, someone finally broke the silence with a dry comment. How could that be? If she truly discovered something, she would have exploded in anger long ago. Why would this situation arise? I too find it unlikely. Could it be that heaven's script is at play? In the narrative, we are all destined to perish. Sunway escaped once, but the odds of escaping a second time are, theoretically, considerably diminished. Chapter 71. Why did he still encounter misfortune? Indeed, logically speaking, the chances of a second escape would not only be low, but the difficulty would increase exponentially. So what now? If Sunway cannot escape, does that mean we too will struggle to survive? At this moment, not just Qi Yang, but nearly everyone in Class 12 began to grasp this grim reality. This fictional world was rife with malice, having never intended for them to survive. Not only them but their families too were fated to become collateral damage. To break free from their predetermined fate and forge a future of their own while protecting their families from disaster was an exceedingly arduous task. Initially believing they could meticulously follow Yuka's guidance to evade the scripted fate, they now realized they could not even discern the path ahead. In such circumstances, how could they possibly survive? As bitterness filled their hearts, someone tagged Qi Yang in the chat. "I honestly don't know what to do anymore. Yang Village Undercover Grey Wolf Class Monitor, do you have any ideas?" Qi Yang held his phone in silence for an extended period. After some time, he tagged Changfeng in the chat. "Endless sleeplessness, what is the status of Sunway?" Changfeng's words elevated the already heavy atmosphere in the group to an even more alarming level. After updating them on Sunway's condition, Changfeng swiftly expressed his concerns. "Endless sleeplessness. There is something else we must prepare for. Sunway, for the first time ever, brought a bodyguard with him today. If nothing had happened, we could easily fabricate an excuse and move on. But now that something has occurred, the Sun family will surely suspect that Sunway had prior knowledge of something, which is why he brought a bodyguard." Chang Feng paused at this juncture. There was no need for him to elaborate further. The privileged students of Class 12 comprehended his implication all too well. Sun Wei was inexplicably stabbed, and had it not been for the bodyguard, the Sun family might not have suspected anything at all. At most, they would have thought that Sun Wei simply had bad luck. Encountering a murderer while walking down the street, however, his unusual decision to take a bodyguard with him, and to traverse a route he typically avoided, only to face such an incident mere hundreds of meters from home, has raised some eyebrows. Although Yuku did not see their group while spying on Sun Wei and Qi Yang's devices, fate had granted them a golden opportunity to obscure Yuku's vision. Yet, no one could assure that the Sun family would remain oblivious to that group during their investigation. Should they stumble upon that group and witness its conversations, whether they would believe it or not is uncertain. But they would undoubtedly take note of Yuku. However, they all understood that once Yuku confronted the power holders of those families, they would truly have no room for maneuvering. Qi Yang closed his eyes briefly. Sensing a taut string in his mind about to snap, he yearned for a solution that would prevent the Sun family from discovering that group. Yet, at the age of 18, he was still merely a high school student. Although he had matured significantly compared to the privileged students of Class 12, it was exceedingly challenging for him to contemplate such a matter seriously and execute it flawlessly, leaving no trace or flaw. He continually adjusted his breathing to calm his mind, then turned to glance at Yu, who sat quietly in the classroom. While Yu was staring down, seemingly lost in thought, having remained silent during the group discussions. Not only Yu but also Pei Yan, seated beside him, was quietly engrossed in his book. The two appeared entirely detached from the situation. Class 12 was also contemplating. Perhaps we should devise a way to divert their attention. We cannot allow them to focus on Class 12. What method? Isn't that why we're all brainstorming? Liemo suddenly recalled something. Annoyingly verbose. Endless sleeplessness. Whose possession is Sun Wei's phone now? Endless sleeplessness. Wait for me to investigate. After Chang Feng's message, the group fell silent once more. Everyone anxiously awaited. Each second felt like an eternity. After 2 or 3 minutes, Chang Feng's message finally popped up again. Endless sleeplessness. I found out that no one has seen Sun Wei's phone. The bodyguard hasn't seen it either. It must have been left at the scene. Hurry, someone needs to look for it. Once found, take the phone away immediately. Upon reading Chang Feng's message, everyone felt their hearts leap. The tension they had been holding on to began to ease, as if they had come back to life. As long as they could locate the phone and prevent the Sun family from investigating Class 12, they could temporarily breathe a sigh of relief. Endless sleeplessness. How did you find out? You didn't ask directly, did you? Chang Feng, upon seeing the message, gritted his teeth in frustration. Am I that foolish? Don't worry, no one suspects me. Qi Yang immediately tagged several students who had just left school with Chang Feng. Undercover wolf. While no one is currently focused on the phone, go look for it right away. We must get to Sun Wei's phone first. Undercover wolf. Also, since Sun Wei took a different route today, head towards the Sun family's direction along Liuxi Road. Make sure to search thoroughly. Class 12 had already sent out several people to search, and sending out more now seemed unnecessary and rather bizarre. All they could do was pray that they would successfully find Sun Wei's phone. Chang Feng remained at the hospital, ready to learn about Sun Wei's condition at the first opportunity, while others went to search for the phone. The few who left school sprang into action. Finally, when the bell signaling the end of class rang, and the teacher had just stepped out of the classroom, Zhou Weiwei, sitting in the front row, glanced at her phone and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness, Sun Wei has had an incident." Her cry instantly captured everyone's attention, and the entire class turned to look at her. Zhou Weiwei handed her phone to a classmate, her face filled with concern. It seems he was stabbed and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. This is bad, it must be serious. He won't die, will he? Yuku, lowering her head, removed one earbud, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. Such is his fate, predestined. He was either to die a week ago or today. Zhang Han dared not look at Yuku, exhaling silently, his tone laced with shock and confusion. No. This image that it doesn't seem like the route he usually takes. Doesn't he typically walk the small path to school? Why did he suddenly change his route today? The two girls stiffened, feeling as if they were being targeted by a venomous snake, rendering them motionless, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Was it that figure again who had struck? Did they intercept Sun Wei? If he had already been intercepted and avoided the small path, then why did he still encounter trouble? Chapter 72. A middle finger to fate. Yuku chose to ignore their chatter. She turned her gaze to the window, puzzled, her thoughts spiraling into despair. Why Yuku rested her chin on her hand, the atmosphere around her thick with an unsettling pressure. Is destiny truly so unchangeable? Everyone struggles for survival, yet no one can escape this cycle. That figure behind them seeks to alter Sun Wei's fate, prompting him to take a different path, believing it would allow him to evade the murderer. Yet even with a change of route, Sun Wei still fell victim. For so long, that murderer had consistently traversed the small path. Why this time did they deviate? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Yuko arrived at a disheartening conclusion. Could it be because of Sun Wei? Because he altered his route in the narrative. He meets his demise today, prompting the murderer to change course. Regardless of the path he chooses, is he destined to die today? The possibility of this notion plunged Yuko deeper into despair. It was as if she were ensnared in an abyss, unable to escape, merely watching herself sink further, powerless to alter her fate. The students of Class 12 silently absorbed Yuko's sentiments, drawn into her desolation. Their interest in acting diminished. The word plot loomed over them like a mountain, heavy and oppressive. They recalled Yuko's countless attempts to alter fate, employing any means necessary, yet finding themselves ensnared in the inescapable conclusion of death. Did this not imply that they, like Yuko, were also powerless to change their destinies? No matter their actions, were they not all ultimately doomed? Despair surged like a tidal wave, crashing upon all of Class 12, nearly suffocating them. Regardless of their thoughts, Yuko's voice persisted, deepening their despair. If the plot truly cannot be altered, then what significance does all my effort hold? If every endeavor leads us down the same path as the narrative, should I not simply let things be? Ultimately, accepting any outcome, regardless of its nature, is also a form of tranquility, isn't it? Once more, their spirits plummeted to the depths. Why Yuko had been reborn countless times, possessing foresight and knowledge of the future. That if, under such circumstances, she could not alter the future, how could they possibly hope to escape the narrative's grasp and rewrite their lives merely through Yuko's sentiments? Sun Wei's predicament was the clearest example. They already knew that taking the small path would lead to death, so they changed their route, aiming to evade the narrative. But what was the outcome? Sun Wei still encountered trouble. They believed they had meticulously planned, and Sun Wei had adhered to the plan, yet the results remained unchanged. Why Yu turned to glance at Yuko but only saw the back of her head. She faced away from them, her silhouette suffused with helplessness and confusion. His grip tightened, feeling a sting in his eyes, and he lowered his head, tracing the pages of his book. The students of Class 12 found little inclination to contemplate anything else. Drowning in the despair of their inability to change fate, the classroom was eerily silent. Some were unable to suppress their tears, the weight of their bleak futures pressing down upon them. They were merely privileged youths who had never faced adversity, always receiving whatever they desired. Yet now they were confronted with life and death. The immense pressure weighed heavily on their shoulders, leaving them feeling helpless and particularly aggrieved. All they wished for was to live simply. Why was it so difficult? The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly somber. Many began to wipe their eyes, the future appearing dim, the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty, leaving them unable to discern where to progress. It seemed that every step they took could plunge them into an irretrievable abyss. However, just as the classroom's mood darkened further, a message suddenly emerged in the group chat, forcefully interrupting the existential lamentations of the privileged youths. What are you all thinking? Look at you, so cowardly. Have you forgotten that if we cannot change our fate this time, we will never have another opportunity to do so? Do not let Yuko influence you. She does not realize we can hear her thoughts, which is why she feels despair. But if we do not believe in our ability to change our fate, then we are truly finished. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, we must strive to seize it, rather than wallowing in self-pity over a minor setback. We must remember, even if no one believes in us, even if we may fail, we can never give up on ourselves. We must never. They fixated on those words, a surge of defiance igniting within them. Why should their destinies be dictated by the plot? Why must they adhere to the narratives designed for their demise? They were living, breathing individuals, not mere NPCs defined by a few lines in a book. They possessed their own thoughts, emotions, and independent personalities, each one distinct and unparalleled. What can Yuko's inner voice signify? Does it imply that they are all destined to perish? No, it conveys the profound difficulty of altering the future, suggesting that despite their utmost efforts, they may be powerless to change their fate. But what of it? If they refrain from contemplation and action, they shall merely remain puppets within the pages of a book, following the author's script to the letter, ultimately meeting their demise for some inexplicable reason in the future. Yet, at this moment, they still have time and opportunity. Even if the odds are slim and the dangers abound, they yearn to fight valiantly for their cause, to strive for a future that is uniquely their own. As long as they unite in purpose, Even if the eventual outcome is unsatisfactory, it is far superior to inaction. They not only aspire to transform their own destinies but also to reshape Yuka's future. They wish to demonstrate to her that the future is not immutable, and that the narrative of the novel is not beyond alteration. At that moment, they intend to stand before Yuku with unyielding resolve, declaring, "Look, isn't everything different now? If you wish to survive, it is not impossible." Why such pessimism? Inspired by that sentiment, the second-generation heirs surged with renewed vigor, as if invigorated by a magical elixir, each one reigniting their fighting spirit. With gritted teeth, they typed fervently in the group chat. "Yes, indeed. We cannot be disheartened if we lack unwavering belief in ourselves. What do we have to challenge our destiny? We absolutely cannot admit defeat. It was merely a missed opportunity. We shall exercise greater caution in the future. I refuse to believe we cannot evade misfortune every time. Brothers, if we retreat now in this age of daring and adventure, will we not flee from every challenge that comes our way? Are we cowards? I for one am not. I will not flee. I shall confront adversity head-on. Even in death I will rise and defiantly gesture to the heavens, proclaiming, 'What are you even worth? My life is mine to command.'" Chapter 73. The phone remains missing. Indeed, confront adversity, defy the heavens. She sure Wei Shen challenge fate. Better to die unyielding. Oh sister, after 3 years in the same class, I have never seen you speak with such audacity. Impressive. Li Qingqing has certainly become quite eloquent. I still remember the days when the slightest pinch from the desk would bring her to tears. Now she speaks of challenging fate and defying the heavens. How she's grown. My heart swells with pride. She sure Wei Shen. Thumbs up. JPG. She sure Wei Shen today. Li Qingqing has truly astonished me. Challenging fate. I eagerly await your performance, hoping you can lead us through this adversity. Simultaneously, I aspire to emulate Li Qingqing, hoping to boldly declare my defiance against the heavens as well. Let us go. Fighting. She sure Wei Shen. Today, Li Qingqing remains breathtakingly enchanting. She is a force to be reckoned with, striking down like a whirlwind. You shine so brilliantly today that the entire world cannot help but be captivated. She sure Wei Shen. Li Qingqing took a deep breath, her toes curling, unable to suppress the wave of embarrassment rising within her. After mustering the courage to utter a few encouraging words, did she really deserve to be ridiculed? Gritting her teeth, Li Qingqing typed furiously on her phone. "Shut up! Call for a throat cutting again. Ruthless." The atmosphere, once heavy, was instantly lightened by the whimsical banter of the class's second-generation heirs. The gloom dissipated like fog under the sun. Glancing at the group chat messages, Qi Yang found himself torn between relief and anxiety. He felt joy that the heirs had not so easily chosen to surrender, yet worried they might be overly optimistic. Simplifying the gravity of the situation, however, he could not dampen their spirits with grim realities, such as the potential troubles they might face if Sun Wei's phone remained lost. He picked up the test paper on his desk, focusing on it to regain his composure while mentally urging himself not to be overly pessimistic. Sensing the heir's fervent emotions, Yuka glanced around the classroom. She furrowed her brow, gradually regaining her focus. Have these people taken leave of their senses? Why are they suddenly so excited? The heirs, for the moment, paid no heed to Yuka as long as she did not dwell on thoughts of how to eliminate them or contemplate their futures. They could ignore her, pretending not to hear her, and continue their impassioned exchanges in the group chat. The class bell soon rang, and everyone gradually settled down, though they had shouted loudly in the chat and spoken with flair. Were the heirs of Class 12 truly as composed as they appeared? Not at all. They merely concealed their cowardly emotions, unwilling to let their fears dampen the spirits of others. No noise, no wandering, no leaving the classroom, and no indiscriminate trips to the restroom. He was a man of his word. If he said he would punish, he would indeed do so, and threats to report to the Education Bureau fell on deaf ears. His intimidation was quite effective, and so no one dared to challenge old Yang. Furthermore, the heirs were not in the mood for mischief today. They repeatedly refreshed the group chat, anxiously awaiting updates. Each hoped that when they refreshed the chat, a classmate searching for the phone would bring them good news. Alas, their hopes were dashed. Until the class ended, no one had posted anything. Hearts grew heavier. Sun Wei's incident occurred just a few hundred meters from his home, along a main road, and nearly an hour had passed without anyone finding his phone. The previously light-hearted mood once again turned somber. Chang Feng, alone in the hospital, could no longer contain the oppressive atmosphere and was the first to reach out to the few who had gone searching for the phone. Endless sleepless nights. Has the phone been found? The worst fears were confirmed, and the heirs could no longer maintain their facade of calm. Chaos erupted among them. It was as if they had glimpsed a grim future, a scene of utter devastation. Fortunately, Chan Wangjin quickly sensed the group's anxiety and soon sent a message to temporarily soothe everyone. Mad Orange, let us find the cleaning staff responsible for this area. Perhaps they picked it up while cleaning. We should also see if we can check the surveillance footage. Being able to review the footage would greatly increase our chances of locating Sunway's phone. While the suggestion was made, accessing surveillance footage is not a simple task. To do so, they would need to approach the Traffic Police Department or the Public Security Bureau. Given the recent incident, the police would certainly be wary of their presence as it could raise suspicions. However, a trip to the traffic police station would be feasible. Chi-Yong quickly devised a plan. Feeling somewhat reassured, he tagged Chan Wangjin in the group. Mad Orange, you all shouldn't go searching for the cleaning staff together. Mad Orange, understood. It was quite a challenge for Chi-Yong, accustomed to having every aspect of his life taken care of, to think of such a grounded solution as checking the traffic police's surveillance footage. Yet, he feared he might not have considered every angle, leaving something overlooked. After pondering for a moment without coming up with additional ideas, he let it go. With Old Yang absent, Class 12's already lax atmosphere became even more so. Yuku, wearing headphones, scrolled through short videos until she stumbled upon local trending news. Last night at 2026 at 138 Beishi Road, an explosion occurred at a chemical factory, resulting in 47 deaths and 90 injuries. Due to the timeliness of the event, the video had only made local trending news and had yet to spread widely. However, Yuka knew that within 3 days, this incident would be fully disseminated. The explosion had instantly claimed 47 lives, but as subsequent treatments unfolded, 8 more would succumb. Chapter 74. The phone has been taken. The devastation was so severe that, in this age of advanced internet, such a significant event could not be suppressed. Watching the video of the grieving families, Yuka swiped away the footage with an expressionless face. Regardless of the tragedy at the chemical factory, it bore no relevance to her. In her myriad lives, she had once earnestly advised the factory's management against such catastrophes. Yet, they disregarded her warnings entirely, when the explosion ultimately occurred, claiming so many lives. The very same manager was the first to point fingers at her, declaring her highly suspicious, suggesting that if she were not responsible, how could she have foreseen the accident? This incident was undoubtedly tied to her in their eyes. The manager claimed she was motivated by a sense of revenge for her failed prank, leading to the explosion and the ensuing casualties. He lamented publicly, painting her as someone driven by vengeance, responsible for the deaths of countless individuals. The online community, quick to judge, rallied against her, vilifying her at every turn. She became a pariah, the subject of scorn for anyone who laid eyes on her. Even before the police's investigation concluded, she had already been condemned. When the verdict finally exonerated her, those who had condemned her refused to accept the outcome, claiming her family was wealthy enough to have bribed the police, thus skewing the truth. No amount of explanation would suffice. This was not the first time Yuku had faced such treatment. However, it was the first time she felt that rebirth was futile. Incapable of effecting any change from that moment on, in every subsequent rebirth, she ceased to concern herself with the chemical factory. And each life of her rebirth, the chemical factory has suffered a catastrophic explosion, with casualties always remaining consistent. The news anchor's words have become second nature to her. The fates of others hold no significance for her. The entire world feels like a collection of NPCs. And so does Yu. Yuka remains indifferent to the lives of these NPCs. Whether they live or die bears no relevance to her. However, Yu is different. After watching a video, Yuka turns off her phone and lays down to sleep. Meanwhile, the small group of Class 12 in their senior year buzzes back to life. After several hours of waiting, Chang Feng finally sends a message. Endless insomnia. The surgery is over. Upon reading Chang Feng's message, the second-generation heirs grow anxious. How is it? Is he all right? Has he escaped danger? He'll be fine. He must be fine. They say calamities leave behind a legacy of 1,000 years. How could Sun Wei possibly die so soon? Aware of their concerns, Chang Feng wastes no time and directly shares the doctor's words in the group. Endless insomnia. He has temporarily escaped danger. Upon reading this, the tension among the group begins to ease slightly. As long as he is no longer in danger, that is what matters. Heaven knows how terrified they were at the thought of Sun Wei perishing. Someone thumps their chest. As long as he's fine, that's all that matters. Haha, I told you, Sun Wei, that calamity could never die so soon. Exactly, his life is remarkably resilient. If he could survive the first near-death experience, it's only natural he could survive a second. Though the process was perilous, it's certainly preferable to losing a life outright. Sunway's condition is far better than they had anticipated. At the very least, he is alive, is he not? As long as there is life, it signifies that they still hold hope to rewrite their destinies. However, before the group can celebrate for too long, Chang Feng's next message abruptly drags everyone from heaven to hell. Endless insomnia. Don't rejoice too early. The doctor said that although he has temporarily escaped danger, if he does not awaken within a week, he may never wake again. His words once again send everyone's hearts into turmoil. Reading Chang Feng's message, hands begin to tremble. What? Didn't he just escape danger? Right. What does it mean that if he doesn't awaken within a week, he might never wake up? Is he that severely injured? What does this mean? Has he escaped danger or not? A cacophony of voices fills the group for a while, yet no one addresses the crux of the matter. Frustrated, someone directly tags Chang Feng. Endless insomnia. Do you mean to say that Sunway might become a vegetable? Chills run down everyone's spines. If he becomes a vegetable, what difference is there from being dead? It would be better to be dead. Chang Feng can fully empathize with the current feelings of Class 12. He shares their sentiments. Yet, with the situation having escalated to this point, avoidance serves no purpose. Taking a deep breath, he types again in the group. This is what the doctor said. We must prepare ourselves mentally. How much time has passed since today began? So much has transpired already. First Sunway was injured, then his phone was lost, and now they are receiving such grim news. No matter how much they tell themselves to remain calm, this group of second-generation heirs, who have never faced significant upheaval, finds it impossible to deceive themselves any longer into believing they can change the future. With their confidence shattered, they are left feeling lost and bewildered. Noticing the change in everyone's emotions, Qiyang purses his lips and tags everyone in the group. Sheep Village Undercover Wolf. All members. Everyone, let us not panic, until there's still a week for Sunway. Nothing is certain yet. Let us not lose our composure. Moreover, the doctor never said it would be difficult for Sunway to awaken. Did he? Endless insomnia. Whoever has the time these days should visit the hospital and stimulate Sunway. With his fiery temperament, anything could snap him back to consciousness, right? The second-generation heirs, although uncertain of the truth in Chang Feng's words, derive a modicum of comfort from them. Fear serves no purpose. The situation must be addressed, mustn't it? Seizing the moment, the second-generation heirs, having skipped lunch, swiftly leave the school. They divide their tasks. Some head to the hospital, others to the traffic police station. Still, others conduct a thorough search along the road Sunway traveled that morning. Unfortunately, no matter how diligently they search, Sunway's phone remains elusive. However, from Chan Wangjin at the traffic police station comes news that is ambiguous, leaving them unsure whether to consider it good or bad. And the surveillance footage, as Sunway struggled, his phone fell from his pocket, inadvertently kicked into the greenery during his ordeal. The bodyguard, reacting quickly, subdued the assailant while simultaneously calling for assistance and transporting Sunway to the hospital. The scene was chaotic, and the urgency of the situation meant no one noticed Sunway's phone. When the other bodyguards from the Sun family arrived to take the assailant to the police station, they also helped convey Sunway to the hospital, and the phone was forgotten. Yet, by sheer coincidence, an unexpected individual passed by and heard the ringing of Sunway's phone. Approaching the greenery, he reached down to pick it up, glancing at it, but whether the call had been disconnected or not, he chose not to answer. Instead, he pocketed the phone and walked away. Coincidentally, this student was wearing the same uniform as they were. Even more coincidentally, he was someone they all recognized. The one who picked up Sunway's phone was none other than Shinju from Class 1. Chapter 75. Everyone wants to be a lawful citizen. It was truly a horrific and bloody sight. Merely witnessing it sent shivers down their spines. The very thought that they too might endure such experiences in the future filled them with suffocating dread. Upon viewing the video shared by Chan Wangjin, a brief silence enveloped the group. In the surveillance footage, the road was sparsely populated, with few pedestrians aside from vehicles. Occasionally, a few individuals would pass by, quickly disappearing from view. Only Shinju paused, seemingly drawn by something. As he approached the greenery, he then bent down to retrieve the phone that had been kicked into the foliage, hesitating for a moment before moving on. Just a few steps later, he stumbled upon the pool of blood spilled by Sunway during the stabbing. So much blood, some still fresh and flowing onto the road. Shinju didn't even have time to turn away before he collapsed spectacularly, fainting the crowd. The video sped through time, and after approximately 15 minutes, Shinju finally regained consciousness. During those 15 minutes of his unconsciousness, numerous vehicles passed by, yet not a single one stopped. He lay there oblivious for 15 minutes, leading any passerby to believe he had perished. Shinju, eyes closed, turned his head in another direction, unwilling to confront the blood, quickly disappearing from the surveillance footage. After a moment of silence in the group, someone curiously inquired, Shenju. Why was he there? Doesn't his home lie so close to the school? Did he walk to school? As soon as this question was posed, someone countered immediately. Have you never been to the Shen residence? Don't you know where it is? The Shen family cannot possibly be in that direction. Exactly, the Shen family doesn't reside in that direction. And Shenju has always been driven to and from school. Upon reading these comments, the already anxious second-generation heirs became even more agitated. Since the Shen residence is not in that direction and Shenju has never walked to school, why by sheer coincidence did he pass by right after Sun Wei encountered danger? And why did he happen to pick up Sun Wei's phone? The group felt their already taut nerves tighten further, as a chilling suspicion arose in their minds. Shenju. He can't possibly know something, can he? No way. How could that be? Can he hear Yuku's whispers too? Is it not only our class and the Yu family that can hear them? I'm already quite annoyed. Why must Shenju involve himself? Don't scare me. If he can hear, there are bound to be others who can hear too, which means we would have no advantage at all. Path to divinity is fraught with hardship. Why not test him? If he can hear, we should eliminate him first. Upon seeing this comment from a deeply influenced individual, everyone fell into silence. After a considerable pause, someone finally voiced a question. Are you trying to learn from Yuku and become a lawful citizen? That won't do. Your intellect can't outmatch Shenju's. Life is already challenging enough. Don't seek your own demise. Exactly. If you confront Shenju, I'd wager the odds are 1 in 9. He only needs to make one move to send you to the underworld. Path to divinity is fraught with hardship. I have a suggestion for you. If you wish to eliminate Shenju, I recommend collaborating with Yuku. That way, you won't need to think for yourself. Just follow Yuku's lead. She excels at cleanup. By the time she's done tidying up, she'd appear as an innocent, lovable girl. Ning Wanfang. Surprisingly, I think that's feasible. What if Yuku, in a moment of kindness, feels you're somewhat useful and decides to protect you? Ning Wanfang gritted her teeth. I was merely speaking in jest. Can't I even joke? Someone, unable to hold back any longer, interjected. This isn't the time for such discussions. Let us be serious. Regardless of how solemn the atmosphere may be, this group always manages to veer off topic, eliciting both exasperation and amusement. The crowd once again straightened their faces. Speaking of which, do you all remember Yuku's words? She previously remarked that Shenju is a thoroughgoing scoundrel. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. If Shenju can also hear Yuku's whispers, what should we do? Should we ally with him? Join hands with him? Absolutely not. I refuse to be left with nothing but remnants. Shenju appeared modest and courteous, yet he was undoubtedly the most promising child of the Shen family over the years, having entered the family business at such a young age. Joining forces with him, this group of second-generation heirs would truly be insufficient in the face of his prowess. Observing the conversations in the group, Qi Yang, pensive, caressed his phone in silence. After a moment, he sent a message to Yu. Do you think Shenju can also hear Yuku's words? Qi Yang. Shenju is not like us. If he can indeed hear and see the chat in the group, he might take action against Yuku. Are you not planning to intervene? As soon as he sent the message, he removed Sun Wei from the group. Yu smirked slightly. Then shall we take the initiative? Are you bold enough? Qi Yang. I am not jesting. Yu. Upon reading Yu's reply, Qi Yang tightened his grip on his phone. Utterly perplexed by Yu's thoughts, he lowered his head and typed. Yu, what are you truly thinking? When Yu saw his message, he fell silent. What was he thinking? Lying on his dormitory bed, he stared at the ceiling, feeling utterly lost. He wished for Yuka's happiness and a simple life. Yet, Yuka's experiences rendered such hopes mere fantasies. He did not want her to remain mired in despair. Yet he feared for her safety. To Yuku, each rebirth was a battle, and in the end, death was inevitable. But she did not believe in fate, thus she struggled fiercely. Yu understood Yuka's mindset clearly. He knew she cared little for anyone but him. She was acting according to her past instincts. However, Yu felt something was amiss. For reasons unknown, he harbored a strong premonition that regardless of success, this would be Yuka's final life. Should she fail again, rebirth would elude her. She would perish completely. Perhaps it was their inexplicable ability to hear Yuka's thoughts that incited this feeling in him, or perhaps it was something else. He could not articulate it. Yet, whether success or failure, it would be a form of liberation for Yuku. It was precisely for this reason that Yu wished for her to relax. Yet, Yuku had never allowed herself to do so. Conflicted and pained, Yu did not know what to do. Chi-Yang felt a lump in his throat, choking him with discomfort. Without granting Yu time to respond, he sent several more messages. We still do not know the exact situation, and we cannot be certain if Shinju can truly hear. What if this is all merely coincidence? What if Shinju is completely unaware? Yu did not wish to continue debating this topic. He simply wanted to conclude it swiftly. I understand. Yet Chi-Yang pressed on. I don't care how you perceive this. Grant me a few days and I shall probe further. Why you lack the means of Yuku to eliminate someone without raising suspicion. If you act impulsively, the Shun family will undoubtedly investigate thoroughly, and exposure will be just a matter of time. I end this world. The death of anyone else may be inconsequential, but if you were to die, Yuku would truly lose her mind. Do you comprehend how much she cherishes you? If you were to perish, do you believe she could continue living happily? Yu's grip on his phone tightened until his fingertips turned white. He was not so foolish as to rush headlong into a confrontation with Shinju out of a moment's impulsiveness. If he were to act, he would certainly consider every angle beforehand. However, Chi-Yang's words were not entirely unfounded. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old youth who had adhered to the law his entire life. If he were to commit a crime, the likelihood of exposure was high. Concerned that Yu might truly be driven to desperation, Chi-Yang earnestly sent another message. Why Yu? If Shinju can genuinely hear Yuka's thoughts, it won't just be you. Everyone in senior class 12 would not let him off easily. You won't be alone. We will all devise a plan together. Why Yu pressed his lips together. Rest assured, I understand. Chi-Yang was uncertain whether Yu was merely placating him or had genuinely come to a realization, but he refrained from pressing further. He teased. However, you truly surprise me. You do not wish for Yuku to commit murder, yet you aspire to be a defender of the law. Quite the paradox, isn't it? Chapter 76. Of course, I jumped down myself. Unbeknownst to Yuku, the members of senior class 12 were far from calm. She sat in her classroom by the window, absently biting on a straw of her milk tea. During the lunch break, the classroom was empty. After a moment of daydreaming, she opened the only single-player game on her phone, Connect Fort. After playing 2 rounds, a WeChat message popped up from above her screen. Upon opening it, she saw it was from Yu. How is the test you mentioned progressing? Have you completed it? What do you mean by not much? Be clear. Also, what kind of test are you referring to? Yuka glanced outside and casually typed a few words in reply. What does it matter to you? Mind your own business. Upon reading the message, Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that Yuku, who had recently agreed to cooperate, would suddenly back out. Was there still any integrity left in the world? Collaborating with you to locate the person, and now the opportunity had passed. With this time, I might as well stalk Shinju myself. Once I find him, I can deal with both him and that woman simultaneously, don't you think? Currently, Yuya lay in bed, unable to care for herself. By the time she recovered and confronted Shinju, she would need considerable time and effort to find that woman. Even a rough estimate revealed that the time cost was already quite high, far from the efficiency of Yuku handling it herself. Using that woman as leverage against Yuku was never a wise move. Seeing Yuka's message, Yuya took a deep breath, unable to suppress her anger, and punched the quilt. Yuku was insufferably shameless. Yuya prided herself on understanding Yuku well. Given Yuka's temperament, she would never be able to swallow her pride without extracting vengeance upon that woman. Was Yuka truly intending to go forth alone? It was hard to say. All this talk was merely a means to pressure her. Even if she could not leave her bed, that inhumane creature had no intention of allowing her peace. Truly, Yuku was remarkable. Yuya looked at the message from Yuku, finding herself both furious and amused. While your words hold some truth, Yuku, the changes in the members of senior class 12 and the Yu family are of little consequence to me. They merely serve to satisfy my curiosity. My target is Shinju and that woman. Your goals extend beyond these two. Are we to compete to see who can find that woman first? Since you are unwilling to cooperate, I shall not force you. We shall each rely on our own capabilities. What does mean? Yuya gritted her teeth, realizing she indeed had no intention of collaborating any longer. She suddenly regretted speaking too much during their last encounter. Had she not informed Yuku that the woman would undoubtedly seek to approach Shinju, would Yuku have spoken so defiantly? Yuya was infuriated, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Before she could finish typing, the sound of the door opening caught her attention. She frowned and looked up at the newcomer, momentarily stunned to find it was Yushio. Her already sour mood darkened further at the sight of him, and Yuya's face turned cold. She put away her phone and glared at Yushio. Do you need something? Yushio also lowered his gaze to Yuya. Yuya was his younger sister, whom he had watched grow up, while Yuku was his biological sister. For the sake of this false sister, they had caused the death of the real Yuku. In the tragedy of Yuka's demise, Yuya bore significant guilt. Had it not been for her, Yuku would not have perished. Yushio took a deep breath, suppressing the gloom within him as he sat down at the edge of the bed. Since Yuya's incident, this was his first visit to the hospital. He had not intended to come today either, but as he passed by downstairs, he inexplicably found himself here over the past few days. Yushio had contemplated many things, uncertain how to face Yuya. After all, she had been his beloved sister for many years. Even knowing Yuya was not innocent, he could not entirely place the blame upon her. Having not visited the hospital for several days, Yushio observed Yuya. Noting how she seemed to have changed drastically in just a short time previously, she would tug at his sleeve and sweetly call him brother. Now, however, Yuya looked at him with open disdain, clear, unmasked disdain. A lump formed in Yushio's throat, choking him with discomfort. Taking a deep breath, he convinced himself that Yuya's sudden transformation was merely a reaction to the recent events. Yet the real Yuku was already dead. Yuya was still alive, and compared to Yuku, she was doing significantly better. What right did she have to harbor grievances? The one truly entitled to resentment was Yuku. Fortunately, Yuya remained oblivious to Yushio's current thoughts. Otherwise, she would have slapped him into silence. Yushio sat in silence at the edge of the bed for a long while Yuya's impatience grew. Unable to endure any longer, she pointed to the door and said, "If you have nothing to say, then please leave. You're just in my way." Yushio's brow furrowed instantly, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on Yuya. He pressed his lips tightly together, ultimately breaking his silence to ask her a question. As he posed this question, his eyes remained locked onto Yuya's, not missing a single expression on her face. He radiated an intense aura of pressure, his gaze icy, fixed unwaveringly upon Yuya's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Yuya was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to ask such a question. Her impatience morphed into suspicion, gradually evolving into something more intriguing. Deeply acquainted with the character of the Yu family, Yushio's moral integrity is well understood. Yuya is acutely aware that his inquiry is a manifestation of suspicion regarding a certain incident. His visit is merely an endeavor to uncover the truth. Although a year has passed and the reason for Yushio's sudden reminiscence remains a mystery, Yuya cannot help but feel a sense of gratification. It is indeed rare. At the brink of turning 30, Yushio has surprisingly developed a semblance of intellect. She had anticipated that he would perpetually maintain his lofty demeanor, continuing as a domineering figure with a negative IQ. Yuya clicks her tongue and shakes her head, her gaze towards Yushio akin to that of a caregiver observing a child with diminished faculties. Upon reflection, Yuya realizes her previous statement may have been somewhat inappropriate. She hastily adds, "Oh, by the way, remember to invite Yuxian, Yu Qingzi, as well as Yu Peng and Song Jinghe when you go. The 5 of you must be gathered together. No one should be left behind. Although I would also love for you to invite Yuku, her intellect is not on par with yours, and including her in a visit to a psychiatric facility would be somewhat insulting." As she speaks, a look of regret crosses Yuya's face. She genuinely wishes for Yushio to take Yuku along to the mental health clinic. The thought of having someone capture Yuka's expressions on camera is tantalizing. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Alone in the hospital, her activities are exceedingly limited, rendering her quite bored. Yushio is momentarily stunned by Yuya's words. He had anticipated that she would either deny or acknowledge her mistakes, perhaps even weeping for forgiveness. What he had not foreseen was her utterance of such sentiments. Yushio's fists clenched tightly, his disbelief palpable. He cannot fathom that his sister, whom he has watched grow up, could possess such a malevolent heart. Merely because Yuku is a biological daughter of the Yu family, Yuya seems intent on condemning her to death. How could she have transformed into such a person? Yushio feels as though he has never truly known this sister of his. When did Yuya become so malicious? After all, it concerns a life. Has she never contemplated what Yuka might endure? He gazes at Yuya, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, and manages to stammer, "Wa?" Understanding his unspoken question, Yuya scoffs derisively, "What do you mean, why? Now you come to feign ignorance. You claim not to know whether Yuka pushed me. Yet you all cast her into the pool. That if Yuka truly did push me, wouldn't the 3 of you have taken a knife and dealt with her right then and there? Did your mother raise you by discarding you and nurturing the placenta instead? Who are you trying to play the victim for? Do you feel wronged? Or perhaps you find it hard to accept that you have been deceived. Wasn't it you who personally thrust Yuku into the pool? While I find your favoritism towards my former self quite repulsive, please do not lay the blame at my feet. Each person must bear their own responsibilities. Surely you cannot lack even this small measure of accountability. Of course, if you truly wish to blame me, I can understand. Although this matter has little to do with my present self, Your family has proven to be quite adept at shifting blame, so I can empathize with your need to pin it on me. If doing so alleviates your guilt, feel free. Without allowing Yushio any time to respond or speak, Yuya places a hand on his shoulder, her words firing off like a machine gun. I imagine you must think that if it weren't for my instigation, your relationship with Yuku would not be so strained, although such thoughts are rather uncharitable. I certainly do not blame you, knowing your true nature. I'll take this blame upon myself. It's of no consequence. This is the first time, but certainly not the last. I can shoulder a few more burdens if necessary. I am quite capable of enduring. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What is essential is that I have a very sincere suggestion for you. Given your family's remarkable ability to deflect blame, I genuinely recommend that you all set up a roadside stall for cooking. Your business would surely flourish. Even if you were to face bankruptcy in the future, at least you would possess a skill to sustain yourselves, preventing you from starving on the streets. With a smile as sweet as honey, akin to Yuka's demeanor, she adds, please do consider my constructive proposal. As your sister, this is the least I can do for you. She presents herself as the epitome of sweetness and concern for their well-being, even giving herself a thumbs up for her remarkable oration. Throughout Yuya's tirade, Yushio remains silent. He acknowledges that the Yu family has wronged Yuku. Yet they have never wronged Yuya throughout the years. Whatever she desired was provided, and the adoration of the entire family was lavished solely upon her. From childhood to adulthood, she has been the center of attention, cherished and protected as though she were made of glass, with the utmost concern for her well-being. Even after discovering that she is not a biological daughter of the Yu family, they never neglected her nor cast her aside. In fact, they treated her even better than before, sometimes at the expense of their own flesh and blood. This led Yuku to despise the Yu family, and Yuyu to distance himself from them. For her, the Yu family has gone to great lengths. In what way have they wronged Yuya? Yushio can comprehend Yuka's disappointment with the Yu family. It is indeed their dereliction of duty, and she has every right to harbor resentment. However, the Yu family has never wronged Yuya, having treasured her like a gem for 18 years. Yet, in the end, is this how she perceives them? Yushio feels an icy chill enveloping his heart, unsure if it is disappointment or some other emotion that spreads within him. Refusing to dissipate, he ponders deeply, unable to fathom why Yuya harbors such animosity towards the Yu family, to the extent of cursing their downfall. Why Yushio's expression turns ashen as he scrutinizes Yuya closely. At that moment, he realizes that she indeed seems like a completely different person, not merely due to her injury-induced change in temperament. Yuya, who once was obedient and sweet, would greet him with affectionate calls of brother. When she felt wronged, her eyes would well up with tears as she playfully sought gifts from him. Yet, the Yuya before him, despite wearing a sweet smile, utters words that cut like daggers. Is it that she had hidden her true self so well before, and now her true nature is finally revealed? Or is the person before him not Yuya at all? Yushio takes a deep breath, attempting to suppress the tumult of emotions swirling within him, striving to maintain his composure. Yet, the words that escape his lips are tinged with emotion. Yuya, after all these years of the Yu family raising you, it truly seems they would have been better off raising a dog. Upon hearing his words, Yuya does not react with anger. Instead, she lets out a soft laugh, her gaze towards Yushio turning icy. Have your eyes been blind for so many years, that they have now miraculously opened? I have said all I needed to say. If you have more to add, do so quickly. If not, then be on your way. Why Yushio feels a lump in his throat, struggling to maintain his usual composure as it begins to crumble. Were it not for the unresolved matters at hand, he would have stormed off long ago instead of enduring Yuya's sharp jibes. Taking a deep breath, Yushio asks her, Yuya, I came here solely to inquire. Why do you always frame Yuku? Can you truly not tolerate her existence? Yuya furrows her brow. I thought you would ask something different. Is it just this? Her tone carries a note of impatience. Why Yushio, do not portray yourselves as the innocent ones, as if you are the victims in this narrative. Let us not forget that it has always been you who has acted against Yuku. I owe her nothing. It is you and the Yu family who owe her. Hearing Yuya shift the blame for Yuka's plight solely onto them, Yushio's heart sinks further. They have indeed wronged Yuku in many ways, but all of it was for whose sake? If not to protect Yuya, to shield her from harm and grievance, would they have treated their own sister so harshly? The irony strikes Yushio. Yuka's demise is a burden they all share, each bearing responsibility, yet Yuya, the one who has reaped all the benefits, absolves herself of any guilt. It seems the only ones who have wronged Yuku are the Yu family, while she remains the image of innocence. Yushio's gaze turns frigid as he regards Yuya, his voice stripped of the usual warmth. You wish to sever ties with the Yu family? At this, Yuya meets his gaze, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you think I am as foolish as Yuku? enduring your mistreatment while serving you like a servant at home. You could treat Yuku so harshly for my sake. Now feeling guilty, you wish to make amends with her and believe all of this is my fault. Do you think you will treat me the same way you did Yuku? Yuya's words hit with unerring precision. As she speaks, she covers her mouth in feigned shock, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazes at Yushio. Her tone exaggerated to the extreme. "Oh, do you really believe that if I were to endure the same treatment as Yuku, your debts to her would be erased?" Yuya's remarks are painfully piercing. The atmospheric pressure surrounding Yushio was diminishing rapidly, teetering on the brink of an impending explosion. Yet, Yuya remained unfazed by his turmoil. Her gaze was fixed on Yushio, unwavering that as she observed him, an unexpected laughter erupted from her lips. Ha ha ha! Her laughter grew increasingly boisterous, even to the point of tears streaming down her cheeks, as she struck the blanket with fervor. Ha ha ha, Yushio! Ha ha ha, could you be so naive? You don't genuinely believe that you can torment me to placate Yuku and win her forgiveness, do you? Ha ha ha, have you lost your senses? She urged him to abandon the Yu family, lest he find himself on the brink of bankruptcy one day. Ha ha ha, with such a mentally unstable leader, I almost feel pity for the employees of the Yu family. They might deserve compensation for work-related injuries at this rate. Have you sent it out yet? As Yuya's laughter resonated louder and more mocking, Yushio could no longer contain his fury. Enough! His voice overshadowed her laughter, filled with a chilling intensity as he suppressed an overwhelming rage. This was the first time Yuya had witnessed Yushio so incensed, his entire demeanor suffused with a palpable low pressure. Had this been at the company, his subordinates would have been terrified, fearing they might have inadvertently offended him. Yet before him stood Yuya. How could she possibly fear him? She was all too aware of Yushio's true character. Deeply ingrained with coldness and selfishness, wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, Yuya gradually stifled her amusement. A hiccup escaped her, a gust of cold air rushing down her throat, prompting a violent coughing fit that reddened her complexion, taking her several moments to recover. Why Yushio sat upright on the chair, his eyes piercingly scrutinizing Yuya, despite witnessing her struggle to breathe. He offered no solace nor a glass of water, his tone as indifferent as if addressing someone inconsequential. Yuya, you are merely the misplaced daughter of the Yu family. Should they utter a word, you shall find no refuge in the entirety of Luochuan. Implicit in his words was a challenge. Was she truly prepared to confront him and sever ties with the Yu family? Yuya placed a hand over her chest, feigning terror as she gazed at Yushio. Oh, how frightful! Yushio inhaled deeply, his fists tightening further. He fixed his gaze upon her for several seconds before abruptly departing the hospital room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and Yuya's expression brimmed with contempt. What an uncouth individual. Did he not realize that hospitals required decorum? As for the fact that she had provoked Yushio into storming off, Yuya paid it no mind. It would be best if he simply succumbed to his anger and spared her future troubles, though the Yu family currently held sway over her financial lifeline. Covering her hospital expenses, they would hardly be so stingy as to neglect even that. Nevertheless, these concerns were not on Yuya's agenda. Yet, given that Yuku possessed her own consciousness, it was not surprising if she chose to distance herself from the Yu family at some point. The puzzling aspect was the attitude of the Yu family in the past. Even if Yuku had moved out, the Yu family would merely grumble a few complaints, perhaps occasionally lamenting her absence. It was inconceivable that Yushio would come to the hospital solely to confront her, feigning indignation on Yuku's behalf. What was his intent? To seek justice for Yuku. Was Yushio now filled with regret? Had Yuku's premature departure from the Yu family instilled a sense of guilt within him? Yuya pondered this. Knowing Yushio's disposition, he would hardly confront her even if Yuku had perished outside. In the eyes of the Yu family, Yuku was inconsequential. Whenever news of Yuku's demise reached them, they had never failed to respond with mockery or insipid remarks. Why was this time different? As Yuya ruminated, she retrieved her phone to delete the unsent messages in the chat, rephrasing to send a new message to Yuku. Yushio just came to the hospital to see me. Yuya's grip on the phone tightened, a surge of unbridled fury coursing through her. She was engaged in a civil conversation with Yuku. Could she not refrain from needling her? Yuya knew precisely how to strike where it hurt the most. Yuya messaged, "What nonsense are you spouting? If you want that idiot, then take him. Don't drag me into your mess. I find it utterly distasteful." She followed up with another message. "Don't you want to know why Yushio came to the hospital to see me?" Yuku replied, "What's there to be curious about?" "I'm not interested." Why Yuya raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on her lips. "I wager you won't guess why he came to see me this time." Chapter 79. Perhaps they too have begun an infinite cycle of rebirth. Why Yuku responded, "Oh really? Yuka continued, after thinking for a second. Never mind. Don't go ruining it for others. Why Yuya gritted her teeth, realizing that every conversation with Yuka left her exasperated. Then tell me, what reason could you have for seeking me out? Yuka replied, what else could it be? He couldn't possibly have come to visit you. Could he? Yuka speculated. I guess it's probably about the time you pushed me into the water. Seeking an explanation why, Yuya was taken aback by Yuka's message. She had not anticipated that Yuku would actually know. Yuya furrowed her brow. Why Yuku had experienced countless rebirths, possessing intimate knowledge of the Yu family in all those previous instances. They had never once shown remorse for the troubles Yuku had caused her. Yuku was undoubtedly aware of this fact, yet this time she not only guessed Yushio's intentions but seemed entirely unfazed by the revelation. Was this normal? While Yushio's actions could be somewhat excused as a lapse in judgment, Yuka's behavior was far from typical. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Yuya inquired, don't you find Yushio's behavior rather peculiar? Is this really Yushio? Yuya sent another message. Last time? You mentioned that the students of Class 12 and the Yu family had exhibited strange behavior, so you were already aware that they were different from before. The test you intend to conduct is related to this. You're testing why they have changed. Why Yuku, have you already arrived at an answer? Is that why you know why Yushio sought me? The more Yuya contemplated, the more she believed her deductions might hold merit. She pressed her lips together, her expression gradually turning solemn as she awaited Yuka's response. Why Yuya was infuriated by Yuka's childish behavior of disappearing just when the conversation became critical. She messaged Yuku again. Yuku, why have they changed from how they used to be? If Yuku were before Yuya now, she would be tempted to strike her. Rambling on without getting to the point, she took a deep breath. In a month, I will seek an opportunity to meet Shinjua. Upon seeing the message she had longed for, Yuka smiled contentedly. She and Yuya were engaged in a transaction. How could Yuya simply lounge about while she provided information? Business did not operate that way. She cared not how Yuya managed it. If she could not swiftly approach Shinjua, then to Yuku, she would be a useless piece on the chessboard. She hoped to complete all her matters before Shinjua remained oblivious to who Yuya was. As for how Yuya would go about it, that was not a concern for Yukai in narratives. A peculiar attraction often exists between the protagonists. Relying on that chemistry, Yuya's desire to meet Shinjua was merely a matter of time. Devoid of difficulty, why Yuya's foremost issue was her health. Had her legs been fine, she would have already taken action, rather than being at the mercy of Yuka's whims. Why Yuka sent a smiley face emoji. Whether you know Shinjua or not is inconsequential to me. My sole goal is to identify that woman. Upon reading the message, Yuya fell silent for a moment before chuckling softly. So can you tell me now? Yuku, feeling straightforward, disclosed the information to Yuya since both parties had reached an agreement. Yuka stated, the Yu family and the students of Class 12 know a bit about events from previous lives. Why Yuya's eyes narrowed as she read Yuka's message, a peculiar emotion flickering within her. What is the reason? Yuka replied, unknown. Perhaps they dreamt about it, or their consciousness has awakened. They might also be experiencing infinite rebirths like us. Why Yuku added, regardless of how one interprets it, each theory holds a degree of plausibility. Yuya furrowed her brows, staring at the word might with a shiver of distaste. You truly are repugnant. Why Yuka responded. Thank you for the compliment. Having acquired the answer she sought, Yuya felt a sense of relief. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing, surpassing her expectations. While she was immensely curious about how the Yu family in Class 12 had come to know about previous lives, such esoteric matters were inherently difficult to investigate. She did not doubt the veracity of Yuka's words. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, Yuya glanced at her phone again, a smile gracing her features. This smile differed from her earlier ones. It now bore a hint of tenderness. She asked Yuku, Yuku, what are you contemplating? Yuku replied with a question mark. Yuya continued, you could easily resolve matters here before pursuing Shinjua. You possess numerous means to monitor him without the need to risk collaboration with me. So what are your thoughts? Yuku, what are your plans? Yuya waited a considerable time, yet no response from Yuku materialized. She smiled as she tucked her phone away, gazing out the window, her expression tranquil and serene. She closed her eyes, relishing the breeze flowing in through the window, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. If only she could let go of her worries, she wished to become a gust of wind. Free and unrestrained. As the lunch break concluded, students began to shuffle back to their classrooms, perhaps due to having just awakened. Many appeared lethargic, lacking in vitality. However, the privileged students of Class 12 in their senior year are remarkably spirited. Despite having run around all afternoon without even a moment to spare for lunch, they are now ravenous yet undeterred in their enthusiasm, except for the unfortunate Sun Wei, All have returned to school. The few students who left campus without permission that morning had only Chang Feng as the fortunate one to evade a parental summons. The others were each called in by old Yang, who had phoned their parents individually. Those normally commanding figures, the chairman and their wives, were reduced to looking like grandchildren being scolded by old Yang, unable to lift their heads in shame. Parents lined up on one side, students on the other. The scene was ludicrously comical. The parents glared fiercely at their wayward offspring, who feigned ignorance, inciting their ire further. Particularly amusing was the fact that several of these parents were alumni of the very school, and old Yang had once taught them. Their anger only intensified. When had they ever come to school in such a disgraceful manner? They had never been summoned for a reprimand before. Their faces were flushed with embarrassment, and they were gritting their teeth in fury, wishing they could punish their own children right then and there. Old Yang had a particularly sharp tongue. As long as there was water in his cup, he could scold for hours without breaking a sweat. In that time, they could have earned a tidy sum. Yet here they stood in the office being berated because of these students. Old Yang, mindful of the chairman's presence, did not scold as harshly as he did the students, allowing them a modicum of dignity, though not much. After a while, having vented his frustrations, he sighed and said, "I understand that you all are busy with work, but the education of your children cannot rely solely on the school. Family education is far more crucial than what teachers can impart. If parents neglect their children, they will not succeed." The parents wished to retort. They had not harbored high hopes for the privileged students of Class 12. As long as they did not engage in illegal activities, they considered it a blessing. Yet old Yang's perspective was evidently different, having dedicated his life to serving the nation since graduating and working in the remote Northwest until retirement. His ideals were on a different level from those of the chairman, who naturally would not challenge his patriotic sentiments. After stating his piece, old Yang did not press the matter further but turned to the privileged students, asking, "Why were you absent from class this morning?" Among the lined-up students, Chan Wangjin instantly straightened his posture, stepped forward with sincerity etched on his face, and boomed, "Report, old Yang, we went to an internet cafe to play games." Old Yang. The chairman. Other privileged students. Look at you, seeming quite proud of it. Chan Wangjin's father was so enraged he nearly reached for his 7 wolves belt to deliver a lesson. Old Yang quickly intervened, prompting an emotional response from Chan Wangjin, who felt deeply grateful to old Yang. How fortunate he was to have such a homeroom teacher throughout his high school years. He gazed at old Yang as if he were a savior rescuing him from hell. Old Yang remarked, "If he were my son, I would have already disciplined him severely." Chan Wang. Old Yang. If this boy isn't corrected soon, he will truly go astray. Chan Wang. Damn it, what a waste of emotion. Chan Wangjin thought. Old Yang sighed. "Today one of our classmates had an incident off campus. If you do not start paying attention to your children, I fear they may be the next to encounter trouble." These words were rather harsh, and the parents' expressions darkened. Regardless of their feelings about the child, they were still their own flesh and blood, who desired misfortune for their offspring. The parents were somewhat angered. Yet the privileged students fell into contemplation. The words were indeed unpalatable, yet they understood their own fates. Perhaps one day, they too could suffer a fate akin to Sunway's, being stabbed while walking down the street. With this thought, their already poor moods worsened. The atmosphere in the office was heavy. While in Class 12, the others watched as Qi Yang and Chang Feng left the classroom together. As the only privileged student who had left campus without parental notification, Chang Feng was undeniably fortunate. He believed that old Yang had spared him due to concern for Sunway's safety, allowing him to escape unscathed. Otherwise, he surely would have faced a reprimand in the office as well. Qi Yang accompanied Chang Feng to Class 1, seeking Shenju. They waited in the corridor for about 10 minutes before Shenju, wearing his school uniform and carrying a backpack, finally arrived. He was tall and appeared gentle, exuding a refreshing demeanor. However, Qi Yang and Chang Feng had no interest in his pleasantness. They approached him slowly, blocking his entrance to the classroom. "Shenju," Qi Yang called out. Shenju looked at Qi Yang and Chang Feng, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he wondered why they had suddenly come to find him. His gaze shifted from one to the other, landing on Qi Yang. "What's wrong? Are you looking for me for something?" Qi Yang smiled. "It's nothing serious. Could you spare a moment?" Shenju glanced at the time. There were still 5 minutes until class, so he nodded. The three moved to a quieter spot in the corridor, and Qi Yang directly stated his purpose. "Shenju, did you happen to find a mobile phone this morning?" Shenju paused slightly, surprised by the question and somewhat puzzled as to how Qi Yang knew. He nodded. "Yes, I found one, but I don't know who it belongs to." Qi Yang and Chang Feng's hearts raced at his response. They scrutinized Shenju's expression, not daring to miss even the slightest change. Chi Yang, feeling a bit awkward, said, "That phone belongs to a classmate of ours. Would it be too much trouble to return it to us?" Shenju regarded Chi Yang, falling silent for a moment before hesitantly replying, "I can return it, but how can you prove that the phone actually belongs to your classmate? After all, a mobile phone is a very personal item. If it's the wrong person, it could lead to a breach of privacy." His reasoning was sound and left little room for counterargument. He had stated plainly that he could return the phone, provided they could prove that it indeed belonged to one of their classmates. Chi Yang contemplated briefly before asking Shenju, "You came to school via Lushi Road today, didn't you?" Shenju looked confused. "How do you know?" Chi Yang maintained a blank expression as he fabricated a lie. "Someone saw you. You should have heard that an incident occurred with Sunwei there this morning. The phone is Sunwei's, so could you return it to us? We plan to visit the hospital after class this afternoon, and it would be convenient to bring the phone along." Upon hearing Chi Yang's explanation, Shenju did not press the matter further and nodded. "I see that." He reached into his backpack and pulled out a black phone, which was indeed Sunwei's. However, having fallen to the ground and been stepped on several times, the screen was shattered. Shenju handed the phone to Chi Yang. "In that case, please pass it on to Sunwei. The screen was already broken when I found it." Chi Yang accepted the phone and wiped the screen, lamenting, "What a shame for such a good phone to be broken." Shenju nodded, worry flickering in his eyes. "It is quite unfortunate. I hope Sunwei is all right. As long as he is fine, the phone is a minor issue." Shenju added, "I only noticed the phone when it rang. It must have run out of battery from receiving too many calls, as it was off when I picked it up." Upon hearing Shenju's words, Chi Yang chuckled and teased, "The phone was lost on Lushi Road. And who would have thought you would find it?" Shenju waved his hand dismissively, casually explaining, "I visited my grandfather yesterday, which is why I passed through Lushi Road on my way to school. It was just a coincidence." The Shen family and the Sun family were entirely in different directions. Under normal circumstances, Shenju would not take that route to school. However, since his grandfather's villa was adjacent to Sunwei's home, it was not unusual for him to appear on Lushi Road. This also clarified how he happened to be there and fortuitously found Sunwei's phone. Having visited his grandfather the day before and hearing the phone ring today, it was all merely coincidental. Chi Yang expressed his gratitude and left with Chung Feng. Watching the two depart, Shenju's smile gradually faded, a shadow crossing his eyes. Observing Shenju standing at the classroom door, hesitating to enter, Qin Song approached him, glancing in the direction Chi Yang and Chung Feng had gone. "What is the matter?" As they conversed, he shifted the topic, asking Qin Song, "Have you noticed that the students from class 12 have been acting strangely these past few days?" Qin Song pondered for a moment and nodded. "It is indeed peculiar. I can't quite understand why." After a brief pause, as if struck by a thought, he asked Shenju, "By the way, what are we going to do about that corpse?" At the mention of the corpse, Shenju's expression darkened slightly. He glanced around before leading Qin Song to a more secluded area. Lowering his voice, "We should find someone to take the blame." Though he did not elaborate, Qin Song understood his implication. Ever since the neighbors reported a strange scream that had awakened them a few nights ago, the police had searched Shenju's home. Inexplicably, they had indeed discovered a female corpse. Shenju found himself on the verge of laughter, for despite having resided in the Shen household for an extended period, he was utterly oblivious to the presence of a corpse within his own home, which had been under his scrutiny all along. With such a grave incident unfolding, the police were bound to conduct a thorough investigation, questioning every member of the Shen family in turn. As of now, the results of the inquiry had yet to be revealed, leaving the identity of the murderer shrouded in mystery. The mere appearance of the body in the Shen residence, irrespective of whether a family member was responsible, inevitably implicated them in the affair. Over recent days, Shen Tianda had scarcely attended the office, burdened by the weight of this troubling situation. With the police tightening their scrutiny, even Shenju dared not act recklessly. Moreover, since he was not the perpetrator, the prolonged indecision regarding this predicament could significantly tarnish the Shen family's reputation. Particularly troubling was the fact that the matter had somehow been leaked to the public. Reports occasionally surfaced in the media, alleging that a member of the Shen family had committed murder and concealed the body, even attempting to destroy the evidence. Although it had yet to incite widespread outrage, it had certainly brought considerable trouble upon them. It was evident that someone had orchestrated this situation, and regardless of whether the Shen family was culpable, they would initially bear the brunt of the blame. Despite their efforts to suppress this news, those behind the scenes had undoubtedly shared the information with individuals who ought not to have been privy to it. The identity of this individual was all too apparent. Recently, an investor from abroad had arrived in Luochuan, bringing with him a project that promised to elevate the local elite to unprecedented heights. If successful, not only would it yield substantial profits, but it would also enhance their overseas market presence through the investors' connections. The potential rewards were immense, attracting the attention of numerous parties, including companies from outside Luochuan vying for a piece of the pie. The Shen family was no exception. Such opportunities were rare, and missing out could mean a long wait for the next chance. Should the project succeed, they could secure greater rights and potentially take the first step towards liberating themselves from the Huan Shun group. With careful strategizing, the Shen family could entirely disentangle themselves from the distant main branch of the Shen family. However, with the current predicament, the motives of those behind the scenes became glaringly apparent. They aimed to eliminate the Shuns from contention, forcing them to abandon the project. Under normal circumstances, the Shen family could afford to let the police conduct a slow investigation, seeking out the true culprit and restoring their honor. Yet, the urgency of the situation demanded swift action. Regardless of the identity of the murderer, it was imperative to suppress the issue quickly, and finding a scapegoat was undoubtedly the fastest route. However, hasty actions could leave incriminating evidence, which was precisely why Shenju had refrained from taking any significant steps in recent days. Upon hearing Shenju's account, Qin Song nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, as they distanced themselves from Class 1 of the senior year, Chang Feng finally felt a semblance of relief. In a hushed tone, he inquired of Qi Yang, "What's the situation? Does he know?" Qi Yang shook his head, unclear, "But it's quite coincidental." Chang Feng frowned, "Then why not continue probing? A few more questions might reveal whether he truly saw anything." Qi Yang shot him a glance, his expression conveying unspoken concerns. Either he genuinely had not opened the phone and was unaware of its contents, or he had long known it belonged to Sun Wei and anticipated our arrival, thus preparing himself in advance. Chang Feng scratched his head. Which scenario is more likely? It was difficult to determine. Both possibilities had merit. Qi Yang's expression darkened. "If he is prepared, no matter how we inquire." He one T slip up. Frustrated by Qi Yang's remarks, Chang Feng felt agitated as they entered the classroom. Just as the preparatory bell rang, the small group from Class 12 was fervently tagging Qi Yang in their messages. "Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf, what's the update? Did you manage to probe further? Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf, did you retrieve the phone? Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf, I've been waiting forever. You finally returned. What should we do? I'm so worried he doesn't actually know, right? I think we should consider how to eliminate him without leaving traces. I don't want to live in constant fear. Hasn't something happened with the Shen family recently? Perhaps we should add fuel to the fire discreetly." However, probing Shenju was not a simple task. His words indicated he had never accessed Sun Wei's phone and was unaware of its contents. Upon reading Qi Yang's comments, someone immediately questioned, "Then how did he end up on Luxi Road? Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf. He claimed to be visiting his grandfather." A brief silence fell over the group before chaos erupted. "Oh my, what a coincidence. I just happened to pass through there yesterday. I too find it too coincidental. Shenju's words are suspect. He claims he hasn't opened Sun Wei's phone. How can we trust that?" "I concur. Shenju is too cunning." The group buzzed with speculation. Leaving Qi Yang uncertain about how to proceed to Tio's scheme against Shenju and eliminate him was no easy feat. Moreover, if Shenju had seen the group messages, he would undoubtedly be on high alert, making it exceedingly difficult to lure him out. While Qi Yang pondered, someone tagged him again. "Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf, why has Shenju suddenly taken an interest in Sun Wei? He had never paid him any mind before. Even if Sun Wei is behaving somewhat differently, it shouldn't be enough to capture Shenju's attention, right? Just because his demeanor has changed slightly, does that warrant such scrutiny from Shenju? I find this quite unreasonable." Chapter 82. If you were Shenju, what would you do? This line of questioning was indeed quite valid. Even with some changes in Sun Wei, they were hardly significant enough to garner Shenju's attention. Or could it be that Shenju had access to Yuka's inner thoughts? Fat bird flies first. Could it be related to Yuya? Shenju has always had a good relationship with Yuya, and I've heard he has feelings for her. With Yuya injured, it may have drawn Shenju's attention to Yuku. Shenju might have presumed Yuku would be viewed with suspicion as before, only to realize that events have not unfolded as he anticipated. Thus, he has become aware of our alterations. I now reasonably suspect that Shenju may not be suspicious of Sun Wei, but rather the entirety of Class 12. Wei Huai's rested one hand on his chin while typing with the other, occasionally glancing at Yuku. Fat bird flies first. Additionally, you may not be aware that last weekend, Yuku was cornered by some thugs summoned by Qin Song. You all know Qin Song. He is Shenju's man, and his actions were undoubtedly at Shenju's behest. although Yuka fought back successfully. This incident surely reached Shunju's ears, leading him to harbor suspicions about Yuku. After all, to many, Yuka seemed unlikely to possess such formidable combat skills. The unexpected turn of events would naturally lead Shunju to question her intentions. Yet, upon hearing Wei Wei's words, everyone was taken aback, promptly demanding clarification. Why didn't you mention this before? How many thugs were involved? Was Yuko able to take them all down by herself? She's that formidable. While I've heard of Yuka's prowess, I've never witnessed it firsthand, and I regret missing that spectacle. Weren't we supposed to stand united as Class 12? How could you conceal something of this magnitude from us? Indeed, that's quite unfair. However, if this incident has led Shunju to suspect Yuku, it is somewhat understandable. After all, who would have guessed that such a seemingly delicate girl could bring so many down? This is not the time for such concerns. The pressing issue is, if Shunju truly harbors suspicions or has uncovered something, what should we do? Are we really considering taking action against him? Upon hearing this, a somber silence enveloped the group. Unlike them, who were deemed inconsequential by their families, Shunju was a different matter entirely. Should anything happen, the Shun family would undoubtedly retaliate. While they spoke of wanting to eliminate Shunju, the prospect of taking action was daunting. This was no trivial matter, it was murder. Furthermore, it was murder against Shunju. More importantly, they were uncertain of their chances of success. Should they fail, it was highly likely they would be exposed. As individuals already marginalized within their families, being discovered would result in their complete abandonment. For these scions accustomed to a life of comfort, such a fate was unacceptable. The prospect of being cast aside meant they would become irrelevant, unable to assist when crises arose within the family. Though their families may not prioritize them, the financial support was tangible, and none would willingly relinquish their privileged existence. After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke up in the group. Perhaps Shunju is completely unaware. We should consider the brighter side of things. While maintaining a positive outlook is commendable, they must also prepare for the worst. Chi-Yang took a deep breath and posed a question to them. If you were Shunju and learned about Yuka's situation, what would you do? The group paused for a second upon reading Chi-Yang's message, each delving into contemplation, envisioning themselves in Shunju's position if they were Shunju and discovered Yuka's secret of infinite rebirth. Knowing that the members of Class 12 could hear her thoughts, what course of action would they take? Would they expose her? Utilize the students of Class 12 to extract certain information? Understanding the future trajectory would grant him the upper hand in seizing control of the Shin family, propelling them to new heights. Or would he arrange for Yuku to be taken away for studying her secret of eternal rebirth? From a business perspective, exposing her would be the least advantageous move, as he would gain nothing from it. Thus it was unlikely that Shunju would choose that path. Might one exploit them to extract information pertaining to the future? If Shunju were to peruse the discussions within the group, he would undoubtedly recognize that Yuku is a formidable adversary, making it no simple task to elicit any information from her. Would confining her to uncover the enigma of infinite rebirth be a wise course of action? It seems rather imprudent. With her ability to resurrect endlessly, Yuko harbors no fear of death. Should she sense any irregularities, she could take everyone down with her. Thus, if Shunju were to learn of Yuka's secret, what could he possibly achieve? Despite their best efforts, the others could not fathom the utility of Shunju's knowledge. Surely, he does not intend to leverage this information to forge an alliance with Yuku, persuading her to divulge the trajectory of the future. Even for the well-acquainted heir of Class 12, Year 3, such a notion seems far-fetched. If that were the case, why have they been so cautious for so long? If Yuku were so easily swayed, they would have long since rushed to curry favor with her, rather than living in a state of perpetual trepidation. If Shunju genuinely wished to collaborate with Yuku, it would be a testament to his folly. What then is his true intention? In that moment, no one could discern Shunju's thoughts, leaving them to lament that he is not of their world. No matter how they speculate, they cannot unravel his mind. Yu observed the messages in the group, his gaze deep and contemplative as he absently stroked his phone. Beside him, Pei Yan tugged at his sleeve. Turning to face him, Yu saw Pei Yan push a piece of paper towards him. Glancing down, he noticed it bore a few words. Do not overthink it. From Yuka's previous remarks, it could be inferred that Pei Yan himself would encounter no peril. He possesses both capability and promise. Within Class 12, Year 3, he is the sole individual assured of his safety. Given that he is not embroiled in these troubles, why would he involve himself? Regardless of Pei Yan's sentiments towards him, Yu wished for his well-being. If he were destined to be unable to save himself, why should he drag Pei Yan into his turmoil for a lifetime? Pei Yan has sacrificed too much for him already. Having been oblivious before, he now understands and wishes for Pei Yan to remain uninvolved. Pei Yan held the note tightly, his head bowed in silence, lost in his thoughts. Pei Yan, you have your own life. My expectations of you and Yuku are identical, but I hope both of you cherish yourselves a little more. Chapter 83. Let me prepare Westlake vinegar fish for you. Pei Yan gazed at Yu's words, gripping the paper tightly until it bore deep creases. His head still lowered as he refrained from observing Yu's expression while Yu pressed his lips together. He genuinely did not wish for Pei Yan to perish for him again. Pei Yan's future shines brightly. Why must he orbit around Yu? He could certainly lead his own life, distancing himself from strife. And even if he faced adversity, Yu believed Pei Yan could navigate through it. Should he continue to stand by Yu's side, Pei Yan would have no future. It was a rare opportunity for someone from Class 12, Year 3 to escape. Yu truly hoped he would not act impulsively one day in the future, seeking vengeance and endangering his own life. After a prolonged silence, Yu turned to Pei Yan. He witnessed Pei Yan tear the note into shreds and toss them into the trash, uncertain whether his words had been heeded. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed outside, where sunlight illuminated the treetops. Casting dappled shadows moments later, the sun retreated behind the clouds, leaving only birds flitting to and fro, chirping incessantly, creating a slight disturbance. Yu donned her headphones, resuming her lip-reading studies. This endeavor proved challenging. She currently engaged with the most fundamental concepts, diligently applying herself. As soon as the class bell rang, Yuka swiftly removed her headphones, packed her bag, and turned to Yu. He casually stuffed a couple of comic books into his bag and grabbed his belongings, preparing to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance back at Pei Yan. Pei Yan seemed perpetually hunched, never allowing anyone to witness him standing tall. There was not a trace of youthful bravado about him. Yu contemplated speaking but saw Yuku approaching, ultimately swallowing his words, bidding farewell before departing with her. Upon exiting the classroom, Yu inquired, "What would you like to eat today?" Yuka pondered for a moment. "I want fish." "Fish, you say?" Yu considered briefly, a sly smile creeping across his lips. "Very well, I shall prepare Westlake vinegar fish for you today." He turned to Yuku, his eyes sparkling with mirth upon hearing the name of the dish. Yuka's expression transformed in an instant, nearly breaking into a grin. The dish is indeed renowned. Countless visitors to Westlake often seek it out. The ingrained genetic memory of the Chinese people compels them to think, "Since I am here, I must sample the flavors." When she first entered the world of the novel, she had also indulged, naively adhering to this principle. Searching for local delicacies on a popular food recommendation app, she noticed a highly praised establishment known for its Westlake vinegar fish. The restaurant enjoyed thriving business and favorable reviews, indicating a lack of issues. Upon opening the comment section, the top review read, "Though I have only dined here once, I unreservedly give it a 5-star rating and wholeheartedly recommend it. It is so delicious that I cannot allow anyone to miss out on this." The second most popular comment stated, "When my ex-girlfriend visited, I treated her to a taste of Westlake vinegar fish. Afterward, she cried, claiming she could not adapt to the local cuisine. To think she could not appreciate such delectable fare. She was truly an anomaly, and without hesitation I broke up with her." The third comment declared, "This dish is so famous that I must try it. Upon taking my first bite, I felt as if I had an epiphany. My mind began to ponder the philosophical origins of everything, including the purpose of human existence. I felt as though I had undergone a transformation. I highly recommend it." Reading those reviews left Yuku bewildered. Sensing a hint of conspiracy, however, she remained skeptical, refusing to believe that anything could be more unpalatable than the food served in hospitals. Thus, she ordered a portion and shared it with Yu. The moment they tasted it, their expressions darkened, rivaling the color of the vinegar sauce itself. The flavor was truly indescribable. To put it plainly, as the fish meat entered her mouth, Yuku could vividly envision the fish's entire life, nibbling on water plants, rolling in mud, playing with waste. Yuka's teeth nearly shattered as she turned to glare at Yu. "I refuse to eat this. If you want it, you can have it." With that, she hastily quickened her pace, leaving Yu behind. Witnessing her spirited demeanor, Yu could not help but chuckle. He laughed so hard that his shoulders shook, hastily quickening his steps to catch up with Yuku, grasping her backpack. He compelled her to decelerate, leaning close to her ear in a teasing manner. "I haven't tried it yet. I've heard it's particularly delicious. Are you truly not going to eat it?" "It's delicious? It's absolutely delicious." Yuka turned to Yu, inhaled deeply, and offered him a sweet smile. She stood on her tiptoes and patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "This weekend, let us visit Westlake. I shall treat you to authentic Westlake vinegar fish. I'll order 2 portions. and I'll sit back and watch you eat. That fish will surely suit your palate. Seeing the young girl so earnestly spouting nonsense, Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Although he had never sampled it, he had certainly heard tales of the dish's infamous reputation, exaggerated by tourists. He once came across a post online where a local, feeling insulted, asserted that their area was not a culinary wasteland, boasting many delectable offerings. They invited visitors to join them for a meal. In the comments below, someone suggested, "How about Westlake vinegar fish?" The local replied, "Oh, that's truly not good." Yu held no interest in trying it, akin to a distaste for fermented mung bean juice. The only reason such dishes persisted was due to the absurd curiosity of tourists, yet he lacked that curiosity. Furthermore, he had no knowledge of how to prepare Westlake vinegar fish. Such a dreadful dish had no place in his repertoire. Yu quickly conceded, my mistake. I won't make it. What fish would you like instead?" "Whatever you say, I shall prepare that. If I don't know how, I'll learn it on the spot." Seeing Yu back down, a genuine smile blossomed on Yuka's face. "Just make a simple braised fish. No need for any other dishes, as we won't be able to finish them." "All right," Yu nodded eagerly, anxious to avoid Yuka's insistence on a trip to Westlake this weekend. The siblings made their way toward the school gate, and just as they exited, they were met with an unexpected sight. Yu Qingzi, having seen her just days prior, she now appeared considerably haggard, her once vibrant demeanor diminished, dark circles under her eyes pronounced. The siblings halted, simultaneously furrowing their brows. Yu grasped Yuka's arm, wishing to evade Yu Qingzi, not inclined to engage with her. However, Yu Qingzi was perceptive, spotting them the moment they emerged from the school. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the two, and she approached them with an air of awkwardness. Yuka maintained a blank expression while Yu wore a look of irritation. What business did Yu Qingzi have after just a few days? Chapter 84. Yu, I used to place too much trust in you all. Observing the expressions of the two, Yu Qingzi recognized her unpopularity and hesitated. Standing a meter away from them, she studied them, feeling as though a significant amount of time had passed since their last meeting despite it only being a few days. Tugging at her clothing, she spoke softly. "Shall see Yuka." Yu furrowed his brow and interrupted, "Is there something you need?" Yu Qingzi bit her lip and cautiously glanced at Yuku, startled by her unblinking gaze, before quickly turning back to Yu. "Shall we go home for dinner? What manner of sustenance is this? If he desires a meal, cannot he prepare it himself?" Yu's brows knitted tighter, a flicker of annoyance rising within him. He grasped Yuka's hand and maneuvered past Yu Qingzi, casting not even a cursory glance in her direction. He believed his words from that day had been abundantly clear that if they truly felt remorse, they ought not to appear before them again. Since they had previously shown no concern, why feign interest now? Yu's visage darkened, his expression growing increasingly sombered as Yuku was pulled forward. She turned her head to glance at Yu Qingzi. Yu Qingzi stood at the school gate watching them depart, her lips parted as if to speak but unsure how to begin. Tears welled in her eyes, reddening the skin around them. She had not overthought it. She simply wished to share a meal with them. Observing her regretful demeanor, Yuka's gaze dimmed, and she halted her steps upon her stop. Yu mirrored her action. Yuka shook her head, intending to voice her thoughts when, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted something, her eyes widening in shock, her complexion paling to ghostly white. Trembling overtly, she stared blankly at the figure disappearing into the crowd, her mind struck as if by lightning, an overwhelming surge of hatred welling up within her. It must be that person. There can be no mistake, it is he, undoubtedly. She would not mistake him. It was certainly him. After searching for so long without success, Yuka never anticipated encountering him at the school gate. Clenching her teeth, a torrent of wrath ignited in her eyes. Ignoring Yu, she pushed past him, plunging into the throng, pursuing the vanished figure. Yu's brows furrowed in concern. Yuku. Fearing for her safety, he hastily followed. However, it was the peak time for dismissal, and the area around the school was teeming with people and vehicles picking up children. In the blink of an eye, he lost sight of Yuka. Yu clutched his phone, feeling a sense of helplessness. He was oblivious to whom Yuku had seen, yet merely spotting that person had caused her such a distressing reaction. That alone indicated he must be exceptionally dangerous. Anxiety gnawed at Yu's insides. Yu Qingzi approached him cautiously, inquiring, "Why did Yuka leave?" Upon hearing her question, Yu shot a fierce glare at Yu Qingzi. Why had she come to the school? Had she not come, they would not be wasting time here, and Yuku would not have encountered that person. That if anything were to happen to her while chasing after him, Yu could not guarantee how he might react. Yu Qingzi was frightened into silence by his glare, hesitating to advance. Yu had never directed such a look at her before. Hatred brimmed in Yu's eyes as he stepped forward. Lowering his head, his voice chillingly cold. Why you Qingzi? I thought I had made myself abundantly clear last time. Why do you persist in seeking us out? Is it that as long as Yuku lives, you cannot find peace? You have already caused the previous Yuku's demise. Must you now also bring ruin to this one for your own satisfaction? Because of you she has died many times, and yet you still refuse to let her go. Yu Qingzi's complexion drained of color, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Panic-stricken, she gazed at Yu, reaching out to grasp his clothing. No, I didn't. We didn't. What do you mean? Is it that you did not cause the previous Yuku's death? Or that you do not wish to harm the current Yuku? Yu's tone dripped with mockery. His eyes dark and profound. Why Yu Qingzi? We have already moved out of the Yu household. Why do you still insist on appearing before us? What do you truly want? Don't tell me you are here to express regret, hoping to make amends with Yuku. Such nonsense might deceive yourself, but do you think we would believe it? I was too trusting of you in the past, allowing you the opportunity to push Yuku into the pool, leading to her drowning. The last words were nearly bitten out through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot, hands clenched tight. Whether it was the former Yuku or the present one, the harrowing past of his two sisters remained a constant thorn in his heart. As a child of the Yu family, raised with care, Yu could not be as ruthless as Yuku. Yet should they be the cause of Yuku encountering danger, he could not predict what he might do. Yu Qingzi, shaken by his words, felt her world tilt, her face devoid of any color. Barely able to stand, she looked up at Yu, tears falling one by one, opening her mouth, yet no words would come. Yu spoke the truth. It was indeed they who had pushed Yuku into the pool, leading to her death. Had it not been for them, she would not have met such an end. She had not considered it deeply. Witnessing the near desperation etched on Yu Qingzi's face, Yu felt a rising irritation. He had only spoken a few words. During the times they berated Yuku, she had never displayed such a reaction. That he had merely voiced his thoughts, stating facts, and yet she could not bear it. If she could not endure it herself, then why could she not empathize and consider whether Yuku could withstand the barrage of insults and accusations? Chapter 85. At last, I have found you. Seeing Yu Qingzi in such a state, Yu's patience evaporated. Why Yu Qingzi? Do not come to the school seeking us again, nor appear before me if you intend to claim that you wish to make amends with Yuku. Then refrain from uttering such sentiments. It is entirely unnecessary, moreover, to bring this up now. Do you not find it absurd? The girl has already perished, and now you regret it. Why Yu struggled to continue. His throat constricted. Had they felt remorse sooner, their once obedient sister would not have met her despairing end in such a manner. Why Yu could not help but ponder who was truly to blame for this tragedy. He did not seek the Yu family to favor Yuku, but if only they could treat Yuku and Yuya with equal regard, not favoring one over the other, and handle matters with fairness, then their previous sister would not have died, and the current Yuku would not have been forced into this body. With this body she had been granted a second chance at life. Yet the cost was far too steep. Rather than this, it would have been better had she never entered this narrative, nor gained the ability for infinite rebirth. Although the death of a person is profoundly sorrowful, clinging to a flicker of hope while struggling in hell is far more despair-inducing. Therefore, had the Yu family treated Yuku with kindness from the beginning, matters would not have escalated to this point. The former Yuku would not have died, and the present Yuku would not be caught in this cycle of endless rebirth. Why Yu closed his eyes, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and offered Yu Qingzi a sardonic smile. You may carry on with your life alongside Yuya. Do not disturb Yuku and me any longer. Why Yuku, clad in her school uniform and carrying a backpack, walked down a rather narrow path with her head bowed. Ahead of her was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark gray hoodie. The man appeared to be in his 40s, tall and slender, with a frail physique that caused him to cough intermittently after a few steps. His ensemble consisted of a dark gray hoodie paired with black athletic pants and a pair of black sneakers. Such attire could be found in abundance on the streets, and amidst the crowd, one might easily lose track of him if not careful. Following closely behind, as they passed a toy store, you could casually purchase a lazy lamb plush toy. Hugging the toy to her chest, she quickened her pace to catch up with the man. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the man turned towards the busy street. Yuka's pace quickened further. As the man retrieved his car keys to unlock his vehicle, she stumbled and collided with him. She cried out in alarm. The man, taken aback, turned to find a high school girl in uniform sprawled on the ground. One of her legs was bent, while the other lay against the pavement, her knee scraped and bruised. Her skirt, predominantly dark green, was designed in a Zhongshan suit style, paired with a white shirt, and both boys and girls wore ties. Anyone with even a slight familiarity with this school would recognize it as the uniform of the Xiling Noble High School, where students were either exceptionally talented or come from affluent families. The man recognized Yuka's uniform immediately. He hurried to assist her up, observing the scrapes on her knee with a frown. "Why are you running so fast?" Yuku, clutching the lazy lamb plush toy, looked up at the man, her eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. After a fleeting glance at him, she lowered her head and brushed off the dust from the toy's head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, Uncle, I didn't mean to." The man replied with a soft hum, asking, "There's a pharmacy just up ahead. Would you like to get some medicine to clean that up?" Yuka tightened her grip on the plush toy, lowering her head as tears flowed freely. But I lost my phone and I don't have any cash." Her voice trembled, sounding pitiful. Witnessing her distress, the man rubbed his temples, attempting to comfort her. "It's all right, it's not expensive. I can cover it for you." Why? Yuka felt a twinge of embarrassment. She wiped her tears, nervously accepting the man's kindness. "Thank you, Uncle, but I can't take your money. Could you please leave your contact information after you help me pay?" Yuka's injury was not severe. It was merely a scrape. Purchasing some antiseptic alcohol, cotton swabs, and a bit of red ointment would suffice, and it would not cost much at all. The man wished to decline, yet he found himself captivated by the stubborn and resolute demeanor of the young girl before him, that he pondered how long it would take to persuade her if he insisted on refusing. Glancing at the time and surveying his surroundings, he spotted a pharmacy across the street. Offering a benevolent smile to Yuku, he said, "All right, you wait for me here." With that, he headed towards the pharmacy. As he departed, the fierce determination in Yuka's eyes could no longer be concealed. Seemingly concerned, he asked her, "Do you need me to call your family's driver to come pick you up?" Yuku, clutching the medicine and a note bearing the man's phone number, returned his inquiry with a sweet smile. "No need, Uncle. Please attend to your business. The driver asked for leave this morning and said he would come later." Upon hearing her response, the man reluctantly acquiesced. He cast another glance at her knee, his brow furrowing slightly. "If you're truly uncomfortable, I can call a cab for you. You don't have to wait here." However, as soon as the words left his lips, Yuka's gaze turned wary. She took a step back, resting her chin on the head of her plush toy, reluctant to meet his eyes. "Uncle, really, it's unnecessary. Rest assured, I will repay you." Observing her reaction, the man belatedly realized that his suggestion had indeed been inappropriate. To call her a cab, he would need to inquire about her home address, which felt intrusive. He coughed lightly, covering his mouth, and glanced at the time again. Appearing quite busy, he exchanged a few casual remarks to dismiss Yuku before starting his vehicle and driving away, watching the car recede into the distance. Yuka's eyes were devoid of any compassion, replaced instead by a chilling resolve and a latent murderous intent. She gripped her wrist tightly, drawing blood, yet she managed to suppress the turbulent emotions bubbling within her. As she passed a trash bin, she halted, glancing at the note with the man's number, a smile curling at her lips. After memorizing the number, she casually discarded the note into the bin. After searching for so long, she had finally found him. What a master of concealment he was. Had he not appeared so readily, who knew how long it would have taken to uncover his whereabouts? Upon arriving at the school gate, most students had already departed. The once bustling entrance was now eerily quiet, with only a handful of individuals lingering occasionally. Her phone buzzed with messages from him, inquiring about her whereabouts and whether she had encountered any issues. Yuku had turned her phone off, missing his messages, yet, upon seeing his anxious expression, her previously agitated heart felt as though it had been soothed by a gentle hand, warming her spirit. A smile graced her lips as she made her way towards Yuyu. Just then, Yuyu lifted his gaze from his phone, immediately locking onto Yuku as she approached. Upon reaching her, he scrutinized her from head to toe, his gaze settling on her knee, his brow furrowing deeply. Yuka's fair skin made the injury on her knee glaringly obvious. Why? Yuyu's anger flared, and he looked up at her, his tone cold. "Who did this?" Yuku offered him a faint smile. "I accidentally fell." Despite her words, Yuyu remained frowning, a sense of irritation brewing within him. Noticing his displeasure, Yuku cautiously glanced at him before lowering her head. "Is Yuyu upset?" Hearing her silent thoughts, Yuyu turned to look at her. He wasn't angry with her. Rather, he was frustrated with himself for not finding her sooner. While the abrasion might seem trivial compared to her past injuries, she had endured so much suffering, and he wished to shield her from any further pain. Why? Yuyu lowered his eyes, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He yearned to share his thoughts with Yuku, to engage in conversation, yet the words eluded him. They remained silent throughout the journey until they finally arrived home. As soon as they entered, Yuyu pressed Yuku onto the sofa and meticulously cleaned her wounds. After disinfecting the injury, he retrieved a tube of ointment from the cabinet, applying it with care. The cool balm provided instant relief, alleviating the burning sensation. Why? Yuyu looked up at Yuku. "Does it still hurt?" Yuka shook her head. Not anymore, I'm just hungry. Why you? After tidying up he stood, ruffling her hair affectionately. Stay here and wait for me. I'm going to buy some groceries. Why? Yuka's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched his shirt. Refusing to let go. I want to go with you. Why you declined with your leg. Why Yuka interrupted. It's just a minor scrape. It will heal in 2 days. It's not severe enough to prevent me from walking a few extra steps. You know this is merely a scrape. Those who don't know would think my leg is broken. While her words held truth, Yu remained reluctant to let her accompany him. However, seeing her determination, he ultimately relented. Upon reaching the farmer's market, Yu selected fish and various accompaniments while Yuka wandered aimlessly. While meandering, she found herself in the spice section, halting her steps. The array of spices was vast, ranging from basic soy sauce and MSG to pre-mixed sauces for braised dishes. Why Yuka stood there, captivated by the spices for a full minute, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Her expression brightened with an almost unnerving delight as she grabbed several packages of convenient braising spices, spicy, fragrant and numbing, along with assorted hot pot bases, dipping sauces, chili powder and crushed peanuts. The little cart was now half-filled. Why Yuka meticulously combed through the shelves, ensuring she had selected everything she desired before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, such a variety of flavors. Humming a tune, she pushed the cart towards the exit, her spirit soaring. Passing through the snack aisle, she picked up a few treats and candies before seeking out Yu. Yu's arms were laden with groceries, nearly unable to manage them all. Upon seeing the heap of spices and snacks she had chosen, his eyelids twitched in disbelief. Snacks are one thing, but why so many spices? Yuka huffed. Of course, to cook. I can prepare whatever I desire in any flavor I wish. I must be well equipped that I can choose whatever I like, from stir-frying to braising. I won't miss a thing. Truly, I am both meticulous and considerate. Yu twitched his lips in exasperation, eyeing the pile of spices with distaste. Leaning closer to Yuku, he lowered his voice. When have you ever seen your brother needing these things to cook? Besides, some of these are unhygienic. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I can certainly whip it up for you. Let us skip these. Why Yuka stubbornly shook her head. No, I want them. Yu. With no other choice, Yu pushed the cart towards the checkout. After paying, he emerged with 2 large bags filled to the brim, the majority consisting of the spices Yuku had chosen. Spices are often either contained in heavy jars or liquids, weighing quite a bit. Why Yuka took a small bag from one of the large bags Yu carried, helping to relieve some of the burden. Yu. You're quite considerate. By the time they reached home and set the groceries down, Yu's hands were chafed red. He flexed his fingers and gently pushed Yuku out of the kitchen. You go play, don't linger here. Why Yuku, eyeing the fish with concern, glanced at Yu and cautioned, this fish really shouldn't be made into Westlake vinegar fish. If it turns into that, who could possibly eat it? I wouldn't even dare to feed it to stray cats, fearing they would find it unworthy. If you really do make it into Westlake vinegar fish, I'll throw both the plate and the fish into the trash. That's where it belongs. Respecting the fish's life and not wasting it is also a way to honor our stomachs. Yu gritted his teeth. If you don't step out, I'll make it into Westlake vinegar fish. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuku had already dashed away, fearing he might truly entertain the thought of making it into Westlake vinegar fish, which amused Yu. Did she really think he was such an unreliable person? He was merely joking to tease her. Yet she took it seriously. Why Yu closed the kitchen door and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to handle the ingredients. She delicately tapped the 2 items before her, which could easily reveal their identities. A smile creeping across her lips, her gaze deepening. Why Yuku opened her laptop, her slender fingers flying across the keyboard with remarkable speed. Within mere minutes, she had unearthed the information pertaining to the vehicle's license plate owner. Zhou Jiping, male, 39 years old. Accompanying the details was a 1-inch photograph of a man who appeared particularly robust, every inch of him brimming with muscle. Especially notable were the brawny arms revealed beneath his short sleeves. His biceps impressively formidable, capable of delivering a punch strong enough to fell a bull. Judging by his physique, he resembled a fitness instructor or a professional bodyguard, quite unlike the man she had encountered. That man was tall and lean, seemingly frail, lacking such a robust build. It was evident that the car did not belong to him. He must have borrowed someone else's vehicle or rented it. Yuku exhaled in relief, grateful she hadn't merely noted the license plate number. Her gaze shifted to the phone number, and she resumed typing. Time slipped away, and gradually she halted her actions, her expression darkening and her eyes growing colder. She stared at the computer screen, unable to comprehend how the man could be so cunning. Not only was the car not his, but even the phone number he provided was false. On the screen, a girl in a white short-sleeved shirt, her hair neatly tucked behind her ears, gazed directly into the camera. That is a rather standard identification photo. The young woman is strikingly beautiful, with her almond-shaped eyes wide open. And her feigned maturity imparts an endearing naivety, however. Upon closer inspection of her facial features, one would discern that she bears no resemblance whatsoever to the man that Yuku is searching for. Even under the scrutiny of a magnifying glass, no similarities can be found. Why Yuku ground her teeth in frustration and, undeterred, dialed the phone number that the man had provided her. The phone displayed that the number was registered in Wutong City, which is situated over 2,000 kilometers away from their location in Luochuan. This improbable distance hardly seemed legitimate, yet Yuka remained resolute. Although the number did not belong to the man, what if it was associated with someone he knew or a family member? If it were the number of an acquaintance, she could potentially reconnect with him through his network. The phone rang several times before being abruptly disconnected. Yuka stared at the rejected call, her expression darkening. Perhaps the person on the other end had deemed her a nuisance or a scam caller. After all, many individuals today refuse to answer calls from unfamiliar numbers or those from distant locations. Yuka made another attempt, however. It was cut off almost instantly again. She feared that she might be blocked if she continued to call. Taking a deep breath, Yuka settled for sending a text message instead, adopting the tone of a naive girl expressing gratitude for the kindness of a stranger. You must have dialed the wrong number. I am not an uncle. Please don't call me that, little sister. As long as she received a response, Yuka felt a sense of relief and quickly rephrased her message. Huh? That's impossible. He wrote this number down for me, and I entered each digit meticulously. How could it be wrong? Yuka pressed on. Could it be that someone nearby was unable to provide their own number and instead left yours? If it's convenient, may I transfer the money to you and ask you to pass it on to that uncle? The tone and content of her messages clearly reflected that of a gullible young girl. The girl on the other end, concerned that Yuka might genuinely be naive enough to send money to a stranger, quickly replied to halt her. Hold on a moment, could you describe the man's physical features? Let me see if I recognize him. Yet, upon reading the message, Yuka's heart plummeted, her grip on the phone tightening. Little sister, I don't know anyone like that. Fearing Yuka's persistence, she quickly added, perhaps he intentionally gave you a wrong number, implying that you need not repay him. That if that's the case, then let's forget about repayment. Keep the money for yourself. Why Yuka's expression darkened, her countenance now as somber as ink. She had indeed been careless. She had noted the license plate and phone number, yet neither matched up. The fact that he wouldn't even share his own number only piqued Yuka's curiosity further. What kind of person was this man? Merely a high school student she had happened upon, yet he had been so wary. His demeanor today, however, did not suggest wariness. It seemed more a matter of simply not wanting to share his phone number. In hindsight, she should have borrowed his phone to make a call. Then he had been willing to lend her his phone. Yet the number he provided was a false one. Who could have anticipated such a twist? Yuka leaned back against her chair, closed her eyes, and rubbed her temples. After a few moments of contemplation, she opened her eyes and resumed typing. Not knowing the man's identity and with the number turning out to be false, her options were limited. She could either trace the vehicle he had used to uncover information about those around him or review surveillance footage along the route to locate his current residence. As long as his abode was not situated in an exceedingly remote area, the prevailing coverage of surveillance cameras made it relatively simple to pinpoint the vicinity. Once she established a general area, following the leads would likely lead her to him. After all, having finally encountered him, Yuka was determined not to let him slip away easily. The scant information she had previously gathered about the man was woefully insufficient. All she knew was that he had been wronged by Yuya. Starting from this point to locate him felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, the number of individuals who had been offended directly or indirectly by Yuya was countless, scattered across the globe. Who could say which one it was? Yuka had never anticipated that he had been so close to her all along without her awareness, which only heightened her vexation. Ironically, she had to thank Yu Qingzi today. Had it not been for her, she might not have found that man at all. In just a few seconds, she had nearly missed the opportunity again. Yuka began to infiltrate Luochuan's surveillance system, adeptly bypassing firewalls without leaving a trace. Were it not for her formidable skills, she wouldn't have been able to breach any firewalls. Why Yuka was no prodigy. Every skill she possessed was acquired through extensive time and effort. Particularly when it came to hacking into other systems, she had devoted 2 lifetimes to mastering it and had spent considerable time thoroughly studying it. Many of the skills she acquired at the time seemed useless, yet Yuka willingly invested her time in learning. Although the outcomes of her previous lives had been far from favorable, they had indeed granted her ample time to learn various things and acquire skills beyond those of others. All her efforts, which may not have borne fruit then, laid the groundwork for her subsequent rebirth. Equipping her with more means of self-preservation. Chapter 88. Chiyo Yuku acted swiftly, and soon a video appeared on her computer screen, depicting a schoolgirl alongside a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. They stood by the roadside, flanked by a row of parked cars. Yuku accelerated the playback. Before long, the man sped away in his vehicle, heading eastward through the city. As the video progressed, his destination became increasingly apparent. The car ultimately entered a residential complex named Chonghong, situated over 30 kilometers from the school. Chonghong community is located in Wenchuan, not in the same district as Yuku. She resided in Xingyue Bay, and both the school she attended and her home were in Anqing district, one of the main urban areas of Luochuan. Wenchuan is renowned for its scenic beauty and is home to several universities, such as the University of Finance and Economics, Agricultural University, Traditional Chinese Medicine University, and Normal College, making it a significant area for higher education in Luochuan. Many tourists visiting Luochuan often consider the main urban area first due to its abundance of attractions. Even students from Wenchuan flock to the main urban area during their breaks for its vibrancy. The surveillance footage halted at the entrance of the Chonghong community. The underground parking lot surveillance system was managed by the community, and to access it, Yuku would need to infiltrate another system. She switched to a different phone, inserted a new SIM card, and after entering a sequence of numbers sent a text, plate inspection, 200,000 Yuku 3 days. The other party responded with a bank account number for her to transfer the funds, indicating that he would take the job to Yuku quickly transferred 100,000 to the account, with the remaining 100,000 to be sent once she received the information she sought. She forwarded the surveillance footage she had just captured, adding a few annotations, before stowing away the backup phone. Private investigators generally possess a modicum of skills, but Chiyo was different. He not only had skills but also a criminal record, one substantial enough to warrant a meager living. Such a person was reliable, as there was little risk of betrayal. Chiyo lived with utmost caution, as opportunities to earn were few. Thus, he approached every task with diligence, striving for perfection. Having evaded capture for years, he had honed his counter-surveillance skills to a remarkable degree. However, due to his unique background, few were aware of his existence. Once he accepted payment, he would ensure the task was executed flawlessly. More importantly, he was tight-lipped. Given his precarious situation, he cherished his reputation. In his words, "My opportunities for work are scarce. If I don't strive harder, I might end up back in prison just to stave off hunger." Hence, Yuku felt reassured about him. Moreover, she was privy to Chiyo's secret. Even if he discovered something afterwards, she was not concerned about him leaking information. If he were truly afraid of death, he would have surrendered long ago. Collaborating with someone who harbored secrets was far more comforting. Just as Yuku secured the backup phone, her primary phone rang, and she heard a knock at the door. "Dinner's ready." Yu called from outside. "Coming." She hurried to open the door, only to find Yu standing there, donned in an apron. The apron was a delightful shade of pink, rendering Yu even more adorable. Yuku couldn't help but smiled as Yu turned to head towards the dining room. He removed the apron, expressing his disdain. "Could you possibly buy a normal apron? As a grown man, I look ridiculous wearing something like this." Yuku blinked at the apron in his hands. "Is that so? I think it suits you quite well." "How is it strange? It looks perfect on you. So cute. If it doesn't suit you, who would it suit? You are the most adorable person in the world, and everything pink and fluffy matches you perfectly. Yu. The corners of Yu's mouth twitched violently, nearly prompting him to toss the apron aside. He truly found it difficult to envision a tall young man, clad in black and standing at 185 cm, cooking while wearing a pastel pink apron. Just the thought of such a scene sent shivers down his spine. "I don't care. Tomorrow I'm throwing it away and buying a new one." Yu. An apron that costs just a few dozen yuan is perfectly fine. There's no need to be so extravagant. The two siblings made their way to the dining room, where Yuku neatly hung her apron and gazed at the sumptuous spread laid out for dinner. Or rather, the evening meal. Unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. Yu's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Yuku had savored many delectable dishes, yet it was only the meals prepared by Yu that lingered in her memory. As soon as she took her seat, she couldn't resist picking up a piece of braised fish and placing it in her mouth. The fish chosen by Yu was nearly devoid of bones, allowing her to chew slowly and relish the exquisite flavor. She quickly reached for a second piece, giving Yu a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Brother, this is delicious." Yu raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "Then eat more." Indeed, nothing delights a chef more than having their creations praised, and even more so when diners finish every last morsel. This is undoubtedly the highest compliment one can receive as a cook. If the food were not truly delicious, who could possibly finish it all? The enjoyment of cooking diminishes when the recipients are picky eaters, leaving no feedback to relish. Observing Yuka's joyful consumption, Yu also picked up his chopsticks and joined in truth. He too relished the dishes he prepared. They were genuinely delightful. Now that it was just the two of them living together, Yu was reluctant to let Yuka eat unsanitary food outside, preferring to spend extra time ensuring her well-being. Balancing nutrition with Yuka's preferences was quite commendable. If only Yuka would gain a bit more weight, Yu would be even happier. She was far too thin, appearing almost malnourished. Yu silently vowed that he would not hire any help until Yuka's health was restored. While meals prepared by hired help could be tasty, they could never provide the same sense of accomplishment as nourishing her himself. Chapter 89. Our cuckoo has grown up. The siblings enjoyed a quiet meal, occasionally exchanging a few words. Despite being just the two of them, the dining table felt far from desolate. Rather, it exuded a serene yet warm ambience. However, Yuka's heart would occasionally express its delight, praising Yu's dishes as if they were the very flowers of spring, making it seem as though she could not survive without his culinary offerings. Throughout the meal, a smile never left the corners of Yu's mouth. He was well aware of Yuka's fondness for his cooking. Yet, it was perhaps the first time in his life that he received such an abundance of compliments regarding his culinary prowess, igniting a newfound enthusiasm within the previously reluctant chef. He now aspired not only to improve Yuka's health but also to create even more exquisite dishes, proudly presenting them to her, proclaiming that what she had experienced was merely the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities. The siblings resided on a high floor, allowing them a panoramic view of the entire city of Luochuan. The neon lights illuminated the cityscape, while a traffic jam stretched for miles on the elevated highway, each vehicle's headlights shining brightly. Not far from their residence lay a renowned tourist attraction, bustling with visitors regardless of the season. Travelers from both domestic and international locales flocked here, eager to capture the essence of Luochuan. Those who ventured to Luochuan often indulged in extravagant purchases, significantly contributing to the local economy. The current population of Luochuan could be categorized into four groups: locals, tourists, students, and workers. Locals, having grown up in Luochuan, possessed little interest in the attractions, while those who had resided there for several years also tended to shy away from such excursions. After finishing their meal and tidying the kitchen, Yuku and Yu each dragged a chair to the floor-to-ceiling window, where they gazed at the congested streets and highways below. Yu pointed at the most severely jammed street and asked Yuku, "What time do you think they'll get home?" Yuka pondered for a moment and replied, "Considering Luochuan's frequent traffic jams, I'd say it would take at least 3 hours to cover a distance of 14 to 15 kilometers. Yu lazily rested his chin on his hand, feeling sympathy for those trapped in the gridlock, yet perplexed. What could possibly be so appealing about this place that draws so many people here? Yuka shot him a look, recognizing that Yu, despite having grown up in Luochuan, truly did not comprehend its allure. Seeing Yuka's gaze, Yu touched his face, asking, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Without a second thought, he replied, "I don't particularly enjoy it, but sometimes a change of scenery can be refreshing." It seemed a common sentiment. Yuka chuckled softly. "That's how travel works. When you grow weary of Luochuan, you long to escape. Others too feel the same. When they tire of their own surroundings, they wish to explore elsewhere. They just happen to have arrived in Luochuan and unfortunately, they are caught in traffic." This encapsulated the ordinary lives of many. Everyone yearned for excitement, yet each was quite similar to the next. Yu turned his gaze back to Yuku, who was watching the bustling traffic below, her eyes reflecting the vibrant hues of the neon lights. A smile graced her lips, and in that moment, her expression transformed into one of serene tranquility. Yu leaned in, attempting to discern Yuka's thoughts, only to find that her mind was quiet, evidently free from turmoil. What she had just articulated was a genuine reflection of her feelings. After distancing herself from her family and classmates, Yuka found herself able to empathize with the thoughts of strangers. She held immense tolerance and kindness toward those she did not know. Yu's gaze returned to the snarl of traffic, a smile gradually appearing on his face. After a prolonged silence, Yuka turned to him. Noticing the enigmatic smile playing on his lips, "Brother, what are you smiling about?" Yu reclined against the chair's backrest, his tone languid. "Oh, nothing much. I just feel that time flies." Yuka raised an eyebrow. "Why the sudden sentimentality?" "It's quite unsettling." Yu's gaze returned to her, ignoring her thoughts, and with a mix of nostalgia and pride, he remarked, "Look how much time has passed. Our dear cuckoo has grown up and understands more than her brother." Yuka could only respond with a silent grimace, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the endearment. "Don't call me that. It's rather nauseating, she protested, her tone sharp. Yu nodded, a fond smile illuminating his face as he playfully called out, "Cuckoo." The way he said her name made Yuka's expression twist in discomfort, her voice rising in pitch. "Try saying it again." Witnessing her fierce determination, Yu smirked, willingly indulging her. "Cuckoo." The moment those words escaped his lips, Yuka's expression broke and she lunged at him, covering his mouth with her hands, glaring fiercely. "Don't call me that. It's so cheesy." Yu blinked innocently, attempting to pry her hands away. The young girl possessed surprising strength. He struggled to break free. Unable to speak, he resorted to nodding with an innocent expression, silently acquiescing to her demand. Only then did Yuka release him, shivering as goosebumps ran down her arms. "You just lack strength," she teased, emphasizing his name mockingly. Unfortunately, Yu had grown accustomed to her calling him that in her heart. Remaining unfazed, he even responded with a cheerful hum. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of indignation. "I shouldn't be that weak, it's just that your grip is too strong." Yuka retorted. "It's you who is weak. How about starting tomorrow? You hit the gym and start lifting weights," she earnestly suggested. Yu shook his head without hesitation. "No time, not going." "How could you have no time?" Yu remained silent, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yuku. "Why do you perceive things so favorably? You haven't mentioned my new comic at all." Chapter 90. "I might not be able to wait for you a new comic." Yuka paused, realizing she had completely forgotten about it. She sheepishly smiled and quickly inquired, "Have you started drawing your new comic yet?" Yu shook his head. "Not yet. I haven't figured out what to draw." With no ideas in mind, how could he begin? Each time a promising concept emerged, it was swiftly dismissed. Yu had never experienced such uncertainty when creating comics before. It felt daunting to step out of his comfort zone. He quickly reassured himself to take it slow. After all, this was his first work in a new direction, and he needed to ponder it thoroughly. Once he had clarity, he would put pen to paper. Yuka's eyes sparkled with mischief as she presented a rather impractical suggestion. "Why not illustrate your weightlifting routine at the gym?" Yu's face contorted with irritation. "Absolutely not." Yuka felt a pang of disappointment at Yu's lackadaisical attitude. Truth be told, she genuinely wished to see him hit the gym and get some exercise. While working out might not yield fame, it could certainly promote basic health. Perhaps starting tomorrow, she could nudge him to join her for morning runs downstairs. They could even go for jogs at night. The more she contemplated, the more she believed her plan was sound. Yu, tall and capable, appeared reliable as an elder brother. Yet, Yuku was acutely aware that he shared a common flaw with many others, a disdain for physical activity. Even a profound aversion to it. To persuade him to exercise was a daunting task. He would rather engage in other activities than run or jump. Although he used to play basketball, he had since abandoned the sport, leading to a significant decline in his activity level. Yu is currently just a student. Even if he wishes to stay indoors, he must attend school. Once he becomes a professional manga artist, if Yuku is no longer by his side, he will likely transform into a reclusive couch potato. Listening to Yuka's increasingly absurd thoughts, Yu's lips quivered helplessly. In Yuka's mind, is he truly that lazy? So lethargic that even moving a muscle requires tremendous effort. Yu felt a surge of indignation. How could he be considered lazy? There are times when he stays up late to meet deadlines. How can that be laziness? He has already earned the title of a workaholic. Compared to the pampered second-generation heirs of Class 12 in his senior year, he is nothing short of industrious. Yu gritted his teeth. If Yuku were to voice this sentiment outright, he could at least counter her claims. But alas, Yuku merely contemplated it in her heart, leaving him without any grounds for rebuttal, stifling his frustration. He unceremoniously ruffled Yuka's hair with both hands. Yuka glared at Yu, clutching her nearly exploding hair. "What are you doing?" Yu flashed a teasing smile, his expression infuriatingly playful. "Our dear Cuckoo is simply too adorable. I can't resist giving your dog head a little pee." Yuku. "You're the dog head." Yu. "Woof." Yuku. Yuku was momentarily taken aback by his playful bark, but soon erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you a dog? Are you actually barking? Brother, don't be so ridiculous, ha ha." Seeing Yuka laugh uncontrollably, Yu joined in. "You are my sister. If I'm a dog, then you must be a puppy." Yuku. "I am not. I don't bark." Yu. "Well, you just did." Yuka. "Wasn't he about to fall for his antics?" "No, I didn't eat, ha ha ha." Yu feigned a sorrowful expression, gazing at Yuku with a voice heavy with mock disappointment. "Alas, my dear Kuku no longer wants me with that." He rolled off his chair and before Yuku could react, seized her face with both hands. Yuku could no longer laugh, glaring fiercely at Yu as she attempted to swat away his unruly hands. "Let go." Yu chuckled mischievously. Not a chance. I thought you wanted to join me as a dog. You were just laughing so happily. How can you leave me to be the only one? Yuku was torn. But I really have no interest in being a idiot. Why Yu? That so you do. Yu gritted his teeth. Very well, I do. Yuku felt a chuckle bubbling up again but suppressed it under Yu's intense gaze. She pushed his hands away, smiling sweetly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Brother, if you truly want to be a dog, I can recommend someone without needing to think. Yu already knew who she had in mind. But don't you want to be a dog yourself? Yu was abruptly silenced, rolling his eyes. Just as he was about to remind Yuku that he was merely teasing her, his phone suddenly chimed. He pulled out his phone to check. There were no messages, just a notification that his Weibo had updates from the user he had marked as a special interest, Xiaotang. Curiosity piqued, Yu noted how clean and sparse Xiaotang's Weibo was, indicating she was not one to frequently post. He wondered what she had shared this time. Upon opening the notification, Yu's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowing deeply. Noticing Yu's change in demeanor, Yuka dragged her chair closer to him, leaning over to peek at his phone. What's wrong? Yu pressed his lips together. Angling the phone towards her, he pointed to Xiaotang's profile and asked, Do you know this person? Yuka scrutinized the profile and shook her head. No, do you know her, brother? The account had very few followers and hardly any posts. Typically, accounts like this are followed by friends from real life or online acquaintances. However, with Xiaotang's low activity level, it was highly improbable she was an online acquaintance. She must be someone Yu knew in reality. Yet, Yuku had no recollection of when Yu had befriended such an individual. She took Yu's phone and scrolled through Xiaotang's posts, her brow knitting together in confusion. The first and oldest post, dating back a year and a half, read, Facing the sea, spring blossoms. The second post was from a year and 3 months ago. The wind blows from east to west, from north to south, ignoring night and dawn. What do you mean by the light of dawn? The most recent post was just uploaded moments ago. I'm sorry, I may not be able to wait for you any longer. I thought I could hold on a bit longer, until the spring blossoms and the swallows return, until you emerge from all darkness and stand before me to tell me it's all over. But I can't wait any longer. I'm truly at my limit. The accompanying image was a gruesome one. Her wrist bore a deep cut, blood pooling around it, with a blood-stained fruit knife lying beside her. The photo captured Xiaotang's dress, soaked in blood, clinging to the ground, rendering its original color unrecognizable. Yuka frowned, scrutinizing the image closely, then turned to Yu. This image seemed genuine, not merely a stock photo. Yu's heart sank and he grabbed his phone to send multiple messages to Xiaotang. Yet, she was known for her infrequent visits to Weibo. She likely logged off after posting that ominous message. Given the nature of her recent post, she probably wouldn't check her phone again. Yu was determined to reach her, but with each passing moment, the silence on the other end only deepened his anxiety. Staring at the unread messages, he felt an inexplicable panic rising within him, his hand trembling around the phone. He couldn't quite understand why he felt this way. She was merely a stranger whose name he didn't even know to be real. He had only stumbled upon her work, aware of her existence. Yet, the thought of her potentially slipping away in a place invisible to him gripped his heart tightly. He turned to Yuku, his complexion paling. She can't really be dead, can she? Yuku observed the fear and unease in Yu's eyes, her brow furrowing tightly, her hand clenched subtly, a sense of agitation brewing within her. Who is Xiaotang? Why do you care so much about her? I've never heard of someone named Xiaotang. Where did she come from? Yu opened his mouth, frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. He realized his emotions were somewhat irrational, but he found it impossible to rein them in. Perhaps it was because he saw a reflection of Yuku in Xiaotang's works, or perhaps it was due to his anticipation for a conclusion to the manga he had yet to see. Maybe it stemmed from a profound respect for life. He feared that Xiaotang could truly be gone. Just as he began to move, Yuku tugged at the hem of his shirt. She stood up alongside him, her eyes meeting his as she forced a smile. Brother, regardless of whether the post is real or not, it's still a matter of life. We should call the police. Yu lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse and slightly nasal. But we don't even know where she is. He looked despondent, resembling a forlorn dog that if the police act swiftly, she shouldn't be beyond saving. Yuka took a few steps but noticed Yu hadn't followed. By the time the police arrived, they would likely only be there to recover her body. Then you can just sit by her Weibo and keep her memory alive. You can mourn for as long as you wish. Yu. He felt utterly unmoved, his earlier admiration for his sister's growing cuteness and obedience evaporating quickly. He followed her into her room. Yuka seldom frequented Weibo and hardly engaged with social media. To her, it was inconsequential whether or not it existed. Upon opening Weibo, she noticed a trending post. Actor Yu Zhou announces retirement from the entertainment industry. Yu Zhou was Yu Xian's stage name, used since his debut. Yu Ke paused over the trending topic, pondering. So, is Yu Xian really retiring? Yu was taken aback. Since leaving the Yu family, he had ceased to follow news about them and was unaware of Yu Xian's retirement. However, he could easily deduce the reason behind it. He smirked bitterly at the glaring trend dominating the headlines, yet he had no desire to contemplate it further. His primary concern was Xiaotang. Yu focused intently on the computer, awaiting Yuka's actions. Yuka's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as she discreetly glanced at her oblivious brother. This silly boy had seemingly forgotten to ask her how she knew how to track down someone's IP address. She thought she had prepared a good reason, only for him not to inquire. However, Yu was still young. When calm, he tried to consider matters thoroughly, yet it was evident that he was far from calm now, leading to many overlooked details. If he could maintain composure and not wear his emotions on his sleeve at the tender age of 18, the Yu family would have no need for characters like Yu Peng and Yu Xiu. Yuka collected her thoughts and swiftly searched for Xiaotang's Weibo, beginning her investigation into her IP address. Hacking into someone's system was a simple task for her. Tracking an IP address was a piece of cake. She quickly located Xiaotang's IP address based on her last post on number 4, Chongping North Street, Xingping District, Mingqing City. The address is quite detailed. Although I managed to find it, it is located in a different province, quite far away, making it impractical to rush there. Yuka pointed at the computer screen and turned to Yu. You can call the police now. Without a second thought, Yu hurriedly searched for the local police station's number and called. Fortunately, emergency calls are typically answered swiftly. Yu quickly relayed the situation. It's a confirmed suicide. The images have already been posted online, and the location is number 4, Chongping North Street, Xingping District, Mingqing City. Please don't hesitate. If you don't act quickly, the person may lose their life. Did I said it clearly? The address is number 4, Chongping North Street, Xingping District, Mingqing City. Are you even listening? He urged, growing increasingly impatient, fearing that time was slipping away. Yu stamped his foot in anxiety, uncertain of what the other end was saying that caused him such distress. Yu, exasperated, rolled her eyes and took the phone from Yu's hand. Hello, is this the police? On the other end, a voice responded, Yes, hello ma'am. May I ask about the person you just mentioned? Yuku interjected, He is my brother. Regarding the suicide he mentioned, you should really send someone to check it out. After all, it's a matter of life and death. The operator confirmed, Ma'am, just to clarify, the address you reported is indeed number 4, Chongping North Street, Xingping District, Mingqing City, correct? Yuka glanced at the computer and nodded. That is the address. There is no mistake. The operator hesitated for a moment before saying, All right, I have noted that down. I will immediately call the director and urge them to send someone over. We will treat this matter with utmost seriousness, and I will contact you as soon as we have any updates. Yuku was taken aback, keenly sensing the key phrase in her words. Wait, you mentioned a director? Which director? Chapter 92. The psychiatric hospital. The operator on the other end paused for a few seconds, her professionalism quickly kicking in. Realizing that the siblings were from out of town and unfamiliar with Mingqing's situation, she patiently explained, Ma'am, number 4, Chongping North Street, Xingping District, Mingqing City is the 6th hospital of Mingqing University. A hospital? So, a patient in the hospital committed suicide. Yuka frowned. If that is the case, we need to call the doctors right away to handle it. The operator responded affirmatively. I will contact the hospital immediately. After a brief exchange of questions from the operator and confirming Yuku had no further inquiries, the call was terminated as she reached out to the hospital staff holding the phone. Yuka felt an odd sensation rising within her, a sense of inexplicable unease. Yu had leaned close to the phone, listening intently to the operator's words, and he had grasped their conversation clearly. Realizing that Xiaotang was in the hospital and that the police had been alerted, the chances of the doctors saving her had increased significantly, causing him to involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. He hoped Xiaotang would be safe. Observing Yuka still frowning, seemingly perplexed, Yu asked, What's wrong? Yuka shook her head. I'm not sure, it just feels a bit strange. Hearing this, Yu felt a jolt of anxiety. Yuku had experienced many lives, and he believed her instincts were often eerily accurate. He cautiously inquired. What seems strange? Yuka continued to shake her head. I can't quite put my finger on it. As she spoke, she settled into a chair and typed Mingqing University 6th Hospital into the browser, beginning to search for information about the institution. Since it was a hospital, most information would be readily available. After a brief search, Yuku was taken aback. The browser page displayed some basic information about the hospital, Mingqing University 6th Hospital, a tertiary A-level public hospital. Mingqing University 6th Hospital, Mingqing University Institute of Mental Health, Mingqing University School of Mental Health. Following this was additional information that Yuka did not bother to read. Her gaze lingered on the words Institute of Mental Health, then no wonder the operator's tone had sounded peculiar when they received their call. Needing to confirm the details multiple times, why Yuka turned to Yu, biting her lip, and asked, "Brother, is this Xiaoting truly your friend? How did you come to know her? Are you certain there is no mistake?" But Xiaoting seems to be a psychiatric patient. Yuka found it difficult to comprehend how Yu had become acquainted with someone like her. Firstly, she was not local, and they were separated by an unknown distance. Secondly, psychiatric hospitals typically restrict patients from having contact with the outside world to prevent stimulation, often prohibiting them from carrying mobile phones. If Xiaoting was indeed in a psychiatric hospital, how did she acquire a phone? A landline wouldn't suffice for posting on Weibo. Not only had she logged onto Weibo, but she had also posted such a message. Yu was also taken aback. He stared at the computer screen. Finding it hard to believe, he held no prejudice against psychiatric patients, but he had never considered this angle when viewing Xiaoting's comic in her previous Weibo posts. Although Xiaoting had only created one comic strip, the tone was already set, oppressive, yet hinting at a struggle. Much like the protagonist Song Qing in her narrative, the first installment didn't express much. However, based on the trajectory of the story, it was evident that she would seek a way to save herself. Perhaps Xiaoting intended to convey a similar message. She was mired in despair, yet she yearned for salvation. Was that despair referring to her confinement in the psychiatric hospital? Yu found it hard to grasp. He asked Yuku, based solely on Xiaoting's Weibo posts, what kind of person do you think she is? Yuku paused, taken aback by the shift in focus from her inquiry about Xiaoting to Yu's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "If we only consider her first two posts, I might say she has a tendency towards literary pretentiousness." Yu responded, "Literary pretentiousness?" Yuka nodded. These days, many people enjoy sharing random thoughts and feelings, oscillating from extreme joy to deep depression, expressing a multitude of emotions within a single day. Sometimes they stumble upon a phrase they find appealing and simply share it online, perhaps without any specific intent, just to see likes or comments. Especially in those two posts. As she continued, Yuka opened Weibo again, pointing to Xiaotong's first two posts. "I don't like posting on Weibo and am unaware of what today's youth typically share. But both of these posts are quotes from others. While they express emotions intensely, such behavior is nothing short of literary pretentiousness, is it not?" Yu's previously heavy heart felt a little lighter. Shattered by Yuku's succinct observations, Xiaoting was a comic creator. Whether through comics, scripts, or novels, those engaged in such artistic endeavors often exhibit the tendencies Yuka described. They are prone to generating inexplicable reflections or thoughts in response to their surroundings. Ordinary people might fail to comprehend their thought processes, yet these individuals find themselves ensnared within their own contemplations. This phenomenon is particularly common among literary figures, such as Gu Chang, Hai Zi, and Gu Mu. Their thoughts can drive them toward extremities. However, as Yu read Xiaoting's comic, he sensed a struggle amid despair. Not a sinking into hopelessness. He felt that Xiaoting possessed a tenacity akin to wild grass. Yet, this resilient wild grass did not seem as unbreakable as he had envisioned. Yu pursed his lips and asked Yuku, "What about her last Weibo post?" Yuka fell silent. Her gaze dropped to the computer screen, where Xiaoting's final post lingered. It conveyed her feelings of wanting to give up. Yuku was uncertain about how to interpret it. After a lengthy silence, she forced a smile and said, "Perhaps she truly can't hold on any longer. But it's evident she has struggled for quite some time." Yuka looked up at Yu. What remains unclear is whom she was hoping to wait for, and whether that person has seen her post. As she spoke, she scrolled through the screen, shouting ISNT someone who frequently shares updates. This particular post might have been directed at someone special, or perhaps intended to leave a mark. Chapter 93. Can Xiaoting also experience infinite rebirth? Yu agreed with Yuku's insights. It could be a family member or someone of significant importance in her life. After stating this, he momentarily set aside thoughts about Xiaoting. Despite his lingering concerns, they had done all they could to assist her. It would be wonderful if they could save her. However, if things took a tragic turn and Xiaoting still perished, there would be nothing he could do. Yu wished for Xiaotong's well-being, but if it reached that point, what could he possibly do? Observing that Yu seemed to have moved past his fixation on Xiaoting, his expression had softened and he appeared less anxious, prompting Yuku to ask, "By the way, brother, how did you come to know her?" Yu shrugged, a slight smile forming. "It's nothing much. I happened upon Xiaoting's comic while browsing, which led me to follow her." Upon hearing it was a comic, Yuka's interest waned, but she still inquired, "What kind of comic is it?" Yu hesitated, reluctant to reveal the content of Xiaotang's work. Indeed, Xiaotang's comic seems to allude to Yuka's experiences in certain respects. He did not wish to remind Yuku of those unpleasant memories and casually remarked, "It's merely a children's comic. You know, I used to draw children's comics as well. Upon seeing her work, I found it quite decent, which is why I decided to follow her." Yuka nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She truly had no interest in comics or children's stories. It was entirely normal for Yu to mingle in this circle and know many comic artists. However, Xiaotang had piqued her curiosity to some extent, why Yuku yawned and urged Yu to leave. "Brother, I'm tired and wish to sleep. You should hasten to brainstorm your new comic. Once you've formulated your ideas, you can start drawing. Your fans have been waiting for you for quite some time." Yu, rendered speechless, was shoved out of the room, watching the door close before him, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. After a moment of hesitation, he turned off the living room lights and retreated to his study to continue preparing for his new comic. Once Yu was pushed out, Yuku flopped onto her bed, sinking into the soft comforter. Xiaotang, she furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed about who this suddenly emerging Xiaotang could be, an artist, perhaps, or a troubled soul. She attempted to recall someone who fit this persona from the recesses of her memory. However, after a prolonged period of contemplation with her eyes closed, she still had no recollection of Xiaotang. This individual felt like an intruder, a stranger with whom she shared no past or future. A blank slate. After a few minutes of lying there, Yuka got out of bed and walked over to her computer, beginning her search for Xiaotang. He appeared to be an individual of no significant status, his information minimally protected and easily accessible. Yuka swiftly unearthed details about his background. Xiaotang was born into an ordinary family. His father worked in a factory, and his mother was also an employee there. After giving birth, she left her job. The information available online was limited, and Yuku could only speculate about the environment in which Xiaotang was raised based on fragmented details. That he attended elementary school in a remote mountain village, performed adequately in his studies, moved to the town for middle school, then to the county for high school, eventually enrolling in an average university. Up to this point, everything seemed rather normal, neither exceptional nor abysmal. Many people had similar experiences. However, after entering university, Xiaotang's life took an inexplicable downturn. He did not complete his degree and withdrew from school during the latter half of his sophomore year. It was unclear what transpired at home, but shortly thereafter, he was admitted to the 6th hospital. His stay there was brief, lasting only a few months. Yuka conducted a thorough search on this hospital. Mingqing University's 6th hospital had an excellent reputation, with virtually no negative reviews online. Most of the doctors were graduates of prestigious institutions and had worked there for several years. There were no reports of doctors or nurses mistreating patients. Perhaps the hospital's public relations were effective, or perhaps it was genuinely commendable. Yuka rested her chin on her hand, leaning back in her chair, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. Lost in thought, she was astonished that she could find no useful information regarding Xiaotang. She could not uncover any details about why he suddenly entered a psychiatric facility. After some contemplation, she began searching for Xiaotang's comic. Although she held no interest in comics, the lack of other information compelled her to explore this avenue, hoping it might spark new ideas and broaden her perspective. Xiaotang had only published one comic, and he had merely illustrated one chapter, creating barely a ripple in the comic community. He scarcely qualified as a comic artist or creator. He was more of an enthusiast who, in a moment of inspiration, had sketched an opening and uploaded it online. Even if Yu hadn't drawn comics for a while, his foundational skills and past achievements were evident. He could not remain silent for long, even if he started a new account. How could he have taken notice of such an obscure newcomer, one who might not even maintain a consistent update schedule? Yuka pondered this conundrum, ultimately clicking on the comic titled Countdown, 180 minutes. The more she read, the darker her expression became. The comic featured only one chapter in which Songqing died twice. Xiaotang employed a straightforward approach to emphasize Songqing's helplessness, fear and struggle. Were this merely an ordinary comic, Yu would have likely overlooked it. Yet, the subject matter was particularly sensitive: endless rebirths and repeated deaths. How serendipitous. No wonder Yu had taken notice of such an obscure newcomer. It was due to this very theme why Yuka scrutinized the comic, uncertain whether Xiaotang had simply created a story, or if he was attempting to convey something deeper through it. Could it be that Xiaotang, much like herself, was entangled in an infinite cycle of rebirth? If she could undergo infinite rebirths, then so could Yu. If the protagonist and the malicious supporting character could experience endless rebirths, It seemed hardly outlandish for inconsequential characters to do the same. Yet, Yuka sensed an underlying dissonance and inexplicable feeling that something was amiss, though she could not pinpoint it. Why Yuka stared at Xiao Tang's final Weibo post. Lost in contemplation, the more she thought about it, the less likely it seemed that Xiao Tang was also caught in an infinite loop of rebirth. If he were, he should understand that despair was futile, that suicide was pointless. If he knew this, how could he engage in such foolishness? Chapter 94. There is a probability of awakening. Yuka pondered for quite some time but still could not comprehend what kind of person Xiao Tang truly was or what had transpired in his life. However, Xiao Tang's situation posed no threat to her, and since she could not fathom it, she chose to let it be. After lying on her bed for a while, she drifted off to sleep. When she awoke again, it was already bright outside. The morning air was exceptionally crisp. A light rain had fallen the previous night, and as the sun emerged, it began to evaporate, creating a hazy atmosphere outside. The entire city was enveloped in mist, as if Luochuan had donned a cloak of mystery, especially atop the tall buildings, which were surrounded by a thin veil of fog. Upon rising, Yu opened the windows to let in fresh air, and some mist wafted inside before quickly dissipating. Seeing Yuku awake, Yu waved at her, asking, "Have you washed up? If you have, hurry over for breakfast." Yuka rubbed her eyes. Although she had enjoyed a restful sleep, it felt as though she had not fully awakened and still desired more rest. Her eyelids heavy, she yawned and patted her face, forcing herself to gain a semblance of alertness. "Good morning, brother, good morning," Yu replied cheerfully. Observing Yuka standing there as if dazed, unsure of what to do, he walked over and tousled her already disheveled hair, turning it into a nest. The immediate effect was palpable. Yuka instantly became more alert. She swatted Yu's hand away, glaring at him. "What are you doing?" Yu chuckled lightly. "I noticed you looked lethargic, so I thought I'd help you wake up a bit." When Yuku emerged from the bathroom after washing up, Yu raised his phone, his voice tinged with excitement. "Last night, the police called. They said that when we reported, the doctors at the hospital discovered Xiao Tang. She's out of danger now. How wonderful." Yuka smiled faintly. "As long as she's okay, that's all that matters, unless she truly comes to terms with her pain and lets go of the things that torment her. She may never find peace in this lifetime." However, following this incident, the hospital will undoubtedly intensify their monitoring of Xiao Tang to prevent any further suicide attempts. Whether one wishes to end their life or to save another, it is truly challenging. Yu remained in high spirits. Today's breakfast did not consist of the usual bread and sandwiches but rather freshly boiled noodles. Yuka served herself a bowl, finding the noodles to be chewy and garnished with scallions and a fried egg, which was quite appetizing. After just a couple of bites, Yu's rusty brain seemed to finally register something he should have asked yesterday. Clearing his throat, he hurriedly posed the question he had forgotten. "By the way, I haven't asked you how you knew how to look up someone's IP address." Yuka raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yu. "Is your reflex arc a bit too long? Why not just wait until next year to ask me?" Yu's ears turned red and he lowered his head, coughing to mask his embarrassment. He had genuinely forgotten to ask. It felt inappropriate to bring it up now, but failing to do so seemed even worse. Fortunately, Yuka did not dwell on it, which relieved Yu somewhat. Noticing Yu's reaction, a hint of amusement danced in Yuku's eyes. Yu smirked, taking a bite of his noodles and speaking with his mouth full. "Is that so?" Yuka nodded, her tone laced with pride. "Of course. Whenever I want to learn something, I dedicate myself to mastering it. I excel in this regard. Follow online courses for the basics, then seek out specialized books for in-depth study. Once you've reached a certain level, you can begin your own research and gradually accumulate knowledge. It's really not that difficult." "Not that difficult?" Yu's eyes widened, fixated on the noodles, unable to meet Yuku's gaze. Who would dare claim that computing was easy? The foundational concepts might not be overly complex, as anyone familiar with computers would grasp a bit of it. Yet, that was merely surface-level knowledge, far below the difficulty of even a freshman computer science course. While many could operate computers, most would be at a loss when tasked with executing specific functions. Yu was uncertain of the level of expertise required to infiltrate another system. However, in his quest to understand Yuka better, he had taken the initiative to research this subject a couple of days ago. The brief explanations he found online had left him feeling overwhelmed. For instance, collecting relevant information from various host systems in a network, detecting each host on a target network, identifying internal security vulnerabilities, and establishing a simulated environment to mimic attack scenarios were all daunting tasks. The first point left one utterly at a loss, and the subsequent ones only deepened the confusion for someone as inexperienced as him. Even in light of all this, Yuka still claimed it was not difficult. Where exactly was the simplicity? It was evident that his sister was simply remarkable. Yu cast a discreet glance at Yuku, who was quietly savoring her noodles, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Strangely, at that moment, Yu unexpectedly grasped the sentiment often expressed by the privileged youth of Class 12 in their senior year, an emotion that perfectly mirrored his current state of mind. Was this what it meant to be a formidable figure capable of infinite rebirth? Quite astonishing. Without reservation, Yu lavished praise upon Yuku. Noticing that she had nearly finished her meal, he hastily devoured the last remnants of his noodles before hailing a cab to school. Following the incident with Sunway the previous day, the atmosphere in the classroom remained tense and fraught. After school, the privileged youths had all visited Sunway in the hospital. The young man, who had been lively and cheerful just the day before, now lay in a hospital bed, his face ashen, seemingly unable to awaken, as if on the brink of departing this world. This had a profound impact on the privileged youths. The entire night had passed in silence, even the group chat was subdued. Normally verbose, the privileged youths had collectively fallen silent, as though their voices had been muted. Their demeanor suggested they had hardly slept. Each slumped over their desks, utterly despondent. Even Chi-Yong, typically composed, appeared to be considerably affected today, indicating the weight of the blow was significant. They resembled frostbitten eggplants, having been full of vitality just yesterday. Though they understood that Sunway's predicament was unfortunate, they had previously comforted themselves with the notion that it was merely an accident. Now, however, that consolation seemed insufficient. Yuka glanced at them, the corners of her lips curling slightly. Before she took her seat, she retrieved her phone, opened a video, and commenced her studies. When it came to self-directed learning, Yuku was terrifyingly adept. Perhaps the atmosphere was simply too oppressive. Someone could no longer bear it and began messaging in the group. Could you all please stop? It's quite frightening and gives me the impression that I might not survive. Others joined in. Is it possible that Sunway won't truly awaken? This statement encapsulated the fears of everyone present. Whether Sunway could recover remained uncertain. However, after a detailed inquiry with the doctor yesterday, the prognosis was decidedly bleak. The doctor had stated that while there was a slight chance of recovery, the implication was unmistakably that this probability was minuscule, suggesting that Sunway might never awaken again. The gravity of Sunway's situation instantly cast a heavier pall over the conversation. Concerns began to circulate. Could this incident be just the beginning? Are we next? And if even Yuka's sentiments are now uncertain, how can we evade danger? I'm so scared. No one can provide me with any sense of security now. Truly, let it all end. Let's all just disappear. Steady yourself. Don't lose your mind. Just why is it possible that Yuku is already aware that we can hear her thoughts? Is she deliberately guiding us? Please, no more conspiracy theories. It's suffocating as it is. Let the girl have her peace. If Yuku has indeed foreseen this, should we not simply resign ourselves to fate? The details are still unclear. But we must remain vigilant against Yuku. We cannot afford to be careless next time. We must act with greater caution. I still feel that attempting to evade this plot is exceedingly difficult. I've been plagued by nightmares these past 2 days, dreams in which we all perished. I ask this a warning. Though it pains me to voice such thoughts, I am genuinely concerned. Can we truly avoid this narrative and live safely? The group fell silent once more, clearly uncertain if they could successfully navigate the narrative and survive. They were still young, and whatever they did, they remained far from mature. Often, a single word could easily undermine the resolve they had painstakingly built. They were not particularly opinionated individuals. If not for the many who could hear Yuka's thoughts, they would have been left to fend for themselves, had only one among them been able to perceive Yuka's thoughts. Facing such a burden alone might have led to a complete breakdown. While there were many benefits to having numerous individuals privy to her thoughts, the emotions of one person could easily infect the others. Especially negative emotions, which spread like a virus, quickly contaminating many. Indeed, with just one simple remark, the privileged youths found themselves once again plunged into despair. The exuberance they had felt just the previous morning during their class-skipping escapade had dissipated within the span of a single night. Watching the group's spirits plummet once more, Chi-Yong, the ever-concerned figure, felt his heart heavy with worry. Though they hadn't uttered particularly demoralizing words, their morale was already too fragile to withstand any further setbacks. Taking a deep breath, he felt compelled to speak up at this critical juncture. What's the big deal? Wasn't Sunway's incident just an accident? You're ready to give up after facing such a minor setback? Think about it. Do you have any escape routes? To put it bluntly, we are walking a tightrope over a cliff. We must either find a way to survive desperately or risk falling to our demise. There is no third option. If you begin to retreat now, you will either wait to be eliminated by the plot or meet your end at Yuku's hands. Choose for yourselves. Chi Yong's words struck with the weight of a hammer upon the hearts of the privileged youths. Had it not been for the harrowing sight of Sun Wei yesterday, they likely would not have been so devastated. Though dejected, the privileged youths understood the truth of Chi Yong's words. It was a matter of survival or death, leaving them no real choice. Could they truly consider the alternative? After a few seconds, someone in the group tagged Chi Yong expressing, "Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf, Class Monitor, thank you for your hard work. To be both father and mother to this unruly bunch of children is truly a labor of love for you. Chi Yong." The others. After a brief silence, the group erupted into exuberant compliments for Chi Yong. "Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf, my guardian, from this day forth, you shall be my adoptive father. If you can keep me alive, you shall be my true father. Chi Yong. Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf, our class monitor is truly impressive, forever our steadfast support. Sacrificing yourself for this group of expendables, you are a saint among men. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Henceforth, as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall have a bowl to wash. I promise to uphold my word. Chi Yong. Young Village Undercover Grey Wolf, don't listen to their nonsense. The class monitor is the best person in the world. I will certainly obey you. If you tell me to go east, I will not go west. You mean north or south? Winks. I did not. Don't say such things. The chat continued to overflow with flattery, mixed with some outlandish remarks. He mused that the most regrettable decision he had ever made in his life was choosing to remain in Class 12 during his senior year. He had previously had the opportunity to transfer classes. It was only due to a moment of folly that he had succumbed to Wei Huai's persuasive words and stayed. Had he made the decision to transfer earlier, perhaps he would never have encountered Yuku. Nor would he have faced the absurd fate of being written to death by a foolish author simply due to his association with Class 12. This was undoubtedly the worst decision of his life. All he wished for was to study diligently. Why was that so difficult? Even upon hearing Yuka's thoughts and realizing his impending demise, Chi Yong harbored no substantial resentment. Yet now, observing the increasingly absurd remarks from the privileged youths of Class 12, his regret was etched plainly upon his face. Could this group of privileged youths not exhibit even a modicum of common sense? If even one among them could demonstrate a sliver of rationality, he would not feel so beleaguered. As if sensing Chi Yang's thoughts, Wei Huai playfully draped an arm around Chi Yang's shoulders and pulled him closer, lowering his voice to whisper, "Chi Yang, they may be a bit foolish, but they do listen to you. You see, no matter what you say, they follow your lead." There were advantages to their foolishness. If any among them were too headstrong or opinionated, they would not obediently heed Chi Yong's guidance. Class 12 had become unified and cooperative, thanks to his influence. As for whether to offer them separate courses or to have the teachers exert more effort in providing one-on-one tutoring, or perhaps a combination of both, all possibilities remain on the table. However, such arrangements are privileges reserved for the exceptional students and hold no relevance to the group of idlers in Class 12 of the third year, who seem to live off their families' fortunes. The students of Class 12 have always been a unique presence at the Shirling Noble High School, exhibiting an unconventional style and enjoying a considerable degree of freedom. The teachers turn a blind eye, and the parents adopt a hands-off approach, which has fostered a character in these privileged youths that is utterly unrestrained. Once the teacher entered the classroom, the exam papers were distributed. The chemistry test, filled with letters and numbers, was utterly incomprehensible to them. Soon as the privileged students received their papers, they tossed them aside without a glance, discarding them into the trash can. A glance at the paper was simply too distressing. Observing this, the teacher's lips twitched involuntarily. Although accustomed to such behavior, it still caused him considerable discomfort. The teacher instructed the students to study on their own, and while they flipped through their textbooks to complete the exam, he took out his own book and began to read at the podium. After spending so much time in Class 12, the teachers had also grown indifferent. As long as they did not cause trouble, anything was permissible. Upon receiving the exam paper, Yuka paused the video on her phone, casually glanced at a few questions, and then tossed the paper into the trash can as well. Indeed, the final resting place for the exam papers of Class 12 was invariably the garbage bin, which perfectly suited their class's character. Yuka turned off the learning video on her phone and switched to Weibo, logging into an account she hadn't accessed in a long time to catch up on recent news. The topic of Yuzhou's withdrawal from the entertainment industry still generated significant buzz, with fans lamenting and questioning what had happened to their idol, and why he had suddenly stepped back. Yuku opened the post and immediately frowned. Though it contained only a few brief sentences, it was enough to nauseate her. Why Yuzhou wrote, "Over the years I have been preoccupied with work, neglecting my family. I wish to spend more quality time with them moving forward. And I sincerely thank everyone for their companionship throughout these years. Why Yuka frowned and turned off her phone screen, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out the window, feeling a surge of irritation within. Why did Yuxian suddenly withdraw? He has never done so before, spending time with family? With whom? Yuya. Has the impact of Yuya's injury affected him so profoundly that he feels the need to retreat? Yuka's internal monologue was laden with annoyance, shared by the other privileged students who also furrowed their brows, each lost in their own thoughts. The more Yuka pondered, the tighter her frown became. Spending time with family? Ha, what a noble-sounding excuse, yet who would believe such a justification? First, there was the incident with Sun Wei. Then this group from Class 12, and now the Yu family's reaction. Why Yuka turned her head. Casting a skeptical glance over each student in Class 12, the privileged youths felt an immediate chill run down their spines, their minds racing in panic. How much longer would this go on? Constantly being scrutinized and doubted, how could they ever find happiness in relationships or marriage? Of course, they only dared to voice such thoughts internally. To utter them in Yuka's presence would be akin to courting disaster. The only consolation they derived was that Yuku had conjured a mysterious figure in her mind. Regardless of their actions, they could always attribute them to this enigmatic person. Yet, no matter how they tried to deflect, they could not withstand Yuka's incessant doubts. It felt as though she were driving them to the brink of mental exhaustion. The privileged students fell silent, too fearful even to meet her gaze, lest their eyes lock and she discern something from them. Yuxian was Yuya's first support in entering the entertainment industry. Her success there has always been shadowed by his influence. Now that Yuxian has withdrawn, even with the Yu family's backing, Yuya's path will no longer be as smooth as before. Furthermore, with her leg injury, her chances of succeeding in the industry have significantly diminished. Will she ever be able to form a meaningful relationship with the male lead from the story? Yuka fell into a prolonged silence. The privileged students, too, listened intently, but as they absorbed her musings, something felt amiss. Did Yuka not cause Yuya any harm in the past? Perhaps she didn't just harm her. Perhaps she outright destroyed her. Do you truly believe that? Yuku is no fool. If outright destruction doesn't solve the problem, she would certainly explore other methods. I find it hard to believe she hasn't caused at least some damage to Yuya. Perhaps she has left her in a state of near death. Upon reading this, someone immediately exploded. Ugh, please don't spin conspiracy theories in front of me. If you keep this up, I might start doubting Yuku myself. Calm down, let's first see what Yuku has to say. Even when Yuya faced troubles, she still had Yuxian's support. Now that Yuxian has withdrawn before Yuya even enters the industry, it's only natural for Yuku to be suspicious. Chapter 97. The True Ruthless Ones. Upon seeing the previous comment, the group fell silent again. The privileged students were all ears, fearing they might miss a single word from Yuku. She turned to her side, resting her chin on the desk as she surveyed the gathering of privileged youths in the classroom, biting her lip, trying to concentrate. Yuya's situation is manageable, as I intervened. But what about Yuxian? Why would he choose to withdraw at this moment? Shouldn't he have waited until Yuya achieved success before stepping back? Things are undeniably different now. But if they are indeed different, what about the future I know? Will it also change? Does this mean Yuya won't have to die? Can he live a long life? Yuku sank into a long silence. The privileged students were aware of her confusion, yet they themselves felt no such uncertainty. They understood perfectly well that they were still trapped in a scripted narrative. Not only had they failed to escape the constraints of the plot, but they had also muddied the waters further, leading Yuku to question herself. Reflecting on everything that had transpired, they realized they had no other options. They could either forcefully alter the narrative or accept their scripted demise. They had no choice but to change the plot and find ways to survive. However, their alterations had instigated Yuka's self-doubt, leaving them uncertain if this was a good or bad outcome. As they pondered, Yuka let out a long sigh. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it for now. Worst case, I can start over. What Yuxian wants to do is none of my concern. If he wishes to accompany Yuya, then let him do so. By the end, her tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. A few bold privileged students cautiously glanced at Yuku, noticing the slight smile on her lips, as if she were in good spirits. The privileged students widened their eyes in disbelief. Has Yuka gone mad? They could only sneakily send messages in the group, attempting to analyze her current mood. Is Yuka smiling? Now that Yuxian can devote himself entirely to Yuya, how can she be happy? Has Yuka lost her mind? With Yuxian free, he will have ample time to trouble her. Yuku isn't afraid of Yuxian, but having a toad on her back may not bite her, yet it is undoubtedly repulsive. Can she tolerate Yuxian pestering her every few days? It could also be that something troublesome is happening around you. Yu Xian's involvement might not be a good thing, and she is reveling in it. That's quite possible. She was just frowning. And now she seems pleased, indicating that danger lurks near you. Upon reading the comments above, some were left speechless. Are you all too paranoid? It might just be a matter of perspective. She might not even be smiling. You all need to chill. Exactly, don't be absurd. Perhaps Yuku originally intended to blow up the hospital and kill you. With Yu Xian's arrival, she could claim another victim. How could she not be happy? Alright, you all treat Yuku as a reading comprehension exercise, analyzing every detail with a magnifying glass, right? Don't overinterpret, just act normal. Yuku was oblivious to the group's chatter, and had no idea that her casual expression could incite such speculation. How ridiculous. She reopened her phone and began browsing trending news. If all went as expected, there would be at least 2 news stories to break in the coming days. She smiled to herself, putting on her headphones and scrolling through Weibo, finding little of interest, perhaps because the events had yet to gain traction online. She then switched to a short video platform. In this age of advanced internet, video content spreads far more rapidly and widely than text. After less than 5 minutes of scrolling through short videos, the smile on Yuka's lips widened, and her heart began to flutter with excitement. After a few minutes, she finally stumbled upon news regarding the Shen family. The story had already reached the local trending topics. Moreover, it was spreading at a terrifying pace, striving to climb the charts and capture the attention of the nation. The individual who posted the short video had even chosen a particularly sensational title. Top-tier aristocracy murders and hides corpses. Police encounter multiple obstacles in investigation. Upon reading the headline, Yuka couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickly stifling her laughter. The clickbait is truly impressive. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. It's succinct and to the point. This statement is bound to capture the attention of the masses in an instant. Aristocracy, murder, police investigation, encountering obstacles. Every word effortlessly piques the curiosity of gossip-hungry netizens. Shunju is still too inexperienced. It seems she cannot outmaneuver the cunning foxes behind the scenes. Listening to Yuka's gleeful commentary, the privileged students were taken aback, utterly clueless about what had transpired, only aware that the Shen family was in trouble. Moreover, the commotion surrounding the supposed murder and the police's impediments in their investigation stirred quite a ruckus. The privileged youths were consumed with curiosity, eager to uncover the precise nature of the incident. Regrettably, Yuka did not delve into the matter. Instead, she perused the comments, her own thoughts fading away, since Yuka chose not to divulge any information. They were left to scour the internet for answers. Based on the details provided by Yuku, it wasn't long before someone stumbled upon the video concerning the Shen family trending in their city. The likes had soared past 400,000, and by proportion, the view count likely exceeded 5 million. At this level of engagement, it was evident that the situation had spiraled out of control. Had the Shen family acted promptly to manage the video during its initial surge in public interest, matters might not have escalated to this extent. However, from Yuku's insinuations, it was clear that there were ulterior forces at play, preventing the Shen family from quelling the rising fervor. Consequently, the uproar grew increasingly pronounced, seemingly designed to ensure that every netizen across the nation would take notice. After patiently viewing the video, the privileged youths were left aghast by its content, unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief. Had the Shen family truly committed murder? Their failure to manage the situation had led to this exposure. No. From Yuka's words, it was evident that the Shen family was being set up. If they hadn't been privy to Yuka's inner thoughts, they might have genuinely believed the Shen family was guilty of murder. If they were nearly convinced, one could only imagine how the more irrational viewers would react. The keyboard warriors could easily unearth the Shen family's ancestral graves. Once the initial shock subsided, the privileged youths felt a wave of exhilaration. Shunju had clearly fallen into Yuka's trap. Although Yuka did not explicitly link herself to the affair, the youths instinctively sensed her involvement. Even if she had not directly taken action, her participation was undeniable. Had she not mentioned previously about giving Shunju some trouble? What she considered trouble was vastly different from their understanding. They envisioned it as a mere beating or reporting Shunju to Shentienda for a scolding. Yet for Yuku, it meant orchestrating a scandal that resulted in a death, turning the incident into a public spectacle for Shunju to manage at her leisure, with no regard for the outcome. Upon this realization, their admiration for Yuka swelled. She was indeed a formidable figure, operating on a level far beyond their comprehension. One could discern the true ruthlessness in her approach, a stark contrast to their own timid aspirations. Chapter 98. The Rising Heat. Who committed the murder? The privileged youths now found the mere mention of Shunju exasperating. They felt powerless, uncertain of how to act, especially with the potential for him to wield leverage over them in the future. The thought that Shinju might possess knowledge of every secret within Class 12 of their senior year left them feeling as though they were being stalked by a venomous serpent. The timing of its strike utterly unpredictable, a truly harrowing prospect. Now witnessing the Shen family's predicament unfold, the privileged youths found themselves reveling in the chaos. A cursory glance at the comments revealed a torrent of vitriol, so harsh it would surely warrant censorship in a novel. In reality, it felt as though they were witnessing a collective assault. All they could think to express was a simple sentiment: let the insults rain down. They scrolled through comment after comment, gleefully acknowledging each disparaging remark aimed at the Shen family with a click of approval. It was exhilarating, almost cathartic. The Shen family's ancestral graves deserved to be vilified. Shinju had always prided himself on being the model child, yet here he was, caught in a web of deception. As the privileged youths continued to peruse the comments, they cast admiring glances toward Yuku. Acknowledging her brilliance, she was a mastermind. When she chose to act, the stakes were life and death. They realized they did not need to take any direct action. Merely trailing behind her like quiet quails allowed them to benefit from her machinations. While they had pondered ways to eliminate Shinju, they felt utterly at a loss, paralyzed by fear. Yet Yuku had deftly turned the narrative against the Shen family, embroiling them in a scandal that resonated far and wide. Once the dust settled, no one would suspect her as the puppet master behind the scenes. Even the Shen family, now embroiled in scandal, had no time to retaliate with public sentiment against them. Their stock value was bound to plummet. Although the privileged youths were not stock market experts, they understood the catastrophic consequences of unfavorable public opinion for a business. For the moment, however, the Shen family's story had been momentarily overshadowed by a more pressing news item, one that had surged to the forefront of public interest, unrelated to the Shen family's own actions. Yet, the privileged youths of Class 12 remained indifferent to this distraction. Their sole desire was to witness the Shen family being condemned. Strangely, as they read through the comments, a sense of pride welled up within them. It felt as though someone had finally stepped in to resolve the dilemma that had plagued them for so long. Even though Yuku had no intention of aiding them, they inexplicably found themselves elated, standing a little taller. What did it matter that Shinju had always been the exemplary child? What significance did his academic prowess hold? He was still just a student. Having entered the family business prematurely. In Yuka's eyes, he was inconsequential. The privileged youths had some inkling of the Shen family's reputation. It was no easy feat to produce a figure like Shinju. Tracing back, Shen Tianda, Shinju's father, paled in comparison to the leaders of other families, a mediocre talent at best. Under his stewardship, the Shen family teetered on the brink of being ousted from the ranks of elite society. Who could have predicted the emergence of Shinju? He had managed to stabilize the family's elite status and fortify the Shen group. In business, Shinju demonstrated remarkable acumen. If he were to devote himself entirely to the company rather than his studies, honing his skills over the years, he would likely outshine even the most seasoned veterans. However, Shinju had fallen victim to Yuka's cunning. The privileged youths felt a surge of laughter bubbling up within them, though it soon dissipated as they confronted a grave concern. In the group chat, one member mused, since Yuku is involved, where did the corpse come from? Did she play a role? Or was it someone else who brought a body into the mix? Who committed the murder? Upon reading Songrue's comment, the chat fell silent for nearly a minute. A chill coursed through their spines as they contemplated the implications of her words. Who had committed the murder? They could not provide an answer, nor could they ascertain Yuku's role in the unfolding events. Yet, they were compelled to acknowledge that she bore a certain degree of suspicion. One individual, unable to stifle a gasp, quickly interjected, "Are you suggesting that the corpse is connected to Yuku? Could she have been the one to kill?" While it was gratifying to see the Shen family under siege, the prospect of Yuku being the murderer cast a pall over their excitement. The identity of the deceased woman remained a mystery, but it was evident that she was not someone easily dispatched and used to frame the Shen family. She likely was not part of their circle. Had she been, her identity would have been uncovered by now. Yet, how had she incurred Yuka's wrath if she were an outsider? Dissent arose in the chat. That seems unlikely. While Yuku may be formidable, I have yet to hear of her wishing harm upon strangers. She may be erratic, but I doubt she would direct her anger at the innocent. It's hard to say. Who knows if that woman was innocent? She might have crossed Yuku in the past, another replied. This was indeed a valid point, as none of them were privy to Yuku's past encounters or the individuals who may have recklessly provoked her wrath. To Yuku, everyone in this world is merely an NPC, as if we were playing a game. When you play a game, do you care about the fates of the NPCs? That's not quite right. This isn't the same thing. You can't compare the two. Anyone who plays games kills NPCs, but I doubt anyone would consider themselves a murderer for doing so. NPCs exist within the confines of the game. Their deaths are merely data. You don't genuinely kill someone in front of you. Do you really think gamers regard NPCs as real people? By your logic, all gamers would be murderers. There was some merit to this argument, yet it felt somewhat off. The crux of the matter lay in Yuko's unique circumstances. If she did view the world as a game where only self-preservation mattered, the act of killing might seem trivial to her. Conversely, if she recognized the reality of those around her as genuine individuals, she would likely refrain from indiscriminate violence. Ultimately, the enigma of Yuko remained. The privileged youths harbored an inkling that she would not casually take a life. Yet, the other side of them questioned whether she truly perceived the world as real after all. If she had been unmoved by the impending casualties from a chemical plant explosion, it indicated an unsettling detachment.